Chapter 201. The secretary blinked, thinking that Zhou Qianfeng might really think that his business ability was not up to standard and wanted to change a new secretary. Lu Li, Secretary General, Taoist Fu will kill me directly. Zhou Qianfeng, don't worry, she will kill me first. The announcement of Fu Yixua's death can completely interpret the whole incident as the Hua family's desperate attempt to collude with Taoist disciples to subvert the Taoist sect. Fu Yixua fought alone, and accidentally discovered that the Hua family had been invaded by evil forces long ago. Fu Yixua finally won a tragic victory, defended the Taoist sect, and sacrificed his life to elevate the theme. Lu Li. But words are not enough to convince the parliament to agree to take action against the Hua family. Zhou Qianfeng smiled mysteriously. I don't believe Fu Yixua didn't have any first-hand preparation. Lu Li looked sideways, and said respectfully, Master Fu, I firmly disagree with announcing your death. Zhou Qianfeng saw the blood-stained corner of Fu Yixua's clothes. Traitor, Fu Yixua, I agree. Lu Li was surprised. Master Fu, are you sure? The Secretary General will announce your death to the entire alliance. You will not be able to move freely in the alliance in the future. Zhou Qianfeng gritted his teeth. Which side are you on, Lu Li? Stand on my side, and feel Master Fu's mental power. Maybe you are more cowardly than me. Fu Yixua raised the corner of her mouth. I am old now, and I also want to retire early. Fu Yixua looked at Lu Li, and Lu Li handed the communication equipment to her very naturally, and turned to retreat to a safe range. Fu Yixua, before today's battle, I set up a recording array throughout the Dao sect. All the recordings are given to you. You can use them as you wish. But one thing, Zhou Qianfeng, you must make sure Yan Qi sits safely on the position of the head of the Dao sect. The whole thing cannot involve Wu Yu and Qi Yin. Zhou Qianfeng curled his lips. Don't worry, we have the same goal. Fu Yixua, by announcing my death, Yan Qi's strength has not yet matured. At that time, someone will definitely take the opportunity to attack my Dao sect. Zhou Qianfeng, there may even be people who think that the Dao sect is weak and take the opportunity to attack my secretariat, so as to remove 2 of the 3 mountains she left behind in one fell swoop. Fu Yixua, with evil forces invading from outside and political enemies stabbing from inside, what are you going to do? Zhou Qianfeng smiled calmly. Why not take this opportunity to let them fight each other? He is really a man of strategy, and sitting on the Diaoyu Island. Fu Yixua fell silent. She looked at Zhou Qianfeng. For the first time, she clearly realized that the descendants of Feng Shui, who once had no mystical power, had already embarked on a thorny road alone. She couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't always had so many prejudices against Zhou Qianfeng, and the two had joined forces earlier, would Zhou Qianfeng have already taken the position of alliance leader? Lu Li took Fu Yixua back to World City as soon as possible, and Wu Yu accompanied him. Taking into account his special status, the people of Qian decided to let Fu Yanqi take charge of the Dao sect, while Wu Cheng, Jiechen and Richard worked with the Secretariat to deal with the aftermath. Wu Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Wow, it has to be Taoist Fu, he's really honorable, and he can even let the Alliance Secretariat deal with the aftermath. Jiechen, Master Fu has strong strength and profound connections in the Dao sect, so he is naturally valued and treated favorably by the Alliance. Richard, I didn't expect the Alliance to open an emergency rescue channel specifically for Master Fu. He is worthy of being an ancient god, which is amazing. Fu Yixua's mysterious hands behind his back, waved his big hand. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. It's all thanks to Yaya Baby, or Yaya Baby's face. Fu Yanqi and Lu Li, Subtle, the embarrassment of acquaintances pretending to be cool. Before they set off, the entire Alliance channel broadcast 3 messages in a row. Deeply mourned, Fu Yixua, the leader of the Dao sect ranked 3rd in the Alliance's combat power, died in the battle against evil forces. A great man of his generation, his noble spirit will live forever. Taoist Master Fu's legendary life, his voice, appearance and smile, will be remembered forever. Fu Yixua's black and white posthumous photo.jpg now. The whole world is quiet. The people in the Secretariat pause for a second and continue to work as if they knew nothing. Qi Yin and his companions looked back and forth between the notice and Fu Yixua, and looked at him with their peripheral vision. Their astigmatism was almost cross-eyed. Wu Cheng pointed at the notice, pointed at Fu Yixua, and then pointed at himself. He murmured, did I accidentally know some secrets? I won't be silenced, right? Lu Li, it's just news of fake death. Everyone must keep it secret. When the evil forces are completely annihilated, all the truth will naturally be made public. The Qian people nodded blankly and watched Wu Yu, Fu Yixua and Lu Li leave. Wu Cheng waved his hand blankly. With a dreamy look on his face, Is this the legendary political game? What I am witnessing now is not an important historical change in the torrent of history? Fu Yanqi took a deep look at the backs of Wu Yu and Fu Yixue. Don't think about it. Deal with the things inside the sect first. At the same time, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and saw the alliance notice announcing Fu Yixue's death. Jian Suiyu, elder, please accept my condolences. The elder sighed deeply, and before Jian Suiyu and Anshin could stop him, he had disappeared on the spot. Shinkei walked in the empty and long corridor of the royal court, and could hear the echo of his footsteps every step he took. The communicator rang, and his eyes swept over the news of Fu Yixue's death, and he frowned. He immediately turned and walked towards the room, and suddenly the figure of the royal guard appeared in front of him. Sorry, my lord, the Grand Duke has ordered that you cannot leave the royal court during this period. Shinkei sneered. I can't go back to my room? My lord, you need to go to the Grand Duke to hold a cocktail party for you and the ladies from all parties. Shinkei, the head of the Taoist sect, died in battle, but the royal court was reveling every day, and it was not affected at all. Please, my lord, don't embarrass us. Shinkei raised his lips in a surly manner. What if I must embarrass you? Noah. Grand Duke. Shinkei looked sideways at Grand Duke Vlad, the current supreme ruler of the entire royal court. Vlad Dracula, who ranked second in the overall combat power of the entire alliance, participated in the peak battle, and made outstanding and decisive contributions in the northern battlefield. Grand Duke Vlad slowly walked in front of Shinkei. Noah. Shinkei nodded. Grand Duke. Vlad smiled. If I remember correctly, Master Fu is the leader of your team member Fu Yanqi? Shinkei lowered his head, his eyes darkened. Yes. Vlad patted Shinkei's shoulder. Noah, you are the only one in the whole royal court who has a title with the family name. This is the greatest recognition of the sacrifice made by your parents by the royal court, and it is also your supreme honor. You must always remember the mission you shoulder, the Xingye family and the royal court. Don't be willful, go to the banquet first. After the banquet, I can agree to let you leave for a few days. Shinkei clenched his fists, and saw that he had not responded. Grand Duke Vlad smile gradually faded. Noah, don't forget what you promised me. For a moment, Shinkei's eyes were calm, like a pool of turbid dead water. He slowly raised his head, his movements wooden. Wait a moment. Grand Duke Vlad, Prince Squire. The two turned their heads at the same time, and looked at Zhou Qiafeng, who suddenly appeared in the royal court with a smile. Chapter 202. Vlad narrowed his eyes dangerously, disdain flashed across his eyes, and then he smiled again. It turns out to be Secretary General Zhou. What a rare guest. Zhou Qiafeng smiled attentively. Grand Duke Vlad, it's been a long time since we last met. Please don't mind my unauthorized visit. Grand Duke Vlad, no, I can't welcome you enough. I wonder why Secretary General Zhou has come to visit you. Zhou Qiafeng looked at Shinkei. What a coincidence, Prince Squire is here too. I came here this time specifically to find Prince Squire. I wonder if it would be convenient for the prince to go to my secretariat. Grand Duke Vlad smiled. Is there anything Noah can help with? Zhou Qiafeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. I'm sure you've also seen the news that Master Fu died in battle. We just brought back Master Fu's body, but Master Fu's death was really tragic. Please take a look. Zhou Qiafeng took out a photo of Fu Yixue that was photoshopped so badly that even her own mother couldn't recognize it, and put it in front of Grand Duke Vlad. It was so tragic that even Grand Duke Vlad leaned back slightly. The head was separated from the person, and some pig liver, pig heart, and pig lung were specially found to be broken into pieces on the side. Zhou Qiafeng sighed sadly. Master Fu died for the country, and the alliance will hold a parade for her body in 7 days. But this really makes the world worried, and the descendants of heroes feel disheartened. So I came to Prince Squire specifically, hoping that the prince would use his sacred blood of the holy angel to restore Master Fu to her former appearance, so that the world can send her off with peace of mind. Grand Duke Vlad, shouldn't the Taoist sect help arrange Master Fu's future? Zhou Qiafeng smiled. In principle, this is the case, but recently because of the matter of the soul-calling talisman, Master Fu has been highly respected by the citizens of the Alliance. Now that she died suddenly in battle, the citizens of the Alliance were in grief and were very excited. We must crack down on evil forces and ask the Alliance to handle the affairs of Master Fu. The matter fell on the Secretariat, and I was forced to do it. There was nothing I could do. Grand Duke Vlad looked back. Secretary General Zhou, is this what the members of the Alliance Parliament also thinking? Zhou Qiafeng spread his hands. I dare not lie to the Grand Duke. Grand Duke Vlad turned on the communicator, as if he had received a message from the Alliance Parliament. hoping that the royal court could cooperate with the work of the Secretariat. Grand Duke Vlad nodded. Noah, then you should follow Secretary Zhou. Shinkei followed Zhou Qianfeng all the way from the royal court through the central street of World City to the Secretariat. He subconsciously looked around, thinking about how to leave. Zhou Qianfeng suddenly said, "Don't think about running around. The person you want to see is now in the Secretariat." Shinkei turned his head, his eyes flashing with doubt. After entering the Secretariat completely, Zhou Qianfeng turned his head to look at him. "Prince Squire, from now on, everything you see must be kept completely confidential." Zhou Qianfeng's ambiguous attitude made Shinkei more and more confused. This was not the first time Shinkei had met Zhou Qianfeng, but now his attitude towards him was not as respectful and attentive as before. He could even faintly feel Zhou Qianfeng's disdain. The deeper he went into the Secretariat, the quieter it became. Shinkei subconsciously tensed up, and he kept thinking back. There was a mystery that always lingered in his mind. Wu Yu faced Lilia Rose, and she had obviously been taken away by the Secretariat and the White Guards, so why did she appear safely in the darkest back street? Since then, no matter how he contacted Wu Xioli, he didn't get any response. Wu Xioli was obviously avoiding him. What was she avoiding? Or, what could be the thing that Wu Xioli was so secretive about? Shinkei thought seriously, but gradually heard a faint voice in his ears. "You should take a rest. You can't stop the treatment of your wound. Your mental strength will not be able to hold on." "Aunt Fu, I'm fine." The voice became clearer and clearer, and Shinkei heard it more and more clearly. He slowly opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Zhou Qianfeng. Zhou Qianfeng disliked him. "You are so impatient, like you have never seen the world." Shinkei, Okay, he is now sure that Zhou Qianfeng dislikes him. Zhou Qianfeng lowered his voice. "Don't let it slip later, Prince Squire." Shinkei blinked and nodded. Zhou Qianfeng pushed open the door. Wu Yu and Fu Yixue turned their heads at the same time, and when she saw Prince Squire, she was surprised. Zhou Qianfeng saw Wu Yu and immediately switched to a smiling mode. "Wu Yu, wait outside for a while, let Prince Squire treat Master Fu." Wu Yu nodded, "Okay." When passing by Squire, Wu Yu bowed his head. "Thank you for your hard work, Prince Squire." Shinkei observed Wu Yu's interaction with the two men calmly, until Wu Yu left, and the door was completely closed. "Fu Yixue, why did you find him?" "Zhou Qianfeng, after receiving the real-time information from Lu Li, I rushed to the Research Institute as soon as possible, and I can confirm that all props with the power of the Holy Angel have a healing effect on evil forces. So I thought that the blood blessed by the Holy Angel will definitely be able to completely heal your wounds." Fu Yixue was proud of it. "Yeye is really amazing." Zhou Qianfeng nodded. "Yes, she found a way to deal with the evil forces at the first time. It will give us the best chance to take the initiative in the battle." Fu Yixue agreed. "Not only that, did you know that Yeye just told me that she found out when she checked the image formation before she left? The image formation built with meteorite or can actually sense evil forces. With the blessing of the Holy Angel and the meteorite or image formation, these evil forces will definitely be completely eliminated." Zhou Qianfeng was excited. As expected of Yeye, she can find such details. Fu Yixue smiled. "Yeye is really smart." The two big fans successfully joined forces, and there was a large-scale flattery scene. Shinkei, Although he felt very happy, excited when he heard the two people praising Wu Yu like this. "But at least he is a living person standing here. Can you consider looking at him?" Shinkei cleared his throat. "Otherwise, treat him first." Shinkei drew his knife and cut his wrist without blinking and started bleeding. Seeing the dense and complex wounds on his wrist, and even a few new wounds that had not yet completely healed, Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng's expressions paused at the same time. Silver-white shiny blood gushed out instantly, and Fu Yixue's wounds healed quickly. Until the wounds were completely healed, Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng attacked at the same time, and put an SS-level healing gem on Shinkei's wounds at the same time. Seeing Shinkei raise his eyes in surprise, his eyes were clear and confused. Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng couldn't help but complain at the same time. "I am not a good thing, but these Tianlong people in Wangting are really bastards." Chapter 203. Fu Yixue told Shinkei, "Prince Squire, I owe you a life." Shinkei raised his hand. "Don't worry, if Master Fu is okay, I leave first." Zhou Qianfeng, "Wait." Shinkei looked back in confusion, but found that there were suddenly 5 immortals wearing fox yellow, white, willow-gray masks in front of him. These immortals appeared in all directions of him in an instant, blocking his way firmly. Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly. "Secretary Zhou, what does this mean?" Fu Yixue was speechless. "Why do you have to make such a big fuss about this kid?" Zhou Qianfeng shrugged. The necessary procedures must be followed. Prince Squire, I regret to inform you that the Alliance has discovered a new DX001 virus invading the royal court. The Alliance is currently secretly carrying out the removal of the DX001 virus. Considering your special physical condition, you are suspected of helping the infected to escape. As a hostage, you will have to stay in the Secretariat for a while. Shinkei blinked, and then blinked again. Is there such a good thing? He asked sincerely. Can you elaborate on the clearing work? For example, directly use 100 nuclear bombs to blow up the entire royal court. It's really exciting. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. From what you said, we are just doing normal clearing work. Of course, if Grand Duke Vlad resists fiercely and refuses to cooperate. If he must fight against the entire alliance for his daughter, Lady Cynthia, who is infected by the virus, the alliance does not rule out the possibility of launching Plan B, the absolute clearing plan. Shinkei looked forward to it. Cynthia is Vlad's favorite daughter. He will definitely fight for her. Why not perform a barehanded nuclear bomb-tearing show on the spot? Zhou Qianfeng, according to the latest news I received, Grand Duke Vlad has chosen to sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice and cooperate with the alliance's cleanup work. Shinkei had a serious face. What a pity. It turns out that Vlad is just a coward. Zhou Qianfeng, no matter which side it is, as long as it goes against the survival of mankind, it will inevitably be trampled by the iron cavalry of mankind's survival. It should be said that Grand Duke Vlad knows the current affairs and the general situation, and is worthy of being the highest person in charge of the royal court. He can judge the situation and bend and stretch. Shinkei looked at Zhou Qianfeng in disbelief. He always thought that those people in the royal court were the most hypocritical people in the world. But he didn't expect that someone could show hypocrisy so fresh and refined, making people feel like spring breeze. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Since Prince Squire has become a hostage, it is naturally not easy to move around casually. Shinkei, I am willing to cooperate. Zhou Qianfeng hadn't finished speaking yet, so the next person to appear is naturally Captain Qian. Shinkei. Shinkei looked up in surprise. Secretary Zhou, are you going to let me go? But Vlad knows my identity, if he finds out. TSK. Zhou Qianfeng looked disgusted, and Shinkei shut up obediently. Fox Immortal, don't be angry. This kid is not only stupid, but also stupid. Fuishua agreed. That's right, otherwise he wouldn't be bullied like this by those bastards in Wangting. Huang Daxian, hey, you're not that stupid. You even turned into a cat to make Miss Wuyu happy. As soon as the words came out, Shinkei froze, like an ice sculpture. Everyone looked at Huang Daxian, and then at Shinkei. The eyes were teasing, curious and excited. Social death, a new way of death. Shinkei felt that he was going to break. Zhou Qianfeng showed mercy. In the next period of time, don't bleed less, play more dungeons, and exercise more. Don't worry about Qian. There are many people to help you watch over him. Vlad is too busy to bother Qian now. Zhou Qianfeng threw an SSS-level blood tonic to Shinkei, obviously prepared in advance. Those healing items can only heal wounds, but cannot make up for the blood you lost. Use this. Shinkei used the blood tonic, and felt his body's deficiency improve significantly. Before leaving, he looked back at the people present, Zhou Qianfeng, Fuishua, and the 5 great immortals. Shinkei knew very well that these people were not planning these things for him. The question that had always been unsolved finally had an answer. On that night, it was the White Guards under the Secretariat, and 2 great immortals, who took the initiative to release Wuyu. Even the 2 great immortals followed and escorted Wuyu, and only then did they see him turn into a cat to make Wuyu happy. Wu Xioli did not reply to his message, but she did not want to get involved in such alliance secrets, fearing that it would harm Desert Rose. So Wuyu's identity would be Zhou Qianfeng's daughter? Shinkei lowered his head, feeling more and more depressed. He is really useless. Wuyu was waiting at the door. When she saw Squire appear, she asked with concern, Prince Squire, are you okay? Shinkei nodded yes. Wuyu, I'm sorry, although it's not appropriate to say this now, I didn't cancel the relationship of destined people in time because of many reasons. So now that I see you, I want to take this opportunity to cancel it in person, okay? Shinkei agreed with a sigh of relief, yes. Fuishua, who was eavesdropping in the corner, pulled Zhou Qianfeng over and said, What's going on? When did they bind the relationship of destined people? Zhou Qianfeng, when you were plotting suicide. Fuishua frowned, I don't agree. Shinkei is a captain with high combat power, and is responsible and dares to fight. But as a partner, he has a missing family and a hard childhood, so he is very likely to have a hidden crazy attribute. Zhou Qianfeng, is this your evaluation of your savior? Fu Yixue, let's put it one way and one way. I'm not talking about the person, I'm talking about the matter, I'm talking about helping the right person, not the relative. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Indeed, it's a very subjective and objective evaluation. You are now like a perverted mother who is trying to stop her child from falling in love early. You are judging based on prejudice and conjecture. Fu Yixue glared. Didn't you hear? They are all going to break up. I am just happy to see it happen and gloat over their misfortune. Zhou Qianfeng, I recently got a gem for the couple's wedding ring. Once it is activated, one party can be teleported to the person with the destiny. Binding the red line does not mean that they will definitely be together, but with Shinkei's combat power, it can provide Wu Yu with a more reliable insurance. Fu Yixue stopped smiling instantly. The two looked at each other for a second, then stepped forward at the same time, holding Wu Yu's hands on the left and right. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue, we can't cancel the relationship of being destined to be together. Wu Yu looked around in horror. Are you eavesdropping? The two ignored her at all. Zhou Qianfeng smiled and asked Shinkei, the prince must not want to cancel the relationship of being destined to be together, right? Fu Yixue directly moved Shinkei's head and nodded for him. Fu Yixue said firmly, he doesn't want to. Wu Yu and Shinkei, Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng put the wedding rings on Wu Yu and Shinkei's hands. The wedding rings are successfully bound, and the teleportation gem has been inlaid. Wu Yu felt her head buzzing, and she kept pulling her hands away. Don't do anything stupid. What are you putting on me? Have you asked the prince's wishes? I do. Wu Yu looked at Squire in surprise, and Shinkei understood Zhou Qianfeng's intention when he saw the teleportation gem. Shinkei repeated, I do, as long as Miss Wu Yu can accept it. Shinkei's heartbeat accelerated, and he seemed to be indifferent, but he was actually nervous. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue relaxed their movements at the same time, and their eyes secretly wandered between the two of them. Chapter 204. Wu Yu blinked. Since Squire was willing, she nodded. I do need to enter the Fox Fairy dungeon again. Thank you, Prince, for your selflessness. Fu Yixue was puzzled. Wouldn't a normal person think that he didn't want to remove the destined person because he liked her? Thank you, Prince, for your selflessness. What kind of strange brain circuit is this? Seeing that the crisis here was resolved, Zhou Qianfeng immediately presided over the removal of DX001. Fu Yixue, I go with you. Zhou Qianfeng declined. You're a dead man now. Fu Yixue, you have 5 masked immortals around you. One more of me won't make a difference. This incident concerns the Dao sect, and no accidents are allowed. Zhou Qianfeng, what are you going to do? Fu Yixue changed into a Chinese-style suit, with a graceful figure and a Taoist style, and put on a white cat mask, Miao Immortal. Zhou Qianfeng, Okay, the Miao sect will live forever. Lu Li suddenly appeared and whispered a few words beside Zhou Qianfeng, and Zhou Qianfeng's face became solemn. Fu Yixue, what's going on? Lu Li, the Research Institute has successfully combined the meteorite ore and the image retention array to make a DX001 detector, but the price of meteorite ore has been driven up recently, and most of the ore has been extracted and turned into waste rock. Now the detector's core, or energy, is in short supply, which has affected the start of the cleanup work. Wu Yu blinked. How much meteorite ore is needed? Lu Li, preliminary estimate, another 100,000 pieces are needed. Wu Yu lowered her head and turned on the communicator, sending a personal communication to Jian Suiyu. Qi Yan Wu Yu, Vice Captain, does the team still have a stock of meteorite ore? I need it urgently, the more the better. Jian Suiyu, the team has 100,000 in stock, and the team members can probably get 40,000. Wu Yu still has 60,000 in hand, adding them together, a total of 200,000. When everyone was frowning, Wu Yu looked up with a smile. Qi Yin is willing to sponsor 200,000 meteorite ores to help the implementation of the Alliance's removal plan. Shinkei, I still have 40,000 meteorite ores, all of which will be handed over to the Secretariat. Fu Yixue, I can take out 60,000 meteorite ores. Lu Li was very excited. 300,000 meteorite ores. Immediately start making detectors, and you can directly complete the DX001 detection work for all the people in World City. Complete the first round of detection, build a firewall for World City, and push DX001 out of the World City. Before, those members of the Alliance Parliament wanted to see the joke of our Secretariat, and were unwilling to give up the meteorite ores. Now we can complete the elimination plan on our own, and let the Secretariat and the guards make another great contribution to the Alliance. As the meteorite ore was quickly put into storage, the detector production line was working in 3 shifts, and sparks flew directly. For a time, the guards took the detector and became the absolute power symbol of the entire world city. The power subversion was only in an instant. The citizens of the Alliance, who had always followed the lead of the Alliance Parliament and the Royal Court, suddenly realized that the Secretariat had actually done a lot of practical things in just a few months. 1. Crack down on human traffickers, strengthen the security of private shuttles, and improve citizens' sense of security. 2. Vigorously promote purified food to improve the survival rate of citizens. 3. Open up the purchase channels for ordinary citizens to summon spirits and increase the fertility rate. 4. Discover the DX001 virus, provide countermeasures to make detection equipment, and kill the virus invasion in the cradle. Less than 24 hours after Jian Suiyu gave the meteorite ore, he received a communication from Zheng Qian, the arms dealer of the Dark Store Street in World City. Zheng Qian of the Dark Store Street. Hello, Deputy Captain Qian, the Dark Store Street is having a big sale for its 5th anniversary. Weapons are discounted. Don't miss it if you pass by. Now if you buy a fixed amount, you will get a gift. Jian Suiyu thought it was just an advertisement, so he quickly glanced at the price list and was about to close it. New standard crystal core submachine gun 1-point/piece. Buy 10 pieces, get 10 extra pieces, and get a rebate of 20 points. Jian Suiyu, ? Looking down, the latest crystal core tracking bow and arrow 0.5-points/piece. Buy 20 pieces, get 100 bundles of the latest flame arrows, and get a rebate of 20 points. Jian Suiyu, huh? Seeing the third one, it was even more outrageous. The latest model of crystal core machine gun 0.1-points/gun. Buy 100 guns, get 100 guns for free, 1,000 shuttle bullets, and 100,000 points rebate. Jian Suiyu read it carefully several times, confirming that it was not a scam message. There was a virus link, and the sender was indeed Zheng Qian's own communicator. Jian Suiyu, Boss Zheng, were you kidnapped by bandits? Do you need Qian to provide rescue services? Dark Shopping Street. Zheng Qian, no, it's really the 5th anniversary sale. Jian Suiyu, it seems that DX001 has infiltrated. I called the reporting hotline. Your coordinates have been locked, and the escort team will arrive soon. Dark Shopping Street. Zheng Qian, it's really the 5th anniversary sale, believe me. Jian Suiyu sneered. TSK, he is so smart that he would never believe such an unreasonable thing. Just after hanging up the phone, I heard Aunt Chen outside asking in confusion, Suiyu, did you buy anything? Jian Suiyu opened the door. No, what happened? Aunt Chen, many containers were suddenly delivered from outside, filling up our entire Qian 10,000 square meter parking lot. Go and have a look. It's not an enemy attack. Jian Suiyu came to the parking lot, took precautions, and suddenly opened a container. Inside were all cool and latest weapons, with the same configuration as the current alliance's most powerful white guards, and even some of the large guns inside were never seen by Jian Suiyu in public channels. Damn, our team is rich. We bought so many high-end weapons at once. This one, when I entered the city before, I saw the captain of the first squad of the white guards holding it. In addition to handheld weapons, there are also various cutting-edge shells that can simultaneously locate, track, follow, and even time and point blasting. With these weapons, Qian's entire equipment system can move up 3 levels. Damn, then we have transformed from a scattered militia into a formal army. In the past, funds were tight, and only high-level fighters could get the most advanced equipment. Now all our members can be equipped with the best equipment. Qian, bring our swords, spears, shields, and swords. Get ready, upgrade. Jian Suiyu looked at the delivery note, and the flying handwriting revealed the writer's madness. I said it. 5th anniversary sale. Chapter 205. A low-key shuttle that could not be seen from any direction applied to land at Qian Airport. Jian Suiyu thought for a while, and sent a private message to Shinkei. Jian Suiyu, are you still devoting yourself to the royal court? Shinkei, you didn't take medicine when you got up today, right? Jian Suiyu, someone suddenly sent a lot of weapons to the team, and a strange shuttle applied to land. Shinkei, it should be sent by Zhou Qiafeng, the Secretary General of the Alliance. Jian Suiyu's pupils widened slightly, and he was careful, word by word. Jian Suiyu, so, you actually dedicated yourself to the Secretary General? Okay, Captain, he sacrificed so much for the team. Shinkei, I treated Master Fu Ishua. The crystals from your side were finally used in the development of the DX001 detector in the Secretariat. Jian Suiyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. No, the crystals were given to Wu Yu. How did Shinkei know? Jian Suiyu's IQ was fully utilized at this moment. Jian Suiyu. You and Wu met in the secretariat, and she finally found out that you were Prince Squire. Shen Ke, If it weren't for the harmonious coexistence of the team leaders, he would have wanted to block Jian Suiyu directly. This guy was gloating over his misfortune, and he almost fired at him. Shen Ke, no, indifferent. JPG. Jian Suiyu. It's a pity, but the system can sense the destined person within 5 meters. I'm really looking forward to the scene of you being exposed after you turn back into Shen Ke. Shura Field, hee. The other party has read but not replied, and blocked you. Jian Suiyu manually put the shuttle into the shuttle, and after the shuttle stopped, more than 20 people got off the shuttle. All wearing gray work clothes without logos, Luli walked up to Jian Suiyu and handed him a piece of paper. Hello, Vice Captain Jian. Is this the base-wide security system upgrade service you reserved? Anshin was puzzled. Huh? Suiyu, did you make an appointment? Pulling the paper back abruptly, Luli nodded. Okay, Vice Captain Jian has confirmed. Anshin, huh? Our Suiyu hasn't even moved his eyes yet. Luli raised his hand. Immediately start upgrading the security system, starting with both hardware and software. All air-to-air and ground-to-ground hardware are configured to the highest current standards of the Alliance, and the software is fully upgraded to ensure that no system loopholes are left. Anshin, isn't our Qian already at the highest defense level of the Alliance? Luli checked Qian's current defense status and nodded. It is indeed the highest defense level of the Alliance, but it was 5 years ago. The Alliance's technology is developing rapidly, and the defense system is updated every 3 months. The defense strength mechanism has been upgraded 20 times compared to 5 years ago. With Qian's current air defense, it can't withstand the first round of firepower bombing by the Alliance. After the update and iteration, it can at least withstand the 5th wave, and buy time for all members to evacuate. Anshin stared in surprise. She looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. Bombing? Why does the Alliance want to bomb our Qian? Suiyu, how much does this upgrade cost? Hasn't our base just opened the back mountain? The planting area is still under construction in the 2nd phase. Luli was surprised. Your team has already opened the planting area. That's great. We can save a lot of time on the land reclamation part and directly enter the new agricultural animal husbandry planting plan provided by the latest Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Secretary Liu, I went to the planting area and saw that the plan is very good. It was led by Professor Yen Wei. The 2nd phase is under development and construction, and there is no need to overturn and start over. Luli nodded. Very good, all positions are in place, and the upgrade work will begin immediately. Luli nodded to Jian Suiyu. Deputy Captain Jian, you have absolute control over this upgrade. Don't worry, the upgraded secret key Qian will open automatically, the front-end secret key will self-destruct, and Qian will have absolute control over the system. After authorizing Jian Suiyu to operate the key, oh, by the way, Luli took out an item and gave it to Jian Suiyu. Our company is having a big opening sale. The first customer to place an order can get an extra SSS level item. This is the Flower of Truth, which does not require any mental power to activate. As long as it recognizes malicious lies or malicious thoughts of harm, the Flower of Truth will automatically start and devour them. It can devour up to 10 people at a time, which is convenient and efficient. Qian's reputation in the Alliance is getting louder and louder. Purifying the planting area, upgrading the defense mechanism, and equipping weapons and equipment, the next step is to recruit new members and expand the size of the team. Facing the SSS level Flower of Truth in front of him, Jian Suiyu never thought that he would experience the feeling that Wu had when she was facing a hot potato. Jian Suiyu smiled. Qian only gave 140,000 meteorite ores. According to the price, the defense system provided by your company has far exceeded the value of the ores themselves. This top military-level defense system is not something that a private team can configure. I can't accept this SSS-level item. Luli, this is a gift from our company to Vice Captain Jian. Jian Suiyu, then I can't accept it. Luli, Deputy Captain Jian, good deeds will bring good results. This is my boss's personal thank you gift for the good deeds you did 4 months ago. Jian Suiyu frowned. 4 months ago, Wu came to Qian. Luli, it seems that Deputy Captain Jian has thought of it. You are a smart man. Give the props to Jian Suiyu. Luli completed the work deployment and rushed back to Zhou Qiafeng as soon as possible. Anshin looked at the SSS-level Flower of Truth in Jian Suiyu's hand and touched it carefully. Unexpectedly, the Flower of Truth was not shy, and actually rubbed Anshin's hand with its flower bud. Anshin Suiyu, this flower looks really spiritual. Jian Suiyu, S level and above items already have the ability to think. Jian Sui, you lifted the flower of truth in front of him. Are you willing to bind with me and become my item? The small buds of the flower of truth dotted and made a tiny sound like een. The flower of truth was successfully bound, and the SSS level item lit up 18 stars. Although it was not full, 18 stars were already a super excellent god level item. While Aunt Chen was feeding the crystal to the flower of truth, Jian Sui used Aunt Chen's communicator to send a message to Shinkei. AAA Catering Supply Chain Shin-O. What is the relationship between Wu Yu and Secretary Zhou? Shinkei, I don't understand what you are saying. AAA Catering Supply Chain Shin-O. Stop pretending. Secretary Zhou's people sent weapons and equipment, upgraded the base defense hardware and software, promoted the third and fourth phases of the planting and breeding area, and even gave me personal SSS level props. If you had such a big face, Wang Ting would have let you beat it down long ago. Shinkei, you think too much. AAA Catering Supply Chain Shin-O. The SSS level props were given to me by Secretary Zhou in the name of me saving Wu Yu and returning to Qian 4 months ago. You keep talking nonsense. Shinkei. I'm not sure either. I guess Wu Yu might be Secretary Zhou's daughter. AAA Catering Supply Chain Shin-O. What do you guess? Shinkei, yes. AAA Catering Supply Chain Shin-O. That's fine. Shinkei? Turning off the communicator, Jian Sui thought. If it was Shinkei's guess, then it must not be true. This poor guy has never been right in his life when guessing a coin. Chapter 206. DX001 cleanup work was carried out in the World City in an overwhelming manner, and Zhou Qianfeng arranged for Wu Yu to leave the Secretariat. Zhou Qianfeng, before the first phase of DX001 work is completed, you will stay in the team base and pay attention to safety. Wu Yu shook her head. I want to feed the little angel to 20 stars as soon as possible, and I am going to brush the crystal dungeon. Uncle Zhou, please pay attention to safety, and take care of yourself. Hearing Wu Yu calling him Uncle Zhou, Zhou Qianfeng, who was in charge of the overall situation, couldn't help but blush. Fu Yixue, look at you, you are such a loser. Zhou Qianfeng. Before you say this, can you stop crying while hugging Wu Yu? Fu Yixue, Yu, I still have 50,000 SS level crystals, take them. Wu Yu shook her head. Now the whole alliance is in a hurry to upgrade the Holy Angel items. Crystal resources are already in short supply, and now the price of crystals has risen to a sky-high price. You keep it, I will go to the dungeon myself. Wu Yu has a dungeon strategy in hand, and will fight to the death as long as she can survive. Wu Yu refused to accept it, but Fu Yixue still stuffed the crystal package into her before she left. Wu Yu drove the shuttle away. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue looked at each other. Fu Yixue, I heard that the first round of the elimination plan went well. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Yes, the Hua family is eager to show that they have nothing to do with DX001. Even Wang Ting dared to rush in recklessly. After all, it was their last chance, and our secretariat couldn't compete with them for the limelight. Fu Yixue, this time, Wang Ting is really worried. Yana got to know many nobles through her friends in the orphanage. Zhou Qianfeng regretted, in the short term, it is indeed impossible to enjoy the feasting and revelry, which is a pity. Fu Yixue, what are you going to do next? Zhou Qianfeng, I thought it was risky, but now that you are not leaving, I will take a risk. When the first round of DX001 removal plan is completed, arrange for the DX001 polluter to assassinate the alliance's top leaders, touch the interests of many parties, accelerate the removal work, and at the same time win more voice for the Secretariat. Fu Yixue smiled. Zhou Qianfeng, you are a fragile person who will die if you touch me. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. So it's my fault that Master Fu protected me at the last critical moment. The two smiled at each other. Including the crystals given by Fu Yixue, Wu Yu has 110,000 SS level crystals in her hand, which can light up the Holy Angel item to 3.5 stars at once. Feed all the crystals to the little angel. Congratulations, successfully lit up the 11th star guarded by the Holy Angel. Light up the star point, and a flash of light. Group healing skill. Read for 1 minute. Group healing 30% damage to up to 10 people in 3x3 units level 1. Skill proficiency. 0/5. Congratulations. Successfully lit up the 12th star of the Holy Angel Guardian. Light up the star point, and a flash of inspiration. Single target healing skill. 1 minute to read. Single target healing 60% damage to a designated person within a 3x3 unit level 1. Skill proficiency. 0/5. Congratulations. Successfully lit up the 13th star of the Holy Angel Guardian. Light up the star point, and a flash of inspiration. Group healing skill. Instant skill. Group healing 20% damage to up to 5 people within a 2x2 unit level 1. Skill proficiency. 0/5. Lighting up all 3 stars actually flashed a new skill. You know, as the star points get higher, the possibility of comprehending skills becomes lower and lower. But Wii U actually comprehended 3 new skills at once, and all of them are healing skills. However, the first 2 skills require 1 minute of reading time. You know, in the process of fighting, every second counts, and the battle situation changes rapidly. A 1-minute reading time may have wiped out the entire army. Fortunately, the 13th star comprehended an instant skill, and it was an instant healing skill for the group. However, this 4 square meter treatment range, at most 5 people, 20% of the damage is too insignificant. The lower limit of a skill determines its upper limit. Even if a skill with such a low lower limit is upgraded to the top level, it is unlikely to be a super strong group healing skill. The most urgent thing is to brush crystals. Now everyone is in danger. DX001 is like a plague. Most people hide at home and want to wait until this wave of popularity passes before going out. Even several newly refreshed crystal dungeons have no one to take the first kill, which is a good deal for Wii U. In order to avoid being envied by others for frequently taking the first kill in dungeons, Wii U simply bought a masked man item at a high price on the black market. Within 30 days of using the item, Wii U's name will become the untraceable masked man in all channels. Now, Wii U can let go and do a great job. Congratulations to the masked man for successfully obtaining the A-level geothermal hard resource book, the first dungeon kill. Obtain a large amount of resources. Extra reward for the first dungeon kill, 1000 S-level crystals. Congratulations to the masked man for successfully obtaining the B-level hot lava resource book, the first dungeon kill. Obtain a large amount of resources. Extra reward for first dungeon kill, 200 S-level crystals. Congratulations to the masked man for successfully obtaining the A+ Ice Age resource book dungeon first kill. Obtain massive resources. Extra reward for first dungeon kill, 100 SS level crystals. Alliance channel, this masked man is really awesome. Everyone is just sitting there. This guy just smashed through the dungeon. This dungeon has been killed by the master for the first time? Including E-level and D-level dungeons, this is the 10th dungeon that has been killed. Including those dungeons that have not been killed first, the master must have killed dozens of resource books recently. Alliance notice. SSS level large-scale personal exploration resource dungeon Sea Mine Town is officially open, and adventurers are welcome to go to the charming Sea Mine Town to explore the treasures left by the sea god deep in the sea. SSS level large resource dungeon. The boss's efforts moved the gods, and he finally opened a dungeon. Wii U fed all the crystals he had obtained during this period to the little angel. Congratulations. Successfully lit up the 14th star guarded by the holy angel. Light up the star point with a flash of inspiration. Single target healing skill. Instant skill. Single target healing of 70% damage to a designated person within a 3x3 unit level 1. Skill proficiency. 0 out of 5. Another flash of inspiration. Seeing the single target instant skill, Wii U finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. The masked man's props only have 3 days left. Wii U decided to make the best use of it and determine the next destination, the sea mining town. Set off. Chapter 207. Entering the dungeon, Wii U wakes up in a small wooden house. Welcome to the personal exploration resource dungeon Sea Mine Town. You are a gold digger who came to the town because of its reputation. The outskirts of the town, the forest, the wilderness, and the cliffs facing the sea are full of crystal mines, waiting for the brave to go. Initial equipment: a knife, a kettle, and a flint. Note: SSS level dungeons can be saved and opened next time, and each map has a save point. Checking the initial props given by the dungeon, Wii U observed through the window. Her cabin was located at the edge of the town, close to the suburbs. There were 6 low-level ghosts walking back and forth in the distance. These low-level ghosts were holding tools such as wooden hammers, wooden pickaxes, and wooden axes. Wii U immediately realized that she had to kill the monsters and grab the weapons. However, she was just an ordinary gold digger's data panel. Her body's fighting instincts were still there, but her force value was not superior. Wii U looked around the cabin. There was a small bag of flour on the table, some unburned black charcoal in the fireplace, a kerosene lamp, and half a bottle of low-quality wine. In the corner, there was still some aluminum ore that had not been sold in time. Use a knife to quickly scrape the black charcoal and aluminum ore into powder, mix the two with flour, tear off the bed sheet, and wrap it into a combustible dust mixture with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. Rub the cotton in the pillow, make a thin and long cotton thread for ignition, and insert it into the wine bottle. As an important lighting device at night, the kerosene lamp escaped. After preparing for the battle, Wu Yu pushed open the door and moved towards the monster group with light and extremely fast movements. Aiming at the low-level ghost that was alone, he kicked its wrist. The wooden hammer fell to the ground, and Wu Yu picked up the props without hesitation. Congratulations on getting a wooden hammer. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran, aiming at the next ghost. Congratulations on getting a wooden axe. Congratulations on getting a wooden pickaxe. After getting the props he wanted, Wu Yu jumped directly onto a tall tree that he had long been eyeing, and climbed quickly to a safe height. Looking down at the 6 low-level ghosts gathered around the tree, Wu Yu sprinkled dust and threw a Molotov cocktail without hesitation, and jumped to the low fork of another tree. Bang! A small explosion sounded. 2 were killed directly, and 4 were still at low health because of the burning effect. The health volume entered the dangerous range. Wu Yu quickly finished the knife and picked up the bag. Congratulations on getting Gru's teeth *6. Congratulations on getting Gru's tail *6. Congratulations on getting blue crystal *6, 3rd class or can be traded in town for gold coins. Congratulations on getting fat barbecue *1, can be cooked, can be eaten, can restore 20 health points. Congratulations on getting fluorite *1, precious 1st class or worth a lot of money. Excellent fighting quality, harvested 6 lives in 1 move. You will be rewarded with a bottle of Yalada wine, consumed to make people have a good dream, successfully obtained the props, unexpectedly got precious ore, and there was an extra reward. So happy. Wu Yu discovered that the resources in this dungeon did not appear in the form of crystals, and it would take deeper exploration to obtain crystals. While thinking, the roar of a car came to my ears. Not far away on the main road in the suburbs, a medium-sized pickup truck drove by, heading towards the town. Wu Yu quickly caught up with the medium-sized pickup truck, jumped and climbed, and got into the back compartment. Then, he looked at the car full of dazzling, or in surprise. Wu Yu swallowed his saliva. Congratulations on getting 100 star stones. The top or in Haikuang town, you are rich, brother. Congratulations on getting 100 star stones. Congratulations on getting 100 star stones. The message prompt jumped 10 times in a row, and the entire trunk of star stones became Wu Yu's possession. By the way, I also got some stuff. Congratulations on getting a high-quality climbing rope. Congratulations on getting a platinum pickaxe. Congratulations on getting a platinum hammer. Congratulations on getting a platinum axe. Congratulations on getting a shotgun and 2 magazines of bullets. Congratulations on getting a high-quality rock wall gripper. Congratulations on getting an 8-piece sunscreen set. The smartest person who has prospered the fastest among the gold diggers. It's amazing. An extra reward for you is a pair of high-powered binoculars. I wish you can stand high and see far. Wu Yu looked dreamy and lamented that happiness came too suddenly. It's really smooth today. There are no Gru blocking the road. Yes, there are always Gru blocking the main road. If we don't give them barbecue, they will smash our cars. Today we can save a lot of money on barbecue. It will take us a lot of time to take a detour. I don't know which good person will help us clear the monsters. The checkpoint to enter the city is ahead. Have you prepared the gold coins for the pass, officer? I've prepared them. Those guys are really evil. There is no other way. This is the only way to come from the cliff. Before approaching the checkpoint, Wu Yu found the right opportunity to jump into the bushes from behind the pickup truck. Observing the situation after the medium-sized pickup truck entered the checkpoint, the driver did not get out of the car, and handed a stack of money to the checkpoint guard from the car. The checkpoint guard did not even check the car and let it pass. Wu Yu guessed that in order to enter the station, one must bribe the checkpoint guard. At the same time, another car entered the station on the other side and also stuffed a stack of money into the checkpoint guard, but the checkpoint guard took the money, and not only did not let it pass, but took out a gun and shot the driver, and got into the car and started to take out resources and gold coins. Wu Yu. Thieves are thieves, brother. So bribery alone is not enough. It seems that the 2 people in the car just now have their own channels. After thinking for 3 seconds, Wu Yu suddenly realized that if he can do it, why can't I? Working hard is not as good as squatting here to pick up ready-made things. Facts have proved that she could only feed 30% of the progress bar in the past 20 days of playing dungeons by herself. If you can't lead a team, you can only work until you die. From now on, all the NPCs in the dungeon are her ready-made minions. She did it right away, finding a tree branch as her base, and using a telescope to find a suitable target. In just one afternoon, Wu Yu successfully did 3 more. Total. Congratulations on getting Star Stone *2000. Congratulations on getting fluorescent jade stone asterisk 3000. Congratulations on getting diamond, purple diamond, green diamond, pink diamond, yellow diamond, asterisk 2500. Congratulations on getting gold asterisk 3000. Congratulations on getting platinum asterisk 2500. All the equipment and armor were replaced, weapons were upgraded, and all functional props were upgraded to diamond level. Just as Wu Yu was happily preparing to do the 5th job, she suddenly found a commotion at the checkpoint. Someone was shouting loudly, "Hurry up and inform the passing vehicles that there is a car thief in the suburbs. Everyone check your trunk to see if there are any resources stolen. Issue a wanted order immediately. Strictly investigate the strange faces who brought a large amount of resources into the city to sell. The car of purple diamonds I just pulled back from the depths of the wilderness is all gone." Silently putting down the telescope and retracting her head, Wu Yu quietly rode the bicycle she stole and returned to her warm cabin with a huff. Wu Yu, he? Chapter 208. Soon after returning to the cabin, the sky gradually darkened. It was completely dark, and strange noises were heard everywhere in the suburbs. Wu Yu used the props he had stolen today to reinforce the cabin and set traps around it. These traps can only deal with ordinary ghosts. At night, it is very likely that intangible mid-level or even high-level ghosts will refresh in the wild map. Using the delicious barbecue to replenish hunger and restore physical strength, Wu Yu squinted his eyes in enjoyment while drinking the rum he touched. After the extreme labor, eating big chunks of meat and drinking big bowls of wine is a very pleasant way to relieve stress. If you want to feel the beauty of life, you can't treat yourself badly under any circumstances. After a full meal, a short sleep, Wu Yu opened her eyes in the early morning. There are many huge opportunities in the early stage of a large dungeon. These opportunities that can make people grow rapidly are fleeting. While she is resting, someone may have grasped the lifeline of the dungeon resource refresh. You can't rest. You don't need to sleep for a long time when you are alive. You will sleep for a long time after death. Dangers come with great opportunities. Wu Yu stepped out of the wooden house with her equipment and saw the flickering will-o'-the-wisp floating not far away. Gru, who had been refreshed not far away, fell into a deep sleep. Once Wu Yu and the will-o'-the-wisp started fighting, these hard bones with thick blood and high defense would immediately wake up and attack her from both sides. Take out the fire arrows and shoot at the will-o'-the-wisp. With the upgrade of her equipment, Wu Yu's current attack power can reach one will-o'-the-wisp with one arrow. After quickly clearing the will-o'-the-wisp, Wu Yu turned around and threw a fire bomb to sneak attack Gru, and then shot them in the head with one arrow. Cleaning up the battlefield, picking up bags. Congratulations on obtaining white phosphorus asterisk 6. Congratulations on obtaining sulfide leftover from burning asterisk 6 white phosphorus, sulfide. Wu Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this the raw material for making bombs? Her specialty. Looking at the entire suburbs, with endless and dotted will-o'-the-wisp fires, Wu Yu announced, "This is the kingdom I want to conquer tonight." Considering that there are too many will-o'-the-wisp fires, Wu Yu decided to use the method of attracting monsters and gathering monsters to eliminate them as a team. Circle the farthest following range of the will-o'-the-wisp, sit on the bicycle, and step on the wind and fire wheels. Wait until the will-o'-the-wisp in an area gather together, and become a huge will-o'-the-wisp before Wu Yu gets off the bike to attack the monsters. Congratulations on obtaining high-density white phosphorus asterisk 100. Congratulations on obtaining sulfur asterisk 100. Congratulations on obtaining potassium nitrate asterisk 100. Congratulations on obtaining charcoal asterisk 100. Wu Yu didn't expect that the will-o'-the-wisp after gathering monsters could actually explode higher-level bomb raw materials. This made her boil. He pedaled the bicycle with a grunt, sending sparks flying. He worked from dawn to dawn, and when the sky turned white, Wu Yu cleared all the ghost fires in the suburbs. Final harvest. Congratulations on obtaining high-density white phosphorus asterisk 2000. Congratulations on obtaining sulfur asterisk 2000. Congratulations on obtaining potassium nitrate asterisk 2000. Congratulations on obtaining charcoal asterisk 2000. Congratulations on obtaining gasoline asterisk 500. Looking at the empty package 24 hours ago, which is now full of high-level equipment, props, and resource materials, Wu Yu feels extremely satisfied. At the same time, intense fatigue continued to attack her. Even if the physical indicators can be alleviated by props, the mental exhaustion made her urgently need to rest. She pedaled the bicycle in a trance, and almost fell into the ground several times. Patting her face and holding up her spirit, Wu Yu continued to rush towards the cabin. But she didn't expect, I said. Yesterday I saw a cabin in this area, and I slowed down here all the way. Sure enough, we were waiting for you, you despicable thief. Hurry up and give us back our star stones. Star stones, purple diamonds, and emerald stones are all ours. That's right, you dared to steal our things from Haya. I teach you what it means to be a thief. In Wii U's eyes, these two NPCs have now become mid-level ghosts that can be attacked. Wii U's current state is not good, and the materials he has brushed are not enough to make bombs. Pulling out the flame arrow, waving away the stinging feeling from his forehead, Wii U aimed at one of the ghosts. With one hit, the ghost's health bar dropped by 20%. Wii U gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that the health of this dungeon mid-level ghost and the low-level ghost was so different. You dare to attack us without knowing whether to live or die. Two mid-level ghosts rushed up at the same time, holding long ropes with barbs in their hands, and the two worked together to tie up Wii U. Once hooked, the barbs will immediately penetrate into the flesh, and the more you struggle, the deeper they will penetrate until you bleed completely. Wii U took out the diamond axe and chopped hard on the long rope. He felt the recoil of the force and a sharp pain in his palm. But fortunately, the long rope suddenly broke, and the two mid-level ghosts lost their balance under the force. Seeing the right opportunity, Wii U took out her gun without hesitation and fired 3 shots at the ghost with 75% health left. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots were aimed at the back of the neck, hitting the vital point, and the blood volume dropped rapidly, and the ghost fell to the ground and died. Wii U quickly picked up the ID card, truck keys, and gang badge that the ghost dropped. Looking at the gravel on the ground and looking at another ghost, she suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and threw a package in the ghost's puzzled eyes. What is this? Bang! The collision and compression generate heat, triggering the ignition point of phosphorus, and the high temperature drives the explosion of sulfur. The ghost struggled and howled violently, and his health bar dropped in stages. Wii U shot him twice to give him a quick death. After picking up the ghost's identity package and finding their medium-sized pickup truck parked nearby, Wii U let out a long breath and walked towards the direction of the cabin exhausted. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind behind him, and Wii U turned his head alertly. A gust of wind blew by, and Wii U felt something was wrong. The right side of the glass was suddenly broken, and Wii U slowly opened her eyes. The speed of the other side was too fast. Not to mention that she was in poor condition now. Even in her prime, it was difficult to block. Wii U gave herself the most powerful blood tonic and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but she still clearly felt that someone jumped on the back of the car. Wii U drove the car in an south shape on the road, trying to throw the person behind her off. She freed her hands and kept shooting at the back to block the person's route. Finding that the effect was not obvious, Wii U realized that driving this pickup truck had seriously affected her combat flexibility. Without any hesitation, she kicked open the door and jumped out of the car. The moment she jumped out of the car, the person behind her had already entered the cab, and with extremely bizarre combat qualities, he stretched out his hand from behind and tightly grabbed her neck. Just a slight twist would be enough to kill her. Chapter 209. For nearly a month, Shinkei was full of anger. He wanted to get some crystals to feed the Red Lotus fire, but someone else either got the first kill first or the dungeon was cleared and disappeared. There was always someone who got there first, sweeping away all the crystals like a swarm of locusts. After working hard for a month, he finally lit up 2 stars of the Red Lotus fire, and none of his skills had worked. It was so unlucky. Entering the newly opened sea mining town dungeon, Shinkei's cabin was right on the edge of the sea cliff. A wave hit, and the cabin turned into a fish tank, and he blew bubbles in the water. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of seawater, Shinkei ran away for 20,000 miles, and followed the car to the town. Unexpectedly, after being unlucky for so long, he finally got lucky, and encountered a gangster in the suburbs. Shinkei hid in the bushes, waiting for the 2 sides to finish fighting, and then went up to kill them all. He originally wanted to smash the glass and rush the car, but he didn't expect the guy in the car to be quite agile and drive well. He shook him, and didn't let him get in the car. But even if Shinkei is a loser, he is a violent loser, a hexagonal warrior with full combat skills. He jumped into the car quickly, dodged the gun, and rushed to the driver's seat. The moment the boy jumped out of the car, he grabbed his neck. With one foot on the accelerator and one hand driving, Shinkei threatened coldly, "Hand over the things, or I break your neck." The other party didn't respond. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, exerted force directly on his hands, and heard the sound of bones moving. "I said, hand over the things." "Captain." "Shinkei, eh?" Shinkei blinked, turned his head in astonishment to look at the rearview mirror, and blinked violently. The guy whose neck he had grabbed, isn't it? Wii U? Wii U nodded, and Shinkei didn't have time to stop. With a click, Wu Yu's jaw was removed by Shinkei. Shinkei and Wu Yu, Another click. Shinkei was shocked and subconsciously connected Wu Yu's jaw. Wu Yu moved his jaw. Thank you, Captain. Shinkei said dryly, no need. Shinkei's face was burning, and he wanted to let go of Wu Yu. But the car was still moving, and he was afraid that Wu Yu would fall to her death. Fortunately, Wu Yu, sensing Shinkei's loosening, turned around and got into the car. Wu Yu, Captain, go over there. Shinkei quietly handed over to Wu Yu, sitting in the co-pilot seat, and turned his head to see the glass window he had just broken. Shinkei, Silence deafening. Shinkei's first reaction was to secretly check the Destined Person system, and found that the C-Mine town had an independent character panel, and the Destined Person system could not be retrieved for the time being. Shinkei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. But it was just halfway relaxed. Wu Yu, Captain, long time no see. Shinkei lowered his eyes. Yeah. This was the first time they met since he left after the first phase of the planting area was completed. Wu Yu glanced at the rearview mirror in front of the car window. Captain, are you busy recently? Shinkei shook his head. No. Just wandering around in the resource dungeons with nothing. Wu Yu nodded. Are you with your destined person? Shinkei's heart suddenly lifted. He hesitated for a second, and carefully considered his words. He said, it was a while ago, we were together, and recently I have been playing dungeons by myself. Wu Yu looked at him. Why don't we go down the dungeon together? Shinkei, I thought she had other things to do, so I didn't bother her. When I wanted to ask her, I was busy again, so we separated temporarily. The first round of DX001 clearing work entered the final stage, and Wang Ting freed up his hands and started to get entangled again. Wu Yu nodded, yeah. The car was speeding on the main road in the suburbs. The speed was very fast, and the wind kept rushing into the car through the broken windows. It slapped Shinkei's face. The white hair was blown everywhere by the wind. Shinkei moved his body and leaned towards the driver's seat. Wu Yu subconsciously moved towards the door. Shinkei blinked. Wu Yu looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Shinkei was not sure if it was his illusion. He always felt that Wu Yu's expression was strange when she saw him this time. Wu Yu drove the car to his wooden house and said in a business-like tone, I went to the town toll station yesterday afternoon and robbed the resources of 4 cars. That's why the owner of this car came to block me. I guess they didn't tell anyone about this in order to rob the thieves. It's still safe here. Shinkei nodded. What are you going to do next? Wu Yu distributed all the duplicate advanced equipment and functional weapons he got to Shinquebec. The captain of the Great Blazing Flame and the 4th hexagonal warrior in the Alliance's comprehensive combat power once again felt the beauty of hugging thighs. Wu Yu, Wilson's fire will refresh in the suburbs at night. Gathering the will-o'-the-wisp fire can explode a large amount of raw materials for making bombs. I plan to spend another night to kill the will-o'-the-wisp, and use the ID card I got today to go into the city and make enough bombs. Then, Shinkei slightly widened his eyes. The dungeon had only been open for a day and a night. While others were still fighting monsters and swinging hammers, Wu Yu had already started thinking about making bombs in batches. Shinkei realized that this then would definitely be earth-shattering and jaw-dropping. Wu Yu smiled. Time is tight, in order to quickly drain all the resources in the dungeon in a short period of time. I plan to occupy this town, kidnap the mayor, and open the vault door. Use suicide bombings to make them hand over all the resources in their hands, otherwise. Wu Yu laughed horrified. Blow up the whole town, everyone will die. Shinkei, didn't dare to say anything. I finally understand why Fuishua was so opposed to using bombs in the previous plot dungeon. This thing is simply anti-human. Not only anti-human, but also anti-ghost. Seeing Wu Yu with her hands on her hips, imagining the future, Shinkei asked with a twitch of his mouth, how many people will be involved in this plan? Wu Yu pointed at herself, and then at Shinkei, 2 you and me. She was very excited. I wasn't sure if it was just me, but now you're here, Captain. You're faster than me, and you're better at fighting than me, and you're more durable. If anything happens, you be in the front, and I cover you. Shinkei. Then thank you. Wu Yu waved her hand. We're all good partners, don't be polite to me. Seeing that the king was determined to do what he wanted, and there was no room for negotiation, Shinkei could only obey. Then what is the specific implementation plan for this plan? Wu Yu blinked. No. Shinkei, no? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I haven't even been to the town yet. What specific implementation plan can I have? We just act according to circumstances, and launch a surprise attack as soon as we say it. Shinkei, isn't it a little impulsive? Wu Yu paused, and Shincheng immediately changed his words. I mean, is it a little risky? Wu Yu nodded seriously. Your worries are justified. Shinkei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, yes. Wu Yu, then I go by myself, you don't have to go. Shinkei almost choked to death. It's risky for two people to go, and what's the difference between going alone and committing suicide? Shinkei was about to speak when he saw Wu Yu sitting there with his head down, not saying a word. He suddenly realized that Wu Yu was a little abnormal today. Chapter 210. Then let's have a surprise attack. Wu Yu looked up in surprise. Shinkei lowered his eyebrows. No need for any plan, just go as far as you can. Wu Yu nodded and looked away. Yeah. Shinkei, what time does the will-o'-the-wisp refresh? Wu Yu, after midnight, you can take a rest now. Shinkei looked around Wu Yu's cabin. You sleep on the bed. I stay on the recliner for a while. Just as he was about to walk towards the recliner, he was grabbed by Wu Yu. Shinkei blinked, looked at the bed behind Wu Yu, blinked. I can just sleep on the recliner, no need. Wu Yu had a blank expression. What are you thinking? You are already in a relationship. As a man, you should at least be clean, right? Chastity and male morality are the best dowry for a man. Being alone with other women in a small and enclosed space for a long time without the knowledge of the destined person will make the destined person feel very insecure. Keeping a safe social distance is the minimum bottom line for a man. So even if you are the captain, open the door, kick Shinkei out, and threw out a tent. Slammed the door in front of Shinkei. Wu Yu's voice came from inside the house. You are only fit to sleep on the floor outside. Shinkei blinked, obediently set up the tent, and lay down. Took the barbecue in the tent, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it woodenly. Shinkei seemed to be punched in the chest. Ha, ha, don't you want to know whether Wu Yu's attitude towards him is the same as that towards Prince Squire? Different. Really different. Too different. His current treatment is not even as good as that of an outsider. No, why? Why can Squire compare to him? Isn't it just putting more hair wax on his head? Clown. He is a clown. An absolute joker. It's all because of Jian Suiyu. He is as talkative as an old lady at the entrance of the village. As long as this kid opens his mouth, someone will be ruined. Shinkei was filled with righteous indignation, and the fire rushed to his head. When the ghost fire was turned on, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Wu Yu was gathering monsters, and once the monsters were in place, he went up and beat them up. Not to mention, this efficiency was much higher than Wu Yu's yesterday, and he had cleared all the ghost fires in the suburbs before 3 o'clock. To avoid any more trouble, the two of them simply sneaked into the town overnight. Carrying the identity cards of Haya and the other person, they drove a medium-sized pickup truck. The pass officer at the town level during the day turned into a powerful high-level ghost monster at night. For the players in the dungeon at this stage, they would die if they were touched. But with Wu Yu and Shinkei's current equipment, they can reach the mid to late dungeon level, plus their own combat skills. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, the high-level ghost fell to the ground with a bang, and a pass officer certificate was revealed. With this certificate, the two drove the car with red lights on all the way and drove straight in. In the dark night, the town was in silence. At the entrance of the town, there was a town map prepared for gold diggers, which clearly marked the location of various functional shops. After noting the locations of the town bomb shop, pawn shop, town government office, and town bank, the two drove to the bomb shop as soon as possible. Sneaking into the production shop, the production furnace and equipment are ready-made. As long as the raw materials are put in according to the proportion, and the equipment is operated, the bomb will automatically enter the operating state. As a small town that makes a living by mining, bomb making seems to be a very mature process. After research, Wu Yu quickly mastered the operation process of the equipment, turned on the equipment, put in the raw materials, and ran the assembly line. As a master Wu with rich experience in private bomb making, he concurrently serves as a technician, an assembly line worker, and a quality inspector to ensure the quality and quantity of the bomb output. The whole process was quiet and efficient. Shinkei, as the on-site security sentry, ensured that the entire bomb-making process was not disturbed. Any ghosts that interfered with the bomb-making process were eliminated, all eliminated, with the raw materials accumulated by Wu Yu and Shinkei over the past 2 nights. A total of 500 bombs were made. A bomb with a 500 equivalent was enough to detonate the town government building as the center, and the damage caused by the explosion covered the entire downtown area. The bomb was completed and dawn broke. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and the two drove directly to the government building. With a 500 equivalent bomb in his bag, he was full of confidence and felt that he was terribly strong. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the mayor of the small town went to work on time. As soon as he entered the office for daily work, The room was full of bombs, and 2 guns suddenly appeared behind him, pointing at his head at the same time. Mayor, If you remember correctly, this dungeon has only been open for 3 days. Logically speaking, there are not even any players in the town yet, right? Will you? I give you 1 hour to mobilize all the mineral resources in the town. Without 100,000 star stones, the whole town will be buried with you. Be happy, Mayor. You may not be glorious in life, but you will be great in death. Mayor, 1 hour is not enough. Wu Yu smiled. Then you are useless, shoot? Mayor, wait, 1 hour is not really not enough. I have never been such a frustrated NPC in my life. Under the gaze of the two, the mayor began to frantically call various mineral companies, and the overwhelming mineral resources filled the corridor outside the mayor's office in just 1 hour. In the end, there were 50,000 more star stones than Wu Yu expected. The mayor saw Wu Yu collecting resources while gritting his teeth. Have you ever thought about how to leave when the time comes? Wu Yu smiled calmly. I have no intention of leaving. The mayor was stunned and tried to pounce on the phone, but was kicked away by Shinkei. The two looked at each other, and saw that the speed of ore delivery had slowed down. It was obvious that the armed forces outside had assembled, and the two had no intention of fighting. Set the bomb to detonate for 1 minute, and choose to exit the dungeon at the same time as the mayor screams and roars. Before the two figures finally disappear, there is an infinite explosion of white, bang. Enter the dungeon settlement interface. Players have obtained a total of Star Stones *152,000, Fluorite *3,000, Diamonds *2,500, Gold *3,000, Platinum *2,500. A total of 153,100 gold coins in the Sea Mine Town dungeon. Use the gold coins to exchange the desired crystal resources in the Sea Mine Town Mall exchange interface. Click on the mall interface. The exchange ratio: 1 purple coin for 1 SSS iridium purple crystal, 1 gold coin for 1 SS level diamond crystal, 1 silver coin for 1 S level gold crystal, 1 copper coin for 1 A level red crystal, 1 iron coin for 1 B level blue crystal. The current number of gold coins can be exchanged for 153,100 SS level diamond crystals. Wu Yu divided the crystals equally into 2 parts, 1 for himself and 1 for Shinkei. Wu Yu, give it to you, Captain. We each have half. Shinkei didn't answer. He was wondering why the dungeon faithful person system didn't light up. After last night, he had been thinking for a long time and knew that he would be exposed sooner or later. He was ready to confess. Suddenly, his interface popped up. The masked man gives you 76,550 SS level diamond crystals. Shinkei was puzzled. Masked man? Masked man. It turns out that Wu Yu is the one who is always 1 step ahead of him, the masked man. So, the system of the destined person did not light up because Wu Yu used the masked man to hide the identity information. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's puzzled expression. I used the masked man props. Oh, by the way, my masked man props seem to be about to expire. 3-2. A pink light flashed in front of my eyes, and it was gone in a flash. The system prompt that just appeared was not read in time, and was replaced by a new prompt. The masked man accepts your gift of 76,550 SS level diamond crystals. Wu Yu blinked. Masked man? Shinkei's whole head was drooping. He was still scared. Chapter 211. Alliance Notice. Sea Mine Town. A huge bug occurred in the dungeon. Important plot NPCs died. Important maps were severely damaged and could not be repaired, and the main plot was missing. The dungeon was closed urgently, and the files were deleted and repaired. The next opening time of the dungeon is uncertain. Please stay tuned. What happened? Hasn't the Sea Mine Town only been open for 3 days? I was in the dungeon at the time, and even in the wilderness map, I could hear the huge explosion coming from the center of the town from a long distance away. Once it explodes, I will make the dungeon pop out directly. No, where did this big guy come from to blow up the dungeon in 3 days? This reminds me of a console game that was once popular all over the world, the famous X-Force. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. Captain, are you going back to the team? Shinkei shook his head. No. Wu Yu, okay, then I go first. Shinkei watched Wu Yu turn around without any reluctance, stepped onto his personal small shuttle, and took off neatly without any drag. More than 70,000 SS level diamond crystals are priceless in this period of crystal shortage. The whole alliance is fighting for them. It can be sold at a sky-high price. The S-level props that everyone is rushing to get, more than 70,000 SS level crystals, can not only be fed to the full level to light up 10 stars, but also have more than half of the surplus. It only took 2 days to fill the income of this month, and even much more. Shinkei consigned 50,000 SS crystals to Jian Suiyu, and he used the remaining 20,000 to feed the Red Lotus Karma fire. Jian Suiyu took the crystals in seconds. Jian Suiyu, thank you, my sponsor. I kowtow to you. Jian Suiyu, where did all these crystals come from? You didn't destroy the sea mine town, did you? Shinkei, it was Wu Yu's idea. She and I met by chance in the dungeon. These crystals are counted as Wu Yu's contribution to the team. Jian Suiyu, wow, what a coincidence. The other party has read but not replied. Jian Suiyu, what's wrong? Are you worried about anything when you are away from home? If you have any worries, resolve them as soon as possible, and don't delay working to make money. Shinkei, I was going to tell Wu Yu about my identity, but I received a message from the royal court as soon as I left the dungeon, so I backed off in the end. Jian Suiyu, do you want me to tell him for you? It was his way of doing his part for his father. Shinkei opened the private message from Grand Duke Vlad Dracula. Noah, Zhou Qianfeng was severely injured by a DX001 infected person while promoting the cleanup work today. I have already proposed to the Alliance Council that the Secretariat release you immediately, and Hall will pick you up in person. In just a few words, a huge amount of information was revealed, and Shinkei boarded the shuttle without looking back. He must return to the Secretariat before Wang Ting's people arrive. Otherwise, Secretary Zhou will be injured, and Wang Ting will take advantage of the situation to force him to abdicate, which is unimaginable. Before the shuttle started, Shinkei replied to Jian Suiyu, Shinkei, don't tell her, just let her continue with her current idea. Shinkei, feed your flower of truth as soon as possible and prepare for the recruitment of new members for Qian in the new year. Putting down the communicator, Shinkei set off on his way home. Wu Yu drove the shuttle to prepare to return to Qian, and the shuttle entered the automatic driving mode. Light up the 15th and 16th stars of the Little Angel. Congratulations. Successfully light up the 15th star of the Holy Angel Guardian. Light up the star point and a flash of inspiration. Group healing skill. Instant skill. Single healing 10 random people within 5 by 5 units with 40% damage 1 level. Skill proficiency. 0 out of 5. Congratulations. Successfully light up the 16th star of the Holy Angel Guardian. Light up the star point and a flash of inspiration. Group defense skill. Instant skill. Set up the Holy Angel Blessing Barrier. 10 random people within 5 by 5 units are exempted from 60% evil power damage 1 level. Skill proficiency. 0 out of 5. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, and finally a flash of inspiration came to the powerful group healing skill, unexpectedly. A group barrier appeared, which could avoid 60% of the damage at once. Wu Yu found that starting from the 17th star, the crystals needed were almost incalculable and impossible to obtain in a short period of time. There were about 10,000 SS crystals left in her hand, and she simply fed them all to the nine-tailed fox Red Lotus Karma fire, successfully lighting up 7 star points. A flash of inspiration. I have realized the fireball technique. A single attack skill, with a 5-second reading bar, releases a scorching fireball at the target. Understand the fire stun. Single control skill, instant skill, releases fire attack on the target and causes 5 seconds of stun. Understand the fire mastery. Passive skill, each fire attack adds an additional 20% fire damage. Understand the fire mind. Passive skill, each time the fire skill attacks, shorten the reading time by 20%. Understand the fire thorn. Group attack skill, 15 seconds reading, release a burning fire thorn in a 3 by 3 range to cause damage for 30 seconds. Understand fire meteor. A group attack skill, with a reading time of 30 seconds, a burning meteor fire seed falls within a 5 by 5 range, causing damage for 50 seconds. Understand fire pendulum. A single high attack skill, a huge meteor hammer wrapped in flames attacks the enemy's vital points, causing 70% damage. After lighting up the 7 stars, the nine-tailed fox, which was a little white fox at the beginning, turned light pink, and had 3 more tails behind it. The little pink fox approached Wu Yu, and clung to her intimately, as if thanking her for feeding her. It seems that after lighting up the last 20 stars, the 9 tails of the nine-tailed fox will fully appear. Wu Yu's communication suddenly rang, and when she turned on the video call, Fu Yanqi was very serious on the other end. Wu Yu frowned. What's wrong? Fu Yanqi, I observed the stars last night, and found that the main star was dim. I made 3 divinations today, and they were all very bad signs. I contacted Suiyu. Qian is fine, and the Dao sect is also safe. Thinking that the main star is located to the south of the world city, I am afraid that my uncle master, or even Secretary Zhou, will be in trouble. Wu Yu immediately looked through the Alliance's arrangements for clearing DX001 today. She was surprised to find that the dungeon was 2 days long. The reputation of the Secretariat suddenly changed. People complained about the Secretariat's actions to seal off the city and clear DX001, and believed that it had seriously affected their daily lives. Can you still laugh when you saw others get the first kill in the dungeon before? I think the Secretariat is basically trapping us all and letting us get the resources ourselves. The SSS-level Crystal Dungeon was just opened and maintenance was started. The Secretariat directly sent the entire White Guards in. Don't be so ugly. Hey, did you hear? At today's Alliance morning meeting, some people have already protested against the Secretariat's style of work, and finally developed to the point of slamming the table and cursing on the spot. I also heard that Zhou Qiafeng, the Secretary General of the Secretariat, was attacked by a DX001 infected person on the way out of the meeting. He was seriously injured and fainted on the spot, with vomiting blood. His life or death is still unknown. Haha, the Secretariat's handling of this matter is really laughable. The leader of the DX001 removal work was assassinated by a DX001 infected person. The entire Secretariat must have been slapped in the face. Don't take on porcelain work if you don't have the diamond drill. The reason why the Secretariat has been suppressed by the Royal Court and the Parliament is that Zhou Qiafeng himself is not strong enough in combat. In the end times, the strong are respected. If you are not strong enough, the people around you will always fail to protect you. Seeing that everyone on the Alliance forum was making sarcastic remarks, and some even had bad reviews, it was obvious that various forces were behind the scenes. Wu Yu realized that the first phase of DX001 was coming to an end. Some people were working without anyone to help, and even had to hold up resources, but they were more active than each other when it came to claiming credit. Not only did they take advantage of the opportunity, but they could also exclude dissidents. This was most likely a move by Uncle Zhou to retreat and advance, to lure the snake out of its hole. Turn the shuttle around and fly directly towards the direction of World City. Dial Fu Yixue's communication. No matter what the situation was, there was one thing she had to confirm first. Chapter 212. It took Fu Yixue a long time to answer the video call. She looked a little flustered, and she looked guilty when she looked at Wu Yue. Yeah, why did you suddenly call me? Wu Yue looked at the blood oozing from Fu Yixue's white shirt. How is Uncle Zhou now? Fu Yixue waved her hand. Don't worry, yeah, you stay in Qian. Several of your Uncle Zhou's confidants are now in Qian. Don't worry, no matter what happens, they will definitely protect you. Wu Yue repeated. How is Uncle Zhou now? Fu Yixue's face froze. He is injured. Something went wrong with the plan. His injuries are more serious than we expected. He is being rescued now. Wu Yu, can he be saved? Fu Yixue, DX001 invades ordinary people much faster than we imagined. If Squire is here, it will be possible. But Wang Ting is pressing step by step, pressuring the Secretariat to take Squire away immediately. The terrible thing is that Squire is not in the Secretariat yet. Lu Li was trying desperately to stop them, but the person from the royal court was Hall, the only son of Grand Duke Vlad. Hall had just lost his sister, and was worried about not finding a reason to attack the Secretariat. Fu Yixue had gritted her teeth. This move was still risky. They were anxious. Fu Yixue looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you can't go back to World City now. The political game can't be changed even if you come back. You just stay in Qian. Don't worry, as long as Dao Men and Qian are still there, no one will be able to. Wu Yu smiled. Aunt Fu, if the Secretariat collapses now, the first to be devoured will be the Dao sect. When the nest is overturned, no egg will be left untouched. Fu Yixue paused for a moment. She knew this better than anyone else. But just because she and Zhou Qiafeng had no way out, it didn't mean Wu Yu had no way out. Wu Yu had a stronger backing. Yu, go find. She looked up suddenly, and found that Wu Yu had lost communication. Ignoring the constant reminders from the communication, Wu Yu directly switched to the manual mode of the shuttle, and pushed the power to the maximum, like a flash of lightning across the sky. Arriving outside the World City at the fastest speed, Wu Yu was surprised to find that in just half a day, the World City's guards had changed from the original white-clothed guards to disciples from the Qin family. This was the Alliance Council members taking the opportunity to quickly grab and divide the Alliance's guard rights. After parking the shuttle, Wu Yu changed into a casual outfit and walked into the city. Please show your communicator. Wu Yu held out the communicator. Qian Wu Yu, identity recognition successful, you can enter. Wait. Being stopped by the person in front of him, Wu Yu's expression darkened instantly when she heard Chen Yuanlong's voice. Damn it, I actually ran into this scumbag at this time. Qian Wuyu? Why does this name sound so familiar? Turn around, let me see. Wuyu turned slowly, and Chen Yuanlong's eyes were full of surprise when he saw Wuyu. After Wuyu's body was purified, his mental power was restored to a level. The whole person, whether in appearance or skin, was completely different from when he met Chen Yuanlang before. Wuyu blinked in confusion. What's the matter? Chen Yuanlong's lustful eyes fell on Wuyu, lingering on her with disgust. Chen Yuanlang deliberately blocked Wuyu's way and prevented her from entering the city. Want to go into the city? Accompany me to have fun first. Meow. Wuyu looked down and found that it was the kitten she had met once before at the airport. However, unlike the last time when she was carefully dressed up, this time the kitten was in a messy and irritable style. Wuyu grabbed the kitten into her arms. Why are you here alone again? Were you bullied by other wild cats? Meow. Shinkei arrived at the airport first and found that the world and World City had changed. He couldn't go through the main gate. Just as he transformed and was about to go through the corner, he saw Wuyu being stopped by Chen Yuanlang. Chen Yuanlang saw that Wuyu ignored him, and suddenly frowned. Don't refuse a toast. Qi Yin is powerful. But now half of the guards in World City are from our Chen family. No matter how powerful Qi Yin is, would he dare to break into World City? Shinkei was held in Wuyu's arms, and his green eyes stared at Chen Yuanlang coldly. Feeling the strong mental threat, Chen Yuanlang froze and couldn't move. Shinkei kept offering to Wuyu, and Wuyu raised her hand and found that it was a pass to the Wang Ting. Wuyu was surprised that it was a kitten raised in the Wang Ting. Wuyu put the Wang Ting pass on the World City access device and turned to look at Chen Yuanlang. What about now? The Chen family is big and powerful, so they will definitely not be afraid of the Wang Ting, right? Chen Yuanlang was suppressed by Shinkei's mental power, and he couldn't even refute or agree. Wuyu glanced at Chen Yuanlang coldly and walked directly into the World City. Until he was completely out of Shinkei's mental control, Chen Yuanlang collapsed to the ground, as if his brain was squeezed dry. Master, are you okay? Master, do you want to chase that woman? Chen Yuanlong's buttocks were shaking, and his pants were wet. What are you chasing? It didn't even fart just now. The cat of Wang Ting just now has stronger mental power than me. Wang Ting, that's Wang Ting. Who dares to mess with you? Don't dare. Don't dare go back. As soon as she entered the city, Wuyu immediately carried the cat and moved quickly. She patted the cat's head. Although we are rivals, what can a little cat do wrong? What's more, you are so cute and help me enter the city. When I'm done, I send you back to the royal court as soon as possible. Shinkei narrowed his eyes. Meow. The two came to the periphery of the secretariat and found that the situation had really changed. The secretariat was surrounded by people from all forces. The various guards inside were all confronting head-on, and even the 5 great immortals, Fox, Yellow, White, Willow and Gray, who usually never showed up, were all in charge of the overall situation. Wuyu passed through Luli and entered the secretariat through the secret passage 2 streets away. As soon as he appeared, Shinkei immediately ran away with a meow. Wuyu stretched out her hand. Mimi, don't run around. Luli knew that the cat was Shinkei, and now he was really needed to come forward to stabilize the people in the royal court. Luli diverted Wuyu's attention. Miss Wuyu, let's go to the Secretary General first. Wuyu nodded. Yes. Luli, now the Secretary General is only accompanied by Master Fu. The Secretariat has to overcome all difficulties to complete the DX001 elimination operation alone, which affects the interests of many forces. No one wanted the Secretariat to take all the credit. The work of the first phase became more and more difficult as time went on. There were many obstacles and difficulties from all sides. The Secretary General thought of finding someone to assassinate him to retreat, but he didn't expect that Wang Ting, Chen family, Huagai and Shadow Team would find an opportunity. They sent out assassins 10 times more than him. If it weren't for Master Fu, who protected them with his life and killed all these people, the Secretary General would have died long ago. The Secretary General is in the room now. Miss Wuyu, please come in. The door of the emergency room opened, and Fu Yixue stood beside Zhou Qianfeng. Even though he changed his clothes in a hurry, his white shirt was stained with blood again. Zhou Qianfeng's condition was much more serious than what Wuyu saw in the communicator. Chapter 213. Wuyu summoned the little angel directly and started using skills without saying anything. Instant skill, single target treatment of 75% damage to one person in 3x3 units. Level 2, skill proficiency, 1/50th. After one treatment skill, Zhou Qianfeng's face actually eased a little. Fu Yixue showed a happy expression. Yeah, you actually mastered the high-level treatment skills in such a short time. Wu Yu nodded, and kept concentrating his mental power without saying anything, and continued to perform rounds of treatment. Zhou Qianfeng's body was covered with blood holes. His biggest problem now was the infiltration of the DX001 virus. Once the virus completely infiltrates the mental power, even the healing ability of the holy angels will be powerless. Wu Yu discovered that Zhou Qianfeng's mental power was very weak. The mental power core itself was very weak. As of now, it has been eroded by more than half, and even his body has undergone different degrees of abnormalities. 5 consecutive single-target treatments can only delay this state, and cannot completely heal it. High-intensity single-target treatment consumes a lot of mental power. Wu Yu replenished her SS-level crystal core without blinking to replenish her mental power. After 5 consecutive single-target treatments, Zhou Qianfeng finally stopped his deteriorating condition. However, the changes that had already occurred could not be stopped in any way. Lu Li pushed open the door suddenly, holding a glass bottle filled with silver-white liquid. Prince Squire and Duke Hall are gone. This is what he left behind. Everyone looked at each other, and immediately gave Zhou Qianfeng an infusion of Squire's blood blessed by the holy angel. The blood transfusion finally made Zhou Qianfeng slowly wake up. He slowly opened his eyes, and everyone was surprised to find that one of Zhou Qianfeng's pupils was dim gray. Lu Li's expression changed instantly. Secretary General. Zhou Qianfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he slowly reached out and covered one of his eyes. After a while, he confirmed, I can't see with my left eye. It seems that once the mutation occurs, it can't be reversed. Fu Yixua's face was solemn. Not only that, as long as the virus is still in your body, it is possible to spread at any time. Zhou Qianfeng looked up at the sky. It seems that I have lost the bet this time. How can a person with the DX001 virus in his body lead the DX001 removal work? A person with the DX001 virus in his body can no longer lead the Secretariat. Lu Li raised his voice. No matter what you become, you will always be our only Secretary General. Zhou Qianfeng shook his head. Lu Li, now the various external forces in the Secretariat, even the guard work of the World City, have been handed over in just a few hours. Obviously, we have been working on the elimination of DX001 for this month, while they are planning how to eliminate us and DX001 together. I thought there would be a counterattack, but I didn't expect the Alliance Council and the Royal Court to reach an agreement so quickly. Lu Li looked at Zhou Qianfeng's face, which was dejected, and his eyes revealed despair. Could it be that there is really no turning point? Shen Ke followed Hall back to the Royal Court. Hall sneered, Prince Skull, you have had a good month, right? That's right. The Secretariat is not like the Royal Court, which always forces you to be a breeding pig and go on blind dates to have children. Shen Ke raised his eyes coldly, and kicked Hall in the back, sending him flying and sticking to the wall. He couldn't be torn off. Prince Squire, Duke Hall is the only son of Grand Duke Vlad. Shen Ke retracted his foot. Sorry, my foot slipped. Hall's coccyx was broken by Shen Ke's kick, and even 2 healing props couldn't heal him. He had to be sent to the treatment cabin immediately. Shen Ke, thanks to advanced technology, otherwise Hall, you would have been a paraplegic for the rest of your life. Hall looked at Shen Ke angrily, suddenly stopped everyone's actions, pointed at Shen Ke viciously, and sneered sinisterly, how could I forget? What treatment cabin do you need? Aren't you just a ready-made blood bag? Squire, the people of the Secretariat killed Cynthia. You can even bleed your enemies to heal them, so you won't be reluctant to bleed me. Seeing Shen Ke standing there motionless, taking his words as nothing, Hall was extremely vicious. Now that the Secretariat is gone, the entire alliance belongs to the aristocratic families, the Chables, and our royal court. We can do whatever we want. Squire, don't forget that you still have a soft spot that pierces your heart. If you don't want the alliance to bombard your Qian team immediately, come here immediately, bleed, and treat. Hall smiled confidently, his eyes full of malice. So what if he is the only true descendant of the royal family? So what if he is the favorite of God blessed by the holy angel and the dragon god? Now, he still has to crawl at his feet and be a dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy. Shen Ke's eyes were dim and unclear. He lowered his eyes and walked towards Hall step by step. The corner of Hall's mouth was raised with a smile that could not be more rampant. Deputy Captain Qi Yan's office knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jian Suiyu, who? Your mother. Jian Suiyu, please come in. My mother. Pushing the door open, Aunt Chen carefully looked outside, confirmed that no one was there, and then slammed the door shut and locked it. Seeing Aunt Chen's smooth and familiar movements, Jian Suiyu suddenly stopped what he was doing. The last time Miss Chen went through this whole process, She felt that Jian Suiyu was overexploiting Shinkei, so she slammed him with the canteen's rice spoon. Jian Suiyu subconsciously became respectful. What's the matter? Anshin walked up to Jian Suiyu, holding the rice spoon, and said seriously, Suiyu, I have something to tell you. Jian Suiyu's legs softened, and he knelt down in front of Anshin obediently. You say? Anshin frowned. What are you doing? Jian Suiyu was puzzled. Aren't you going to beat me? He tried to stand up, but was pushed to the ground by Anshin again. Forget it. You can kneel down and listen. I can bear it. Jian Suiyu knelt back. Hey. Anshin spoke quickly. I was just serving food to the partners, who came to help us upgrade the equipment firmware in the cafeteria. They looked worried and unhappy. Thinking that they were not satisfied with the food, I hurriedly asked a few questions. Unexpectedly, I found out something really big. Do you know that the boss of these people is actually the Secretary General of the Alliance, Zhou Qianfeng? Jian Suiyu. Yeah. I thought it was a big deal. Jian Suiyu, if Mom has nothing else to do, I will continue to be busy. Anshin held Jian Suiyu and lowered her voice. Then you definitely don't know what happened next. I heard that Secretary General Zhou was stabbed by a DX001 infected person this morning, and was seriously injured and unconscious. It is very likely that he has been infected with DX001. Jian Suiyu's pupils flashed suddenly. Are you sure? Anshin, your mother is so powerful, don't you know? The most talkative old lady at the entrance of the village has to call me big sister. Jian Suiyu, I will contact with you right now. Anshin pressed Jian Suiyu's hand again, and this time he was anxious. Mom, I have something to do. If you have anything else, we can talk later. Before he finished speaking, he saw Anshin took out 2 glass tubes filled with transparent blue liquid. Jian Suiyu's expression suddenly paused. What is this? Anshin smiled. Mom suddenly doesn't want to talk anymore. Jian Suiyu knelt down obediently and kowtowed 3 times. Elegant and beautiful Miss Qin, please forgive your son's recklessness and ignorance just now. Every second counts. Anshin went straight to the point. These 2 are the antidotes for DX001. Jian Suiyu's eyes widened to the largest size in his life. Looking at his mother, Miss Qin, he felt that the great Miss Qin was illuminated by the Buddha's light, and bathed in the holy light. Chapter 214. Jian Suiyu, you said DX001 was the product of your laboratory? Chen-O nodded. Yes, I realized that the reagents being made in the laboratory were not the so-called terror immunity vaccines. Instead, the virus was directly applied to the brain, causing a terrible mutation that combined terror. The younger the child is, the better the effect of this virus, because the child's brain is developing and has unlimited possibilities. At that time, the laboratory found that your IQ was very high and wanted to use you for experiments several times. Mom stole the antidote and took you with her to escape from the lab, but I really don't have the ability to save the other children. Jian Suiyu still has memories of escaping from the lab, but she didn't expect that what happened back then would be related to the current DX001. Jian Suiyu, it's been so long, how can you be sure that DX001 is the virus back then? Has your antidote expired? Chen-O, I watched the virus science propaganda film released by the Alliance, and the mutation is exactly the same as what I saw in the lab back then. It's just that after more than a decade, the virus mutation is much more mature than before. As for the antidote, Suiyu, Mom is not 100% sure. Whether it can help Secretary Zhou depends on whether he is lucky enough. Jian Suiyu took the antidote. Mom, if the antidote is useful, do you have a way to recreate it in a short time? Chen-O shook his head. No way, I have been secretly researching for so many years. But the antidote contains a top-secret ingredient in the laboratory at the time, and I still don't know what it is. Suiyu, I don't care that I'm old, just consider it as paying back the debt. I am willing to provide all the information about the laboratory. But this antidote will inevitably cause trouble for Qian. I know that Shinkei is not easy, and I also know that each of you is working hard. I give it to you. I believe you have the ability to make decisions, and are ready to bear the consequences and risks. Jian Suiyu nodded solemnly. Mom, don't worry. Chen-O left. Jian Suiyu looked at the antidote in his hand, and thought of what Luli said, sow good seeds, reap good fruits. Take a gamble. Jian Suiyu quickly edited the email, wrote down everything Chen-O had just said, and attached 2 bottles of antidote. Clicking the send button, he took a deep breath and prayed silently. I hope everything is still in time. The atmosphere in the secretariat was particularly gloomy. No one spoke, but Wuyu's treatment never stopped. Even though the treatment itself was no longer meaningful. Even though the stinging pain in her forehead made her eyes drip with scarlet warmth. But don't give up. We will never give up until the last moment. Zhou Qianfeng stretched out his hand to stop Wu Yu's action. Child, don't embarrass yourself. Wu Yu was very stubborn. I won't embarrass myself. Zhou Qianfeng smiled calmly. Yu, just stay with me quietly for a while. I'm tired. I haven't stopped for more than 10 years. Now that I've stopped, I suddenly feel tired. Fu Yixue suddenly realized how distressed Fu Yanqi was when he saw her determined to die, and suddenly understood what it meant to be a pain for the loved ones and a joy for the enemies. She gritted her teeth. Zhou Qianfeng, who are you trying to show off your death to? Even if the virus can't be eliminated, you won't die for a while. Lu Li turned his head suddenly. I go to the royal court and beg them. As long as Prince Squire is here, maybe we can delay it for a while longer. With more time, the Research Institute has a greater possibility of developing an antidote. Zhou Qianfeng smiled with relief. Don't make things difficult for that kid Squire. He doesn't know what kind of difficulties he will face when he goes back this time. It's a pity that I said such big words to him before, but I couldn't help him in the end. Lu Li opened his eyes, and tears as big as beans kept falling. I will never deliberately make you angry again. Zhou Qianfeng laughed and scolded. I knew that you were deliberately irritating me. Wu Yu's movement suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the whole room seemed to have dropped to freezing point. She slowly sat down next to Zhou Qianfeng and whispered, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Qianfeng turned his head. The next second, when everyone was immersed in extreme grief and did not react in time, Wu Yu grabbed Zhou Qianfeng's chin with lightning speed and directly stabbed the entire tube of antidote into his throat. Afraid that he would vomit, he suddenly lifted his chin and slurped it down his throat. Gudong. With a clear sound, the whole atmosphere of grief was swept away. Lu Li's tears and snot were half hanging on his face, and Fu Yixue's mouth was open and eyes were staring, which was so funny. The two looked at Wu Yu's expressionless face, as if the cold-blooded killer had just completed a shocking poisoning. After killing people, the murderer even stayed at the crime scene in a very arrogant manner. His behavior was so bad that it was simply outrageous. The three of them looked at each other, and for a moment, no one in the court dared to say a word. Finally, it was the victim himself who asked weakly, Yeah, what did you give me to drink? Wu Yu said calmly, Paraquat, it seems that you are determined to die, so I decided to give you a quick death. Funeral music sounded in the background. Zhou Qianfeng slowly lay on the bed, his hands calmly placed on his chest, closed his eyes, and announced his last words. After I die, all my property will be left to Wu Yu, and Lu Li will take over the various guards of the Secretariat to protect Wu Yu with all his strength. The Agricultural Science Institute, the Research Institute, and the trade industry chain under the Secretariat were all transferred to the Dao sect and managed by Fu Yixue. Wu Yu ignored Zhou Qianfeng and forwarded Jian Sui's email directly to Lu Li, handing over the remaining antidote. Wu Yu, see if the Research Institute can reproduce the antidote as soon as possible. Zhou Qianfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Fu Yixue turned his head in surprise, and Lu Li looked at the antidote in Wu Yu's hand in disbelief. At the same time, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Qianfeng's gray left eye had returned to normal in just a blink of an eye. Everyone's face showed joy, and Fu Yixue immediately stepped forward to check Zhou Qianfeng's mental core. During the inspection, everyone held their breath and was extremely nervous. Until Fu Yixue announced, the mental core has completely recovered to normal. Not only completely normal, but after this tossing, your mental power has increased from C level to a plus. Zhou Qianfeng's mental power actually jumped 2 levels at once, becoming a plus. It was simply a resurgence, an unexpected surprise. Lu Li jumped up excitedly, stepped forward and hugged Zhou Qianfeng. Secretary General, that's great, you're fine. After surviving the disaster, Zhou Qianfeng patted Lu Li with relief. You're so old, but you're still so irritable. You should take the antidote to the Research Institute immediately. Remember, you must clear Qi Yin and Ms. Chen O of all charges, and say that it is an unexpected gain from our clearance work. Hide the news of my recovery, and let them continue to think that I'm dying. Also, the original plan will continue as usual. Lu Li, yes. Lu Li was overjoyed and prepared to leave. Wu Yu called him, Lu Li, have you seen the cat that came with me? Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue suddenly pricked up their ears. Cat? Lu Li, Miss Wu Yu, the cat has been taken away by Prince Squire. Wu Yu nodded. From what Uncle Zhou said just now, Prince Squire seemed to be in a bad situation in the royal court. She asked, will Prince Squire be punished by the royal court after he returns? Suddenly, everyone fell into silence. Chapter 215. Shinkei walked up to Hall and leaned down. Hall shouted proudly, Noah Squire, kneel down. My father is the Grand Duke of the royal court, the highest person in charge of the royal court, and I am his only son. In the future, the entire royal court will be mine. When I succeed to the throne, I will make you a complete breeding pig. Hall, Shinkei, do you dare to hit me? You don't dare at all. Don't forget what you promised my father. If you... Bang! A fierce punch hit Hall's face before anyone could react. Hall's head sunk into the wall behind him, exploding into a bloody mess. Everyone was shocked for 2 seconds and screamed, "Prince Squire, you're crazy! Prince Squire, what are you doing?" Shinkei dug Hall's head out of the wall with one hand, and the huge force caused his skull to deform slightly. Hall's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could speak again, Shinkei grabbed his face with one hand and slammed it into the wall again and again, bang, bang. "Noah Squire, how dare you hit me? I will make my father kill you." "Let me go! Ah, you pigs, come and save me!" "Ah, my brain is going to explode." "Noah, please let me go, I know I was wrong." "Noah, I won't dare to do it again." The blood splattered more and more, and the whole wall, Shinkei's face, and body were all covered with blood. Hall had long lost his previous arrogance. He looked at Squire in horror, who was shrouded in the aura of the black dragon. Squire had a blank expression on his face, and his dark eyes were like the dark abyss of hell. No matter how he begged, it was useless. All those who wanted to save him were hit hard by the black dragon and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Hall's head was like a watermelon, which was cracked by the blows, and the cracks became bigger and bigger. Until, finally, there was a bang. His head was like a ripe watermelon, completely exploded. Brain matter and brain marrow flowed all over the ground, and Hall's eyeballs fell and rolled slowly, and were crushed by Shinkei's foot. Everyone stopped suddenly, stunned for a second, and kept screaming, "Duke Hall is dead!" They ran like crazy. Shinkei slowly stood up, with a perverse and terrifying smile on his lips. Shinkei's figure moved like a ghost, and when he stopped, everyone present fell in a pool of blood, their hearts torn. Shinkei was covered in blood, and walked step by step on the smooth ground of the royal court, leaving a long trail of blood. Grand Duke Vlad suddenly looked up when he received the news of Hall's death. "What did you say?" "Shinshinxi, Grand Duke Vlad, just half an hour ago, Prince Squire killed Duke Hall in the royal court. Grand Duke Vlad, let Noah come to see me." Shinshinxi came to Shinkei's door, looked at the blood on his body, and couldn't help but curl his lips. "I thought you would continue to endure for Chi-Yin." "Noah Squire, you did it so hard this time. Have you ever thought about how to end it?" Shinkei raised his eyes coldly, without any fluctuation in his eyes, and passed by Shinshinxi without even a side glance at him. Shinshinxi gritted his teeth fiercely. "Noah Squire, you're dead today." Shinkei turned around and punched Shinshinxi, knocking out a tooth. Shinkei tilted his head. "Continue?" Another punch knocked out 2 more teeth. Shinshinxi finally shut up. Shinkei wiped his hands carelessly with Shinshinxi's clean cloak, and leapt in Shinshinxi's angry eyes. When he came to Grand Duke Vlad, he looked at Shinkei dangerously. "Noah, do you know what you did?" "Shinkei, as a duke, Hall was disrespectful to the prince. I was just teaching him the rules." "Grand Duke Vlad, you killed him." "Shinkei, I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. I will pay attention next time." Grand Duke Vlad sneered. "Noah, I don't like your rebellious and unruly look now." Shinkei raised his head and looked at him directly. "So? Grand Duke Vlad, if I get angry, I might not be able to help but do something to your small team." Shinkei suddenly laughed, and he stretched out his hand and thrust it into his ribs. Grand Duke Vlad's expression suddenly changed. Shinkei's hand reached into his lungs without hesitation, crushing and mashing them. Grand Duke Vlad seemed to be suffering from the same pain. His whole face wrinkled, and even sweat dripped from his forehead. Until he couldn't bear the pain anymore, he said, "Enough." Shinkei tilted his head. "Grand Duke Vlad, I don't quite understand what you mean." Grand Duke Vlad's forehead veins throbbed wildly. "I said, enough. Hall's matter ends here." Shinkei pulled out his hand violently, bringing out a pool of silvery white blood, and threw the broken organs on the ground, as if it had nothing to do with him. Grand Duke Vlad was shaking, but Shinkei was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, and walked away. The precious blood was still dripping on the ground, as if it was nothing more than sparse and normal. Shinkei walked straight out of the royal court, and no one dared to stop him. He didn't even bother to change his clothes, and walked directly to the entrance of World City with blood all over his body. "Hey, what's in that person's bag?" "Stop! I just brought some food." "Food? Let me see." "Master, it's purified food. These people are obviously from the nearby refugee camp, and they dare to go into the city to buy purified food. I really give them face." "That's right. inferior people, lowly ants, are worthy of eating purified food. Living is a waste of food, it's better to die. Master, what do you mean? Qin Yuanlang shook the vegetables to the ground, stepped on them hard, and pressed the man into the crushed vegetables on the ground. Eat. I let you eat. The cat that beats the royal court still has to look at the owner, and he can do whatever he wants to these trash. Qin Yuanlang looked at the people who dared to be angry but not speak out, and laughed arrogantly. I tell you, your good days are over. Before, the Secretariat always reconciled all parties, like a saintly white lotus, and always protected the interests of you lowly people. You are not worthy at all, so what's the point of protecting you? Just provoke you a few words, and then immediately point the gun at the Secretariat, the only one who treats you as human beings. Untouchables, you are all worthless. You should kneel on the ground and crawl on the ground without even raising your head. The people present slowly opened their eyes in disbelief. Qin Yuanlang, yes, look at your ignorant appearance, you all deserve it. You deserve it. I tell you, from now on, the era of you standing up to live is completely over. Qin Yuanlang took out a gun and fired randomly at the city gate. He pointed the muzzle of the gun at people's heads, causing panic. The people who could not resist gathered together, holding their heads and trembling. People kept falling around them, and the order collapsed in just a moment. Qin Yuanlang raised his head and laughed at the sky. He enjoyed the extreme pleasure of being above human life. In his eyes, human life was like grass, and killing was as simple as crushing an ant. Just when everyone was in despair, Qin Yuanlang's laughter suddenly stopped. Chapter 216. Zhou Qianfeng recovered, the Secretariat entered a state of secret operation, and Wu Yu left and returned to Qian. The entire world city was under martial law due to the replacement of guards, and people were in panic. As one of the 4 major families, the Qin family took the responsibility to win half of the world city's guards at the parliament, and the other half fell into the hands of the Li family chaebol. The 2 families have always been at odds, and because of the division of the guard area, more than 10 large and small fights and frictions have broken out in just one day. Everyone was watching, wanting to get a piece of the pie at this time. The Secretariat secretly transferred all the human resources and logistics production chains of the Agricultural Science Academy, the Research Institute, the Shopping Street, and the Dark Shopping Street under its jurisdiction, and at Wu Yu's request, transferred Linchika and Yuan. Wu Yu followed the secret city defense deployment map of the world city given by Lu Li, avoiding the guards from all sides, and taking a shortcut through the city wall to leave the world city. As soon as he left the city wall, he heard the noise made by Qin Yuanlang at the city gate. Wu Yu looked from a high place for a while, took out a sniper, polished off the standard number in front of the bullet, hit his body, and found the best sniper position. At the moment when Qin Yuanlang was overwhelmed, most excited and crazy, and defenseless, bang! He was shot in the head. Luckily, Qin Yuanlang didn't even wear armor or a helmet. To avoid the possibility of rescue, Wu Yu shot Qin Yuanlang twice more, hitting the carotid artery and heart respectively. She had no expression on her face, and her hands were frighteningly steady. Watching Qin Yuanlang explode into a ball of blood and collapse to the ground, the crowd finally screamed. The young master was shot to death. Hurry up and save him! The young master is dead. The young master is dead. Find a sniper, find a sniper. After taking off his coat and putting the sniper rifle back into space, Wu Yu moved quickly, moving towards the shuttle like a ghost. At the same time, there were more than 10 shuttles ready to take off. The world city was in chaos, and most of them were small family tycoons who transferred assets and took their wives and children away for self-protection. Entering the shuttle, Wu Yu hit Qi Yan's cursor and manually invaded and tampered with the shuttles reporting information at the tower. Mixed in with many shuttles, they took off together. Before they were about to fly away, the tower suddenly notified them. Please all the current shuttles land and accept the inspection of the escort team. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes and placed her hand on the shuttle's emergency brake firing button, ready to fire at any time. This cutting-edge small shuttle was equipped with 2 powerful shells. Wu Yu was confident that she could fly out of the Alliance's air control range before the Alliance's defense system was activated. But surprisingly, the tower suddenly changed the order, canceled the landing order, and continued the flight. Wu Yu was very patient, and was not in a hurry to leave first. She flew in the middle of the entire shuttle group, not showing her face, and just happened to have the best escape route when attacked by air. Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief until she completely left the Alliance's air pursuit range. Qin Yuanchao looked at the people around him and gritted his teeth. Prince Squire, you are reaching too far. Even if my Qin family respects nobles, my brother is dead now. Shin Kai withdrew his hand, and there was a huge din on the tower, and the tower staff on the side retreated in fear. Shinkei, Master Chun, have you ever heard a saying? Chun Yuanchao, what? Shinkei, don't open champagne at halftime. The death of a useless playboy is a small matter. If Qin Yuanlong's words today spread, and the public outrage causes the Secretariat to turn the tables, the entire Qin family will die then. Chun Yuanchao didn't believe it. How is it possible? In the last days, the strong are respected. How can the power change in World City be affected just because of public outrage? Shinkei smiled. The public outrage has already begun, hasn't it? In the end times, the strong are respected. How dare your Qin family say that they have so many strong people in the end times? The first shot of public anger has already hit the head of his Qin family. Qin Yuanchao seemed to be punched in the face, and was stunned. Shinkei glanced at his communicator, and turned to leave the tower. Zhou Qianfeng. Shinkei pursed his lips, and quietly gave Wu Yu a thumbs up. Wu Yu returned to Qian, and found Jian Suiyu as soon as possible. Wu Yu clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly. The antidote has taken effect successfully. Thank you, Vice Captain and Aunt Qin, for saving my life. Jian Suiyu was also very happy. That's good. Yanqi also sent a message saying that the internal cleansing of the Taoist sect has been completed. We are entering the stage of re-establishing the system. With the help of Jiechen, Richard and Wu Cheng, the establishment work is going smoothly. Wu Yu could imagine, with the mixed doubles of body and mind and the spiritual pollution of Wu Cheng, it would be difficult not to go smoothly. Wu Yu stretched. I go back and rest. After working non-stop for more than a month, the Iron Man is about to fall apart. Jian Suiyu stopped Wu Yu. I need your help with something else. Wu Yu was puzzled. Wu Yu expressionlessly pushed away the big flower that was close to her face. Don't be so enthusiastic. Thank you. I have flowers too. If my family knew, there would be a commotion again. The flower of truth twisted its body, still trying to get closer. Sister, stick with me. Pushing the flower of truth away, Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu on the side. What is this? Jian Suiyu. Before, a lot of people suddenly came to the team to help upgrade the defense equipment, and gave me an SSS prop. The flower of truth, nicknamed Jinjin. Now 14 star points are lit up, and the skills I have learned can test the truth of 200 people at the same time and digest 100 living people at the same time. I want to take advantage of the chaos in World City now, to recruit people for the team. After all, heroes emerge in troubled times. Wu Yu had a bad feeling. Jinjin is your prop. Jian Suiyu smiled. Jinjin is very enthusiastic and easy to talk to. She doesn't need to be fed specially when eating, and she can photosynthesize by herself. As long as you don't lie to her, she is very friendly to everyone. Wu Yu smiled. Decline, thank you. Jian Suiyu, I haven't even opened my mouth yet? Wu Yu, just by looking at your face, I know what you are planning. Jian Suiyu continued. You only need to put a table at the entrance of the base. In previous years, there were usually only about 100 people who signed up. Now with Jinjin's help, it can be done in half a day. Wu Yu, It seems that it is not impossible to put it this way. Jian Suiyu continue to work hard. Besides, it is so chaotic outside now, maybe no one will come out, right? Wu Yu thought, It seems to be the case. She started to play the emotional card and make empty promises. Wu Yu, the captain is working hard outside, and I am busy upgrading the team's defense and can't get away. The team's top leaders are all busy, and even my mother is working hard to research the antidote. I really don't trust others with such an important job as recruiting people. Wu Yu, I believe in you. She used to persuade others to work hard, but now everyone is working hard, but she just wants to go back and sleep, which is really not good. Jian Suiyu's emotions were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Wu Yu, I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, Jinjin would have eaten me up long ago, right? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, Deputy Captain, I will do my best. Jian Suiyu immediately took out a stack of promotional advertisements and stuffed them into Wu Yu's hand. I have posted the recruitment notice on the team's official website. We will start recruiting new members tomorrow. If no one comes, you can go to the nearby refugee camps and survivors' bases to hand out flyers. Holding the promotional advertisements, Wu Yu took Jinjin out of the deputy captain's office. He suddenly reacted and looked at Jinjin. Something was wrong. Jian Suiyu's own props. No matter whether he was telling the truth or not, he could not eat him. Jinjin blinked. Chapter 217. Wu Yu took a deep breath and looked at the huge crowd in front of her. It was so crowded that she couldn't see the end at a glance. The flow of people was even increasing. She turned her head suddenly to look at Jinjin beside her, covered her mouth, and said dangerously, Jinjin, What were you thinking yesterday? You and your master lied to me together, right? Junjun raised her little face like a flower, and whimpered innocently. Junjun didn't know there would be so many people. Junjun is just a little flower. What's going on? Qi Yin actually sent a woman out to recruit new members. Do you look down on me? No, brother, you came here without doing any homework. Do you know who this powerful fighter with a reserved and firm look, sitting there with an arrogant aura that suppresses the whole audience, is? She is the genius mechanical operator Wu Yu who cracked the key points of the plot in this year's dungeon, obtained the 4 major teleportation points and 2 major monuments of the world boss, and finally killed the big boss, and also has 2 SSS 20-star props. Oh my god, so this is the legendary Qi Yin super rookie Wu Yu. How disrespectful. There's more to it, you don't know. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has personally certified that Wu Yu is the discoverer of purified crops and poultry. After the discovery, she shared the purified crops directly with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, benefiting all mankind. Wu Yu silently put on a mask, although she was very happy to be praised. But being praised so loudly in front of her face, and the way it was praised was really embarrassing, and made people dig their toes on the ground. I heard about Wu Yu's methods in the refugee camp, and was attracted by her personality. I have decided long ago that as soon as I become an adult, I will leave to participate in Qi Yan's recruitment, and become a partner with Wu Yu. Brother, you have ambitions. May I ask your mental power level? I am very ordinary, A+. How about you, brother? Similar to you, also very ordinary, I am S-. Wu Yu. Okay, you ordinary people have higher mental power than me and HR. Look, is that flying around handing out flyers the legendary ancient beast, the 3-legged golden crow? Yes, and this 3-legged golden crow is actually an adult. 9 of them, aren't they the 9 sons that Hou Yi shot down in ancient mythology? Unheard of, it's simply amazing. Wu Yu lowered her head silently, and now she really wanted to give herself a slap on last night. Why worry about not having the momentum, and even the whole team being looked down upon, and spending hundreds of millions to buy summoned beast rations to feed them to maturity? Now it's better, I'm not looked down upon. It just feels like an animal show. Boycott animal shows. Unless the animals really want to perform, of course. The brain-eating worms and man-eating flowers were working in the planting area, but the company didn't approve their leave, saying they couldn't help and would scare people. Instead, they approved the leave for the 5 Locust brothers, because they thought they ate too much and the cost-effectiveness was low, so Wu Yu didn't have to pay it back. The Locust brothers handed the paper and pen to the newcomers, who came to register, and filled in the contents on the paper truthfully, and had the first round of interviews at Jinjin's place. Jinjin will judge the answers of newcomers in 3 ways. Truthful, allowed to enter the next round of real interview. False but white lies, allowed to enter the next round of real interview. False, mean and even have bad intentions towards the team, become Jinjin's hard work snacks. At the beginning of the interview, no one took Jinjin seriously. Aunt Chen likes Jinjin very much, and she always dresses Jinjin beautifully, and every leaf is kept shiny. Each petal has a special diamond-studded kettle to spray water every day. Jinjin has a whole wardrobe of different hats and scarves. When it came to Wu Yue, it was carefully cared for, with a small hairpin made by Wu Yue, and even a golden crow was left beside it to let it bask in the sun for a while. No one associated it with the SSS-level brutal killing tool. Until, the purpose of entering Qi Yin is to fight with Qi Yin's powerful fighters. Lie, it is a spy set by Shadow to bring down Qi Yin and assassinate the captain. Jinjin's expression suddenly paused. Wu Yu tilted her head in confusion. Before she could react, Jinjin's entire flower broke in the middle, revealing countless sharp fangs lined up side by side. It suddenly grew taller, and an adult male half as tall as Jinjin was swallowed whole from head to tail by Jinjin. The originally lively atmosphere, which was as noisy as a job market, suddenly became quiet, and everyone heard the crushing chewing sound coming from Jinjin's body. Even the skin, flesh, bones, and blood were chewed up. Jinjin's digestion speed is very fast. A living person can be completely digested by it in less than a minute. It shrunk back to its original size, and sat back beside Wu Yue. It turned the flower plate to Wu Yue to take credit, and praised Jinjin. Jinjin is awesome. Wu Yue patted Jinjin's little head. Jinjin is awesome. Yeah. No way. It eats people. What kind of flower is that? It actually ate people in one go. Didn't Qi Yin say that they are short of people now, and will take them in if they come? Wu Yu looked at the person who came, who said that. I saw it on the Alliance forum. It was widely advertised that Qi Yin had good food and accommodation. They didn't even draw combat resource points. They gave me weapons when I arrived. Didn't you guys from Qian advertise that? You opened the team homepage and found that it only said recruiting, and didn't mention any special benefits. Someone is taking advantage of Qian's recruitment to do something. You leaned over to Jinjun. Jinjun, why did you eat this guy just now? Jinjun whispered, he's lying, bad, a traitor in the shadows, and wants to kill the captain. You immediately narrowed her eyes dangerously. From now on, Jinjun will not tolerate anyone like this again, and will kill them all. Jinjun nodded softly. No, what do you mean by Qian? Yes, are you really recruiting people? I came here from the northwest thousands of kilometers away. I don't think Qian is really recruiting people. How can you recruit people and kill people? That's right, brothers, let's go. You looked at the person who took the lead and said, they are deliberately lying. You also saw that these people were deliberately leading the rhythm and inciting public opinion. Shen Qingxi was afraid that Qian would recruit powerful new teammates this time, so he released a smoke bomb in advance to make the recruitment more popular. Then he made a scandal that Qian's recruitment was actually a scam, so as to ruin Qian's recruitment. At that time, Shadow would take the opportunity to snatch away the high-powered people and quickly improve his strength. Yu's eyes swept across these people who incited emotions, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Shen Qingxi, thank you in advance for your manpower and financial resources to help us Qian recruit so many new people. She will definitely recruit all these high-powered people without missing a single one. Chapter 218. Don't say so much, brothers. Let's go. Yes, those noble families in World City don't treat us as human beings. I didn't expect that the first team Qian also treats human lives as worthless. But in this world, where can we go? I heard that Shadow is also recruiting new members now. Although Shadow is not as strong as Qian, the captain Shen Qingxi has always had a good reputation. That's right. Look at Qian, they sent a woman to such a big recruitment. And she's a woman with only A-level mental power. Qian looks down on us. Seeing these high-powered newcomers, who came for Qian's name really preparing to go to Shadow under incitement, Yu was not in a hurry. She just sat calmly, and did not move. Jinjin nervously pulled Yu. They left. Yu smiled, don't worry. Locust's younger brother was also pushed aside by the crowd and even kicked. Damn, I just wanted to say it. Find a dung beetle to hand out flyers to me. Do you think I'm shit? The little Locust brother put his hands on his hips in anger. You rude human, I am a Locust, not a dung beetle. I don't rub shit. In the countercurrent, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Oh, that's great. Finally there is room for me. Hello, I'm here to participate in Qian's recruitment. Hey! Sister Yu. It's you? Yu looked at the skinny guy in front of her and blinked. Skinny monkey? No, Lu Quan. You really came to participate in the recruitment. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Lu Quan scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I almost didn't come. I felt that I would definitely not be selected. After all, Qian is getting stronger and stronger, and his reputation in the alliance is getting more and more prosperous. I feel that I am not worthy of it. If it weren't for Captain Shin Kai, who personally sent me a message, I wouldn't dare to come. Now that I think about it, I still feel like I'm dreaming that I actually received a personal invitation from Captain Qian to recruit new members. The people who were still watching on the side asked him curiously, Hey, how do you know Captain Qian? Lu Quan was extremely proud. I went to the dungeon with Captain Shin, and he saved me. Captain Shin is my idol. I was about to give up today, but he encouraged me to join the team even if I didn't have high mental strength. Hey, now that you mention it, Captain Qian is a very good person. The gossipers immediately criticized him. If he was really good, would he not be present at such a big recruitment meeting today? You can be fooled by just finding someone to act. Don't be sold out and help others count money. I'm not talking nonsense. The captain of Shadow is the real captain who is present at the recruitment meeting. That's right. Don't be fooled by such sweet words. Lu Quan was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is a shill? I think you are a shill. Yu stopped him. It's okay. Don't waste time talking to them. Have you filled out your application form? Let Jinjin show you. Oh, this woman looks down on us. That's right. Hurry up. She looks down on us. Brother, you have to be careful when you are a shill. That flower can eat people. Lu Quan ignored what these people said. He was a staunch die-hard fan of Shin Kai, and a die-hard fan of Qian. He handed the application form to Jinjin, answered the questions one by one, and waited nervously for Jinjin's judgment. Jinjin, congratulations on entering the next round of recruitment. After saying that, Jinjin suddenly shook her face, and a small red flower fell out. Jinjin, I give you a small red flower. I wish you can successfully join Qian. Lu Quan looked at the small red flower in front of him in surprise, and didn't dare to take it for a while. Lu Quan, what is this? Poisonous flower, right? Brother, be careful or you will turn into a pool of blood. Will you take it? This is a little gift from Jinjin. The people who said they were leaving before couldn't help but look over to see what kind of flower it was. After thanking him, Lu Quan solemnly took the little red flower. As soon as he got it in his hand, he was surprised to find this is actually an A-level item, and it's a growth item for the main combat skill. Jinjin looked up, waiting for Wu Yu to praise her. Wu Yu cooperated very well, and patted her little head. Jinjin is amazing. The onlookers didn't believe it at all, but Lu Quan bounded directly, and fed it the crystals he had worked so hard to save. Lu Quan's voice was trembling with surprise. A level 7 star prop. It's a top-grade item, and I only clicked 1 star point, but I actually learned a poison mist attack skill. This gift is too expensive. If I didn't enter Qian in the end, this prop. TSK, I definitely ask you to return it. I skin you alive, and ask you to return it. Wu Yu shook her head. Since it was given to you by Jinjin, it is yours now. No matter whether you enter Qian or not, you will not ask for the item back. Jinjin's item is the flower of truth, and the reason why the man just now was eaten by Jinjin is because his purpose of entering Qian was to destroy and bring down Qian. If you have bad intentions, you must be prepared to be discovered. But as long as you sincerely enter Qian, you may get the item given by Jinjin. After hearing what Wu Yu said, everyone's reaction instantly reversed, and most of the people who had just clamored to leave came back. What a joke, an A-level 7-star item. I heard that Shadow has to hand in all its items, and they take a cut of all crystal resources. If I go to Shadow, I will never have my own items in my life. That's right, and Shadow has now dropped to 8th in the league rankings. Only a fool would go to such a rookie team. Seeing that rumors alone could not shake these people's determination, the person who instigated the rumor immediately contacted Shinjingxi. As Qian's recruitment progressed fiercely, 5 people had already received the little red flowers sent by Jinjin. 2 of them opened A-level items, one for combat and the other for healing, both of which are very useful. The news spread quickly, and seeing more and more people coming to the alliance to recruit new people, Wu Yu was so busy that she couldn't even drink a sip of water. Looking at the promotional materials in front of her, Wu Yu looked up in surprise, and there were actually 5 S-level high-powered people in front of her. These 5 people are all folk music: suona, pipa, guzheng, flute and taiping drum. This is a whole sound-controlled sonic attack team collectively moving away from the world city to find a new home. Before Wu Yu could stand up, there was a sudden noise in the distance. The captain of the Shadow team, Shinjingxi, actually came here with all the high-powered fighters. Master, why don't you bring your mistress and several uncles to find me? This is Shadow S-level Zhang Fanqi. By the way, his skill is also piano sound. Zhang Yimo, who was holding a suona and wearing simple clothes, frowned. Fanqi, don't you always think that we are old-fashioned and the folk music we play has long been eliminated? We don't understand the new music you like. Shinjingxi stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, Fanqi is my good brother and also your student. He has been regretting since he left you. What he said back then was just angry words. Since several seniors have decided to leave World City and stay in the same team with Fanqi, it would be good for us to take care of each other. Zhang Fanqi nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I didn't expect that the first heavyweight team recruited today would have such a deep connection with the Shadow team members. Wu Yu frowned slowly, and she picked up the 5-person recruitment application form calmly. After a quick glance, she suddenly smiled with certainty. Chapter 219. Wu Yu systematically explained Qian's current policy. Qian does not have any rigid resource point submission targets for all team members, and all dungeon gains belong to the individual. Unless the team members voluntarily submit them, they strive for the annual large dungeon qualification quota. Team members can advance weapons when they go out to dungeon, and use the profits from the battle to fill the gaps. If the battle fails, Qian will cover the bottom line. The team provides a variety of jobs such as planting, breeding, and sales to pay off debts, and repay debts with body debts. After the team receives dungeon rewards, a portion of the quota will be reserved for all team members, even those who do not participate in dungeons. Except for the team leaders, all team members' dormitories are standard double rooms, 40 square meters with private bathrooms. The base is equipped with a canteen, which serves meals at fixed times every day, and the meal fee is charged in the form of half of the base subsidy. All the food is purified food produced in the internal planting area. At present, Qian's purified crops have a sales industry chain, and team members can enjoy a 30% discount on the purchase price. Wu Yu said calmly. This was already a default rule in Qian. There was nothing to emphasize. But the people present opened their mouths wider and wider, so shocked that they could fit an egg in. Obviously, these rules were unheard of and fantasy to them. Even Shinxingxi's face suddenly became ugly. Not to mention advanced weapons, profitable positions in the team, and purifying crops. Even the first rule of not having to hand over dungeon income was completely impossible to do. You know, in order to avoid breaking this rule in Qian, Shinkei worked so hard that he almost lost his life. But now, Qian actually did it, and they are actually getting better and better. Shinxingxi looked at Zhang Fanqi, and seeing that the conditions could not keep up, Zhang Fanqi started to play the family card again. Master's wife, all the uncles, we are a family. Would you really rather start over in a strange team than reunite with me, and let me be your daughter? Among all musical instruments, Suona is the king. Zhang Yimou is the center of the team, and Zhang Fanqi is the only disciple. Seeing him hesitate, Shinxingxi was proud. Mr. Zhang, I think Fanqi is really sincere this time. We are all family. Are you really not going to give him a chance? Lu Quan was nervous. Sister Wu Yu, don't you say anything? Wu Yu remained calm. They are family, and the family card is always the best to play. Lu Quan bit his handkerchief. Then so many high-powered people, will they all be absorbed by the shadow? Wu Yu was puzzled. Who said that they should be absorbed by the shadow? Lu Quan, didn't you say that the family card is easy to play? Wu Yu nodded, but I have other cards. Under Lu Quan's puzzled gaze, Wu Yu took out a loudspeaker, stood on the interview table, and pulled open a large white cloth. Asking Lu Quan to help her hold it, she turned on the holographic projection and played the recruiting materials prepared in advance. Using the loudspeaker to play 2 beats of good luck in a loop, Wu Yu successfully attracted everyone's attention and began to speak. What you are seeing now is the aerial video of our 10,000-acre experimental garden. The entire plantation has now entered the final stage. The huge plantation is a rare sight after the end of the world. The green of the whole area suddenly hits the eyes, and the air becomes fresher. Wu Yu, the current per capita body impurities of the entire Qian are 12 percentage points lower than the per capita body impurities announced by the World City a month ago. The purification crops independently developed by Qian have the function of additional physical purification compared to the current purification crops on the market. The latest policy issued by Qian is that all family members of the team members are welcome to join as long as they are willing to work in the planting area, even if they have no combat power. Moreover, Qian's new dormitory building has been completed and will be put into use soon. Qian is committed to being a solid backing for every warrior who charges into battle, so that they have no worries. Zhang Yimou silently withdrew his hand, and Zhang Fanqi looked at him in surprise. Master? Uncle Dizzy Fanqi, if we go to Shadow, do we have such conditions? Zhang Fanqi, no. Uncle Dizzy, then we want to live together, and have a separate yard, is that okay? Zhang Fanqi. I just told the captain that you don't care, you can live anywhere. Master Taipinggu, hey, it seems that we are all doing you a favor. You didn't even consider my wishes, and you still have the nerve to say that you are sincere? When your master wanted to take you in, I didn't think highly of you. You didn't do well yourself, and you wanted us to follow you to work as laborers? Zhang Fanqi and Shinxingxi looked at each other. Shinxingxi's face turned cold, and he laughed sarcastically. I didn't expect that all the seniors also coveted these material things. Since it is called a team, the combat strength is naturally considered. It is really laughable to bring up these things in the rear. That's right, the great Qian, you can't bring up farming? Zhang Yimou frowned and didn't say anything. Wu Yu corrected, our great Qian not only can farm, but also fish. We organize square dances every morning, and walk around the base twice in the evening. There is a special brother carrying the sound system. The whole mountain from here to there is our own, so there is no need to worry about disturbing others. The base has set up various entertainment facilities for team members to relax and relieve stress. Shinxingxi disdainfully said, Wu Yu, what you said is not enough to make people laugh. Master Taiping Drum was unhappy. How is it laughable? I just want to ask you, how can you talk like that? We usually have a little hobby of dancing and fishing in World City. If square dancing is not prohibited now, how do you think we would leave World City? Master Flute was more direct. He took the flute and took over Wu Yu's job of pulling the white cloth, and even waved a small flag, welcome all fishermen to join Qian. The Taiping Drum Master also sat down next to Jinjin with his drum. Jinjin excitedly picked up Shuya, and gave him a back massage. The Taiping Drum Master was comfortable, and liked those who could handle things. Who would he show that to? At their age, they have seen everything. They only know how to talk big and play the emotional card. Do they think people are fools? Zhang Fanqi was dumbfounded. 2 masters, you chose Qian for such a small favor. Pipa master was a female master. She asked Wu Yue, are there many people in your square dance group? Wu Yu smiled, more than 20 people in total, all about your age. They used to meet with the nearby survivor base, the World City Dance Troupe, for cultural exchanges and performances to enrich their spare time. Master Pipa decisively joined with Pipa, and even brought Zhang Fanqi's wife, Sister Feng Ling. This team has a dance troupe. They are not just talking, they are serious about art. A place with like-minded friends like this is suitable for us. Seeing Wang Fengling also follow, Zhang Mo was the only one in the team who hadn't moved yet. Xin Qingxi gritted his teeth. Mr. Zhang, let's take a step back. Qian only sent one person for such a grand recruitment today. Don't you think it's strange? Qian is good at superficial work. Who knows if you will really do as good as you say after joining? Lu Quan was unhappy. No, you are such a big team captain. Why are you talking so harshly? You can't compare with me in strength, so you like to play dirty. Xin Qingxi looked at Lu Quan dangerously. I think you are looking for death. Wu Yu walked up to Xin Qingxi with a loudspeaker, turned up the volume to the maximum, and output to Xin Qingxi's head. Looking for trouble at the door of Qian. I think you are looking for death. Buzz. Xin Qingxi's brain was shaking. Putting down the speaker, Wu Yu looked at Zhang Mo with a smile. Mr. Zhang, what happened before was just the prelude. Now it's time for the main event. Behind Wu Yu, the gate of Qian base slowly opened. At the same time, the roar of dozens of shuttles returning to the base resounded through the sky. Chapter 220. Yeah, we are here. The shuttle flew in the air. Wu Chong, half of his body stuck out, and greeted Wu Yu happily. It is Wu Chong, the most gifted wizard who can summon the 3-headed dog of hell, and the Yamata no Orochi. Wu Chong, who said I can only summon the 3-headed dog and the Yamata no Orochi, I can also summon Qiongqi. Wu Chong set up a summoning array in the air, and a Qiongqi came out of the void. Wu Chong jumped up with a wizard staff, and swooped down towards Wu Yu. Jiechen poked his head out angrily. Wu Chong, you kid, aren't you afraid of falling to death? It's Jiechen, the merciful and holy monk who built 9,981 temples, and invited the golden statue of the fighting Buddha. Jiechen jumped down with Wu Chong, and the moment he jumped down, he was shrouded in the Buddha's light of the 3-headed golden Buddha. Jiechen, who is spreading rumors again. It's obvious that I'm entangled by the fighting Buddha, and can only keep building temples. I can't afford a penny from the building. Richard said slowly, you are really not elegant. Is this the youngest priest in the church? The hypnotist who can play with mental power at his fingertips? Richard. Fu Yanqi suddenly stretched out his foot from behind, and kicked Richard down. Who on earth gave you these weird prefixes? It sounds really disgusting. Richard opened the Bible in the air, and took out the cross. The huge cross behind him opened instantly, and he landed gracefully. Wu Chong, Jiechen, and Richard turned around and attacked Fu Yanqi at the same time, knocking him off the shuttle. Come down! That's the youngest leader of the Taoist sect, the Taoist genius Fu Yanqi, who learned to fly with a sword at the age of 15. Wu Chong, Jiechen, and Richard, you, whose prefix sounds the most king, who is the most disgusting. Countless shuttles with Qi and logos were flying in the air, and hundreds of rounds of salutes were fired at the same time. The scene was so big that it was simply breathtaking. The door of Qian behind him opened, and Jian Suiyu walked out slowly with the 5 special forces. Jian Suiyu, a real genius boy. Qian's brain, the military strategist who is absolutely behind the scenes. With an IQ of 180, even Einstein was amazed at his wisdom. Jian Suiyu was shocked. He almost tripped over his left foot, and fell to the ground, like a mentally retarded person. The first to come was the think tank team led by Jian Suiyu, who was mainly responsible for dungeon strategy research and strategic deployment. This team member has a very high IQ, and is usually responsible for the internal work of the team, and occasionally cooperates with the battle outside. The second team is the Shaman Mage Group Attack team led by Wu Chong. The combat members of this part gather together to practice group attack or summoning long-range skills, and are mainly responsible for intensive heavy firepower output. The third team is the Physical Formation led by Jiechen. These combatants have very high attainments in physical formation. At the same time, they are also fighters with ancient martial arts and various physical enhancement awakening abilities, mainly acting as frontline heavy armor tank fighters. The fourth team is the Mental Formation led by Richard. These combatants mainly fight the enemy with mental power. Not only mental power consciousness control, but also mental power combined with the use of modern weapons and equipment, how to use the least mental power to kill the most enemies. The fifth team was the Xianmen Square formation led by Fu Yanqi. There were all kinds of ancient Xianshu talents in the team, including psychics, sorcerers, new opera performers, puppeteers, and corpse drivers. Feng Shui, Qimen Duanjia, for symbols and 8 diagrams, and all kinds of skills. Seeing that Qian had mobilized such a large number of people just to recruit new members, all the newcomers present were shocked and stunned for a long time. Zhang Yimou finally looked at Zhang Fanqi, everything depends on how it is done, not how it is said. You and your captain go back, your master's wife and uncle, and I will stay in Qian. Shen Qingxi said without thinking, will you, besides asking people to back you up, what else can you do? Wu Chong jumped up and was about to fight. Shen Qingxi, you can't keep anyone, what trash talk. Will you stop him? Wu Chong jumped up, don't stop me. Wu Yu held his forehead, if you take another step forward, you will be in the range of the shuttle sweep. Shen Qingxi looked up in surprise, and found that the 30 shuttles that were just firing the salute to welcome the new students were all parked above the shadow. All shuttles turned their guns and fired, and finally focused their fire on the coordinates of Shen Qingxi. 30 shuttles simultaneously broadcast, the Qian shuttle formation is in place. Please ask Qian Chief Shuttle Operator Wu Yu to issue the order to fire. Shen Qingxi narrowed his eyes dangerously. You dare? Wu Yu, you dare? Wu Yu nodded and smiled. I dare. Her face darkened instantly. Fire. The sound of gunfire rang out, and everyone in the shadows screamed in fear. Shen Qingxi pushed the man aside, and ran out of the bombing circle first without paying any attention to others. As he ran, he saw that everyone in Qian was laughing. Shen Qingxi turned around suddenly, and Qian was not bombarding their people at all, but their shuttle parked not far away. Zhang Yimou looked at Zhang Fanqi with disappointment as he brought his wife and companions into Qian. Being humiliated like this, Shen Qingxi drew out a spear without hesitation, his eyes red. How dare you humiliate me like this? Today, I will fight you to the death. Do you want to die so much? Shen Kei's voice suddenly sounded. Shen Qingxi turned his head in disbelief, and the moment he saw Shen Kei, he murmured, how is it possible? How could you appear here? How could Grand Duke Vlad let Shen Kei leave World City now? Shen Kei walked out of the crowd, wearing the original blazing flame hood. He covered his face, and a few strands of white hair fluttering in the wind could be vaguely seen. It's the captain of Blazing Flame, Shen Kei. After the death of Taoist Fu, the absolute strongest man ranked third in the overall combat power of the entire alliance. A genius fighter, I heard that his face has been covered because it was destroyed by the enemy during the battle. That's right, to this day, some people are still guessing which powerful enemy could leave a mark on Shen Kei's face. Some even say that the person who hurt him has already been crushed to ashes by him. Scars will never be a man's shame. It will only be a mark and medal of his bravery and fearlessness. Wu Yu silently lowered her head. I hope the captain will not pass by me in a while, and the camera will not be on me. Thank you, grateful. Shen Kei, can you stop bragging? I really feel embarrassed. Wu Chong/Jiech and Richard/Fu Yanqi saluted. Please invite the final winner of today's king to the stage to receive the award. Jian Suiyu clapped his hands. Well said. Applause. Everyone applauded, clapping. Chapter 221. The Qian people finally accepted the attention of the crowd with shame. Where are the people from Shadow? They ran away secretly. Those who just instigated us to go to Shadow also ran away with them. These people are actually traitors of Shadow. They also want to instigate me to dig wild vegetables. No way. The recruitment work was taken over by Shen Kei, Jian Suiyu and others, and the scene was in full swing. Wu Yu led Zhang Yimou and others to go inside. Uncle Zhang, I saw that you all wrote in the application form that you wanted to live a peaceful life. I wonder if you are satisfied with the arrangement of separate residences for the 5 of you in the plantation? Taiping Gushu said proudly. We have to wait and see. Wu Yu took the members of the Soundwave team on the shuttle bus in the base and drove directly into the plantation area. As soon as they entered the plantation area, fresh air hit them in the face. Wu Yu pointed to the small river that runs through the entire plantation. All the water for daily irrigation in the plantation area comes from this river. The source of the river is the SS-level purification Snow Lotus lamp, which continuously treats and purifies the water quality in the plantation. At present, the water quality in the park has reached the survival index of aquatic organisms such as fish and shrimp. Uncle Dizzy excitedly took out his fishing rod. I have never seen a river with such good water quality in the whole world. Even if I sleep on the floor, I will live here. As he said, he jumped out of the car and ran to the river with great interest, put down the rod and sat there, calm and contented. Zhang Yimou, my junior brother is a fishing fanatic. Wu Yu smiled, that's perfect. We are afraid that the aquatic organisms in the river will be alienated and affect the safety of crops and poultry. With Uncle Fan here, if there is anything wrong under the water, it will definitely be discovered quickly. The members of the Soundwave team looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. Miss Wu Yu, you are really good at doing things. We are old, and the thinking of young people nowadays is very direct. Sometimes we really can't keep up with their pace. Wu Yu continued to drive, and soon, a 5-meter-long brain-eating worm appeared in front of him. Zhang Yimou, there is a strange beast. Uncle Taiping drum, Miss Wu Yu, don't do it. Let us show you our skills. Zhang Yimou, let's play Man Jiang Hong. Wu Yu. Seniors, this is my summoned beast. The brain-eating worm shyly crawled to Wu Yu's feet and handed her a handful of fresh dogtail grass. Zhang Yimou. Miss Wu Yu's summoned beast is really unique. Uncle Taiping Gu, it has a unique flavor. No, it's interesting. Forget it, you treat me as a mute. Wu Yu took the dogtail grass, made a wreath, and put it on the head of the brain-eating worm. The brain-eating worm happily spun around, and suddenly plunged into the soil to continue working. Soon, a small farmyard with a strong rural charm appeared in front of the 4 members of the Soundwave team. There are 2 buildings in the whole courtyard, each with 3 floors, 2 households on each floor, all of which are single-family 2-bedroom and 1 living room buildings. Wu Yu, this was originally the staff dormitory of the plantation area. Now that you are here, we moved the staff away and built a new building. Both buildings are given to you to live in. The members of the Soundwave team looked at each other. All of them were incredible. This is too grand. We can't accept it. Wu Yu, don't be so polite. Seniors, feel free to live here. I know you don't want to participate in direct combat and want to retire peacefully. But Qian still has an unwelcome request, hoping that several seniors can be responsible for the security patrol work of the plantation area. The Soundwave team and others nodded repeatedly. That's for sure. Uncle Taiping rubbed his hands. Yes, yes, girl, don't worry. We will arrange a schedule and patrol at regular times. This will be our own home in the future. How can we not take good care of it? Aunt Peepa, yes, not only patrolling, I can also feed pigs and sheep. I just saw the calves in your cowshed. They are so cute. Wu Yu, yes. Then you choose a room first. I will make team identity badges for you. There are 2 shuttles in the yard. You can use them at will. Tell me if you need anything. I will send it to you later. Okay. Wu Yu drove the shuttle to the team office building, and happened to see new members coming in continuously. From the original 1 recruitment window to 4 recruitment windows, Shinkei and Jinjin, Jian Suiyu, Richard, Fu Yanqi, the recruitment speed was directly pushed to 4 times the speed. Even so, the people queuing at the team gate were still endless. The holographic video of Qi Yan's grand appearance spread rapidly on the Alliance forum, attracting a steady stream of fighters from World City. In the time Wu Yu spent sending people away, he recruited 3 or 4 high-level fighters who had awakened the natural attributes of water, fire and electricity. There was even a whole team of therapists, a total of 20 people. This team of therapists originally belonged to the Hua family. Because of serious differences in ideas, they were excluded by many people. Later, they independently provided treatment services to the citizens of World City in World City. But now that World City is in chaos, as a healer without the ability to protect themselves, they were immediately plundered and exploited by various forces. They barely escaped World City, and when they had nowhere to go, they saw Qi Yan's recruitment notice. They came here with a tribe mentality, but they didn't expect to witness Qi Yan's shocking strength with their own eyes. Hello, we want to join Qi Yan. Shinkei handed over the application form. Please fill out the form. Okay. After submitting the form, the captain of the healer team swallowed nervously, looked at Shinkei, and asked cautiously, We are a team of 24 healers, among whom the highest mental power is a plus, and the lowest is only B level. However, we are very good at combined treatment, I wonder. Wu Chong, who was playing with Hua Hua on the side, suddenly raised his voice. A team of 24 healers, the highest mental power is a plus. Bai suddenly closed his mouth and nodded nervously. Yes, I also know that our strength is not very good, but we still have to advance and retreat together. After all, the Hua family used to have a team of 20 healers with mental power above A, but the 24 of them created a new healer formation that can increase the amount of treatment by an additional 30%. Strictly speaking, the amount of treatment is almost the same as that of a team of 20 therapists with A-level mental strength or above. Shinkei looked at Jinjin. Jinjin was wearing sunglasses and gestured. Okay. Wu Chong and Shinkei looked at each other. Shinkei stood up suddenly, and was frightened by Bai Yi and stepped back repeatedly. If it doesn't work, just consider us disturbing you. Shen Ke gestured coldly. Action. Wu Chong picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to the team, 24 therapists, 24 therapists, bring more people, bring more people, bring your weapons, everyone bring your weapons. Seeing dozens of people suddenly rushing out from Qian, they surrounded the entire team of healers, like an eagle catching chicks. The entire team of healers was trembling with fear. Even if we are really weak, there is no need for so many people to attack us. Seeing this group of people carrying sedan chairs and carrying healers into Qian one by one, Wu Chong followed the front row and shouted through the loudspeaker, Shen Ke Zhenzhen team, Shen Ke and Zhenzhen's team, successfully welcomed a team of 24 therapists, currently the KPI champion for recruiting new members. Fire 8,000 salutes. Shen Ke and Zhenzhen waved and bowed on the left and on the right. Wu Yu twitched her lips fiercely, turned the steering wheel to the limit, drifted through the corner, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and turned away. Chapter 222. The recruitment was unprecedented. The explosive start made the recruitment that used to be completed in one day still crowded for 7 days. Qian was fully engaged in the welcoming work until all the newly built dormitories were occupied, and the recruitment work finally came to an end. According to statistics, a total of 240 new members were recruited in this recruitment, 25 S-stage combatants, 90 A-stage combatants, 82 B-stage combatants, 30 C-stage combatants, 13 D-stage and below combatants. After the recruitment work was completed, Shen Ke, Jian Suiyu and Richard Fu Yanqi had to immediately start the work of member allocation and reorganization with the special forces. Before the assignment of combat strategies, all recruits will undergo simulated combat drills, and then be assigned to the appropriate team formations, laying the foundation for the subsequent secondary assignment of special forces. The team leaders will design personalized training plans for each person. During the time outside of dungeon battles, each member needs to punch in during training, which will be counted into the individual team contribution points. Wu Yu finished the day's training and came to her exclusive plantation. With the popularity of super black soil in the plantation area, Wu Yu's plantation has become her exclusive space for digestion and relaxation after meals. Opening the door of the plantation, holding the milk tea specially prepared by Aunt Shin for her, Wu Yu saw that her exclusive recliner had been occupied. She walked over with a smile and kicked Jiechen away. Jiechen jumped up in advance. I've been busy training new people recently, and I forgot to deal with you, right? Wu Yu, how dare you talk to me in my territory? Jiechen felt guilty for a second and gave up his position. Jiechen, I did the work for you. Wu Yu took a look at the tilled land, the fed chickens, and the shoveled chicken manure, and reluctantly accepted, want some milk tea? Jiechen, come on. Wu Yu tilted his head. What's wrong with you? Jiechen, I can't calm down. Wu Yu, because of the chaos in World City? Jiechen nodded. Just Qian, there are so many people who came from World City to avoid the disputes. It is still unknown how many people in this world are suffering from war and displacement. The atmosphere of the plantation was quiet and a little depressing. Wu Chong poked his head. Yu Jiechen, you are all here. Look at the Alliance news. Wu Yu clicked on the Alliance news. The public generally resists the new law enforcers in World City, and is actively paying attention to when the Secretariat can manage World City again. The current Alliance Parliament has not given any public response to the violent law enforcement of the new law enforcers in World City, and their contempt for ordinary people. Will the peaceful law enforcement that has been maintained for a full 15 years become history? Will the new order of World City be established? And will the imperial system be restored? Recently, there have been many attacks by DX001 infected people in the Alliance. Not only ordinary people, but also many members of the Alliance Parliament were attacked by the infected, 2 of whom died and 5 were seriously injured. Duke Hall Dracula and Qin Yuanlang died tragically in the battle against the DX001 infected. Let us mourn the death of the 2 heroes. After continuous investigation by the Alliance, it was found that many attacks by DX001 infected were committed by a group of bandits named Enai Lin. The captain of Enai Lin was Long Shi, who was killed by Qi Yan a few days ago. It has been confirmed that Long Shi is still alive and infected with DX001. Latest news. Congratulations. Secretary General Zhou made his first public appearance since the last attack, confirming to the public that he was healthy and had not been infected by DX001. The public complained about the violent law enforcement in World City recently and hoped that Secretary General Zhou would take back the law enforcement power. Secretary General Zhou said he would obey the Alliance's arrangements. Less than an hour after Secretary General Zhou appeared, a demonstration began on the central street of World City, demanding that all forces return the right to guard World City to the Secretariat. Latest news. Fierce clashes broke out between the people and the World City guards. The various guards of the Secretariat arrived at the front line of the conflict at a critical moment and successfully saved the people from danger. Latest news. There is now solid evidence that the Hua family is colluding with the DX001 infected, and the Alliance has issued an alliance-wide killing order against the Hua family. Latest news. The former head of the Dao sect, Fu Yixue, killed the head of the Hua family in the Hua family pursuit battle, and publicly refuted the rumor that he was dead. It was confirmed that the previous death was faked, and the participants of DX001 were brought out and caught in one fell swoop. Latest news. Bottom-out rebound, Jedi counterattack. The Secretariat successfully became the only guardian of World City. Under the strong call of the citizens of World City, the guards of various forces were ordered to withdraw from World City within 2 hours. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, the Secretariat actually completed this decisive victory. We wondered, now that the World City guards have been restored, do the new recruits we just recruited intend to leave? Wucheng, not yet, some are still waiting and watching. Besides, our Qian is so nice, Uncle Zhang Yimou and the treatment team all like it very much. They all said they would stay here and not leave. Wu stretched, that's good, the order in World City has finally been restored. Jiechen, Umidba. Wucheng, but DX001 is still spreading. As soon as the voice fell, latest news. The Secretariat claimed that a DX001 antidote was accidentally found during the first round of DX001 removal work. According to Zhou Qianfeng, Secretary General of the Secretariat, the antidote was dropped by a member of Nilin after his death. The reproduction of the antidote is in full swing, but there is a crucial unknown ingredient that has never been cracked. It is suspected that killing a high-level DX001 infected person has a chance to obtain this unknown ingredient. Alliance-wide announcement. Alliance-wide killing order. The current alliance has issued an alliance-wide killing order against the bandit Nilin, and issued a killing order against the captain of Nilin, Long Shi. 1,000 SS level diamond crystals for each head of Nilin member. Vandra kills Long Shi and will get the permanent development rights of the meteorite fire and elemental invasion in the entire natural disaster range. Special thanks to the Alliance Council, the provider of the SS level diamond crystals. The Wang Ting, the provider of the development rights of the meteorite fire and elemental invasion disaster map. 3 minutes after the end of the Alliance notification, the team issued a team announcement. Qi Yin participated in this bandit hunting mission. Mission location, confidential. Mission target, Dragon Breath. Predicted strength, SSS level DX001 infected person. Mission danger factor, highest. Considering that the mission danger level is too high, please consider carefully before signing up. Mission reward. The team does not make any commission, and all rewards from the Alliance battles are directly distributed to individuals. Please complete the registration within 1 hour if you want to participate. Countdown to mission departure, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 223. Jiechen drank the milk tea in one gulp. Great, Secretariat. I'm going to hunt down Dragon Breath. Wucheng, I'm going too. Yu, let's go together. Wu nodded, okay. 2 hours later, the team members who successfully registered were in position on the blazing shuttle. The main participants in this battle, Shinkei, Jiechen, Wucheng, Wu, Zhang Zhe, Rex, Huijiaming, Shangbai, Chunya, Mr. White Bear. Wu looked at the list of participants. Vice Captain, Richard and Fu Yanqi are not going? Shinkei, the team has more than 100 new members, and Sui Yu and Uncle Zhou are too busy to handle it. Richard focuses on mental power, and the DX001 virus is incompatible with his strengths, so he stays to assist the team. Yan Qi will secretly return to World City with the Taoists to assist Taoist Master Fu in the cleansing work, and cannot participate in this battle. Wu nodded. Rex and Huijiaming are both newly recruited S-level fighters. As the name suggests, one specializes in Thunder Awakening ability, and the other is good at Fire Awakening ability. Both are very powerful and domineering Natural Element Awakening ability users. As for Shangbai, Chuanya and Mr. Baixiong, Wu, are these 3 people sure they signed up on their own and were not coerced? Shinkei couldn't say for sure maybe, right? Wu, I go and confirm with them. When Wu met the 3 members of the treatment team, they were walking quietly to the assigned dormitory. In the large and spacious shuttle walkway, the 3 people walk side by side in a straight line. Wu Yue, hello, I'm Wu Yue. The three turned their heads at the same time and bowed to Wu Yue. Hello, Miss Wu Yue. Wu Yue was shocked and took a step back. No need to be so solemn. We are all teammates. You can just call me by my name. The three nodded, but no one looked at Wu Yue and said anything. Wu Yue tried to communicate with the other party through eye contact. She could only stick her head out and look at the only girl among the three. Chunya, don't be so nervous. I am mainly confirming your registration status with you. This battle is voluntary. Because you are all very important healers, I need to confirm whether your current armor is in place and replenish and upgrade your armor in time. At the same time, confirm whether your own reserve of crystal cores and healing potions is sufficient. Chunya secretly glanced at Wu Yue, and as soon as he looked at Wu Yue, he immediately lowered his head and whispered, we brought it. I have a C-level helmet and armor, as well as 100 B-level crystal cores and 50 healing potions. Wu Yue frowned slowly, and Chunya was nervous and trembling all over. Wu Yue paused and searched the system. She placed the SS-level helmet and SS-level armor obtained from the world boss, as well as 1,000 SS-level crystal cores and 1,000 SS-level healing gems in Chunya's hand. The armor and potions you have now may not be able to withstand the dragon's breath. Take these. I will find a way to get the armor for Mr. Bai and Mr. Bai Xiong. Chunya looked at Wu Yue in disbelief. But Miss Wu Yue, these are too much. Miss Ina once said that people who have not paid are not worthy of rewards. Wu Yue then remembered that Chunya and his entire treatment team came from the Hua family. Wu Yue put on a helmet and protective gear for Chunya without saying anything, and turned to look at Xiong Bai. Bai, what happened to you in the Hua family before? I heard that you left the Hua family because of a disagreement in your ideas. Can you tell me about it briefly? Xiong Bai was so nervous that he was sweating all over his head. I'm sorry, Miss Wu Yue, we actually lied to you before. We didn't leave the Hua family because of a disagreement in our ideas. We were driven out. Wu Yue was surprised. Did he lie? But he was not eaten by Zhenjun? It seems that there is a big secret. He took out a handful of melon seeds and distributed them to the three people present. Wu Yue motioned him, let's start. Bai, in fact, our team all met in the Hua family's treatment team. The Hua family's therapists are famous, and we came here because of their reputation. But we are all introverted and not good at communicating with others. So over time, we were marginalized in the Hua family. Wu Yue nodded. The more crowded the place, the more complicated and changeable people's hearts are. This is understandable. Chunya twisted her fingers. Miss Yana asked us to reflect on ourselves, think about the meaning of our existence, and be angry at life. But I am very timid. When someone bullies me, I don't even have time to get angry. I usually faint from fear. Wu Yue nodded. It seems that Yana has infiltrated the Hua family's therapist team. However, the fact that Yana failed to infiltrate the entire team of therapists is quite impressive from another perspective. Wu Yue was curious, besides treatment training, what else do you usually do in the Hua family? Xiong Bai, Miss Yana usually asks us to get up at 5 o'clock every morning to listen to Sanskrit meditation, and also asks us to write our thoughts and summarize them for the morning meeting. I think their thoughts are too one-sided, but whenever I discuss with them from the perspective of the origin of the universe and dark matter, they avoid me as much as possible. I am also very confused and distressed about this. Very good, this person is so truth-seeking that even viruses retreat. His mental state is so advanced that even the most powerful patients in the mental hospital have to call him Mr. Chunya. I am a night owl. The later I am, the more energetic I am. Every day at 5 o'clock, the Buddhist chanting starts, and I fall asleep on time. I can't listen to the sacred Buddhist chanting, so I can only copy the white-clothed man when writing the summary. But there are too many people at the morning meeting. Every time so many people look at me, I will faint before I can read the manuscript. It is a perfect way to avoid all possibilities of mental pollution. Wu Yue, where is Mr. White Bear? Wu Yue's eyes fell on Mr. White Bear, a white bear walking upright in Qi Yan's uniform, holding a small healing staff with white bear paws and black nails. Wu Yue couldn't help but confirm, excuse me, Mr. White Bear is? Bai, Mr. White Bear is a Siberian white bear, who unexpectedly awakened his own consciousness after the terrorist invasion and possessed the spiritual ability of healing. Before Chunya and I entered the Hua family, it was already in the Hua family's treatment team. But Mr. White Bear's emotions were too stable, and he never responded to Miss Ayane's words. Wu Yue, is there a possibility that Mr. White Bear is not emotionally stable, but simply does not understand? Has Ina ever taught the Siberian white bear Mandarin? Bai, it's a pity that we still failed to pass the Hua family's assessment and join the Hua family's therapist team, and failed Miss Ina's cultivation of us. But Miss Ina still kindly sent us to the World City, and found us a place to live. We didn't cheat on purpose, and we hope Miss Wu Yu won't drive us away." As they spoke, the two men and the bear looked at her pitifully and nervously at the same time. Chapter 224. Wu Yu blinked, looking at the three naive people in front of her, who might even help count money after being sold. But it was hard for these social phobias to come up with such a shocking lie that even Jinjin thought was a child's play. Patting Chanya's shoulder, smiling, "Don't worry, you have officially joined Qi Yin. Unless you do something bad to Qi Yin, no one will drive you away. You have a good rest. I will send someone to send protective gear and supplies soon." Watching Shang Bai Chuanya and Mr. Baixiong continue to keep a straight line into the dormitory, Wu Yu couldn't help but twitching her lips again. You can imagine Yina's speechlessness and suffocation at that time. You say they are uncooperative, but they are very obedient, obey all arrangements, and even copy to complete the homework. You say they are obedient, but they are really impervious to anything and leak nothing. I heard that the treatment team led by Shang Bai not only developed a team treatment array with more than 30% treatment power, but also successfully added 30% of the Holy Angel's healing power by integrating props. Sure enough, they did great things without making a sound, and conducted scientific research in the treatment field. DX001 infected people standing in the center of the treatment array can be cured and turned into ashes in a few minutes. So it's hard to kill this treatment team. Let's keep them. Maybe one day, they will show Ina the treatment effect, and send Ina away directly. But in the end, they can only send her to the World City first and then think about the subsequent treatment methods. Who knows that Ina was exposed before she could figure out how to deal with these people, and finally Qi Yin took advantage of this loophole. Returning to the main cockpit, Shinkei tilted his head. "Have you confirmed?" Wu Yu nodded. "I came here voluntarily, but the armor needs to be upgraded." I gave Chuanyas. "You can arrange for Shang Bai and Mr. White Bear." Shinkei, "Okay. All members are in place, supplies are completed, and we officially set sail for the Dragon Breath coordinates currently updated by the Alliance. The northernmost part of the entire world map is located on the bank of the Mashi River, the Island base camp. Wuchong Mashi River. There are many big toads there. The extracted poison can be used to make poison for Sister Shioli, and the toads can also raise insects for Sister Annie. Jietshan, further north is the Falcon's airspace. The Falcon monopolizes the entire north. I heard that there is a great deal between them and Longxi. Shinkei, when the Alliance issued the killing order, the Falcon announced to the public that it would open an air control channel and allow all shuttles to pass through unconditionally. Jietshan, Charles is sensible, and did not get involved at this time. Alliance news. Just 10 minutes ago, the Falcon team and the bandit Lin in the north of the world broke out in a fierce battle. Due to the lack of experience in fighting against DX001 infected people, Falcon suffered heavy casualties, and its captain Charles was seriously injured. He called on healers, with the power of holy angels throughout the Alliance to go and treat them. Wuchong, isn't this too coincidental? Just issued a killing order, and ran into it so soon? Captain, we take the healer with us, should we go? Shinkei shook his head. No matter, I love you to death. Maybe Falcon and Lin are colluding, and want to kill all the healers in one go. It's best to open all the routes, come back after fighting Dragon Breath, and let the base attack from both sides to kill Falcon as well. Wuchong exclaimed, "Wow, Captain, you actually have such a brilliant vision." Shinkei. Thank you. I didn't feel complimented at all. The Falcon team base was in ruins after being attacked by Lin. Frank looked at the air control tower and said excitedly, "Captain, Qi Yan shuttle is approaching our route." I didn't expect Qi Yan to be the first to save us. Charles lay weakly on the ground, covering his wound that was constantly eroded by DX001. Shinkei is worthy of being a man like an eagle. This is the enemy I, Charles, have determined to be my lifelong enemy. If they come later, remember to maintain the pride of our strongest mafia organization in Kimura, and never bow to them just because of defeat. Frank looked at Qi Yan and passed them by without hesitation, but there is no need to be so arrogant. People should bow their heads when they should. For example, he manually sent an SOS distress signal to Qi Yan's shuttle. Charles growled, "No buts." Frank looked at the Qi Yan shuttle signal that completely disappeared from their tower. Okay. 10 minutes later. Charles, who was dying, gradually felt that he was seeing stars, and breathing became difficult. Frank, why hasn't Shinkei arrived yet? Frank, arrogant captain, Qi Yan's shuttle has been flying over our tower for a full 10 minutes, and it is estimated to be 60 kilometers away. Just when you warned me in person, We must maintain the pride of our strongest mafia organization in Kimura, and we must not bow to them just because of defeat. Charles. After a long time, he kicked his feet and rolled his eyes, fainting from anger. Charles requests to talk to you. Charles, urgently in need of treatment, requests to talk to you. Charles, who is about to die, requests to talk to you. Shinkei answered the call speechlessly, and the video image was projected on the main cockpit screen. As soon as the video was connected, Charles's face filled the entire screen, and he looked decadent with blood on the corners of his mouth. Wuchong, Charles, is your battle damage makeup done well? But don't try to fool us. We won't be fooled by you. Charles was so angry that he vomited blood. Dragon breath attacked several military factories under Falcon and disappeared in a small town in our south. The Alliance issued such a loud killing order. Do you think he will just sit there in the great power of Mashi River and wait for you to bomb him? Jiechun, so what you said may not be true. Charles roared, I know you must have brought a healer who can cure the DX001 virus. If you treat me, I will provide you with clues about your dragon breath. Everyone in Qian exchanged glances, and Zhang Zhe immediately cut off the one-way voice and video function. Wuyue, the Falcons are the second most powerful team in the entire alliance, and there is not even a holy angel healing item in the team? Shinkei, the healers have been controlled by the Hua family for many years, and the holy angel items are already very precious. This time, the Secretariat has coordinated and controlled everything, and it is indeed difficult for the outside world to obtain it in a short period of time. Jiechun, could it be that they want to trick us into going in and killing us? Wuyue, let Charles come out by himself, and only allow him to get on our Qian shuttle. If he was really in danger, he would risk his life and ask the deputy captain to send Jinjin to him via email for a lie detector test. Even if what he said was false, the captain of Falcon was in our hands, so he would not lose anything. Everyone nodded. Let's do it. The video signal of the call was restored, and Shinkei gave the conditions. 10 minutes later, the blazing flame shuttle returned to the neutral area outside the tower. The Falcon people put Charles on a stretcher, and put him on the ground and ran away in a hurry. A small reconnaissance ship flew out of the blazing flame shuttle, and Charles limped up. Frank watched from a distance in the tower, as the arrogant captain was taken away, like a hostage handover. Chapter 225. As soon as Charles got into the reconnaissance ship, he was controlled by Jiechun and Wuchong. Taking advantage of his weakness, before he could come to his senses, the two men had already pressed him to sign an unequal agreement. Charles, you are breaking the law. Are you all gangsters and robbers of some kind? Just treat me for peeling off my Falcon. Jiechun, sign if you want, or get out if you don't. I just throw you off. Charles, Jiechun, you are a monk? How can you talk as vulgarly as spitting? Jiechun, the mafia now cares about their manners? Charles, what mafia? We are a club. Charles was so angry that if he hadn't been infected by DX001, it wouldn't be impossible to fight two in a minute. The reconnaissance ship flew back to the Qian main ship smoothly, and Charles realized that the person driving the shuttle was the one who killed the boss in the world boss battle. Charles pointed at Wuyu. That's. Jiechun hit Charles for a while. You can't die again, right? What are you looking at? Charles, is that the legendary operator who helped you get the 4 teleportation points? Wuchong nodded. Yes, it's yeah. Charles, I contacted Shinkei several times before, trying to recruit her to Falcon, but he ignored me. I proposed to exchange her with an entire military factory industry chain. We Falcon cover a wide area. If there was a strong shuttle operator today, we would not be defeated so quickly in this air battle and lose air supremacy. Jiechun and Wuchong looked at each other expressionlessly, and they lifted Charles up and threw him out through the hatch that had not yet closed. Charles pressed his legs against the hatch. I'm joking. Qi Yin and his gang of lunatics, he was just talking. If he was not allowed to say it, he would go to the operator in private and tell him. The most charming eagle in the entire Kimura society, I don't believe that woman can't defeat his extraordinary charm. Charles was taken into a separate room, which was an isolation room that met the standards for isolating exotic beasts. Shinkei, Wuyu and Jiechun took Jinjin into the isolation room. Wuyu sat at the recording table opposite. Shinkei stood behind Wuyu against the wall. Jiechun and Jinjin stood in front of Charles on the left and right. Looking at the interrogation scene in front of him, Charles was angry. Shinkei, this is how you treat your friends. Shinkei, first explain your previous transaction with Longxi. If you hadn't allowed your subordinates to trade with Longxi, how could Falcon's territory be penetrated by an island so quickly? Charles felt guilty. Then you have to promise that the Alliance will not know about these things. Shinkei nodded. I am not interested in the game between you and the Alliance. I just want Longxi's life. Charles raised his eyebrows. Qian wants that natural disaster map. Wu Yu raised his eyes. Jiechen punched Charles, and Charles. Wow. Spit out a mouthful of black blood. Charles nodded repeatedly. Okay. Falcon has indeed had military equipment exchanges with Nilin for a long time in the past, and some things that Falcon cannot handle on the surface will also be entrusted to Nilin to handle. But I promise, the transaction between Falcon and Nilin is just a simple one. There is no private relationship. Otherwise, why would Longxi, the bastard, rush to Falcon's arsenal first? Jinjin had a fierce face like a queen flower, and opened her mouth to bite Charles. Jiechen said coldly, Jinjin is an SSS level item, ability, lie detector. Charles immediately changed his words. There is still some private relationship, and Nilin and his people are doing the work of human traffickers. As long as they pay us, we will turn a blind eye. Jinjin's mouth opened wider and wider, and the wrong soul inside floated out, and began to seduce Charles's soul. Charles, okay, I tell you, Falcon does know about the Nilin mission. Everyone looked at each other, preaching. Charles nodded. Dragon breath, and the others will purify the children they have captured, and the purified children have better adaptability to DX001 than adults. That's all I know. Dragon breath won't let me know more, and I don't want to know. As soon as the DX001 incident happened, I had a premonition that something was going to happen, and I drove away the dragon breath people immediately. Jinjin shut up and turned into a cute flower. This means that what Charles said is true. Wu Yu lowered his head, and Jiechen punched Charles again. Charles, No, you are addicted to fighting, right? Wu Yu, I am the one who controls the shuttle all the way. I have been dynamically observing the airspace of the surrounding area since 500 kilometers away from Falcon. Nilin did not leave after attacking the heartland of Falcon. He is very likely to be scattered with his people in the surrounding urban areas, survivor bases, and refugee camps. Dragon breath is likely to drag ordinary people into this battle, and threaten those who are chasing him to give up the attack. Charles looked at Wu Yu in confusion, and found that when she spoke, Shinkei and Jiechen both stopped and looked at her, obviously agreeing with her statement. Looking back at the positions of the three people after they came in, Charles thought Wu Yu was just a simple recorder at first. Now it seems that she is in the absolute dominant position, playing the role of thinker and decision-maker. Jiechen asked Charles, is there a place Wu Yu mentioned within the range of Falcon? Charles came back to his senses. Yes, there is a small town less than 20 kilometers away from the Falcon headquarters. The people living there are mainly local survivors. After years of development, the town has a population of nearly 1,000 people, and is the largest population gathering place nearby. But the town is not large, and almost everyone is familiar with each other. If Longxi hides in it with a whole team, he will definitely be discovered. Wu Yu, what if this town has been successfully infiltrated by Longxi, and he is even the king behind the town? Charles looked suspicious. How is it possible? How could Dragon Breath do this right under Falcon's nose? Charles paused, and he began to recall the clues. Wu Yu, Dragon Breath attacked Falcon right under your nose? It was only a few minutes after the Alliance issued the killing order. DX001 is a virus, and so is Dragon Breath. It penetrated into Falcon, like a maggot attached to its bones, causing it to fall apart. Charles looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, exclaiming, no wonder your captain is always unwilling to agree to my request. If he is just a top-notch shuttle operator, a whole military industry chain is enough. But if this person is also a top-notch military strategist, 2 military industry chains are far from enough to match your talent. Wu Yu was confused, huh? They were discussing Dragon Breath. What are they talking about all of a sudden? Shinkei felt that Charles was going to cause trouble, so he quickly moved to Charles. You can shut up now. Charles, Shinkei, you really never asked for her opinion. How do you know if you don't ask? This ruler of the sky, the navigator of thinking, is unwilling to join my Falcon. Shinkei raised his hand and punched Charles. He lowered his voice and said dangerously, I told you to shut up. Charles, then let me ask you, do you not want her to leave Qian? I saw Jiechen and Jinjin watching quietly on the side. Wu Yu blinked confusedly behind. Jinjin was there, and lying would be eaten. Shinkei gritted his teeth, kicked Charles and the stool away, turned around and left. I go to the main cockpit, you continue to ask. Watching Shinkei leave, Charles lay on the ground proudly. Humph, kid, I really saw through you. The 2 people present, 1 flower. Chapter 226. Long-range items are limited to SSS level items, and the usable time is very short. The polygraph test is completed, and Jinjin disappears. Wuyue thinks, you don't seem to have any intention of dying at all. At least it's not a problem to survive for a year or two. Charles lifted the stool by himself, and said proudly, no, I feel very bad. Please arrange for a therapist to treat me as soon as possible. Wuyue, summoned the little angel, and used single-target treatment on Charles. After 3 consecutive treatment skills, Charles fully recovered. Wuyue, fortunately, your spiritual core was not damaged, otherwise you really couldn't hold on for so long. The room was strangely quiet. Wuyue turned her head in confusion, and saw Charles looking at her eagerly with a gleam in his eyes. Wuyue, what's wrong? Charles, Miss Wuyue, I didn't expect that you are actually a distinguished healer with the healing power of the holy angel. Wuyue, no, the little angel is my prop. Charles was even more excited. That's great. Props can also be shared remotely. To be honest, my falcon has always lacked a top operator, a keen wise man, and a compassionate healer. Coincidentally, you meet all these conditions. Miss Wuyue, I wonder if you are interested in joining our falcon. Or, take a look at me. As long as you are willing to join the falcon, you can choose the entire falcon, including me, Charles, the person in charge of the strongest mafia organization in Kimura, the captain of the 2nd team in the Alliance, the 7th-ranked peak power in the entire Alliance. A work of art carved by God's magic. Charles's deep blue eyes, high nose bridge and cheekbones reveal a delicate and unrestrained beauty and wildness. When being looked at affectionately by those deep blue eyes, there is an illusion that the whole world is in his eyes. Wuyue calmly lowered her head, sorted out the documents in her hands, turned around and left. Charles couldn't believe it and stretched out Kang's hand. Miss Wuyue, didn't you understand what I said? Jietchen crossed his arms and said coldly, I understand, of course I understand. Who do you think is deaf? Isn't it just you, a rotten cucumber, who wants to sell your body to make Wuyue join you? Charles, why don't you check your own reputation? Before the implementation of the breeder system, you were famous for being a sea king, and you wanted to pick every flower you passed by. How could Wuyue like you? What do you want from you? Because you are old, because you have played with flowers, because you have more than 100 subtypes of HPV, and 16, 18, and 31 are high risk. Charles smiled, bald donkey, I think you are jealous of my extraordinary charm. After considerately closing the door, and letting Jietchen and Charles fight inside, Wuyue returned to the main cockpit. Seeing Wuyue, Wu Chong was excited, yeah, I heard that Charles proposed to you. Wuyue twitched her lips, Jietchen is such a horn. Wu Chong, did you agree? Wuyue shook her head, no, I like young and good-looking people. Wu Chong pointed at himself, I am young and good-looking. I just turned 18 this year, and I am still a flower. The two looked at each other, smiled at the same time, and jumped up and down like kindergartners. Shinkei suddenly spoke up, Wuyue, how is the question? Wuyue said seriously, Captain, my idea is to let Charles pretend to be sick and flee to the town to seek help. I will disguise myself and follow Charles, and act according to the situation. After finding the Dragon Breast's hideout, notify the team to launch an assault, and capture it in one fell swoop. Wu Chong chattered, then I want to go too, yeah, let's go together. Shinkei, you can't go. You usually act in a flamboyant style, and have a special appearance. Dragon Breath is likely to recognize you. Jietchen happened to come over, then I go. Shinkei shook his head, you can't go either, you have no hair, it's too eye-catching. Jietchen's forehead was bulging with blue veins, I can't go, Wu Chong can't go, don't tell me you're going. Shinkei nodded, I'm the right person. Wu Chong, you wear a mask every day, and you have white hair, you're more eye-catching than us, you look like a weirdo. Shinkei was sulking, weirdo, what weirdo? You're the weirdo. Your whole family is weirdo. He is obviously a young and good-looking guy. Wuyue, Rex, Hui Jiaming and I went. I have seen their resumes before they joined the team. They are all fighters from the Southern Survivor base far away from here. They have never participated in a battle of the Alliance scale before, and they look Western. Shinkei turned his head and looked at Wuyue in surprise, blinking, and the corners of his eyes drooped. Shinkei said in a muffled tone, Wuyue, you have also participated in many Alliance dungeons, and there is a risk of being recognized. Wuyue nodded, yes, so I'm going to change my look. Hearing that Wuyue was going to change her look to one that was not easily recognized, Chunya volunteered. There was a knock on the door. Wuyue opened the door. Chunya, why are you here? Chunya mustered up her courage. Wuyue, I'm here to help. Wuyue quickly let her in, and clasped her hands together in gratitude. That's great, I just boasted, and then I found out that I'm not good at this at all, I'm really sorry to bother you, Chunya. Chuanya excitedly took out the cloth and small scissors from the system space and asked Wuyue, yeah, what kind of look do you want to change? Wuyue asked for the image of the woman around Charles and projected the photo to Chuanya through holographic projection. The two looked at it for a while and fell silent at the same time. Chuanya, yeah, is it too much for you to sacrifice? Wuyue tried hard to look for it and looked through all the photos. She barely found one who was dressed conservatively. How about this? Chuanya, but this is a completely hollow and transparent fabric. Wuyue's hand trembled, and she cleared all the photos. She took a deep breath. Chuanya, the battle plan has changed. Wait for me to knock again. Chuanya looked at a photo in the photo library where Wuyue dressed up as Chun-Li and tied her hair into a bun to go to the Taoist sect, and suddenly an idea flashed. Yeah. I have an idea. Wuyue looked back in confusion and saw Chuanya took out a piece of black silk fabric with dark flower embroidery and a ball of silver pink embroidery thread. After measuring Wuyue's body, Chunya's eyes flashed with laser-like brilliance. A piece of cloth, a needle, a knight, and I give you a miracle. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chunya started working like a welder wearing a strange mask, and Wuyue fell asleep. At around 4 in the morning, Wuyue was awakened by a faint voice. You. Chunya wore a strange mask and smiled faintly. Give it a try. Wuyue was confused and put on the cyber-style black-pink sweet cool-style high-slit short cheongsam made for her by Chunya. The silver-pink thread on the cheongsam all had its own light, and the belly area was embroidered with a complicated totem in pink to make a high-waist design. Wuyue's hair was all piled up high behind her head, and the headdress she wore was a mechanical peach blossom headset inserted diagonally, and the peach blossom hanging down contained a holographic projection camera function. After finishing her hairstyle, Chunya began to make up Wuyue. The shoes are also cyber-mechanical style. I asked Bai Yi to help me improve them, and give you a built-in ejector function on the high heels. After the makeup was finished, there was a knock on the door. Chunya, it must be Bai Yi. As soon as the door opened, Chunya fell silent. Wuyue turned around in confusion. Chunya, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, Wuyue, who had a completely new look, looked at Shinkei, who came to deliver the shoes. Chapter 227. Wuyue blinked and looked at Chunya, who fell to the ground. Captain, you scared Chunya and made her faint. This was the first time Shinkei saw Wuyue dressed up. He was stunned and stood at the door with his shoes in his hand. He replied in a daze, yeah? Wuyue, Captain, take Chunya to my bed. She's tired all night. Let her have a good rest. Shinkei didn't move, just shook his head. Wuyue tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Shinkei said softly, I observe male ethics. Wuyue didn't hear clearly, so she turned her head. What? Shinkei looked away. I just happened to meet Bai Yi on the road, so I came to deliver shoes for him. Wuyue was puzzled. At 4:30 in the morning, on which road did you meet Bai Yi? Shinkei lowered his head and put down his shoes. I am leaving. Wuyue, wait. Wuyue stood up. Her skirt was very short, and Shinkei saw her movements and looked away in panic. Wuyue picked up Princess Chunya and put her on her bed, covering her with the blanket. She started to put on her shoes, and seeing how far Wuyue lifted her feet, Shinkei pursed his lips. It's too short. Wuyue, Shinkei lowered his head. Nothing. It's just that the skirt is too short. It's not safe. Wuyue looked up. Her heels were very high. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. Their breaths lingered. Their eyes met. Shinkei looked at Wuyue motionless, with a well-behaved look that was ready to be ravaged. Wuyue took a step back and smiled. Let's go, Captain, carry out the mission. Walked forward a few steps, and saw Shinkei still standing there. Wuyue turned around and returned to Shinkei. Wuyue, why don't you leave? Shinkei lowered his eyes to look at Wuyue. There was only Wuyue's figure in his light-colored pupils. The vortex in his eyes, that he tried his best to control, continued to swallow him up. Shinkei pursed his lips. There is a slight change in the plan. Wuyue tilted her head. At 5 in the morning, a wailing sound came from the shuttle interrogation room. What's going on? There is an enemy attack. I heard it came from the interrogation room. They might be beating Captain Falcon, who was captured yesterday. As expected of me, the great blazing flame. I wonder if Captain Falcon has confessed. Ah! Has he not confessed yet? He still doesn't confess even after being screamed at so badly. This Falcon captain is really brave. Wu Cheng was trembling all over. Are you still not well yet? Jiechun, it will be soon. Who made you have so much leg hair? Wu Cheng looked up to the sky and screamed. Isn't it normal for me to have so much leg hair as a man? He looked at Shinkei angrily. Why doesn't Jiechun pretend to be a woman? Shinkei depilated himself expressionlessly. Do you think anyone would believe Jie Chen's physique if he pretended to be a woman? Wu Chong cried, tear. At the last moment, he also ascended to heaven. Charles was stunned watching from the side. What are you doing? Jie Chen, when the time comes, we will take you to sneak into the town of Vera, and you can say that you are fleeing. Charles, will Longqi not run away? Wu Yu, where can he run to? Now there is a net outside to catch him, and the alliance outside the north has built a firewall to block the possibility of forced breakthrough. Instead of running around and increasing the possibility of exposure, it is better to use static breaking first. Charles nodded repeatedly. Seeing Wu Yu's outfit, his eyes were full of amazement. Miss Wu Yu, your noble and cold temperament matched with this cyber-mechanical Cheongsam is simply exciting. After being hit hard in the face, Charles turned around and glared at Shinkei. Why are you hitting me? Shinkei had a blank expression on his face. We agreed to flee. If you don't beat me half to death, it's not convincing. Without blinking an eye, as long as you can't beat me to death, I will beat you to death, let your blood boil, and cool you down. Half an hour later, dragging Charles, who was half dead, and breathing more than breathing. A small group of people appeared on the streets of the town of Vera in the early morning. Hurry up, someone. Help, help. What's going on? It's Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles looks seriously injured. Hurry, hurry up and follow us. Wu Chong cried delicately, and he dressed up as a hot girl. At the beginning, he showed a little resistance, but when it came to changing clothes, he was more enthusiastic than anyone else, and even had his own personal opinions on dressing. She asked Wu Xiuli for a red battle robe, which was deep V to the navel and slit to the neck. In order to cover up the special characteristics of her white hair, Shinkei wore a white dancer's outfit and a silver mask on her head. Her slender thighs, the mermaid line and the 8-pack abs, and the charming mixed blood aura were full of fatal temptation, which made Charles stunned. Compared with Shinkei and Wu Chong, Wu Yu looked normal except that her skirt was shorter. Wu Yu silently took out the communicator, click, click. Taking photos crazily, Charles was almost dead, but still didn't forget, remember to send it to me, I will buy it at a high price. Shinkei secretly punched Charles, and Charles spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Charles, please hold on a little longer. Entering the town hospital, a therapist immediately treated Charles. Wu Chong asked with concern, Doctor, how is Mr. Charles? Therapist, Charles is now attacked by a virus. We can't treat him here. His condition is very bad. He needs to be sent to the Pope immediately. Brumaire Pope? The therapist nodded. Yes, only the Pope can treat the virus in the town of Vera. Everyone's eyes met secretly. Brumaire said earnestly, Thank you, therapist, for taking us to see the Pope. The therapist nodded. Everyone, please follow me. Under the guidance of the therapist, everyone shuttled through the town and went underground through the path. At the end of a deep, long and quiet black passage was an iron gate covered with red bloodstains, on which hung a terrifying and strange skull. Wu Chong pointed at the skull in horror. What is this? What is this? The therapist bowed his head. Please don't be nervous, young lady. This is just to deter the evil spirits from approaching. Wu Chong nodded in fear, and he moved closer to Wu Yu. This place is too evil. I can feel the fluctuations of the power of the dark abyss. Wu Yu frowned. Be careful, DX001 may have evolved in dragon breath. The therapist knelt respectfully in front of the iron gate, and he looked at everyone. Everyone, if you want to get the favor of the Honorable Pope, you must first kneel down devoutly. Hu Jiaming, this monster really thinks he is a big shot. He is acting like a local tyrant. Rex, he actually wants us to kneel down to him. It's really a face-saving thing, otherwise we can just attack directly. Wong winked at the two of them. Hu Jiaming jumped up immediately. Mr. Charles is the captain of the Falcon. The whole town of Vera is under his protection. It is an honor for the town of Vera to have Mr. Charles come to Vera for treatment. Even the Pope is too noble. The therapist turned his head in horror. This gentleman, you can't be rude to the Pope. Rex walked forward without hesitation. I want to see how powerful this Pope is, and whether he is worthy of our Mr. Charles kneeling down to him. If Mr. Charles dies here today, Falcon will be the first to bomb your entire town of Vera. The therapist was trembling with fear. You will be punished by the Pope for doing this. Just as the therapist was terrified, the door in front of him opened by itself. Chapter 228. The therapist kowtowed 3 times in fear, signaling to everyone, the Pope allows you to enter, but please do not act rashly like you did just now after entering. Following the therapist, everyone communicated through the communicator. Wu Chong at Charles, did you know about this underground church before? Charles, I don't know, there are many beliefs in the West. Wu Chong, do you think the Pope is dragon breath? Wu Yu, Not necessarily. It's possible that the Pope is just a puppet of dragon breath. Passing through a deep and strange dark passage, the front gradually opened up. This is an open underground square. The whole environment is very dark. Many people sit in the center of the square, mumbling something. Therapist, this is the daily worship of the believers. Please stand up. The therapist stood up with a pious look. Thank the Pope for giving us healthy bodies and protecting us from the virus. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other. It was obvious that the Pope here had attracted many believers by removing the virus for the townspeople of Vera. Wu Yu took out the latest generation DX001 sensor Zhou Qiafeng gave her, and the sensor instantly lit up densely. These townspeople who thought they would not be harmed by the virus, in fact, have all been infiltrated by the virus and become its puppets. Wu Yu showed the sensor to Shinkei. Wu Yu, the therapist said that in the entire town of Vera, only the Pope can cure the virus. Everyone here is infected with the virus, and the source of the virus is the Pope. Dragon breath is likely hiding here. Charles, what should we do now? Wu Yu, these virus-infected people underground are Dragon Breath's mercenary suicide squad, and the townspeople on the ground in Vera who are not infected are Dragon Breath's hostages. I have seen the terrain of Vera town. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The surrounding magnetic field is unstable. The appearance of the shuttle will definitely attract attention. We now have two choices. One is to wait for the firepower support to arrive and bomb Vera town indiscriminately. Easy to defend but difficult to attack means that he has no way to retreat. Kill all the people in the town, and he will naturally show up. Second, continue to go deep into the church, explore the identity of the Pope, and find out where the dragon's breath is. Charles, Vera town is a living place for nearly 1,000 people. Once bombed, nearly 1,000 people will die. Wu Cheng, Charles, you are a killer leader, but you still have a kind heart. Alliance notice. It is currently confirmed that the dragon's breath is located in the town of Vera in the north of the world. Considering the extreme danger of the dragon's breath, the Alliance gives the killers a 2-hour countdown. After 2 hours, the Alliance's ultimate killing mechanism will be activated, and a devastating bombing will be carried out on the town of Vera, including its radius of 1 kilometer. Countdown starts. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wu Yu, now the Alliance has made the first choice, and we choose to change. 1. Kill Dragon Breath in the last 2 hours. 2. Retreat. Everyone looked at Charles, who glared. Why are you looking at me? Rex, Vera town should be the best western town with self-management outside of World City. Wu Jiaming, 1,000 people will die at once. I haven't seen such a spectacular scene for a long time, since the end of the world. Wu Cheng, we are only here to carry out the mission. It's not our Qian town anyway. Wu Yu, remember to take pictures when the bombing starts. Shinkei, there will be more mission rewards. Prepare to retreat. Be sure to enter the safe area before the bombing countdown ends. Charles looked at Qian and his gang in disbelief. You, shouldn't you choose to save people? Wu Yu turned around and lowered her voice. Charles, you already knew there was an underground church in Vera, right? Otherwise, why would you open the channel in the first place, not taking advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, but allowing the killers to pass smoothly? You didn't expect that Long she would react faster than you, and immediately seized the ammunition depot and occupied Vera. The reason why Vera was built so well is that this town is full of family members of your Falcon team members. It's not that you don't want to know what Long she is doing, but you found that what Long she is doing has long been beyond your control. The news that Dragon Breath appeared in the north after the world boss battle should have been deliberately released to World City by you. You deliberately exaggerated the news of your injury in order to let the people who came to kill Dragon Breath bring enough people and kill him in a saturation manner so that he could be wiped out in one fell swoop. Charles looked at Wu Yu in astonishment. You, how did you know? Wu Yu smiled. This is nothing special. I can think of it, and someone in the Alliance will think of it too. Otherwise, how could the Alliance issue a bombing order so quickly? How come no other team shuttles entered this route since the early morning? Logically speaking, with such an attractive mission reward, how could the Chable families and nobles directly related to the congressman not send people to share a piece of the pie? The only possibility is that they all secretly knew about the possibility of the Alliance bombing. They knew very well that they would come back empty-handed. Charles, now all the Chables, noble families, and teams are waiting outside the firewall to pick up the ready-made rewards. The Alliance Council and the nobles gave such generous rewards this time, but they were sure that in the end, everything would fall into their own hands. Not only that, but they could also destroy the Dragon Breath in one fell swoop, reap the fruits of the victory in the second phase of the DX001 battle, and reverse the situation. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. We use communication sounded at the same time. Zhou Qiafeng. Yu, it is not convenient for me to intervene in the battle outside the world city. Take Qi Yin and evacuate the town of Vera immediately. After many discussions, the Alliance has decided to completely abandon this town that has been completely infiltrated by the Dragon Breath. The 2 hours given by the Alliance to get rid of Dragon Breath is simply an impossible task. Qi Yin and others stood up and prepared to leave. Charles lowered his voice. Falcon is willing to cooperate with all your combat needs unconditionally. Falcon will not take a penny from the battle, as long as the town of Vera can be saved. Qian's people did not respond. Charles growled, Falcon is willing to sign a permanent peace agreement with Qi Yin. As long as I, Charles, am still here and the fire of my Kimura society is not extinguished, Falcon will always be Qian's most loyal partner. Qi Yin stopped. Shinkei turned around and confirmed with him, the agreement signed before Charles boarded the Qi Yin shuttle. The agreement is now officially effective. Charles looked at Shinkei in disbelief. Have you already figured it out? Wu Chong shook his finger. No, it's not us. It's Yaya. Yaya has already thought of it. Shinkei, why do you think we haven't taken action yet? The situation is unclear. The enemy and us are unclear, and huge benefits are released as bait. If you can lure out the dragon's breath, you can catch the cicada while the oriole is behind. If you can't lure it out, you can bomb it to cover the bottom. Anyway, those people will not lose anything. Wu Chong grinned. That's what Yaya said. Charles looked at Wu Yu in horror. Wu Yu looked sideways calmly, and there seemed to be a deep black hole in her dark pupils. Wu Yu, instead of being surprised, why not let the Falcon's people quickly evacuate the ordinary people on the ground in Vera Town? Charles quickly gave instructions through the communicator. He looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled and gestured to him. Relax, Mr. Charles. We still have to wait for the Pope to redeem us. The Alliance has issued a deadline, and no one will join the game anymore. It's time for them to act. Everyone looked at the healer on the side. There was only a brief panic in the underground square. Even the bombing 2 hours later could not stop everyone present from worshipping. They looked enthusiastically at the Pope enshrined at the top. Everyone firmly believed that the Pope would lead them away from suffering and lead them to bliss. In the dim underground, even the distorted and turbid air revealed an atmosphere of obsession and fanaticism. Chapter 229. Your Excellency, the Alliance has just issued a bombing order for the town of Vera. Please evacuate immediately. The corners of Longqi's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The Alliance is indeed an alliance that aims to continue human civilization. The destructive bombing is really in line with the Alliance's style of doing things. Your Excellency, what should we do now? Longqi stood up. I originally wanted to wait for the people who came to chase me, blend in and escape in the chaos. But now that the bombing order has been issued, there are still a few who dare to rush in. Let's go, let's rush out. Your Excellency, the entire north has been sealed off by the Alliance. Longqi laughed crazily. It seems that the bombing of the town of Vera is just a cover. The Alliance is likely to bomb the entire north. In this case, we will go all the way north and cross the far North Sea. To the unknown map, find new life. But Your Excellency, since the terror came, those who crossed the far North Sea have never come back. I heard that there is endless darkness there, a black hole that devours people's hearts. Your Holiness. Pope, why are you here now, when you are not in front to calm the believers? Your Holiness, the seriously injured Charles and his men found me and wanted me to treat them. At this time, we can't even protect ourselves. Who has the time to care about Charles? Longqi looked over fiercely. Wait, take Charles and his men with you, and we will evacuate together. The entire north belongs to Charles, and now the north is going to be bombed. Charles will not do nothing. With him, maybe there is a way to break through the Alliance firewall from the front. Yes, even if the Alliance wants to bomb the entire north, it can't be merciless. Falcon is the second team in the Alliance after all. The military factories under its control. I don't know how many free weapons are delivered to those wealthy families every year. But Your Excellency, is Charles's appearance at this time a conspiracy? Longqi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Whether it is a conspiracy or not, we will know after testing it. Longqi stood up and changed his appearance to be very ordinary in the blink of an eye. He followed behind the Pope. Let's go, what should I say? I don't need to teach you, right? Pope, yes. Charles was taken to the Pope's room by the therapist, which was different from the dark square. The Pope's room was very spacious and bright, and it brought strong comfort and pleasure to the whole senses as soon as you walked in. The Pope, dressed in a white robe, was a kind old man with white hair. His eyes were full of compassion, and when he looked at you, you seemed to be baptized by God. Sir, is this you who needs my treatment? Charles nodded and stepped forward. Yes, Pope. Please ask the Supreme Pope to heal my physical pain. The Pope looked at Longxi, who handed a glass of water to Charles. Mr. Charles, this is the holy water given to you by the Pope. After kneeling down and thanking him, you can drink it. Drinking holy water can drive away all the pain in your body, keep you away from suffering, and reach bliss forever. Charles looked at the water in his hand, and looked at Wu Yue frantically. Help! Wu Yue pushed Wu Chong, and Wu Chong screamed, Oh no! The Alliance is going to bomb here, Mr. Charles. Let's run! Rex, Mr. Charles, His Holiness the Pope, don't rush to climb the paradise. It's more important to escape. The Pope had a kind expression. Don't worry, God is with us. God will protect us from the invasion of war. Brumaire fired 3 shots at the edge of the Pope's head. Bang, bang, bang. He walked up to the Pope with an impatient look on his face, grabbed the Pope's white robe, and lifted the Pope up like a chicken. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Sorry, Pope, I am a staunch materialist atheist. We are in a hurry to escape. Please come with us. When our captain is cured, we will naturally let you go. Everyone present was shocked. Wu Chong and Shinkei looked at each other madly. No. Why is this living devil not playing by the rules again? The Pope trembled. No. The script he got was not arranged in this way. Longxi was also confused. No. How could he become the host? The Pope is old. Even if he has the support of DX001 virus, it is just a dry old virus. Being pulled by Brieux, he staggered as he walked. Brieux led the Pope out, and a group of people followed him. The Pope stumbled, and finally found his thoughts after a while. My fellow believer, the holy water that can cure Mr. Charles has been given. As long as Mr. Charles drinks the holy water, his body will naturally heal. Can you let me go first? Brieux turned to look at Charles, who immediately slipped and dropped the cup on the ground. The water instantly seeped into the soil, leaving a black burning mark on the ground. Everyone present froze, but Brumaire was calm. The water is gone now. The Pope raised his voice. I have someone get more. Brumaire shook his head. No, Pope, from now on your new identity is the therapist of our falcon. We let you join our falcon because we respect you and give you face. I hope you won't be shameless. If you must be shameless, I can only beat you to death until you have face. The Pope has never been so helpless in his life. Cruel. It's really cruel. The Pope looked at Longxi helplessly, hoping that Longxi could save him. Longxi raised his voice. How can you treat the Pope so rudely? The believers in the square gathered and Wu Yue took out a sawtooth knife. She smiled. I didn't want to hurt the Pope, but you forced me to do it. The knife stabbed into the Pope's thigh, twisted it 3 times clockwise, and then twisted it 3 times counterclockwise, and all the believers took 3 steps back. The Pope had been infiltrated by DX001 long ago, and he couldn't bleed at all. Not only did no blood flow out, but a branch and an iron pipe also leaked out. Brieux praised sincerely, as expected of the Pope. Flesh and blood are weak, and the machine has ascended. The Pope has actually cultivated to the point of being a steel bone that is not controlled by flesh and blood, so such a knife wound will definitely not cause you any pain or harm. Brieux simply changed to a 40-meter-long machete. Pope, I am actually a person who seeks truth very much and has an extraordinary passion for scientific research. I just want to know if you can withstand this knife. The Pope looked at the 40-meter-long machete that was about to pierce the ceiling of the underground square, and he almost fainted with a sound of ugh. Wu Yu had a blank expression on his face, and pushed the Pope into the hands of Rex and Hui Jiaming. Take him away. The two controlled him from the left and right, and carried him away. This set of smooth movements made Charles, a mafia leader, couldn't help but record it, and learn it frame by frame. Longxi watched the Pope being carried away, and stared at his men in disbelief for 3 seconds. He chased after him fiercely. Hey, there's me too. No, the guy you caught is useless. I am the legendary Longxi that the whole alliance wants to kill. Chapter 230. Longxi hurried and finally caught up with Qi Yin and the others. Wait, the Pope is so noble. Even if you must take him away, at least let me accompany him. Wu Yu was very cold. From now on, there is no Pope, only Falcon Dr. Huang. This kid is really in the way. Shoot him. Shinkei raised his gun and was about to shoot. The Pope rushed over. Please don't kill him. Take him with you. I'm old and need someone to take care of me. Wu Yu rolled his eyes and sneered. Dr. Huang, who are you acting this kind of sad drama with? You mean we forced you? We are rescuing you from the bombing zone now. Don't be shameless. Let me tell you, it is your blessing to be with us, Falcon. Be content. The Pope closed his eyes silently. His whole body was filled with a miserable and sad atmosphere. Charles was stunned, and Wu Yu slapped him in the face. "Captain, you are not soft-hearted at this time, are you? Useless thing." Charles covered his face. His eyes were full of confusion. He dared not say a word. He was very scared at that time. Everyone in Qian lowered their heads silently, trembling all over. Wu Yu started to act. It was really no difference between friend and foe 1 against 7. It was really deadly. The shuttle took off on the spot. Long Xianjing and the Pope huddled in the corner with their heads in their hands. The two looked at each other silently, the crazy plot that was completely different from their expectations. In the end, it was subtly consistent with their original purpose. In fact, to some extent, it is much more reasonable than their original design. After calming down, Longxi began to feel something was wrong. Although there have always been women around Charles, no woman has ever been so domineering in front of Charles, making Charles dare not even fart. Something is wrong, very wrong. Moreover, although the height of the other two women is normal among Western women, it can be seen from the muscle lines on their bodies that they are all martial artists who have been exercising all the time. Longxi quietly poked his head out to see the flight path. But he was surprised to find that the flight path they were flying on was completely opposite to the path to the firewall. A gleam of light flashed through Longxi's mind, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously and looked at everyone present. Except for Charles, the red-haired woman, red hair, which tribe? The white-haired woman, white hair. White hair, Qian, Shinkei. There was a darkness gathering in Longxi's eyes, and he smiled slyly, and the disguised mask quickly faded. Longxi rushed towards Wucheng, but before he could move, the shuttle hatch behind him suddenly opened. The high-speed shuttle's huge suction force instantly sucked him out. Wu Yu controlled the hatch to open, and at the same time, instantly turned on the shuttle's spare engine facing the hatch, and Longxi was sucked into the engine. The turbocharger was maximized, and the engine rotated at nearly the speed of light. Longxi was instantly minced into meat, and the huge heat brought by the high-speed rotation instantly dried his flesh and blood, and fluttered in the wind. In just a few tens of seconds, the Pope, who was caught by Shinkei at the critical moment, watched the dragon breath being crushed by the engine and dried over and over again. The black crystal core of the dragon breath was rapidly consumed and constantly regenerated. No matter how powerful the force is, it is so insignificant in front of the high-speed rotating and violently burning steel and iron frame. In a few tens of seconds, the dragon breath was regenerated nearly 100 times. Finally, he could not even stabilize his body, and could only present a state of a ball of black gas. As the rotating engine broke and collapsed piece by piece, the flesh and blood of the dragon breath was regenerated. Dragon breath could no longer maintain his human form. Half of him was a thick and strange black gas, and the other half was an endless number of bone spurs. He rushed towards the shuttle like a madman, and peeled off the shuttle shell piece by piece. Alarm! Alarm! The shuttle shell is suffering from serious damage. Alarm! Alarm! The shuttle will crash in 10 seconds. Shinkei threw the Pope to Charles. He infiltrated all the people in Vera town. Ask him to give the infiltration list immediately. After saying that, Shinkei drew out the golden trident and met the dragon's breath without hesitation, and started fighting in the air. The golden trident collided violently with the bone spur, emitting dazzling fireworks. Wu Yu opened the hatch on the other side, and told everyone present, "The shuttle will crash soon, jump out immediately." Wucheng, Charles and others landed with the Pope. Wu Yu pushed the shuttle to the maximum power, and before the shuttle fell, it hit the nearby mountains hard. Wu Yu turned around and shouted, "Captain!" Shinkei had the same idea and turned around and jumped out of the other side of the hatch. The huge centrifugal force of the entire shuttle crashed and carried the dragon's breath to the mountain, making a huge explosion sound. Wu Yu and Shinkei covered each other and landed at the foot of the mountain. The lush and dense branches left many scratches on them. Shinkei took out his battle robe and put it on Wu Yu. "Let's split up. I go find the dragon's breath, and you will meet up with Wucheng and the others." Wu Yu nodded, "Okay." Wu Yu hadn't run a few steps when she heard the fierce battle between Shinkei and Longxi behind her. The positioning signal was sent, and the support supplies of Qi Yan's main shuttle and Falcon arrived. The healing formation of Shang Bai, Chanya, and Mr. Baixiong had the purification effect of the Holy Angel. They assisted the Falcon team to transfer ordinary people, and killed ordinary DX-001 infected people in Vera town. Wu Yu, Wucheng, Jietshen, Rex Wujiaming Qi Yan, and others returned to the town to hunt down the remnants of Anilin. Shinkei and Longxi fought to the death on the mountain outside Vera town, a battle with no retreat. 3 battles were fought simultaneously under the focus of the Alliance's artillery fire. There was only 1 hour left before the Alliance's devastating bombing. Countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Shuttles with various family, Chable, and team logos stopped outside the Alliance's northern blockade. In Lin and Longxi did not appear, but the townspeople of Vera Town were orderly inspected and passed through the blockade under the protection of the Falcon, and evacuated in batches. Looking at the team members who assisted in the evacuation, there were figures wearing Qian battle uniforms. Shinxingxi, Grand Duke Vlad, Prince Squire is now inside the northern blockade. I heard that he has reached a consensus with Falcon. If Qian really kills Dragon Breath this time, Prince Squire will not only be able to obtain the development rights of the Meteorite Fire Seed Element Invasion map. Even Qian's reputation is likely to allow Squire to successfully escape from the royal court. Chun Yuanchao, Father, our Chun family suffered heavy losses in this game. Now even the crystals we took out are likely to all go into the pockets of these civilian teams. The benefits must not be taken by them. Chapter 231. Dragon Breath consumed 2/3 of its energy source in the rotation and combustion of the shuttle engine. When it was hit hard against the mountain, Wu Yu had calculated in advance that it would be enough for him to die 10 times. Dragon Breath had lost his human form. He looked like a runaway zombie-like bone beast. The black crystal core wrapped in the sharp skull had been consumed a lot. Even so, Dragon Breath's combat power was still very strong. Directly using bone spurs to meet Shinkei's trident, the trident's weapon form could not cause substantial damage to Dragon Breath for a while. Longxi let out a beastly growl, and his voice was as rough and heavy as a monster. Shinkei, you can't kill me at all. Longxi laughed harshly. When I kill you, I will kill the girl driving the shuttle first. I recognized her. She was the woman who drove the reconnaissance ship in the world boss battle before. If it weren't for her, Charles wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong with me. Just wait, I will skin her and tear her into pieces. I want her to die more miserably than you. Shinkei slowly raised his head, grinning perversely, and a dark aura was emanating from his body. Longxi looked at him in confusion. The aura on you is very strange. Shinkei, your source of power is somewhat similar to mine. In the blink of an eye, the place where Shinkei was originally standing was empty. Longxi slowly opened his eyes, and Shinkei's voice appeared behind him. He kicked Longxi's skull hard, and Longxi's body, which was more than 2 meters tall, flew out like a behemoth and hit the mountain hard. Pulling Longxi out of the mountain with one hand, Shinkei punched Longxi's skull expressionlessly. He seemed to feel no pain, his hands gradually bled, and his bones were dislocated. But his amazing body recovery ability was also working at the same time, allowing Shinkei's body to enter a rapid self-healing state. Shinkei's blood gradually penetrated Longxi's skull into his black crystal core, and the intense burning made Longxi roar and scream. How is it possible? Shinkei, how could you hurt me with just your bare hands? Shinkei, no. There is only one person in this world whose blood is blessed by the holy angel. Noah Squire. Shinkei, you are actually Prince Squire of the royal court. Being on the verge of death made the arrogance just now no longer exist, and Longxi begged for mercy and fear. Let me go. I can give you the antidote for DX001. Shinkei tilted his head, and it seemed that his dark inorganic pupils had long lost the ability to think, only the most primitive and violent fighting instinct. Shinkei's tone was very light. I can get the antidote even if I kill you. Longxi kept shaking his head. No, no, only DX001 infected people above SSS level can open the antidote valve. I am the only one in this world who can open the antidote password box. Shinkei lowered his head and looked at Longxi steadily. It was as if the god of death was examining the most humble ants. Qi Yin and others have experienced many battles and have excellent combat qualities. Without the blessing of DX001, these believers are just a mob. These people just have the advantage of numbers. In terms of strength, they are not even as strong as the wave of Taoist Fu Yihua's single challenge. Wu Yu, Wu Chong, Jiechen and others went deep into the underground church. These DX001 infected people were deeply afraid of the power of the holy angel. No matter how difficult the virus is, as long as the right method is used. No matter how powerful the leeches are, they can easily dehydrate them to death by drilling into the flesh and sucking blood. Jiechen personally started the fight, while Wu Chong, Rex and Hui Jiaming continued to hurt and lose blood with a powerful group attack from the back. Finally, we used the group Holy Angel healing skill to finish off the kill. After the monster was killed, Wu directly turned on the live broadcast of the entire alliance. All of these DX001 infected people are in Lin's accomplices, and one head is worth 1,000 diamond crystal cores. None of these tycoons and noble families, who want fame but don't want to bleed, will get what they want. Sorry, Qi Yan will get it all. As Qi Yan kills more and more people, everyone in the Alliance Council looks very ugly. Seeing the communication from Qin Yuanchao, the head of the Qin family took the lead and said, Dragon Breath has not shown up yet, and there may be a possibility of absconding. I suggest bombing the town of Vera immediately. That's right, Dragon Breath is very dangerous. If it is not sanctioned as soon as possible, it is likely to threaten the safety of other areas. There is still half an hour before the deadline for the announcement issued by the Alliance. It's not good to change the order every day, right? I wonder what Secretary Zhou thinks about this matter. Zhou Qianfeng smiled calmly. It is not easy for my secretariat to comment on matters outside the world wall. Although he said so, Zhou Qianfeng was actually very anxious. Private communications cannot be used during the Alliance Parliament. These parliamentarians obviously want to cut off Qi Yan's retreat, and keep Qi Yan and everyone in the north under the gunfire forever. Killing people is rewarded, but you have to be alive to receive the reward. After all, there are thousands of lives in the town of Vera. If you use bombing rashly, it will surely cause great suffering. Do you want to let a few thousand lives affect all the survivors? A few thousand lives? Chen Ziqing, you are talking too lightly. My suggestion is always to avoid more trouble, and bomb as soon as possible. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Since the members are still deadlocked, why don't we vote? I agree with Secretary Zhou's idea. Agree. Entering the voting stage, there are a total of 13 people in the Alliance Parliament. 7 people support the immediate bombing, and the remaining 5 people, even if all vote against, the overall situation is determined. Wu Yu and others drove straight in and killed the entire church, killing 3 in and 3 out. Confirming that there are no remaining party members, the live broadcast of the entire alliance is temporarily closed. Jiechen, we will rush to support the captain immediately. Wu Yu looked at the entire wall in front of him engraved with the sculpture of the Pope. Wait. Wu Cheng, what's wrong, yeah? Wu Yu exerted force on one foot, reached the Pope's open hand with one hand, and jumped up. Standing on the Pope's hand, looking into the Pope's compassionate face, a beam of light just shone through the Pope's eyes onto Wu Yu's face, like a baptism of holy light. Wu Yu used the holy angel healing skill on the Pope's statue, and to everyone's surprise, the Pope was split in half, like a fake door god who was exposed in front of others, and the door slowly opened. Wu Yu, Wu Cheng and Jiechen entered, while Rex and Hui Jiaming were on guard outside. The space behind the door was unexpectedly narrow, with only a safe as tall as a person. There was no setting on the safe to enter a password or turn a dial, only a transparent slide on the top of the safe. Wu Cheng was puzzled. This safe is so strange. Wu Yu, maybe human tissue should be placed on it, similar to the gene sequence being recognized, and the safe can be opened. Jiechen frowned. Doesn't that mean that this safe can only be opened by dragon breath? The human tissue you submitted is incorrect. The safe will explode within 1 minute. Jiechen glared and jumped, and roared in a low voice. Wu Cheng, what are you doing? Wu Cheng suddenly retracted his hand, scratched his head, and said to his fingers, Hee, I just tried it. Who knew that he couldn't stand the test so much, and exploded after trying it, hee. Jiechen kicked him away, hee, you head, what should I do now? Wu Yu directly cut the palm of his hand, it's going to explode anyway, let's give it a try. Wu Yu dripped the blood from the palm of his hand onto the slide, and the safe, which had entered the countdown to the explosion, suddenly opened quietly. Chapter 232. Wu Cheng blinked in surprise, and Jiechen covered his mouth with his hands. Wu Cheng zipped his mouth and raised 3 fingers to swear, mm. Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense. Wu Yu half crouched in front of the safe. The whole safe was emitting cold air. It was full of blue reagents that looked very similar to the antidote provided by Aunt Chen before. Even the label numbers on the test tubes were exactly the same. This was a whole box of DX001 antidote, which was very likely the trump card that Long Shi left for himself to negotiate with humans. Wu Yu put all the antidotes into the space, turned to look at the 2 people, go out in a while, don't say anything. Wu Cheng and Jiechen nodded at the same time, don't worry. After leaving the secret room, Wu Yu sent a private message to Shinkei, Wu Yu, Captain, we found a safe containing antidotes in the church secret room. The safe has been opened, and after counting, there are 1,000 DX001 antidotes inside. We are now supporting you. Seeing the message sent by Wu Yu, Shinkei's eyes narrowed dangerously. After a while, he gave a cold and resolute smile. Long Shi already knew his identity, and wanted to kill him before Qi Yan's people arrived. Longshi originally thought that he had persuaded Shinkei, but he didn't expect that Shinkei's aura would change after reading a communication. The terrifying and domineering murderous aura spread rapidly to cover and engulf the person. Shinkei bled without hesitation, and the silver-white blood still flowed and covered his entire palm. Punch after punch, every punch hit Longshi's skull. The skull cracked and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Longshi looked at him in disbelief. What message did you receive? Shinkei did not speak, only the murderous intent that was gnawing at his heart and bones was growing wildly. Longshi was like a leech with half of its body sprinkled with salt, unable to move, and unable to resist. How is it possible? Shinkei, 1,000 antidotes, that's 1,000 antidotes. Don't you want them all? These 1,000 antidotes can save the people of an entire town. Shinkei had a blank expression on his face, unaffected by anything. His punches were like machines, and each punch landed precisely without the slightest deviation. Longshi shook his head. Impossible. What did you just see? Shinkei, tell me, what did you just see? Longshi suddenly opened his black eyes, which had already turned into a monster, and looked at Shinkei in shock. Could it be that the safe has been opened by your people? Shinkei paused for a second, and Longshi's eyes were full of fiery madness. I guess right. The safe was opened by your people. Who is it? Tell me who it is. Who is the person who opened the safe? Shinkei noticed that Longshi's emotions became unusually excited, and his originally turbid black eyes suddenly burst into obsessive fanaticism. Just as I saw in the church before, it was like the most loyal believer, facing the peak of obsession and fanaticism when the Pope appeared in the world. Shinkei slowed down his movements, his eyes were scrutinizing. What are you talking about? Longshi moved closer. I said that only DX001 infected people above SSS level can open the safe. However, there is one person who can ignore all these conditions. He is like the first embracer in the vampire system, the first generation of vampires, and all of us infected are his blood servants. Because DX001 itself is a virus created artificially by breaking the gene sequence group of ghosts and humans, ignoring the gene lock of the Earth's continuation. And the source of the gene breaking, the special gene sequence in his blood, can open the safe. Shinkei's mind quickly flashed through Wu Yu's amazing self-healing ability. Moreover, Wu Yu came from the same orphanage as Yaina. It was Wu Yu. Among those who went there, the only one who fits the description could be Wu Yu. Longshi's body was covered with spike-like bones, and his eyes at this moment were like a tiny Zerg soldier in the Zerg system, who was absolutely obsessed with the Zerg queen. He kept asking fanatically, tell me, who is he, who is he? He didn't care even if he was about to die. Shinkei wanted to kill Longshi, only in this way could everything remain a secret forever. He raised his hand expressionlessly, and punched down with all his strength. Vlad Dracula, Noah, I feel the pain in your body. Child, don't force yourself, your body is important. Qingxi is outside the firewall now, he has the same blood as you, he is your family. Whether you killed Longshi or he killed Longshi, it's the same for Wang Ting. Don't worry, in my heart, Qingxi will never surpass you. Shinkei stared at the communication. Vlad Dracula, Noah, I can forgive your recklessness last time. But what happened last time, I will never tolerate it happening again. When you dug out another dragon bone, I should have made it very clear to you. 8 dragon bones, Noah, you only have the last one. If you lose the last one, you really have no capital to negotiate with me. Longshi no longer cared about Shinkei's actions, he just kept repeating, Father, Father is still alive. As long as Father is still here, God is still here, we will never die. Vlad Dracula, Noah, if you disobey me again this time, I can only change someone to inherit your excellent and noble holy angel blood. Qingxi is good, after all, you have given him a lot of blood over the years. The rejection reaction of whole body blood transfusion can be completely avoided. Jian Suiyu suddenly received a notice from Shinkei about the change of team captain, and his right eyelid jumped wildly. Before he could send a communication, he received, Shinkei, from now on, you will join the Secretary General with Qi Yin. Jian Suiyu, what's going on? Did the royal court ask you to give up the fight against Longshi? Jian Suiyu, Shinkei, give up the fight. Qi Yin will always have only one captain, and Qi Yin will never join anyone's team. Jian Suiyu did not receive any reply, only a sudden pop-up, Qi Yin Shinkei, the whole alliance battle live broadcast. The live broadcast suddenly jumped out in front of him, and the camera was aimed at Longshi, who had completely transformed into a beast. Shinkei's fist was wrapped in a white cloth, and he punched Longshi's skull one by one. In a breath, Longshi in the picture completely turned into a pile of ashes, which drifted away with the wind. Shinkei's whole body twitched violently, followed by a pain that could not be covered up by skinning and breaking bones. He slowly knelt down, as if he was finally unable to support himself, and lowered his head. Jian Suiyu punched the desk, breaking it into pieces. Okay, Shinkei, you are noble. You didn't forget to protect your identity before you died. Don't drag down Qian, right? Then I won't let you die. I will tell others who you are, this poor guy who is so unlucky. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, go save Shinkei, he is dying. After sending it, Jian Suiyu kicked the door panel that he had just repaired away. Damn, go, Quan Qian, grab your weapons, go save people. Chapter 233. Wu Yu's heart suddenly twitched. Seeing Jian Suiyu's personal communication pop up, she raised her voice, Zhang Zhe. Wu Yu, who was always calm and composed, actually shouted out loud. Everyone looked at each other, and Zhang Zhe hurried to Wu Yu's side. What's wrong? Wu Yu's eyes were not focused for a moment. Zhang Zhe, take over my main driving position. Zhang Zhe sat down quickly. Okay. Wu Chong and Jiechen hurried over. Did something happen to the captain? Wu Yu, send a personal communication to the captain, and ask him to synchronize his personal coordinates with us immediately. Okay. Wu Chong, the captain has not replied to me. Jiechen, me too. Wu Yu did not receive a reply from Shinkei, and every message she said fell on deaf ears. Wu Yu's heart was in a knot, and she had a very bad premonition. Wu Yu suddenly pulled the escape device of the shuttle's emergency escape passage and turned around. Zhang Zhe, open the hatch for me. Jiechen grabbed her. Wu Yu, if you are not sure of Shinkei's coordinates, you might as well stay on the shuttle with us, and you can find him faster. Wu Yu looked at Jiechen. I have a way to find him. Wait for me to synchronize the coordinates for you. Looking at Wu Yu's determined eyes, Jiechen let go of his hand. Okay. Opening the glider, Wu Yu jumped down in the strong wind at high altitude. Shinkei felt that all the strength in his body had been drained, and Vlad Dracula had taken away his last keel. This was the equivalent exchange condition proposed by the old man Vlad when he was discovered to have secretly established Qian. Noah, the royal court has worked hard to raise you for so many years, but you don't know how to repay your kindness. I am really disappointed. Noah, even a child should know that if you want to get something, you must give something in exchange. Noah, I am no longer interested in your blood. I only want the 8 dragon bones in your body. Don't get me wrong, Uncle Vlad just wants to punish you and teach you that children should never always think of hiding things from adults. Noah, I know that dragon bones are important to you. But what if you exchange the blazing flame you worked so hard to form and your teammates? The holy man of the Wu clan is an ignorant child. Children are most likely to get into trouble. As a monk, Jiechen still has such a bad temper. One day he will fall into trouble. I heard that the priest is very aloof and has never been on good terms with the church. You know, the royal court and the church get along very well. Oh, by the way, that genius Taoist priest seems to be always excluded by his fellow disciples, and is not liked by the Taoist sect. And that smart kid, who is he? The vice captain of your team? He and his mother seem to have some strange origins. Grand Duke Vlad, Noah is willing to offer his dragon bones. Very good, that's how you be obedient. Noah, only obedient children are liked by others. Noah, he is your nephew, the child of your distant uncle. Noah, since you and Qingxi share the same origin, you should naturally share your blood blessed by the holy angel with him. Noah, you must understand that a family's success and failure are the same. Noah. Enough. The keel was pulled out, and the body lost its support instantly, and blood continued to seep out from all parts of the body. Shinkei looked at the sky calmly, and the dark air around him was surging, constantly pouring out of his body, almost wrapping him up. Prince Squire, don't be so burdened by your thoughts. As a human being, you should still be a person without morals, shame, and bottom line. If you are destined not to stand in the sun, then stand in the dark. I like young and good-looking girls. Shinkei looked at his hand covered by black air, and there was a swollen and terrifying black air surging inside. He put his hand down dejectedly, and the black air around him dissipated instantly. As the black air dissipated, Shinkei's face was filled with death. Forget it, let it be. Shinkei looked at the sky calmly, and the sky was quickly darkening. The sun was always hanging high in the sky, but he could not feel the warmth from the sun. Just like his cold life, it was like a black and white silent film. Alliance notice. Qian Shinkei successfully killed the DX-001 infected dragon breath and obtained the permanent development rights of the meteorite fire and elemental invasion disaster map. Are you sure to change the owner of the permanent development rights of the meteorite fire an elemental invasion disaster map to Wu Yu? Yes. I'm sorry, the other party rejected your change. And he punched you in the head. Shinkei opened his eyes slightly, and the moment he saw Wu Yu, his eyes were full of astonishment. Wu Yu, why are you here? Wu Yu expressionlessly took out various top-level healing items from the space, and stuffed them into Shinkei's mouth like crazy. Set a location sharing to the Qian shuttle, come here quickly, the captain needs to enter the treatment cabin immediately. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu busy like a fast-moving motor, even his hands were waving out after images, and he actually felt a little happy. However, Shinkei was very calm. He seemed to have accepted everything calmly. Don't be busy, it's useless to enter the treatment cabin. With 8 dragon bones lost, he couldn't survive. Not really, he could also turn into a dark, crawling monster. However, he was afraid that he would lose his mind and swing his claws at his teammates in the future. He was also afraid that he would be disliked for his ugly appearance. Wu Yu's hand suddenly stopped, and all the healing potions had no effect, even the little angel's treatment had no effect. Shinkei's vitality was rapidly fading, and all the existing means could not reverse the current situation at all. Wu Yu rushed to Shinkei and tore off his mask. Noah Squire, tell me, what's wrong with your body? Shinkei, tell me, what's going on with you now? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise. He blinked in disbelief. Wu Yu? When did you know? That's why Wu Yu could find him so quickly. Wu Yu knew he was Noah Squire. She used the teleportation ring. Wu Yu slapped him hard. Speak. Shinkei looked up at the sky. Vlad took away my last dragon bone. Blessed by the dragon god, I have 8 dragon bones. I dug the previous 7 for him by myself. The last one was hidden in my parents' graveyard, and he opened the coffin. This is the price I paid for forming Qian. All 8 dragon bones are now in Vlad's body. Wu Yu, I can't survive anyway. Dragon bones are the foundation of my fighting power and vitality. Go, take everyone away before the bombing arrives. Wu Yu suddenly fell silent. She slowly stood up and walked away. Shinkei closed his eyes, and suddenly a trace of unwillingness and bitterness rose in his heart. What a pity. But people always have many regrets, right? Just when Shinkei thought that Wu Yu had left, his mouth was suddenly opened by someone in a brutal way, and then a bloody liquid with a strange smell like stinky mud was roughly poured into it. Shinkei opened his eyes, and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, Wu Yu, I'm going to die. Facing Shinkei's face, Wu Yu smiled horrifyingly. Now, it's hard to say who will die. Chapter 234. After listening to Shinkei's words, Wu Yu was completely stunned. That feeling was like clearly seeing her soul fly away. It seemed that the person was still there, but in fact he had been gone for a while. Wu Yu's eyes could not focus, and her perspective was dilated like a person after death. Suddenly, she could see perspectives that should not be within the scope of human vision. She saw ants crawling, trees growing, and even traces of sap flowing in the branches. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Shinquebec. He was lying there calmly, his whole body glowing white, as if he would turn into a ray of light and disappear at any time. Just when Wu Yu was in a trance, suddenly, a flashing package appeared in her sight. According to the bone powder scattered beside the package, it is very likely that this package exploded after Shinkei killed Long Shi. Wu Yu was not sure if she could pick it up, but she subconsciously walked up and picked up the package. Congratulations on obtaining the rebirth reagent. The rebirth reagent can help your body return to its optimal growth state. All the cells, blood, and bones in your body will be reborn like a baby. Conditions for using the regeneration reagent. The first generation key that can open the human gene lock. Yana previously exploded a weapon made of mental power, and her dragon breath level was higher than hers, and what she exploded was a reagent that can fully regenerate a person's body without infection or virus. However, the first generation key that can open the human gene lock. What is this? However, when it comes to the key that she has come into contact with recently, Wu Yu immediately thought of the slide in the safe. When her blood touched the slide, the safe opened. There were many clues running fast in Wu Yu's mind, so fast that she could hardly catch them. Friendly orphanage, a child born at the beginning of the end of the world, Yana, mental core, red gem, virus DX001, her blood. There was still a key factor missing to connect all the clues, but Wu Yu didn't have time to think about it. Shinkei couldn't wait any longer, his life was passing away rapidly. She could only do it by subconscious instinct. Wu Yu's hands were shaking violently. She could only use the greatest force to pry open Shinkei's mouth, pour the rebirth reagent into Shinkei's mouth, and at the same time, there was the blood she cut open. Blood mixed with regeneration reagent dripped into Shinkei's mouth. From Wu Yu's perspective, She could clearly see that the moment the regeneration reagent and her blood merged, it emitted a strange light that seemed to have vitality. An invisible bullet hit Wu Yu's brain fiercely, and the missing key factor was automatically filled in this second. Wu Yu already knew clearly that her body's recovery ability was faster than that of ordinary people. Even when she was receiving treatment in the treatment cabin, she sometimes deliberately avoided it to avoid being exposed. Fill this part into the clue chain just now: her amazing recovery ability, her innate talent for mysterious power, her blood is the first-generation key that can open the human gene lock. Why is the time she appeared in the friendly orphanage always half a year different from her real age? Where did she go for half a year? Also, who is the person who made a fake identity for her and can't be found no matter what? Everyone overlooked one point. For a 4-year-old child, the easiest place to do this is the friendly orphanage that raised her. Then, the person who did all this behind the scenes knew that she was special and stole her away from her family in a planned way. Or did the orphanage accidentally discover that her genes were different from those of ordinary people, so they conducted experiments on her? If she did participate in the experiment, why did she grow up safely? Before Wu Yu could think deeply, Shinkei could not suppress his low cry. "Wu Yu, Captain, how are you?" Shinkei's body was growing rapidly. The excavated dragon bones were growing again in his body under the effect of the regeneration potion, and the holy angel blood that had been released also returned to his body. Blood and bone regeneration is the real rebirth of flesh and blood. Such a powerful force rushed through the body, and even Shinkei couldn't help shaking all over. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei's eyes had turned dark. She was not sure whether it was the effect of the rebirth reagent or the dark malice in Shinkei's body taking advantage of his weakness. To be on the safe side, Wu Yu gave Shinkei 2 more tubes of DX001 antidote. "Anyway, if you have a disease, you can cure it. It is highly likely that you won't die from drinking it." As soon as the antidote was poured in, Shinkei's condition became worse. His brain kept releasing black gas, like a chimney with a burning boiler. Fearing that he would be smoked by the black gas, Wu Yu politely moved to the side. Time passed by minute, Wu Yu always kept a close eye on Shinkei's condition, ready to respond at any time. It seemed like a whole century had passed, but when he looked at the communicator, only 3 minutes had passed. As Shinkei's last group of black gas completely dissipated, he slowly stood up. He opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yu. His eyes, which had always been surrounded by black air, had become clear and turned into the beautiful light green color. He clenched his fists and summoned the black and white dragons that always accompanied him. Shinkei was surprised to find that the black dragon, which had fallen into malice and darkness because of him when he was young, had turned back to its original appearance. They were originally a pair of star dragons. They both had twinkling nebulae on their bodies, which were the love and companionship left to him by his parents. The blood blessed by the holy angel was so hot that his heart also became hot and anxious. The 8 dragon bones in his body returned to their positions and transmitted endless power, which was completely different from the previous situation where he would be exhausted and weak when using big moves. Shinkei could feel that his mental core was twice as strong as before. The antidote of DX001 unexpectedly dispelled the malice that had accumulated in his body before. His mental power finally broke through the SS Plus and entered the SSS stage. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. "Wu Yu, I'm fine." He was completely fine, and he no longer had to be coerced by the royal court because of physical reasons. Wu Yu took out a brand new battle suit from the space and walked to Shinkei. "Wu Yu, raise your hand." Shinkei raised his arms obediently. Wu Yu put the brand new uniform on Shinkei, put on the team uniform for him, fixed his hair, and put on the mask. Wu Yu looked up at him. "Captain, let's go and welcome your victory." Shinkei lowered his eyes. "Yes." Above their heads was the shuttle supported by Qi Yin. The high-speed rotating engine was Wu Chong, who leaned out of the shuttle hatch and waved excitedly. "Captain." Yeah. At the same time, the vote of the Alliance Parliament was still in progress, and there was a violent turmoil in the royal court. As soon as Vlad connected the 8th dragon bone, his entire chest collapsed, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was dark blue and sunken, like a dried corpse, and his death was approaching. He gave a cruel and crazy order: suppress the news that Longxi is dead, and let the vote of the Union Parliament continue. I want Noah Squire to die. I want him to die. Yes. The Union Parliament meeting bombed the final ruling in advance. 7 people voted in favor of early ruling, more than the opposition, and the final decision is made here. Cut off all escape routes in the north, start early, and carry out a destructive bombing of the fully blocked area in the north. Chapter 235. Alliance Notice. Start the destructive bombing of the entire north in advance. Survivors in the area, please evacuate as soon as possible. Charles was waiting for the arrival of the survivors in the firewall. When he saw the sudden announcement from the Alliance, his eyes widened. What's going on? Longxi is dead. Why are they bombing? And originally they said they were only bombing the town of Vera. Why are they bombing the entire north now? In addition to the town of Vera, there are at least tens of thousands of survivors in the north. The guards outside the firewall were all the combined forces of the Alliance Parliament. Their eyes were cold. This is a decision issued by the Alliance. The Alliance is for the survival of all mankind. Charles, at least let the people inside the firewall leave first. No one cared at all. The firewall was being rapidly improved and capped. The orders were increased layer by layer. When they reached the firewall, it had already become that no one from the north was allowed to come out. Over-execution and self-preservation will never go out of date. Frank, Captain, the Alliance has cut off the signal of all northern routes. They really want to bomb the entire north. Charles angrily called the tycoons, noble families, and teams that he was on good terms with. He usually spent countless resources to manage them. But at this moment, no one responded. How ironic, those who usually treated him as brothers and drank with him, facing the hegemony, didn't even dare to fart. The only person who helped them retreat was Qian, who he had always regarded as a thorn in his side. Charles suddenly laughed. The Alliance doesn't take me, Falcon, and Kimura seriously at all. In that case, I will fight him to the death. Frank suddenly said, Captain, received a communication request from Qian Weiyue. Charles immediately jumped up and answered the call. Hello, it's me. Put aside the fight to the death for now, and think of a solution quickly, sister. You are my sister. Weiyue, where are you now? Charles, right next to the firewall. As the bombing began, the first shell landed accurately on the town of Vera. The sound of gunfire was heard in the communication on both sides, and everyone's face was very ugly. Weiyue, move everyone to the firewall as soon as possible. Charles gritted his teeth. It's too late. The north is vast and sparsely populated, and the personnel are scattered. And now the channel is closed, there are chaotic magnetic fields everywhere, and the shuttle can't sail normally. Weiyue relied on her memory when she came here, and quickly operated the shuttle manually. She was even able to ask Shinkei, what did the deputy captain say? Shinkei, Sui, you brought all the people of Qian to the outside of the firewall immediately. Yanqi led the Daomen from the World City, and Master Fu and him were on the way. Together, they will surely be able to break through the guards outside the firewall and open the firewall. Charles was shocked, openly defying the orders of the Alliance. Wouldn't it mean going against the entire Alliance? We might be able to survive if we hide in the bombing area, but the only outcome of going against the entire Alliance is death. Weiyue connected with Jin Suiyu. Vice Captain, where are you now? Jin Suiyu, we have reached the outer perimeter of the firewall, and no one is allowed to approach the firewall area at present. There are many shuttles with different logos guarding here, but... Jin Suiyu looked at Shinkei, who was standing behind the communication line in good condition, and suddenly laughed. The shuttle of shadows suddenly flew away. I heard that the Captain Shinqingxi suddenly became seriously ill, and was in danger of sudden death at any time. What a pity. I thought I would fight back anyway, so I just wanted to destroy the entire shadow. Charles collapsed. No, how can you still laugh in such an occasion? Fu Yanqi connected the communication, but before he could speak, he was pushed away by Fu Yixue. Weiyue cut off Charles's communication with an expressionless face, and Charles was so anxious that he jumped on the spot. Seeing Weiyue sitting in front of the control desk safely, Fu Yixue immediately felt relieved. She quickly said, don't be impulsive, things have not reached the point of rebelling against the Alliance. Looking at Weiyue with a meaningful look, Fu Yixue said, this vote is still missing the most important vote. I will contact them immediately. As long as they come forward, this matter will definitely have room for maneuver. That is, Weiyue's identity is likely to be completely exposed. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yixue calmed everyone down and turned on the communicator. Suddenly, the firewall built by the Alliance was shattered with a loud bang, which made the dense artillery fire pale in comparison. Charles, who was standing next to the firewall and almost had half of his head cut off by the broken firewall, turned his head in disbelief. No. Every day, it was thrilling, even more exciting than when he was a mafia. Before the people inside the firewall could see clearly what the explosion was, Jin Suiyu, Richard, Fu Yanqi and others outside the firewall suddenly saw nearly 100 of the latest medium-sized combat shuttles suddenly appearing around. The number of shells equipped on each shuttle is enough to blow all the shuttles in the firewall area into pieces. And on all these shuttles, there is only one powerful word printed on it, Jiang. Fu Yixue saw this movement and immediately put away the communicator, pretending that nothing happened. At the same time, hundreds of special forces wearing black and fully armed appeared on the ground, and the Sirius logo was printed on the back of the team. Sirius easily disarmed all the Alliance guards with cutting-edge firearms that have never been sold on the market. Sirius, you are a team, and you dare to defy the Alliance guards. Sirius, are you going to be the enemy of the entire Alliance? Alliance notice. The Tycoon Jiang family used a veto to oppose the Alliance Parliament's proposal for a full-scale destructive bombing of the northern region. Alliance notice. Members of the Alliance Parliament proposed to cancel the Tycoon Jiang family's veto. Alliance notice. The above proposal was vetoed by the Jiang family with a veto. The Tycoon Jiang family notifies the entire Alliance. The Jiang family officially takes over the second phase of the Northern DX001 virus removal work. At present, all northern routes have been restored. Please evacuate immediately. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy for obstructing the cleanup work. Wu Yu pushed the shuttle to the maximum power without hesitation, and the shuttle flew away from the bombing area like an arrow. Before leaving the firewall completely, Wu Yu turned around and glanced at the Jiang family shuttle flying at the top. After flying away from the bombing area, Wu Yu reunited with Qi Yin and others. Fu Yinchi turned around and looked at Fu Yixue, who was trying to leave alone secretly. Uncle Master, where are you going? Fu Yixue turned around with a serious face. Now that the crisis is over, I think I have something else to do in World City, so I leave first. Fu Yinchi, why don't you meet Wu Yu? When we came here, who was the one who kept clamoring to kill the only hero in Yu Yu's heart in the entire alliance? Fu Yixue looked fierce, but was actually weak. It's none of your business. You control everything, and now you dare to control me? If she doesn't leave now, if the Jiang family finds out that she is here, they will find out everything about her in a minute. Fu Yinchi, I dare not. Uncle Master, please go slowly. Do you need someone to help you drive the shuttle? Fu Yixue paused. Yes. Fu Yinchi, So you can't even drive a shuttle? What on earth were you talking about just now? Chapter 236. Just as Shinkei and Jian Suiyu were in contact, he was punched hard by Jian Suiyu. If he didn't know that Shinkei was in poor health, he would have just chopped and chopped. No, giving Captain Qian back to Shinkei, Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei up and down with a puzzled look. What happened to you? Shinkei, the blood from the dragon bone that was pulled out before his return to my body, and the pent-up malice has also been cleared. I am a normal good person now. Jian Suiyu couldn't believe it. How could it be? Could it be that Shinqingxi suddenly became ill because the blood you gave him suddenly disappeared? Shinkei nodded. It's possible. If Shinqingxi is in trouble, then that old man Vlad is probably in a more serious condition, and will not be far from death. Jian Suiyu saw that Shinkei didn't seem to want to say what happened specifically, so he frowned. Is it related to Wu Yu? Shinkei nodded. Well, you'd better not know. Jian Suiyu understood instantly that Wu Yu had a close relationship with Secretary Zhou. When Master Fu saw Wu Yu just now, he was obviously very nervous and concerned. In addition, now, Wu Yu can actually help Shinkei solve the big trouble that has trapped him for many years. If someone knows about it, it is very likely to be bad for her. Jian Suiyu, I won't ask, but you took the initiative to cut off all communications at that time. How did Wu Yu find you? Shinkei suddenly fell silent. Jian Suiyu slowly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes slowly showed an interest in watching the fun. Shinkei, she knew that I was Noah's squire, and used the teleportation ring. Jian Suiyu, wow, how did she know? When did she know? Shinkei really wanted to slap himself in the face. He shouldn't have said it. Shinkei was discouraged. I don't know, I didn't dare to ask. Jian Suiyu waved his hand. Not really, you are still a prince of the royal court. Even if this identity is gone now, you are still the captain of the first team in the alliance. Now that you have recovered your full strength, your comprehensive combat power may be able to compete with the first team in the alliance. Be more confident, and you are still a handsome guy. You should know that the husband's appearance is the glory of the wife. How about this? How about I help you ask? Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu's secretly excited expression. What are you happy about? Jian Suiyu suppressed his mouth, looked serious, and said in a low, bubbling voice, No, I just want to help you. Shinkei shook his head. I will tell you myself. Jian Suiyu looked regretful. Well, that's a pity. He turned around and left. Shinkei saw Jian Suiyu couldn't wait to leave, and he always had a bad premonition. Jian Suiyu didn't walk a few steps, and happened to see Wu Yu returning to the rest area alone. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu. Wu Yu, deputy captain? Jian Suiyu observed Wu Yu's expression. You saved Shinkei this time, so you should have known his identity. Shinkei had no choice but to hide his identity. Wu nodded. I know, Deputy Captain, don't worry, I will pretend that I know nothing and keep this secret. Jian Suiyu frowned slowly. He always felt that Wu Yu's reaction was not right. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, is there something bothering you? Wu Yu shook her head, and she raised her lips. It's okay. By the way, I have handed over the 998 DX001 antidotes I confiscated this time to the team. Remember to deal with them in time. I'm a little tired. I go back to my room to rest first. Watching Wu Yu return to the room, Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed with doubt. Strange. Why does it feel like Wu Yu seems to be worried when a crisis has just been resolved? Jian Suiyu walked towards the main driving room in doubt. Only Richard and Fu Yanqi were present. Richard asked him, how is the captain? Jian Suiyu raised his lips. Good news, Shinkei's dragon bones and blood have been recovered, and the DX001 antidote can also remove the malice in his body. He is now a normal good man. Richard couldn't help laughing. That's great, Qian has grown up and got his dragon bones and blood back at this time. Noah and Qian are in their prime, and they don't have to worry about Wang Ting using the team to threaten him. Fu Yanqi raised his eyebrows. Noah? Wang Ting. Richard tilted his head. He doesn't know. Jian Suiyu nodded. He had such a hard time in the Taoist sect before, and he had never met Prince Squire, so he naturally didn't know. Fu Yanqi's eyebrows flew up to the sky. Prince Squire? You mean, the captain's real identity is Prince Squire? Jian Suiyu and Richard nodded at the same time, and Fu Yanqi suddenly realized, no wonder I always couldn't figure out anything when I helped him read his fortune. It turns out that all his information is fake. I even suspected that he was a monkey that jumped out of a stone. Fu Yanqi was surprised. How did Richard know? Richard, I'm from the church. The church and the royal court have always had dealings. Noah and I are both heretics who are not liked by others. Fu Yanqi realized, so this incident is actually the royal court's harassment of the captain. I thought someone wanted to hurt Wu Yu. Richard frowned. Wu Yu? Why would someone want to hurt Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu's identity may be of great origin, but of course Shinkei's true identity is more explosive. But even if Wu Yu is really Zhou Qianfeng or Fu Yishua's child, these will not affect or shake Wu Yu's important position in their hearts. Wu Yu will always be the most important part of Qi Yin, a close teammate, and a partner worthy of entrusting life. However, it seems that Jian Suiyu is not very clear about the truth of the matter. Fu Yanqi shook his head with difficulty. No. If Jian Suiyu knew the true origin of Wu Yu, he would definitely not say such a thing. Jian Suiyu and Richard looked at each other, and at the same time looked at Fu Yanqi. Richard raised his eyebrows and smiled. So you know, Yanqi, you probably don't want to let people outside mistakenly think that when you go out later, the three of us have something shameful in the house, right? Jian Suiyu released the flower of truth and patted Jinjin's little head. From now on, if he lies, just eat him directly. Jinjin saluted. Jinjin knows it. Fu Yanqi turned around and was about to run, but was held down by Jinjin, who suddenly opened her mouth and let out a terrifying scream. Fu Yanqi glared. Jian Suiyu, you are treating me as a class enemy. Jian Suiyu was also in a headache. As the deputy captain of the team, I have to be responsible for the team members. Just tell me roughly, you don't want to say it, and Shinkei doesn't want to say it either. If Wu Yu has any unexpected situation, I can't even estimate the difficulty of dealing with it. Fu Yanqi took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I say, but you'd better be mentally prepared. At the same time, Wu Yu returned to the lounge, took a deep breath, and opened the most critical part of the sky garden that Fu Yishua had given her before, which was about her biological parents and her life experience. Chapter 237. The end of the world is coming. At the beginning of the new calendar, along with the breaking of the dimensional wall, spiritual energy is poured into the blue planet. In order to cope with the catastrophe, all creatures on the blue planet break the biological gene lock and the technological development lock, and enter a stage of rapid development. Humans obtain new energy from the unknown and mysterious outer space, and the brain is redeveloped, collectively known as mental power. The technology of the blue planet, which has been stagnant for many years since the 1980s, has entered a stage of rapid development and started the fifth global technological revolution. With the arrival of spiritual energy, the endless hostility in the world that completely breaks the banned counterattacks. Even though humans have predicted this catastrophe and prepared for it in advance, when the disaster really came, it still brought almost annihilation to humans. The ghosts and evil gods are divided into two parts, the east and the west, with the Pacific Ocean as a clear dividing line, invading all of humanity from both ends and killing civilization destroying. Under the step-by-step pressure of the ghosts and evil gods, the battle line is constantly tightening, and humans are dying quickly. There are millions of corpses all over the mountains and plains, and blood flows like a river. Countless hermits and masters, and monks in the world resolutely join this unavoidable and irreversible battle for humanity. A branch of the Taoist sect was fearless, and fought with ghosts and monsters until death. The Taoist sect did not believe in the afterlife. In this life, if they fought, they would fight to their heart's content. Countless mystics faced ghosts and monsters with their flesh and blood. Even if they died, they never retreated. Seeing that the battle was losing step by step, and humans were on the verge of extinction. Alliance Council. Qin Fenian, Chairman Jiang. The Jiang family has indeed made important contributions to the continuation of mankind. But acting like this today is too disrespectful to the alliance. Jiang Ling sat in the first seat without questioning. Mr. Qin thinks that I don't take you seriously? Qin Fenian gritted his teeth. I mean the alliance. Jiang Ling raised his lips. I am grateful for the rights given to me by the alliance. Exercising my rights now is the best way to respect the alliance. Qin Fenian sneered. The Qin family said troops on behalf of the alliance. Sirius is just a team under the Jiang family. They actually openly confronted the alliance guards. Jiang Ling raised his eyebrows. Sirius has always been the most important source of combat power for the Jiang family. Although it is claimed to be Sirius, it is the same as your Qin family team. What Sirius did represents the entire Jiang family. Sirius team Captain Jiang Huaiji, my son, is the future heir to the Jiang family's business empire. Sirius team Vice Captain Jiang Yuhua, my brother Jiang Li's daughter, is the future heir to the entire Jiang family's combat power reserve. Qin Fenian disdainfully said, as expected of the Jiang family, which was once rich and prosperous in Beijing for 100 years, with good planning and methods. My sister-in-law fought for her life to build this kingdom, but in the end, all the benefits were taken by your Jiang family. You still have the nerve to say that the Jiang family will be left to your own children in the future. If I were you, I would not have the face to sit here. In the final analysis, Jiang Ling, you have the capital to sit in the first place now, using the veto power specially set up by the alliance for the Jiang family. Isn't it because of Lu? Jiang Ling's expression suddenly darkened, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously. Qin Fenian, who do you think you are? And you are not qualified to mention her in such a tone. Qin Fenian wanted to say more, but was stopped by Li Zifeng instantly. Old Chen, look at you. How can you not even have a door to speak? Li Zifeng looked at Qin Fenian. Zhou Qianfeng, Jiang Ling were all here. Why did he mention her? It's enough. Don't go too far. The two of them talked it out and eased the relationship. Li Zifeng smiled and said, forget it. Harmony brings wealth. Huaiji and Yuhua are children we have watched grow up since childhood. And Qian and Mubai, they are all nephews in Sirius. Fenian, why do you want to get along with these children? I think today's meeting will end here. Everyone calm down, calm down. The door of the parliament office opened. Qin Fenian snorted coldly and walked away. The members of the parliament left in twos and threes. Soon, only Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng were left in the office. As the Secretary General, Zhou Qianfeng was the last to leave. He looked at Jiang Ling with a fake cold smile. Chairman Jiang, are you not leaving yet? Jiang Ling, this time, you and Taoist Fu worked together to complete the first round of DX001 removal. You have always been at odds. Zhou Qianfeng interrupted impatiently. It seems that Chairman Jiang has planted spies around me. Jiang Ling paused. I didn't. These are all conclusions drawn through external observation. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Thank you, Chairman Jiang, for caring about me and Master Fu. Jiang Ling looked at Zhou Qianfeng. You and Fu Yixue have been at odds for a long time. Why did you suddenly cooperate this time? Something must have happened to prompt the cooperation between the two. What could it be? Could it be? Zhou Qianfeng raised his head. The Taoist sect was infiltrated, and Fu Yixue couldn't handle it, so she asked me to cooperate with her. Jiang Ling, He looked at Zhou Qianfeng. Do you dare to say this again in front of Fu Yixue? Zhou Qianfeng smiled, of course. Anyway, Fu Yixue is not here now. If you have the guts, you can crawl along the wire and beat him. The atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, Jiang Ling said, have you had any? Zhou Qianfeng interrupted directly, no. Jiang Ling looked at Zhou Qianfeng. You used to be friends with my brother, but now you can't even talk to him properly? Zhou Qianfeng sneered. Sorry, I will give it to the woman. Zhou Qianfeng stood up after packing up his things. Chairman Jiang, you have time, but I am very busy. If you don't leave, I take my leave first. Before leaving, Zhou Qianfeng glanced sideways. Oh, I forgot to say that just now. Although Qin Fenian is a piece of trash, I think what he said makes sense. Jiang Ling, After a long breath, Jiangling stood up and walked out. Second brother Jiangli. This side is under control, how is your side? Jiangling. The meeting is over, I come to you now. Second brother Jiangli. Did you ask Zhou Qianfeng about him and Fu Yixue? Jiangling. I asked, but he didn't want to say. Second brother Jiangli. Yu Hua told me that she just saw Fu Yixue and the Taoist shuttle appear in the northern clearing area together. I checked, the new leader of the Taoist sect, Fu Yanqi, is a senior member of the Qian team. The Qian team members went deep into the northern clearing area to hunt down Longxi, and it was not surprising that Fu Yanqi brought people to support them. However, Fu Yixue going with him was not in line with Fu Yixue's usual style of doing things. Jiangling. Fu Yixue has done few things that are not in line with common sense recently. She even supported the Secretariat with 1,000,000 soul-calling talismans before. She had always looked down on Zhou Qianfeng before, but now they are suddenly cooperating so closely. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. The two people's communication rang at the same time, sending to each other. Jiangling and his second brother Jiangli. Could it be that the child has been found? Wu Yu read the record of the peak battle on the paper word by word. The peak battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and countless people died. The land where the war took place is still stained with rust and blood to this day. But the whole incident was recorded with pen and paper, but there were only 2 light sheets of paper. The word seemed to reproduce the battlefield like a holographic projection, and the swords and swords appeared in front of Wu Yu's eyes. Wu Yu's eyes were on the last line, which read, "Fighting for 7 days, going against the will of heaven, the battle is over, and mankind wins." Seeing this, Wu Yu felt a bloody taste in her throat. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. Chapter 238. Jian Suiyu looked at Fu Yanqi in surprise. You mean? Fu Yanqi nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu and Richard looked at each other, and said in unison, looking for a brain that doesn't know about this. Jian Suiyu wanted to slap himself, asking questions. He keeps asking questions all day long. Now that he knows such a big secret, he has to keep one eye on him when he sleeps at night, for fear that he will talk in his sleep. Richard suddenly realized, so the ruby in Wu Yu's brain is actually left by her mother to protect her? Fu Yanqi, that's right. Richard, no, if it's according to what you said. If Wu Yu is really a child born at the beginning of the new calendar, when the spiritual energy is infused, she has an unknown mysterious power that has been sealed. It is very likely that the ruby is not protecting Wu Yu at all. Its main purpose is to protect humans. Then I was thinking about helping Wu Yu stimulate her spiritual power before. Richard covered his face in horror, shouting in real life. Jian Suiyu looked at Fu Yanqi. Does Wu Yu know this herself? Fu Yanqi guessed. Master's uncle gave Wu Yu the castle in the air that recorded these things. She should have known it. Jian Suiyu pondered for a moment. When completely sealed, Wu Yu can use the mysterious arts normally, and can summon 9 thunders in the dungeon. After the world boss battle, the ruby seal weakened, and Wu Yu's mental power returned to a level. Her instant burst of mental power can kill a 100-man team in full force to fight the world boss in a single second, 14% of the health, or even more. Also, Jian Suiyu suspected that helping Shinkei recover his body was probably also from Wu Yu's energy or blood. Jian Suiyu took a deep breath. What would the Alliance do if they knew Wu Yu's identity and her abilities? Fu Yanqi and Richard said in unison, catch her and do research. Very good, it fits the stereotype of the Alliance. Jian Suiyu asked again, what if we go against the Alliance? Fu Yanqi, at present, Qi Yin does not have the ability to go against the Alliance. However, if we can add the Secretariat, the Quanao sect, and the Jiang family, we might be able to fight. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Jiang family? What about the Jiang family? Fu Yanqi, if there is only the mother, scientifically speaking, it is impossible to give birth to a child. Richard's eyes widened in surprise. So you mean that Wu Yu's father is from the Jiang family? But I heard that the eldest and second sons of the Jiang family have families and children, so... Fu Yanqi, the Jiang family also has a youngest son, who has not appeared in public since the peak battle. However, if I were to mention the person who currently ranks first in the overall strength of the Alliance, Jiang Cheng, you should know. Jian Suiyu and Richard looked fascinated. Jian Suiyu, Jiang Cheng? You mean, Wu Yu's biological father is Jiang Cheng, who currently ranks first in the overall strength of the Alliance? The source of his power is ghosts, and he can absorb the evil spirits of ghosts. Jiang Cheng, who is so powerful that he doesn't even need weapons, and can kill ghosts with his bare hands? Fu Yanqi nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu muttered, I just said that Shinkei's identity was more explosive. Compared with Wu Yu's, Shinkei's identity was just like boiled water, bland and tasteless. I even advised Shinkei to be more confident before. What a joke. With this background, Shinkei and Qian were packaged to Wuyu. We should be cautious to see if Wuyu is willing to accept it. Richard was surprised, but if Wuyu's identity was confirmed, why didn't you tell the Jiang family? After all, among these people, the Jiang family is the closest to Wuyu. Fu Yanqi, according to the words of the great master, Wuyu was lost under the protection of the Jiang family. At that time, all the masters of the mysterious arts were fighting on the front line, and Wuyu was still young, and was secretly protected by the Jiang family. But Wuyu's mother had just died not long ago, and the Jiang family actually said that the child was lost. This made the survivors unable to accept this matter at all, and everyone was immersed in the sadness after the war. They searched all night, but they couldn't find it. Since then, the Jiang family has had a huge rift with the group headed by Wuyu's mother. Jian Suiyu, why didn't Jiang Cheng come out to mediate at this time? Fu Yanqi paused. Jiang Cheng absorbed too much hostility on the front battlefield, lost consciousness, and fell into a deep coma. The Jiang family had to take care of Jiang Cheng, find the child, and comfort the survivors at the time, and they were exhausted and had no time to take care of it. Jian Suiyu. But Jiang Cheng and the Jiang family appeared in the Alliance boss battle in World City not long ago. Fu Yanqi nodded. Yes, Jiang Cheng was in a coma for 3 years. In the past 3 years, the reconstruction of the apocalypse has developed rapidly, and the Jiang family and Wuyu's mother's branch have gradually drifted apart. When he woke up, the apocalypse pattern had basically taken shape. Originally, everyone thought that Jiang Cheng would mediate the conflict after waking up. But no one expected that Jiang Cheng not only lost his memory, but also changed his temperament. As long as he heard about Wuyu's mother, he would go crazy and run wild, and seeing Wuyu's photo would make him even more ferocious. Several times, he almost broke his own brother's neck. Since then, Jiang Cheng has not made a public appearance. There are rumors that his 2 brothers put him under house arrest, and some even say that they were trying to grab the benefits after the war. He took the lead, deliberately lost the child, and drove Jiang Cheng crazy, just to consolidate his position and pave the way for his child to take the top. Even in the world boss battle, Jiang Cheng was responsible for one of the 4 gates alone, unable to cooperate with others, and left after the battle. Jian Suiyu was thoughtful. Did Master Fu tell you all this? What does Taoist Master Fu think? Fu Yanqi, my great-grandmaster said that things had changed in 15 years. Even if Jiangling and Jiangli were not that kind of people back then, no one is sure whether they are now. According to my great-grandmaster, Secretary Zhou has had many conflicts and frictions with the Jiang family over the years, and it is difficult for both sides to reconcile. Wuyu is a child that they have tried their best and spent a full 15 years to find, and they will not allow any mistakes to happen. And back then, the Jiang family did something very controversial. Richard, very controversial? Fu Yanqi nodded. Yes. Back then the Jiang family wanted to take over the power and break through the entire battlefield to completely defeat the ghosts. Richard, break through the entire battlefield. Does it mean to break through the northern and southern battlefields? Fu Yanqi shook his head. No, it seems that the Jiang family wants to fight to the ghosts. Richard frowned. Fight to the world of ghosts? The Jiang family's move is too strange. In such a war, people's hearts are broken. How could anyone agree with this proposal? Fu Yanqi. So at that time, there was also a saying that the Jiang family was eager for quick success and would do anything to achieve it. However, Jiang Cheng's coma, the disappearance of the child, and the urgent need to restore order eventually made the Jiang family give up this idea. Jian Suiyu suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you think that the Jiang family did this because they thought Wuyu's mother was not dead yet? Chapter 239. There was a knock on the door, and Wuyu woke up from her coma. After knocking on the door, Wuyu opened it, and saw Shinkei standing outside. Wuyu was puzzled. Captain, is there something wrong? Shinkei had prepared a plan in advance. Wuyu, I want to explain to you about my identity as a prince, and how I lied to you in the Fox Fairy dungeon. At that time, I was coerced by the royal court, and I had not found a good way to get out of control, so I didn't want you to be involved in this storm. As long as she doesn't know, no matter what happens to Noah's squire, it has nothing to do with Wuyu. Wuyu's mind gradually became clear. She raised her head and looked at Shinkei, staring into his light-colored pupils. Does anyone else in the team know your identity? Shinkei, Suiyu and Richard know. When I first met Suiyu, we hadn't met face to face. Suiyu and I formed Qian together, so he knew everything about my identity. Richard is the son of the church, but as the church surrendered to the royal court and the gods gave up on humans, he was troubled by the church. I helped him out when the church attacked him, which is why he joined Qian. Wu Yu asked, then how do you think I knew it? Shinkei, I guess that maybe Secretary Zhou, Master Fu, or one of them told you. Wu Yu shook her head, no. If they didn't tell you, then Wu Yu guessed it herself. Shinkei couldn't help but ask the same question as Jian Suiyu. How did he know? And when did he know it? Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu, and he thought he should ask, Wu Yu, how did you know that I was Noah's squire? Wu Yu avoided the question, Captain, I didn't end my relationship with you before, because I had my own selfish motives. In the last world of Fox Fairy Dungeon, I have a ghost to retrieve. I need to enter that world again, so I may need you to help me enter Fox Fairy Dungeon again. Of course, you can refuse. Wu Yu took a step forward, if you are afraid that your destined person will be unhappy. Shinkei watched Wu Yu approaching, motionless. I don't have another destined person. At first, it was because I needed to enter the Fox Fairy Dungeon as squire. I asked Suiyu to find a random reason for me, and I didn't expect him to say that. Later, you know, after coming out of the dungeon, we were bound by a red line. In the sea mining town, you asked me about the destined person, and I was actually talking about you. When Shinkei spoke, the two of them were very close, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. He stared at Wu Yu and repeated, Wu Yu, from the beginning to the end, you are the only one I am destined to be with. Shinkei's voice became smaller. I have never accepted the arrangement of the royal court and had close contact with any woman. It is undeniable that Wu Yu was very satisfied with this answer. Being so close to Shinkei, Wu Yu could clearly smell the fresh shampoo scent and the faint perfume on his body, which was thoughtful. Step back and retreat to a safe distance. She smiled. Okay, Captain, I'll let you know when we need to enter the Fox Fairy Dungeon next time. After the conversation, Wu Yu stood by the door, looking at Shinkei's eyes, and signaling him that it was time to go. Although he had said everything he should have said, Shinkei felt as if he had punched cotton. Why did things go completely different from what he expected? When he was a child, his mother told him, Noah, as long as you show your pretty face, 99% of what you think in your heart will be successful. Before coming here, he took a shower, changed into nice clothes, and even sprayed perfume. Could it be that he drank too much of Wang Ting's gutter oil and became ugly? Seeing Shinkei standing there without moving, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. Captain, do you have anything else to do? Shinkei shook his head dejectedly. No, I'm leaving. Wu Yu watched Shinkei leave slowly. Just as Shinkei was about to disappear around the corner, she suddenly said, Captain, do you still have the cat you raised in Wang Ting with you? Shinkei turned his head quickly, not reacting for a moment. Cat? Cat? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, the white one, with a pair of beautiful green eyes like you. You raise it, right? Do you keep it with you? A beautiful green-eyed kitten like you. Shinkei nodded subconsciously. Yes, it's in my lounge. What's wrong? Wu Yu, can you lend it to me to play with for a while? Shinkei felt that his CPU exploded. He looked at Wu Yu in confusion, his eyes full of helpless and broken light. You said, lend it to you? To play with for a while? Wu Yu nodded. Well, is it not possible? Shinkei kept telling himself to reject her, reject her, reject her. But when the words came to his lips, he looked like he was going to the execution ground and said, okay. How can a man say no? Wu Yu nodded. Then I wait for you. After that, she turned around, closed the door, and went into the house. Shinkei stood there for a while, and slowly, from the back of his neck to the roots of his ears, and finally to his entire face, he became red. Jian Suiyu had just learned about Wu Yu's life experience from Fu Yanqi, and he rushed to Shinkei without stopping to discuss with him about upgrading Wu Yu's accommodation security system. Seeing that the room showed that no one was there, he was about to go to the training area to look for someone, when he saw Shinkei walking towards him as if sleepwalking. Jian Suiyu walked forward in confusion, and waved his hand in front of Shinkei. What's wrong with you? Shinkei subconsciously said, Wu Yu said she wanted to play with my cat. Jian Suiyu was surprised. Cat? When did you get a cat? Shinkei suddenly came back to his senses, and looked at him with a vigilant face. Why are you here? Jian Suiyu, are you okay? I stood here earlier than you, thank you. Shinkei, you're looking for me. I have something to do now, let's talk later. Jian Suiyu looked at the direction Shinkei came from. You went to find Wu Yu? Have you explained the previous things to her? Shinkei nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu, and what was the final result of your discussion? Also, when did you get a cat? Shinkei didn't say anything. At this time, in front of Jian Suiyu, keeping silent was definitely the wisest thing to do. But unfortunately, Jian Suiyu was a genius, and a genius with a good memory. He raised his eyebrows suddenly. I remember you were the first to kill in a dungeon before, and the item you got was to turn into a cat. The cat pet that you mentioned. Is it you who turned into it? So what do these two people mean now? Is this information too explosive for a pure boy like him? Jian Suiyu's eyes were shining. Explosive is good. He likes explosive things. Take care of him. He is willing to be a part of the play. He is here to join this family. Jian Suiyu completely ignored Shinkei's expulsion of him. Tell me, if you don't want the whole team to know in the next second. Shinkei really annoys people with good brains. Of course, not including Wu Yu. He gritted his teeth. Get out of here quickly. Don't force me to do it. Jian Suiyu turned on the communicator, turned on the shuttle full-channel broadcast, handed it to Shinkei's mouth, and signaled him with his eyes. If you have the guts, you can kill me. If you can't kill me today, you have to confess honestly. Shinkei fiercely turned off the broadcast, and signaled Jian Suiyu with a gloomy look, come in. Jian Suiyu rubbed his hands, and followed excitedly. Chapter 240. Jian Suiyu took out a handful of melon seeds, and motioned to Shinkei. Please start your speech. Shinkei looked up at the sky speechlessly, and finished the conversation. To make a final summary, she didn't answer when she knew it, or how she knew it. She just said that she would notify me when she went to the Fox Fairy dungeon in the future, and also asked me to lend her my cat to play with. Jian Suiyu laughed hee. Shinkei was really convinced and kicked him. Jian Suiyu, you are really disgusting. Jian Suiyu, to translate it for you, you are completely at a disadvantage during your relationship with Wu Yu. You can't do anything to her. Whatever she says is the truth. Even when playing the dungeon, she uses the word notify to notify you. And if Wu Yu guessed that you are the prince, and the cat dungeon was played by you and her together, how could she not guess that the cat is you? Oh my god, lend me your cat to play with. Is there any essential difference between this sentence and, let me play with you? Jian Suiyu was laughing so hard that he couldn't even stand up straight. Shinkei gnashed his teeth and wanted to kick him to death. Jian Suiyu, and you just agreed to it? Shinkei, you are hopeless. This is totally inconsistent with your usual style. If someone else talked to you like this, you would have kicked him into the wall, and he wouldn't be able to tear him off. But now you are like, I've been picked. I don't know what talent I'm going to perform for the Emperor on the bed later. It's really sweet, burdensome, and a little bit smug, and you can even comfort yourself that this is the Emperor's request, and I am forced to do it. Shinkei couldn't bear it anymore, and picked up Jian Suiyu with one hand, and flew out of the door. The whole person flew out, hit the wall of the corridor with a bang, and then slowly slid down. Shinkei was about to close the door with a bang, and Jian Suiyu clung to the door panel. Shinkei's tone was horrified, and his eyes were full of murderous light. Jian Suiyu, I will kill you. Jian Suiyu said seriously, business, business? This time it's really business. Seeing Jian Suiyu's expression, Shinkei opened the door. If you dare to say something nonsense again, I will throw you off the shuttle. Jian Suiyu promised, it's really business. I'm here to tell you about Wu Yu's life experience. Shinkei turned his head. Wu Yu's life experience? Jian Suiyu nodded, and told Shinkei all the information about Wu Yu that he had just learned from Fu Yanqi. Even Shinkei was stunned for several seconds when he learned that Wu Yu was Jiang Cheng's daughter. Shinkei blinked. Are you serious? Jian Suiyu nodded. Really, the truth has been verified. Zhou Qiafeng and Fu Yixue can't have children, and they don't have children with other people, but they are both so concerned about Wu Yu. Shinkei, then the Jiang family suddenly used the veto power this time because of Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family doesn't know Wu Yu's identity yet. The veto power is probably because the Jiang family doesn't want to see the alliance killing innocent people. Shinkei, since the Jiang family always pays attention to the alliance and protects ordinary people, why is it so difficult with Secretary Zhou? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No one knows. The Jiang family seems to have deliberately faded out of the alliance in recent years. Unless it is a big event, they are rarely seen. Shinkei, so what do you think? Jian Suiyu, like Secretary Zhou and Taoist Fu, everything remains the same. I checked, the royal court is in chaos now, and it is impossible to attack Qian in a short time. Qian will continue to develop, grow bigger and stronger, and do our best. Shinkei nodded. Yes, Wu Yu has her own ideas, we just need to cooperate with her. No matter what Wu Yu chooses in the end, whether it is the Secretariat, the Dao sect or the Jiang family, Qian's door will always be open to Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu, and the 998DX001 antidotes that Wu Yu and his team found this time, how do you plan to distribute them? Shinkei, Qian will keep 198 for himself, and you can distribute the rest to the Secretariat, the Dao sect and Charles. Jian Suiyu, okay, I'm fine then. Seeing Jian Suiyu not leaving for a long time, Shinkei frowned. Why don't you leave if you have nothing to do? Jian Suiyu looked Shinkei up and down. I think I need to correct my previous evaluation. Shinkei, what? Jian Suiyu shook his head. You look very ordinary now. Even as the face of Qian, it's a bit embarrassing to show it off. Shinkei couldn't believe it. What did you say? Are you crazy? You are about to get a fist warning from a handsome guy who broke his defense. Jian Suiyu, shall I ask someone to order you some more clothes? It would be best if you could get your hair done again. How long has it been since you took care of your skin? Get a card. First, top up 10 billion points, and you can get an extra 100 million points. Shinkei was about to get mad. Jian Suiyu, what are you talking about? Jian Suiyu, what I mean is, I have investigated and found that the Jiang family currently has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Jian Huaiji is the eldest son, and the captain of Sirius. In terms of relationship, he is Wu Yu's cousin. Although Jiang Huaiji has never appeared in public, his photos are still circulating in the market. Please watch the VCR. Shinkei looked at Jiang Huaiji's sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, murderous aura, and black hair, which was very much like the style of an ancient Chinese swordsman. Although his entire face was covered in a black special combat uniform, it is conceivable how domineering the face under the mask was. Jian Suiyu, of course, appearance is not the first priority. The main thing is that Jiang Huaiji will inherit the entire Jiang family chaebol in the future. With both financial strength and a strong background, even the royal court will treat him as an honored guest. Jiang Yuhua, Wu Yu's cousin, is also the eldest daughter of the second son Jiangli. I have had contact with her before, and I can feel that she is very interested in Wu Yu. She has been hinting at me about Wu Yu, although I am very careful. However, I suspect that the Jiang family has already listed Wu Yu in the list of candidates for finding children. Moreover, Shinkei, I think the attitude of the Jiang family towards Wu Yu is very different from the rumors outside. Shinkei looked at the information that Jian Suiyu gave him about the heir of the Jiang family. What do you mean? Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family attaches great importance to this lost child. Jiang Yuhua's expression when talking about Wu Yu is almost the same as Fu Yixue's when they were in the big dungeon in the plot. Shinkei raised his eyes. So what do you mean? Jian Suiyu spoke earnestly and patted Shinkei's shoulder. When you get to Wu Yu's house later, remember to perform well. Can we keep this powerful shuttle operator, think tank navigator, important partner and teammate, who is a life and death friend? It depends on you, the captain, whether your service spirit is in place. Shinkei kicked Jian Suiyu away. Jian Suiyu, okay, I won't say anything, don't be angry. Really, why do you really hit people? Shinkei had a cold face and pulled the collar with one hand, with a gloomy tone, pointing at Jian Suiyu. You, that beauty card, charge me 100 billion points first. Jian Suiyu, damn it, Shinjin. Jian Suiyu turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Shinkei in a low voice. Wait. A few minutes later, Wu Yu's door was knocked, and she opened it. Meow. She lowered her head slowly, and saw a kitten wearing a pink lace headband. With a soft sound, it stretched out its chubby little paws to hook her trouser legs. The kitten looked up, and its pair of green eyes were very beautiful. Meow. Wu Yu curled her lips, squatted down, picked up the kitten, and closed the door. Chapter 241. Ahem. No response, Jian Suiyu said angrily. Ahem. Shinkei glanced at him. Are you stuck in your throat? Jian Suiyu shook his head. I'm just curious. Shinkei turned his head and looked forward, his expression grim. That's a pity, you're really lucky. Jian Suiyu was choked. Okay. The child is grown up now, has his own little secrets, and is unwilling to share his thoughts with him. No, Jian Suiyu, is there anything I can't know? It's really frustrating. The door of the main cockpit suddenly opened. Wu Yu walked in, and Jian Suiyu suddenly shut his mouth. Wu Yu, Captain, Vice Captain, the reward for killing the remnants of N.I. Lin has been sent to me by the Alliance. A total of 146 remnants of N.I. Lin were killed in this battle, and 146,000 SS-level diamond crystals were awarded. I have handed them all over to the team warehouse. Remember to confirm. Shinkei nodded. Okay, hard work. Jian Suiyu's eyes wandered back and forth between the two people, seeing that their expressions were normal, and they looked normal. Shit! I'm even more curious and even more anxious. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, and she told me that the team already knows my background. Jian Suiyu said seriously, yes, I asked you to come this time mainly to ask for your opinion. Shinkei and Jian Suiyu both looked a little nervous. Wu Yu, Qi Yan saved me when I was in a humble position and saved my life. I have made my attitude clear a long time ago. I will never leave Chien. Hearing Wu Yu's affirmative answer, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkei carefully confirmed, "What about your father? What are you going to do?" "Wu Yu, I heard that he has not been in a good mental state since what happened that year. My sudden appearance in front of him may cause unnecessary panic. Let it go. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet." Wu Yu was indeed a little confused about the sudden appearance of such a living father. If Jiang Cheng had been actively looking for her like Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng, she would definitely recognize him as soon as possible. But in Jiang Cheng's current state, will the recognition arouse his emotional turmoil, or even endanger his life? Wu Yu is not sure, at least for now. She thinks it's good for everyone to maintain their original life trajectory. "Jian Suiyu, do you need me to contact Sirius?" Wu Yu shook her head, "No." "Jian Suiyu, okay, make your own decision." "Shinkei, according to your ideas, Qi Yan will act in accordance with your ideas at any time." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei and Jian Suiyu and smiled. "Okay, thank you." Wu Chong poked his head out of the door. What are you talking about? Have you finished talking? We've been waiting for a long time." Jiechen walked in. "Is there anything we can't know?" "Richard, you are all loudspeakers. If you know, the whole world will know." Wu Chong jumped up and down. "Who said that? My mouth is tighter than anyone else's when it comes to important matters." "Fu Yinchi, have you all talked about it?" Shinkei nodded. "Well, you guys come in." Wu Yu looked at everyone in confusion. His eyes swept across each person. "Anything else?" "Jian Suiyu, I spent the whole day in the free trade market yesterday, and finally I got it all together." Jian Suiyu took out 5 red lines and 5 rings, and looked at Wu Yu. "Yesterday the team's top management held a meeting. After careful consideration, it is true that at present, even with all the power of Qi Yan, it is not enough to fight against the power you may face. However, Qi Yan will do his best. All the senior members of Qi Yan have bound the red line with you and opened the directional transmission function. As long as you are in danger, no matter where we are, we will come to your side as soon as possible. Miss Wu Yu, I don't know if we have the honor to be your destined person." Wu Yu looked at everyone in surprise, and in the tense and expectant eyes of everyone, she slowly said, "Actually, I am quite conservative, even a little feudal. I can't accept so many destined people." Wu Chong lowered his head. "Hey, but I, Xioli Shishia, and Annie have all signed up as our destined people." Jiechen turned his face away. "TSK, I told you not to do that." Richard smiled. "It's okay, I'm very open-minded." Fu Yinchi nodded. "This is really outrageous." Jian Suiyu guessed that Wu Yu would not agree, but it didn't matter, he would open up. And he would open up to the person involved, right up to his face. "Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, is it because of the captain?" Wu Yu and Shinkei turned their heads at the same time. "What? Jian Suiyu, is it because you and the captain are in love that you don't want to sign a red line with us? Is it because you already have someone you like that you don't want to have another destined person?" Shinkei's head exploded, his white ears turned red. He looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. "Shut your mouth immediately. Jian Suiyu, are you two going to get married? When is the date set?" Shinkei stretched out his hand and covered Jian Suiyu's mouth. Pulling him into the corner, he threatened, "If you mutter another word, I will kill you." Jian Suiyu was fearless. "Kill me, as long as I am alive for 1 second, I will continue to speak." Jian Suiyu raised his voice. "Wu Yu, can't you consider me? I don't want to destroy your relationship. I just want to join this family." Wu Chong agreed. Yes, I just want to join this family." Richard smiled. "It doesn't matter if I don't join this family. I can be a mistress without a name or status." Fu Yinchi and Jiechen looked at each other, and both of them twitched their lips fiercely. Jiechen advised Wu Yu earnestly, "You'd better agree, otherwise they will annoy you to death." Fu Yinchi nodded in agreement. "Yes, they are really annoying. And for a long time to come, they will even use loudspeakers to play them in a loop throughout the base. You really can't go head-to-head with people like them, whose moral basin is infinitely close to the Earth's core." Wu Yu didn't know why these men could be so noisy. Not far away, Shinkei was beating up 3 people by himself. The most outrageous thing is that beating them up can't stop them from talking. Wu Yu took a deep breath and took out a loudspeaker. Tie them up now, tie them up immediately. I beat anyone who doesn't tie them up to death. After tying them up, no one is allowed to mention their background again. Everyone stood at attention, no problem. Seeing everyone lining up to sign the destiny with her, pink lights flashed by. The destiny system changed from 1 person to 6 people, and 5 flashing pink figures suddenly appeared on the system interface. Wu Yu sighed, "Not bad, and quite lively." Wu Chong was surprised. Look, yeah, and I still have 30 points of intimacy. Jiechen said proudly, 35 points. Wu Chong poked his head out. Hey, why is yours higher than mine? Fu Yinchi, 25 points. Richard said angrily, I only have 25 points like Yinchi. Jian Suiyu showed his communicator, 40 points, I won. Wu Yu was speechless. What kind of strange desire to win was this? What's the comparison? As teammates who have been through life and death in the same team, isn't it normal to have a basic intimacy value? However, everyone turned to look at Shinkei. Captain, how much intimacy do you and Wu Yu have now? Chapter 242. Wu Yu put down the speaker. I'm leaving first. Under the gaze of the crowd, she left the scene quickly and quietly at a speed 10 times faster. Everyone turned to look at Shinkei, and their expressions gradually became ferocious. He, show us. Shinkei didn't even turn his head back, and swung his tail like a dragon, flew through the gap in the crowd, rolled 360 degrees on the ground, and ran away. We watched Shinkei run past her, and a group of people followed behind him to catch him in a whirlwind. Captain, don't run. When passing Wu Yu, Shinkei tilted his head to look at her, his flying white hair reflecting silver light under the lights of the shuttle corridor. Shinkei lowered his eyebrows, and his entire pupils reflected Wu Yu's figure. He disappeared at the end of the corridor in a blink of an eye. Everyone looked empty-handed and turned to look at Wu Yu. In their attack that seemed like a zombie siege, Wu Yu, show us how close you are to the captain. Wu Yu didn't even turn her head back, stepped into her own lounge, and locked the door. After the Battle of Anailen, Wang Ting was seriously injured. Qi Yan secretly blocked Wang Ting's forces outside the World City, forcing Wang Ting's forces to retreat to the World City. Jian Suiyu, it's not easy for us to reach into the World City. How is that old guy Vlad? Shinkei, I heard that he has not come out since he entered the secret room of Wang Ting. The same is true for Shinqingxi. Both of them have not shown up for a long time. Without the second largest combat force of the Alliance to escort, Wang Ting's power is not as strong as before, and its actions are much more conservative and cautious than before. Jian Suiyu said, oh, this old guy has the nerve to admit that he is the second strongest force in the Alliance. That's all your strength. My mother takes Wu Yu to burn incense every day, wishing him to die soon. Anshin was doing a good deed on the horizontal altar in the open space in front of the Qian building. God, Queen Mother, Fighting Buddha, Guangong, Jesus, open your eyes, and let that old guy named Vlad Dracula die quickly. This is his birth date. Anshin threw the red paper with Vlad's birth date into the incense burner, and suddenly sprayed a mouthful of water. The flame shot up into the sky, and the red paper was burned into a ball. Wu Yu waited quietly on the side. Anshin said seriously, incense. Wu Yu's younger sister handed over 3 sticks of incense as thick as a child's wrist, and Anshin respectfully bowed to the gods and Buddhas on the altar one by one. Putting the incense into the incense burner, Anshin said sincerely, Dear gods and bodhisattvas, today we offer you the pig that was just slaughtered this morning. Please enjoy it. Yu, come quickly, say a few words too. Wu Yu's expression was wooden, and she spoke quickly, Damn Vlad Dracula, why don't you die yet? I curse you to become a dirty, ugly street rat in this life, the next life, and the next life, and drown in a stinky ditch, beep beep beep. I curse you to never accomplish the bad things you want to do, and curse Shinqingxi to never take anything from Shinkei. Anshin gave a thumbs up. Yeah, it seems that you can recite the lyrics I wrote for you by heart. Wu Yu smiled stiffly, hee. After the ritual, Wu Yu and Anshin left. Only the iron bucket in front of the altar continued to burn. All the words Wu Yu said appeared word by word on the red paper, where Vlad's birth date was just written, as if they were real. A red light flashed, and these words merged into the birth date, and disappeared in an instant. The DX001 antidote found by Qi Yin was passed to the Jiang family through Charles. The Jiang family acted vigorously, and the second phase of DX001 progressed rapidly. Half a month later, the firewall was finally completely removed in the north, and all the DX001 infected people in the north were cleared, and nearly 10,000 people survived successfully. Charles personally visited Qi Yin to express his gratitude to Qi Yin. Charles, this is a whole military production line of equipment for Falcon, and it is given to Qi Yin as a thank you gift. From now on, Qi Yin is my closest comrade in arms and most respected partner of Falcon. Shinkei, you're welcome. Charles, I mentioned to you before that I wanted Miss Wu Yu to join our Falcon. Shinkei was very confident. Wu Yu said that she would never leave Qi Yin. Charles nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was just about to say that what I said is invalid. Just pretend I didn't say it. Just pretend I farted. Shinkei didn't understand immediately, huh? Charles was still frightened. I do want to help Falcon recruit talents, but not talents that will replace me. Miss Wu Yu is really smart, skilled and brave. I am afraid when I see her. Shinkei nodded proudly, of course. Charles, you don't know, after you left, the Jiang family's armed forces and Sirius stationed in the north. They asked me how I led people out of the underground church, and I happened to admire Miss Wu Yu's brilliant strategy at the time, so I recorded Miss Wu Yu's behavior. When the Jiang family asked me, I just shared this video with the Jiang family with a feeling of showing off and pride. Shinkei's proud expression was frozen on his face before he could let it go. He tilted his head to look at Charles. What did you say? Now it was Charles's turn, holding his head high, in order to let them know what an excellent and powerful woman Miss Wu Yu is. I shared all of Miss Wu Yu's strategies in the underground church with the Jiang family. Bang! Charles was hit in the face and covered his eyes in disbelief. Not Shinkei. Did I give you face? How can you just start fighting? Don't think I won't dare to fight in your Qian place. Bang bang bang. Bang bang, 3 more punches. Charles covered his head and ran away. Wrong, brother. Stop it. Hidden in the corner with his head covered, Charles didn't understand. No, why are you hitting me? I just want to help Miss Wu Yu stand out in the alliance and establish her prestige. Yu Qian has 1 more pillar, isn't it good? Shinkei looked at Charles. Who in the Jiang family did you show it to? Charles, captain of Sirius Jiang Huaiji, vice captain of Sirius Jiang Yuhua. Shinkei's heart sank. What was their reaction after they saw it? Charles pondered. If you ask this, their expressions at the time were really completely different from what I imagined. It was a bit mysterious and intriguing. Shinkei, did anything else happen afterwards? Charles shook his head. Afterwards they copied the video and never contacted me again. Charles was puzzled. What's the problem? Shinkei shook his head. No, go ahead. Charles was incredulous. No, I brought you so many gifts, and you didn't even leave me a meal? Shinkei threw a meal card to Charles. You go and eat by yourself, 1 portion per person, don't eat more. Charles was furious as he watched Shinkei leave without hesitation. Charles jumped up and down. I eat 8 portions by myself. Shinkei had just walked to the door of Jian Sueyo's office when he received alliance-wide notice. In order to ease the depressing atmosphere within the alliance caused by the recent DX001 virus, and to inspire and cheer people up, the alliance will now organize activities for major teams, chaebols, and aristocratic families. All major teams are welcome to sign up and participate. The winners will receive generous rewards. Reward Investor, Jiang Ling. Chapter 243. A secret underground room in the Jiang family's main residence. Jiang Yuhua looked at the 2 people present through the holographic projection. At present, we have confirmed the following information. According to our second phase of investigation on DX001, we can confirm that the investor behind the friendly orphanage is the one who developed DX001, the predecessor of future biological laboratory. The part that deserves our special attention is this. After the Dao sect revealed the existence of DX001, Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng worked together to set up a trap to lure out the Hua family, which had been completely infiltrated by DX001. The two have always been at odds. With Zhou Qianfeng's usual style of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he would never rush into the game. But this time, he made many risky moves in the first stage of DX001. It was obvious that he had reached a consensus with Fu Yixue. Fu Yixue even protected Zhou Qianfeng closely. So, what was the starting point of the reconciliation between the two? When did the two start to have frequent contact? This has to be mentioned. In the Alliance plot dungeon, Zhou Qianfeng left the World City for the first time in 3 years and met Fu Yixue. In the World Boss dungeon, Fu Yixue went to Zhou Qianfeng's safe house alone after the battle. And one of the 3 newcomers in that plot dungeon was Wu Yu. Let's look at this side. Fu Yanqi, the genius of the Taoist sect, has always been excluded by his fellow disciples. Fu Yixue has never taken the initiative to participate in the disputes of disciples. But before DX001 broke out, she took the initiative to intervene, and sent Fu Yanqi to the throne of the Taoist sect leader in advance. Fu Yanqi's other identity is the senior management of the Qian team. Zhou Qianfeng recently allocated an entire equipment mechanical security defense chain under his name for the upgrade of the Qian base, and the team's weapon combat readiness chain. Under what name was this equipment chain given? 2 possibilities. 1. Qian Captain Shinkei is Prince Noah's squire of the royal court, and Shinkei used his panda blood to save Fu Yixue. 2. The Secretariat led the first phase of DX001, which required a large amount of meteorite ore. When the members of the Alliance Parliament were unwilling to support it, The Secretariat actually conjured up nearly 300,000 meteorite ores and survived the crisis alone. Qian, in the recent world boss battle, obtained a large amount of meteorite ore. These two possibilities may indeed lead to the cooperation of the three parties, but they are not enough. The interaction between the three parties wants to form a logical closed loop, but it lacks a very key central figure to connect them all. Wu Yu, 19 years old this year, has a recorded age from 3 years old to entering the friendly orphanage, which is consistent with the information provided by Wu Xiuli. Although it does not match Meibao's birth age, the orphanage information is questionable and cannot be used as the final judgment result. Wu Yu grew up in a friendly orphanage from the age of 3 to 18. It is possible that the laboratory conducted experiments on her and tampered with her age. If I had only suspected before, when I saw Fu Yixue appear on the DX001 front line in the north, I finally realized that Fu Yixue could not help Fu Yanqi to save Qi Yin. The person she wanted to save was the one we had been looking for. Jiang Qian walked in stealthily and closed the door. After the big devil beat all of us, he said that the activity had started and ran around the headquarters 100 times. Now he said that he had reached the target amount of exercise for today and went back to sleep. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The living Buddha finally went back to his room. Jiang Yuhua said coldly, "You are still too optimistic. Forget the time before, when we just opened the video, he suddenly jumped out, with bloodshot eyes, he stood in the shadows, and punched each of us in the head." Jiang Qian felt numb all over. "Sister, can you please stop talking? It's really scary. I still have nightmares in the middle of the night when I think about it now." God knows he could stand still even in the zombie siege, but he trembled all over when he looked into the eyes of the devil. Jiang Mubai sighed, "I'm numb. I've been beaten by him since I was a child. He beat me harder and harder recently, as if he was afraid that he couldn't kill me." Jiang Mubai and Jiang Qian looked at each other. He was a cold and noble man outside, but he could only cry cowardly at home. Jiang Yuhua, with the current state of third uncle, even if Meibao knew that she was third uncle's child, she would not take the initiative to recognize her as the Jiang family. Jiang Qian nodded vigorously. "That's right, Uncle San is notorious, and everyone knows that he will pinch anyone he doesn't like. When Meibao was little, she was so sweet, soft, cute, and pretty. How can she withstand such a pinch from Uncle San when she grows up? She should hide as far away as possible." Jiang Yuhua, "In fact, I have been thinking for a long time. Even if we take a step back, can we really not assassinate Uncle San? Uncle San is really too much of a hindrance. After his death, as the eldest sister, Meibao will naturally be inherited by me. I will definitely take on the responsibility of the eldest sister and treat her well for the rest of my life. I will buy whatever she wants. Even the stars and the moon in the sky, I can pick them for her." Jiang Qian glared. "Hey sister, that's not what you said. I don't like it if you say that. How can you inherit it? Why, then I will inherit it. When she was little, Mingming Meibao always followed me like a white glutinous rice ball. As soon as she could speak, she called me brother Inan." Jiang Yuhua said coldly, "Jiang Qian, understand your identity, and don't covet what you don't deserve. The only purpose of my hard work for 18 years is to get the sole inheritance of Meibao." Seeing that Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Qian were about to fight again after just a few words, Jiang Mubai leaned against the wall to watch the fun, and had no intention of stopping them. He even urged the two of them, "Sister, beat him up and let him know who is the king." He was calculating in his mind that it would be best if both of them were injured, and the responsibility of taking care of Meibao would be handed over to him in the future. "Okay, let's talk about business first." Jiang Huaiji spoke up. As the oldest brother of the Jiang family, his words still counted. Forget it. No one paid any attention to him. Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Qian were fighting so hard that they wanted to shoot each other to death. Jiang Huaiji's forehead jumped suddenly. If the noise gets too loud, Uncle San will come. The two people present stopped immediately. The four of them gathered in front of the holographic projection screen stealthily and lowered their voices. "Jiang Huaiji, the notice of the Alliance's social event has been sent out. The social event will be held in a manor south of the Jiang family a week later. At that time, my father and second uncle will send third uncle away and let him go to Siberia to catch fish." Jiang Qian, "Isn't it too close to go to Siberia?" Jiang Mubai, "Can't we send third uncle into outer space to catch alien savages?" Jiang Huaiji glanced at the two of them, and they motioned Jiang Huaiji to continue. "Jiang Huaiji, the social activities are divided into 3 parts. In the first round of drawing lots to form teams, I will use a secret operation to let Wu Yu and I be in the same group. I will want to get close to her, Observe her words and deeds, and try to get. Chapter 244. Jiang Yuhua raised an objection. Wait, why are you and Wu Yu in the same group? Jiang Huaiji looked sideways. The pairing rules stipulate that men and women are in a group. Jiang Yuhua, then change it. It's going to be a secret operation anyway, so just have a hearty cheating. Jiang Huaiji refused. This will arouse suspicion from the outside world. Jiang Yuhua retreated unwillingly. Jiang Qian was proud. Then be in the same group with me, brother. You always have a cold face, and scare the girls again. Unlike me. Jiang Huaiji said coldly. Like you have a reputation as a playboy. Jiang Qian was incredulous. Brother, are you talking without conscience? You have done everything to discredit me. I hardly show my face outside. How can I be a playboy? Jiang Huaiji, you are not the one who suddenly smiled at a woman you don't know? Jiang Qian, I just felt that the girl looked like Maybao when she was a child for a moment. Jiang Mubai came up. Second brother, I think what the eldest brother said makes sense. You have a bad reputation, so don't go out and embarrass yourself. Let me team up with Wu Yu. Jiang Qian was so angry. He has a bad reputation? How did he suddenly fall to the point where he was embarrassed to go out with a bad reputation? Jiang Huaiji looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai's eyes were starry, and his hands were on his cheeks. Brother, you are my brother. We are brothers. You won't let me go, right? Jiang Huaiji pretended not to see it, turned around and continued. When the time comes, I will find a way to get Wu Yu's DNA sample, and you will test it as soon as possible. The other three looked at each other. This guy was determined to eat alone. Let's kill him first. He has been annoying for a long time. The three of them began to pull out their guns secretly. Jiang Huaiji looked at them coldly. Did you overlook something very important? What? Jiang Huaiji, this event is in the name of socializing. Although the main target group is the team, if Wu Yu already has someone she is destined to be with, then she will most likely not participate, and Qi Yan will select other female team members to participate in the socializing event. The three of them suddenly realized, yes, what if Wu Yu already has someone she likes, then she won't participate. Jiang Yuhua's expression was solemn. We spent so much time and effort to deliberately set up such a big game, and even took out a whole piece of mining land as a reward. If Wu Yu doesn't come at all, won't it be a bargain for others? And the mining land is a small matter. If we miss this opportunity, it may be really difficult to do it again. Jiang Yuhua didn't say anything else, and silence spread among everyone. Jiang Huaiji said in a low voice, so I plan to go to Qian in person to invite Wu Yu. The three of them turned around suddenly. What did you say? Jiang Huaiji, I just said that I have admired her since the World Boss Battle, and I hope to have the opportunity to get to know her through this social gathering. And Jiang Huaiji took out the video copy from Charles. I also admire her outstanding performance in the battle against an Lin. The three of them exchanged glances quickly. Jiang Yuhua, believe me, this is his true words. He is now using public resources for personal gain, and wants to improve Wu Yu's favorability in advance. Jiang Mubai nodded. Yes, I know my brother, he is just like this bitch. Jiang Qian's eyes were deep. He must not be allowed to get the chance to meet Maybao alone. The three turned their heads, and said at the same time, we will go with you. Jiang Huaiji said uprightly, it's too obvious, it will definitely arouse other people's suspicion. The three were about to argue. They looked at Jiang Huaiji's back, and suddenly widened their eyes in fear. At the same time, Jiang Huaiji heard a cold, gloomy, low voice from behind. Where are you going? He slowly turned his head, and it was Jiang Cheng who had said he had gone to sleep. Jiang Cheng slowly side-glanced at the holographic projection, and the four people who had no time to remove the projection opened their eyes wide in fear. Just when they thought that Jiang Cheng would go crazy again like before, he calmly looked at Wu Yu in the camera for a while, and then turned away silently. Only the four people were left, looking at each other in surprise. Jiang Qian was shocked and whispered, what's going on? Third uncle didn't go berserk? Shen Kai sat in Jian Suiyu's office, with a serious expression. Jian Suiyu, why did the Jiang family suddenly organize a social gathering? Shen Kai, Charles said he showed Sirius the video of Wu Yu in the town of Era. Jian Suiyu, based on the ages of the heirs of Sirius, they should have had contact with Wu Yu when they were young. I heard from Master Fu that Wu Yu was very cute when she was young, and she was the most lovable child she had ever seen. Shen Kai, Wu Yu is also very lovable now. Jian Suiyu, what happened in your room that day? If you think my status is not enough, I can charge SPIP right now. Shen Kai said nothing, his expression showing his arrogance and pride of regaining the initiative. Okay, you win, Jian Suiyu. So you think the Jiang family may have come to this party specifically for Wu Yu? Shen Kai nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu, you don't want Wu Yu to go? Shinkei shook his head. I respect Wu Yu's decision. If she asked you to sign up, it means she has made up her mind. Jian Suiyu nodded. Okay, then the list of male team members. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei. What do you mean? I decide. Shinkei smiled. If Wu Yu goes, I go. If Wu Yu doesn't go, you decide, but I won't go. Okay, you're so perfect now. Jian Suiyu, Captain, are you in the courtship period now? Shinkei didn't answer, and turned away. Jian Suiyu's communication suddenly lit up, and he raised his eyebrows when he saw the content of the communication. Facing Shinkei's secretly happy back, Captain. Shinkei, anything else? Now it was Jian Suiyu's turn to smile. Captain Jiang Huaiji, the captain of Sirius, sent me a private communication, and he wanted to visit us Qian. Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu's hypocritical smile with 8 teeth, without blinking, and said firmly, reject him. Jian Suiyu, just communicate normally between teams, don't be so nervous. Just send Wu Yu away when the time comes. Shinkei nodded, and gave him an affirmative look. Suiyu, I'm at ease with you doing it. Jian Suiyu. Shinkei, have you privately blocked those who want to poach Wu Yu? Shinkei and Jian Suiyu looked at each other for a second, with a very calm expression, and nodded as a matter of course yes. There is nothing to be ashamed of. If he really wanted to invite Wu Yu, he would never give up just because he was blocked. Jian Suiyu. Ha! The hypocritical and stubborn man said that he respected Wu Yu's decision. If Wu Yu really wanted to leave, he would be the first to cry and hang himself in front of Wu Yu. Shinkei looked calm. When did Jiang Huaiji say he would come? Jian Suiyu, tomorrow morning. Shinkei, okay, Wu Yu usually goes to take care of her plantation in the morning, so I meet Jiang Huaiji in the team meeting room. Seeing Shinkei leave after he finished speaking, Jian Suiyu asked casually, where are you going now? Shinkei arranged his clothes. I'm going to get a new look. By the way, have you applied for the card I asked you to apply for? He started to scratch his hair seriously, secretly competing with himself, and he must not lose. Jian Suiyu, This person seems to be mentally retarded. Chapter 245. Jiang Huaiji's forehead veins were throbbing wildly, as he sat in the shuttle. Didn't I say I'd go alone? No one paid any attention to him. Jiang Huaiji looked at the shuttle's driving position, Jiang Yuhua. Jiang Yuhua didn't even blink. Captain, I'm not Jiang Yuhua, I'm the Sirius shuttle's main pilot Jiang Wanming. Jiang Qian, yes. Captain, I'm Sirius's first team member Jiang Chongwang. Jiang Mubai, Captain, I'm shuttle number 1 cleaner Jiang Bye-Bye. Jiang Huaiji kicked Jiang Mubai. Jiang Bye-Bye, I let you Jiang Bye-Bye. Jiang Mubai banged the broom. Captain Sirius is beating people. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath. All of you get out. Jiang Qian, brother, we are all masked, and outsiders can't recognize us. We just want to go see Wu Yu. In the previous world boss battles, everyone fought their own battles. Only my sister had contact with her. Jiang Yuhua smiled sweetly and shyly. Yaya is a very good girl. Jiang Qian was jealous and sour. Look at her. She's like this all day long, showing off. It's just naked showing off. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath. Okay, but you are not allowed to talk nonsense later. The 3 of them, don't worry. Captain, we would go to the plantation for a stroll after breakfast every morning. As soon as she opened the door in the morning, Shinkei was walking out across from her. Dazzled by Shinkei's brilliant appearance, Wu Yu silently covered her eyes, took a step back, and lowered her straw hat. It's so dazzling, I'm going blind. Shinkei saw Wu Yu and waved happily. Wu Yu, are you going to the plantation? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, the captain is dressed so beautifully. Are you going on a blind date? Shinkei was choked. No, there are other teams visiting. Wu Yu was surprised. Other teams visiting? Do you need to dress so exaggeratedly? Looking at Shinkei's white clothes reflecting silver light, with a little gold thread on it, and Shinkei's meticulously groomed white hair, the whole person seems to be a god walking out of the mural. Wu Yu thinks, Captain, you can go to get married directly in this outfit without any violation. Shinkei slowly walked over and approached Wu Yu. Wu Yu stretched out his arm expressionlessly. Captain, please keep your distance from me, or I tell the deputy captain that you harass me at work. Shinkei instantly groaned. Wu Yu, you clearly said last time that you were not angry. Wu Yu asked back, did I say that? Shinkei lowered his head, pitifully no. Wu Yu nodded, picked up his farming tools, and walked towards the plantation. Just as he got on the shuttle, he saw the Sirius shuttle landing at Qian's airport. Wu Yu blinked in surprise. So the team Shinkei was talking about was Sirius? She exchanged glances with Jiang Yuhua, who had just gotten off the plane, and then Wu Yu shuttled word towards her plantation. Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu led the Qian team to greet Jiang Huaiji and the Sirius team members with a smile. Jian Suiyu smiled, welcomed Sirius to visit Qian. Jiang Yuhua, who was walking towards the ground, suddenly grabbed Jiang Qianan's arm. Jiang Qianan hissed, lowered her voice, and gritted her teeth. Sister, are you going to pinch me to death so that you can be an only child? Jiang Yuhua whispered, I saw Wu Yue. Everyone turned their heads. Wu Yue's shuttle disappeared, and they all turned their heads back as if nothing had happened. Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu looked at each other and exchanged information. Shen Kai, they really came for Wu Yue. Jian Suiyu, it was clear at a glance, very clear. Jiang Yuhua's eyes lingered for a long time, and he was unwilling to take them back. He saw Yaya. Yaya was so cute. Are you going to play in the mud with a small hoe and shovel? No, why can Yaya only play in the mud in Qian? What does Qian do for a living? Jiang Yuhua was instantly angry. If Yaya was by her side, she would definitely buy her the most fertile mud in the world even if she was playing with mud. Jiang Huaiji saw Jiang Yuhua's naked and unrestrained gaze from the corner of his eye, and whispered to her, Jiang Yuhua, can you control yourself a little? Jiang Yuhua's tone was very gloomy. Does Yaya still have to work in Qian? She still has to farm by herself? Qian is exploiting her, right? Yes, it must be. My poor Meibao must be bullied in Qian. I will snatch her away today. Jiang Huaiji, what did you promise me before you came? You promised not to talk nonsense. Jiang Yuhua tilted his head, with a 3-point cold and 4-point indifferent smile on his lips. Since you don't care about Meibao at all, and don't care whether Meibao has been wronged here, then you sign and seal it now, and never compete with me for the custody of Meibao again. Jiang Huaiji sneered. Jiang Yuhua, don't dream. Meibao must be raised by me, the eldest son and grandson of the Jiang family. Only I can give Meibao the childhood and family affection she lacks. Jiang Qianan and Jiang Mubai looked at each other. They can really quarrel at any time. Jiang Qianan, did you see Wu Yu just now? Jiang Mubai saw it, but didn't see it clearly. Jiang Qianan poked Jiang Yuhua, and Jiang Yuhua turned his head fiercely. What? He pointed at Qian's people and said silently, do the business first, and then fight back. Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Yuhua changed their faces instantly, and looked at Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu. I hope Captain Shen doesn't feel disturbed by my rash visit. Shen Kai said indifferently, of course not. I don't feel disturbed. I just feel that you are disturbing me very much, disturbing me to death. It's best to leave immediately. Jian Suiyu guided everyone, then let's talk in the conference room. Jiang Huaiji, okay. After entering the Qian conference room and sitting down, the two sides exchanged a few fake greetings, and Jiang Huaiji got to the point. I am here this time mainly because of the social event hosted by the Jiang family. I hope Qian can honor you and attend. Jian Suiyu, don't worry, we will definitely be there. Jiang Huaiji, which team members Qian is going to go with? Jian Suiyu, I will go with Richard and Wu Chong. Jian Huaiji attacked. In order to balance the number of men and women in the team, each team must have female members. Jian Suiyu defended, of course. Qian has recruited many new female members this time. As long as they are willing to go, Qian will make arrangements. Jian Huaiji smiled. It may be a bit presumptuous to say this, but I wonder if these female members include Miss Wu Yu. If you think it's presumptuous, don't ask, Shen Kai answered, not included. Wu Yu already has a destined person, who has signed the red line. Proud, that's him. Jian Suiyu nodded. So far, no one from Wu Yu has signed up to go. The heirs of the Jiang family looked at each other. Their eyes were full of swords. Jiang Yuhua remembered that when the Fox Fairy was in the dungeon before, it was Wu Yu and Noah's squire who cleared the dungeon and got the final reward of the dungeon. Instantly, for murderous eyes looked at Shen Kai. Unlike the cautiousness just now, this time the eyes were full of picky and scrutiny. Chapter 246. Jiang Yuhua smiled. Captain Shen, even if Miss Wu Yu has a destined person, it does not mean that she will definitely be with this destined person. Emphasis on this destined person. Jiang Huaiji nodded. Yes, I wonder if you have asked Miss Wu Yu for her opinion? Jiang Yuhua, why don't you call Wu Yu? I just saw her at the airport. Jian Suiyu, maybe Deputy Captain Jiang made a mistake, and this time Captain Jiang said he came by himself, but he didn't expect that all the senior executives of Sirius were here? It is rare for several people of noble status to attend together like this. Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Yuhua looked at each other. They didn't know whether Qian knew Wu Yu's identity, and they didn't know whether Qian's people would use it to threaten Wu Yu if they knew her identity. It's still not too obvious. Jiang Huaiji calmed down. I'm sorry to make Vice Captain Jian laugh, but we are here this time. It's because I admire Miss Wu Yu very much and admire her outstanding performance in several battles. I want to get to know Miss Wu Yu. Shin Kei looked at Jian Suiyu with his peripheral vision. Liar, lie, they are liars. Jian Suiyu signaled Shin Kei, calm down. It's really hard to cooperate with you in a combo punch when you are so excited. Shin Kei also wanted to calm down, but they were just getting close to him. Do the people in the Jiang family think they speak too softly? But sorry, his five senses are so good, he can hear everything they say. That woman Jiang Yuhua actually said she wanted to snatch Wu Yu away. Who dares to snatch one for him today, as if He Chi Yin is a vegetarian? Does the Jiang family think that they are the only ones who will go crazy? He will too. When he goes crazy, he will even eat his own dosha. Shin Kei is so angry. Ever since the identity was revealed, Wu Yu seemed to be fine, but she has ignored him recently. It's not that she ignored him. She didn't even breathe the same air with him. Jian Suiyu always asks him why he came into the room that day. Asking, what's there to ask? What else can he do in the room? Stand in the corner as punishment. She is so beautifully dressed. Why didn't you even touch her? Don't you like his look? If you don't like him, you can change his look. Is he not cute anymore? He was punished by standing against the wall when he entered, and he was kicked out of the room before his props were finished. Wow, I want to cry just thinking about it, and I have to pretend to be strong and smile to live. After outputting a rap, Shin Kei finally calmed down, and Jian Suiyu looked at him doubtfully. I always feel that it is better to say that he is as peaceful as death rather than calm. Wu Yu had just got on the shuttle bus after finishing her work in the plantation, and Anshin pressed the car. Wu Yu looked at the three giants of the planting area who were gathered together secretly. What's wrong? Anshin, Anshou, Uncle Gu. Anshin was very happy. Yeah. Do you know that another team came to our Qian today? Wu Yu nodded. I saw it. It was serious. Anshou took out a handful of melon seeds and handed them to Wu Yu. I heard from your Uncle Zhou that our captain drove a shuttle to the city to buy new clothes yesterday. He changed his whole body and got a new hairstyle. Uncle Gu snapped his fingers. No wonder. I saw it. Our captain Shin was so showy today. If you don't know, you would think he was a peacock. Anshin was so excited. Hey, I heard that the Jiang family just organized an alliance party, and Sirius came to our team, and our captain was dressed so beautifully. Could it be that Shin Kei and the players of Sirius fell in love with each other? Wu Yu agreed while cracking melon seeds. Yes, it's possible. It's hard to say. I haven't seen the captain get along well with any female players before. Maybe he has already set his eyes on the members of Sirius. I was enjoying my own melon, and even started a rumor. Crack. Anshin was so curious and yearned for it. If Suiyu hadn't repeatedly told me not to go, I really wanted to see what they were talking about up close. Anshou lowered her voice. How about we go and bring them some food and drinks? Anshin shook her head. No, Suiyu will definitely be angry. Uncle Gu was watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. Then we can't have you go. Yeah girl, you go. Come back and tell us what you heard. Wu Yu shook her head. I can't either. It's a high-level meeting between the teams, and it's not appropriate for me to go. Ah, the four of them sighed together. What a pity. Hey, I heard that the captain and his team came out of the meeting room. The four looked at each other, and their eyes lit up at the same time. Auntie Chen randomly grabbed a lucky person. Did you see where the captain and his team went? It seems that they are coming to the planting area, and they are all on the shuttle bus. Aunt Chen was excited. Did you see who Captain Chen was sitting with? Yes, with someone in black. Aunt Chen rubbed her hands excitedly. Oh my god, could it really be that Shin Kei brought the girl he likes to visit our planting area? She immediately shouted, Hey, everyone get ready. The captain brought the members of other teams to visit our planting area. The planting area is the leading industry of Qian. Everyone hurry up and get ready. We must show our best side to people. Aw, Anshin stopped Wu Yu, who was about to sneak away. Wu Yu, as the deputy director of our planting area, shouldn't you take people around to have a look? Wu Yu pointed at herself in surprise. Me? Anshin nodded. Yeah. Wu Yu's brain was spinning rapidly, brainstorming. I don't think it's possible. What if the captain wants to create some time alone with his sweetheart? If I'm here, won't I become a light bulb? Anshin widened her eyes in disbelief, and Wu Yu was a little nervous. What's wrong? Could it be that she spread rumors and caused suspicion? Anshin clapped Wu Yu. You. Otherwise, why do people say you are so wise? Anshin didn't even think of this. You almost did something bad with good intentions. Wu Yu, yes. She didn't seem to doubt him at all, and I didn't know whether I should feel happy or outrageous. After Aunt Chen's golden mouth and jade words, Wu Yu rode her happy shuttle slowly away. A few minutes later. Another shuttle arrived at the place where she was just now. Shin Kei and Shin Huaiji were sitting on the shuttle. Both of them had a handsome face that was so shocking that it angered the heavens and the people. Their tall figures separated a clear 38th parallel in the small shuttle. The two people turned their faces in different directions at the same time, looking gloomy. Shin Kei, look, let me show you. Why hasn't the 10-meter-long worm that usually runs out come to bite you to death? Jiang Huaiji, Qi Yan, these insidious and despicable villains actually let Mei Bao take care of such a large planting area alone. Mei Bao is simply a pitiful little thing. I feel so distressed. In his eyes, there are dozens or hundreds of planting area employees standing in front of him, but they are just air. Chapter 247. Wu Yu was driving the shuttle before she left the planting area when she heard someone calling her, Wu Chong, Yu, come up quickly. Looking up, I saw that Wu Chong, Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yanqi were watching the excitement on the observation tower outside the planting area. Going up to the observation tower, for people each held a telescope to watch the excitement, and Wu Chong handed one to Wu Yu. Yu watched together. Wu Yu took the telescope. What are you looking at? Wu Chong, watching the captain and the captain of Sirius fighting each other. Jiechen, I think Shin Kei is going to be pissed off. Fu Yanqi said lazily, I've calculated for the captain. He is young and hot-tempered, so he is prone to accidents when he gets angry. Wu Yu glanced sideways. Accident? Fu Yanqi, yes, he was born with a dragon bone, and he is very strong. He has endless energy all day long. Once he gets angry, he might get carried away. Richard suddenly laughed. I think the Jiang family is coming with great momentum. Shin Kei and Sui Yu might suffer if they get together. Fu Yanqi shrugged. The Jiang family is well known, and none of the four top heirs in the first echelon of the Jiang family are easy to deal with. Wu Chong was curious. How are they so powerful? Richard, until now, the combat power of the four heirs of the Jiang family has been an absolute secret within the alliance, but it can be calculated based on their ability to work together to control the alliance's #1 rage. The average combat power of these four people is definitely in the top 10 of the alliance's comprehensive combat power list. In addition, in recent years, the Jiang family's industry has all been tilted towards the heirs, and the previous generation has retreated behind the scenes. Can an ordinary person manage such a large table at the same time, and also take care of the serious team and prevent Wu Yu's father from going berserk? Jiechen watched the excitement without thinking it was too big. If a fight breaks out at that time, Sui Yu will be a small fry, and Shin Kei will have a hard time. Wu Chong sighed. The captain is so pitiful, he can't argue with it, and he might even get beaten. Richard, oh, I read the lip language of the Jiang family, and it seems that they are saying that our Qian planting area is just like this. Fu Yanqi nodded. Yes, they seem to attack Shin Kei's appearance, saying that Shin Kei is ugly. Jiechen, Shin Kei is almost mad. Wu Chong, God bless the captain who finally became a normal good man. Don't let the inner demons come out again. Don't you think so, yeah? After waiting for a long time, Wu Chong turned his head, and saw that there was no voice from Wu Yue. Hey, yeah is gone. Richard and Fu Yanqi put down the telescope and looked at each other, and suddenly clapped their hands expressionlessly. Nice shot. Jiechen glanced sideways. Don't follow her and make trouble. If she wants to go, she will go naturally. Why lie to her? The Jiang family wrapped themselves up like mosaics. I don't believe you can read their lips. Wu Chong was surprised. Ah, so you are lying to yeah? I still believed you so much and cooperated with you. Richard continued to look through the telescope. Wu Yue has been confused since she came up. I can hear her heartbeat from such a distance. With Wu Yue's intelligence, she wouldn't know that my lip reading is nonsense. And Jiechen, you have no right to say anything about us. Didn't you take the opportunity to mess with us? Jiechen watched Wu Yu's shuttle bus heading towards Shin Kei. I noticed that Wu Yu has been worried since she came back from the north, and she eats less than before. Fu Yanqi also watched. Sometimes, the person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear, and someone still needs to give a push. The master uncle said that whether to recognize relatives or not is a small matter. The most important thing is that Wu Yu is happy. The four looked at each other and continued to peek with interest. In the camera, Shin Kei looked at the serious people who were reluctant to leave. Everyone, it's getting late, are you? Can you go now? Jiang Huaiji nodded. Indeed, I am a little hungry. Thank you for the invitation, Captain Shin. We will talk to you later. Let's eat at Qian before leaving. Shin Kei slowly widened his eyes. His patience had reached its limit. Jian Sui Yu held Shin Kei and greeted the serious people. You have come from afar, so you must eat. Just now, you praised our planting area for its good management. Thank you for not disliking it. You must try our Chinese food. Jiang Huaiji, of course. Before she finished, Jiang Yuhua's patience ran out. She asked directly, "Can Wu Yu come and have dinner with us? In fact, if it weren't for Wu Yu in the previous world boss battle, I might have been seriously injured and died. I have always wanted to repay her for saving my life." Shen Ke and Jian Suiyu looked at each other uncertainly. When did Wu Yu say Jiang Yuhua? Jian Suiyu, She was lying. Shen Ke, he knew. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua. "Miss Jiang, I wonder when Wu Yu saved you." Jiang Yuhua smiled. "It's not important. What's important is that I want to repay her and pledge my love to her." Jian Suiyu wanted to say something, but Shen Ke silently lowered his eyes and grabbed him. When he looked up again, his eyes were filled with dark, bloodthirsty red light. "Shen Ke, don't tell them. The heirs of the Jiang family will never give up until they see Wu Yu today, so why not just kill them?" Seeing that Jian Suiyu couldn't hold Shen Ke down, Shen Ke was about to take out his weapon, when he suddenly saw Wu Yu's shuttle bus coming from a distance with his amazing 5 senses. Wu Yu's own shuttle truck was painted with 9 Q-version golden crows, and a brain-eating worm on a man-eating plant. Next to it was a running 3-tailed fox, a little angel waving its wings, and a little frog holding a snow lotus. Shen Ke's 10.0 vision could recognize them clearly at a glance. If Wu Yu saw him hitting her brother and sister, she would definitely ignore him even more. Shen Ke had no time to retract the force he had just thrown out, and it landed directly on the head of the brain-eating worm that happened to be running towards Wu Yu excitedly. Usually, Shen Ke and the brain-eating worms had little friction, but this time, Shen Ke accidentally broke the small wreath that Wu Yu made for the brain-eating worm. The brain-eating worm paused for 3 seconds, turned around and looked at Shen Ke. "Huh?" The adult brain-eating worm's entire body suddenly grew to 20 meters long, and suddenly opened its mouth and roared at Shen Ke. "Brain-eating worm, you bastard. Give me your life." Jiang Huaiji pulled out his gun and pointed it at the brain-eating worm in surprise. "What's going on? There is actually an SS-level high-level beast here?" Shen Ke and the brain-eating worms fought each other, but it was at most an internal conflict among the people. The brain-eating worm was Wu Yu's summoned beast after all, and it would be difficult to explain if Jiang Huaiji killed it like this. While resisting the fatal attack of the brain-eating worm alone, Shen Ke also had to take Jiang Huaiji's gun. "Don't do it, this is Wu Yu's summoned beast." Jiang Huaiji was not a vegetarian either. With his natural fighting qualities, how could he let someone surrender his gun? He used the butt of his gun to throw Shen Ke away, attacking from the front and back. Shen Ke couldn't hit hard on both sides, and was hit on the cheekbone by Jiang Huaiji's butt of the gun, and his beautiful white face turned red. Shen Ke's eyes widened, hitting people but not in the face. "Brother, do you understand the rules?" Seeing the 3-way melee, the swords were drawn, and the war was about to break out. "Chong Chong, come back." Wu Yu's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone, including Chong, turned back and looked at her. The scene suddenly became as silent as death. Chapter 248. The brain-eating worm shrank instantly, and stuck close to Wu Yu, crying and telling her sad emotions. Wu Yu patted its little head. "I know, I make a circle for you later, go play first." The brain-eating worm happily spun in circles, and burrowed into the soil and left. The eyes of the heirs of the Jiang family were all fixed on Wu Yu, and Jiang Yuhua took the opportunity to get close to her. Unexpectedly, Shen Ke stepped forward first. He deliberately stretched his beaten red face in front of Wu Yu, his eyes red. "Yu, don't be angry with Captain Jiang. Although he wanted to kill your summoned beast, he didn't succeed under my protection. Don't worry, although I was hurt, the most important thing is to protect your summoned beast." Jiang Huaiji turned his head suddenly. The insect just now was actually Wu Yu's summoned beast. "Then why didn't you say it just now?" Shen Ke came close to Wu Yu. "Pitiful, I wanted to say it, but Captain Jiang was too impulsive and didn't listen to me at all." Jian Suiyu silently turned his eyes away. "Okay, brother, if you had this idea before, we would have driven away the heir of the Jiang family long ago." Wu Yu looked up at Shen Quebec. Shen Ke had a cold white skin. Even though Jiang Huaiji was holding back, his face quickly turned from red to blue. Shen Ke blinked. "Yu, do you think I'm seriously injured?" Jiang Mubai was so angry. "Captain Shen, you are at least one of the top 3 fighters in the Alliance's comprehensive combat power. You broke 2 of my ribs during the competition last year. My brother just touched you with the butt of his gun. Can you stop being so pretentious?" Shen Ke ignored him. He suddenly realized that the best way to change the current stalemate between him and Wu Yu was to intervene externally. He even felt that Jiang Huaiji's beating was too light. Why didn't he just beat him until he vomited blood? If only the butt of the gun hit his stomach, he could still lift up his clothes. Wu Yu looked at Shen Ke's bright eyes. took out the healing medicine from the space, and pasted it on Shinkei's face. Captain. Shinkei expected, Wu Yu, what did you call me? Shinkei hung his head in frustration. Wu Yu. Wu Yu approached and lowered his voice. Why did you suddenly break Chong Chong's wreath? Shinkei's expression froze, and his eyes drifted. Wu Yu, go away. Shinkei felt wronged. I was beaten. Wu Yu glared at him. Let's talk about this later. Shinkei's expression instantly brightened. Let's talk about it later. That's much better than ignoring him. Shinkei obediently stepped aside, not caring at all about the cold and piercing gazes that the heirs of the Jiang family shot at him. Seeing Shinkei's happy look, Jian Suiyu slowly closed his eyes. I'm happy again, brother. The tacit understanding that the heirs of the Jiang family have cultivated over the years allowed them to unite instantly to face the outside world. Jiang Huaiji, you can see it, Shinkei is a dead green tea. Jiang Yuhua, haha, he is not only a dead green tea, but also a dead green tea who dares to snatch the custody of Meibao from me. Jiang Qian, he should have been killed by the bombing of the alliance in the north at that time, so that he would not be such a hindrance now. Jiang Mubai took a step forward and walked directly to Wu Yue. Hello, Miss Wu Yue. I am Jiang Mubai, you can call me Brother Mubai. The eyes of the heir of the Jiang family were like a knife scraping at Jiang Mubai, the traitor, but Jiang Mubai didn't care at all. He looked at Wu Yue with a smile, exuding his noble charm as if it was free. Miss Wu Yu, what are your hobbies? I now own 3 estates and 2 islands. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite Miss Wu Yu to visit. Jiang Qian was unwilling to be left behind and lifted his hair. Miss Wu Yu, the Jiang family has just opened a new mine, which is full of precious colored diamonds. If you like, I will immediately have someone send the diamonds to you for you to choose. Jian Suiyu comforted Shinkei, who was standing aside and exuding black air. Don't be sad. They are an old wealthy family that has been prosperous for hundreds of years. I heard that the stone lions standing guard at the door of their house are all cultural relics, and the Nani at home uses ancient Chinese glass cups to drink water. It's not shameful to lose in money. Shinkei slowly raised his head and showed a dangerous smile. I'm not sad. Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, after all, you are a descendant of the royal family. Jiang Huaiji, but I heard that Prince Squire and the royal court have completely cut ties, right? Without the identity of a prince, he naturally can't enjoy the special treatment that a prince used to enjoy. It's not surprising that the Jiang family knew that Shinkei was Noah's squire. Jian Suiyu gave a thumbs up. Captain Jiang, good to finish off. I was really afraid that I could not get out of Qian in one piece. Jiang Huaiji smiled provocatively at Shinkei. Isn't it just a self-torture trick? Who wouldn't know that? Jiang Huaiji, I heard that Captain Shen is very good at fighting. Do you want to spar with him? If you hit him, he will never fight back. As a frontline spectator, facing such a large-scale Shura field, Jian Suiyu was even reluctant to intervene. Or let the situation develop like this. Anyway, it's so crazy. Jiang Yuhua smiled and took out a crown inlaid with emeralds and put it on Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu grabbed her hand. Jiang Yuhua was so excited that her whole body was shaking. Wu Yu looked at her helplessly. Sister Yuhua, what are you doing here? The call of Sister Yuhua made Jiang Yuhua dizzy, and her whole body floated. The jealous Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai's eyes were bleeding. Jiang Huaiji immediately said, We are here to invite you to participate in the alliance party held by the Jiang family. Wu Yu nodded. I have received your invitation, I will go. Thank you for coming here specially, please go back. Wu Yu took the crown from her hand and put it back into Jiang Yuhua's hand. Sister Yuhua, if I win this social gathering, you can give me the crown. Jiang Yuhua's heart and eyes were full of Wu Yu. She shyly nodded, hugged the crown that Wu Yu had taken and rubbed it against her cheek. Ah, this crown has the taste of Wu Yu. Shinkei almost couldn't help it. No, what kind of perverts are these people in the Jiang family? Wu Yu held Shinkei and looked at Jian Suiyu. Deputy Captain, please see Captain Jiang and the others off. Jian Suiyu was very reluctant to leave. Is this the end? On second thought, although this is over, there will be more excitement at the alliance party soon. Wu Yu goes, Shinkei goes. Jian Suiyu signed himself up immediately. Eating melons is no small matter, he is the one who takes the responsibility. Duty is unshirkable. Please look forward to the first-hand report sent back by the reporter Xiao Jian, after receiving Wu Yu's affirmative reply. The heirs of the Jiang family reluctantly bid farewell to her. Before leaving, they did not forget to bombard Shinkei with cold and gloomy eyes. You green tea, you better not dare to go to the party. This matter is not over when we are at their home ground. Shinkei didn't care at all. The killing power of the heirs of the Jiang family was not even 1/10 of those grandchildren of the Wang Ting. He looked at Wu Yu with bright eyes. Wu Yu, what do you want to tell me? Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei was glowing under the sunlight today. Wu Yu, you started it, right? Why are you angry? Shinkei answered truthfully, you said before that you hadn't thought it through. The Jiang family suddenly came so rashly. I was afraid that they would disrupt your thoughts. Besides, the Jiang family came with such a big fanfare. If someone doubts your identity, you will be in danger. Wu Yu tilted her head, that's all? Shinkei was puzzled, yes. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Shinkei was looking forward to it. Then are we reconciled? Wu Yu shook her head, no. Shinkei was puzzled, why? Ignoring Shinkei's doubts, Wu Yu turned and left. Richard and Fu Yanqi put down the telescope at the same time, and the two shook their heads as if they were looking at a mentally retarded person. Jietchen was puzzled, what's wrong with you? Richard smiled, no, I just think that our captain seems to be a fool. Chapter 249. Treatment Room Training Room. Xiang Bai explained the therapist's treatment techniques to the holographic projection. In the treatment process, we must first identify the most urgent treatment target. Chunya and Wu Yu sat in the last row. They seemed to be listening to the class carefully, but they were actually passing notes, secretly. Yu, why are you late for class today? Today, the team is receiving foreign guests, and some things have delayed us. Oh, I heard that the captain's fiancé is here. Wu Yu opened the note, and choked on his own saliva, ahem. Very good, a mature rumor should grow strong with the wings of imagination. Wu Yu wrote, yes, you are right. After a while, Chunya handed over another note. Yu, you don't seem very happy. Wu Yu peeked at Xiang Bai, who was enthusiastic on the podium, and slowly put her head close to Chunya's ear. It's like this, I have a friend who has a cat. This little cat looks very beautiful and honest, but never tells me what to do. Chunya questioned, but kittens can't talk, they can only meow. Wu Yu was stuck, yes, he just doesn't meow. Chunya nodded, motioning Wu Yu to continue. Wu Yu, a while ago, the kitten went to fight with wild cats, and was covered in wounds. He almost died by the sewer. My friend looked for him everywhere, and the kitten didn't say anything even when he saw my friend. My friend was a little angry. If my friend hadn't found the kitten himself in the end, the kitten would have gone to Cat Planet. Originally, after the kitten was rescued, he took the initiative to act cute and admit his mistake, so my friend softened his heart and calmed down. But, Chunya blinked and encouraged Wu Yu with an expectant look, but what? But now we are in a therapy class. Wu Yu and Chunya froze at the same time and turned their heads. Xiang Bai stood in the incandescent light of the classroom with his hands on his hips, his eyes reflecting a cold and gloomy light. From the beginning, I have been hearing buzzing voices. You two, stand outside the classroom. Wu Yu and Chunya, yes. The two were thrown out by the discipline committee member Mr. Baixiong, and stood in the corridor of the classroom. After looking at each other, Chunya immediately whispered, come on, what is it? Wu Yu's mind flashed through the image of the kitten standing in the corner, confused, cautious and pitiful. But my friend thinks that she still has many problems that she hasn't dealt with. She might get sick one day, or she might have to go to a very far place. And the kitten also has his own cat friends. Those cats regard him as the cat boss, and they have a good relationship. After killing the wild cat boss, the kitten can be a free and happy cat. Chunya, but has your friend asked the kitten for his opinion? If the kitten really likes your friend, then it is really pitiful to be pushed away unilaterally like this. Wu Yu, the kitten looks very ignorant, and he is instinctively protecting my friend. But he doesn't seem to know what kind of emotion his instinct represents. Chunya turned around. What does your friend think? Wu Yu looked at the sky. Let's stop here while the little cat still doesn't understand. Chunya, have your friend considered a possibility that the little cat is not unaware of your friend's thoughts? Is he waiting for your friend to figure it out? Maybe the little cat is also very nervous? I don't know if the little cat is nervous or not. But you two are not nervous at all when you are punished for being absent in class. Chunya turned to look at Bai, angrily with her hands on her hips. Bai, can't you just let us finish what we are saying? Xiang Bai couldn't believe it. Chunya, you actually raised your voice so loudly to me? Chunya was speechless. What's wrong with having a loud voice? Do you know that you should never interrupt a girl when she is talking about her feelings? Who knows when she will open up next time? If she can't make it clear at once, who knows if she will get sick from holding it in? Who knows if she will get stuck in a dead end and go to extremes? Treat. No matter how well you teach, a heart disease needs a hard medicine. Xiang Bai's eyes were full of respect. Teacher Chunya, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Chunya waved. Get out of my way, Wu Yu. When he turned around again, the bell rang and Wu Yu had left. Jian Suiyu had just seen off the heir of the Jiang family, and when he turned around, he saw Shinkei walking back with a sad face. Jian Suiyu was surprised. Huh? Why are you alone? Where is Wuyue? Shinkei, she left first. Jian Suiyu savored the process of the two people getting along today, and felt that something was wrong. Are you two having a quarrel? Shinkei shook his head. No, it's just simple. Wuyue ignored me. Jian Suiyu was surprised. Then what happened to you when you turned into a cat before? Shinkei looked up. What? Jian Suiyu, just tell me, what happened after you went in that day? Shinkei, will you just let me stand in the corner by myself and kick me out at a certain time? Jian Suiyu. That's it, that's it. He had been so curious for so many days, and the result was just this. Jian Suiyu, no, then why didn't you say it earlier? Shinkei was about to get angry. If I told you, you would laugh like a retard again. Jian Suiyu tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that were curled up. His eyes were firm. I'm not that kind of person. Shinkei turned around and was about to leave. Jian Suiyu hurriedly called him. Wait a minute. Shinkei turned around. You better be busy. Jian Suiyu's brain began to work rapidly. We would never ignore you suddenly. You must have done something to make her angry. Shinkei had already thought about it. Hiding my identity, getting hurt. I think these are the things that would make Wuyue angry. I have already apologized to her, but she just ignored me. Just now she asked me why I was angry, and I told her, but she still ignored me. Jian Suiyu asked Shinkei, tell me about your conversation just now. After Shinkei finished speaking, Jian Suiyu suddenly thought of a possibility. He suddenly looked at Shinkei. Shinkei, what are you thinking about doing everything you are doing to Wuyue now? Shinkei, I want to protect her from getting hurt. Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, then why do you want to protect her? Shinkei was surprised. Wuyue is a member of Qi Yan. I am the captain of Qi Yan. Of course, I have to protect her. The light in Jian Suiyu's mind suddenly lit up. Jian Suiyu asked Shinkei, if Wuyue asked you, would you say the same thing? Shinkei nodded, of course. Yes, this is the problem. The problem lies here. As the captain of the team, Shinkei's attitude towards Wuyue has exceeded Wuyue's acceptance. Shinkei himself did not realize that his attitude was too intimate. Or to put it simply, Shinkei liked Wuyue, but he did not know it. It is also possible that he was not unaware. His cold and pale childhood made Shinkei lose the ability to actively express and ask for feelings. He was afraid of the role change and the possible rejection. Only by constantly giving and passively waiting could he feel safe in his relationship with Wuyue. The most fatal point is that Wuyue is very likely to have the same problem. Chapter 250. Jian Suiyu realized that he had to do something. Wuyue would never suddenly agree to go to the Jiang family's social gathering. Maybe she had already made a decision in private. If the two of them could not recognize their own feelings and untie their knots before Wuyue's identity was completely exposed, then it was likely that these two people would be in trouble. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei. The Jiang family's social gathering will be held in 5 days. Since Wuyue agreed to go, I will accompany her. Shinkei did not hesitate. I want to go too. Jian Suiyu shook his head. Don't go. The team needs someone to manage it, so you stay in the team. Shinkei was unwilling. Then I go, you don't go. Jian Suiyu shook his head. I go with Richard, Yanqi and Wu Chong. Anyway, you don't like social gatherings. It will bring back bad memories. Shinkei insisted. I want to go, in case something unexpected happens at the social gathering. Jian Suiyu looked at him. There won't be any accidents. The social gathering is hosted by the Jiang family. You have clearly seen the strength of the Jiang family in the north. Since the 4 heirs have set up such a big plan just for Wuyue, they will definitely protect her safety. Shinkei's heart began to worry. Wuyue disappeared under the protection of the Jiang family at that time, and what if her father suddenly appears and wants to harm Wuyue? Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family can control Jiangcheng, and our people are also here. Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu and shook his head firmly. No. Jian Suiyu asked him, why? Why not? Why do you think you are the only one who can protect Wuyue? Shinkei was suddenly speechless. I am stronger. Jian Suiyu sneered. The reason is invalid. Captain, you will have to manage the team while we are away. Jian Suiyu left coldly and walked into the team building with his hands behind his back, and he immediately hid quietly to the side. What are you doing? Jian Suiyu glanced at Richard next to him. Why are you here? Richard, I just witnessed someone's failed peacemaking scene. It is obvious that the problem can be solved by just saying I like you. Why can these two people make it so complicated? Jian Suiyu. So the wise don't fall in love. Richard is very good at it. Love is the sinking of free consciousness. When love comes, even the wise can't stop it. Jian Suiyu shook his head. Remember my previous guess? Wu Yu's mother may still be alive. If she is still alive, the only possible place she is in is the world of ghosts. And how did Shinkei recover his body? How did Wu Yu do it? What kind of terrible power is sealed in the child born at the beginning of the new calendar? Wu Yu agreed to go to the Jiang family's social gathering. Is she ready to face her terrible life experience? Richard raised his eyebrows. Wu Yu said that she would never leave Qi Yan. Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, I am Qi Yan's living, and I am Qi Yan's dead. Looking at each other, both of them felt their hearts hanging at the same time. No way? Richard frowned. Why don't you analyze it with Shinkei? Jian Suiyu sighed. You are the one who is in charge. Shinkei just got out of the turmoil in the royal court. After so many years of suffering, I finally had a few days of peace. Richard understood. So Wu Yu has the same idea as you. If Shinkei really waits until everything happens, he will understand this level. At that time, whether Wu Yu dies or she faces all the difficulties alone and survives by luck. But all this has nothing to do with Shinkei and Qi Yan. It is conceivable that this will be a complete and extreme regret. Jian Suiyu thought about it and felt breathless. Don't mention Shinkei, I feel sorry for it. Richard smiled. Going against the will of heaven is such a heretical thing, a battle against all mankind. It would be cool to leave my name in it. Jietchen nodded. Cool. Fu Yanqi second. Wu Chong, take me with you. What do you guys do all day long? Shinkei saw this group of people gathered here as soon as he walked into the building. Their idle appearance was really an eyesore. He was so angry that he wanted to kick any dog that passed by. After watching Shinkei leave, everyone looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. Wu Yu trained for 3 hours in the training ground after the treatment class and returned to the dormitory exhausted. As soon as she walked to the dormitory stairs, she saw Shinkei's figure from afar. Before she turned around, she heard Wu Chong's voice from the other side. Yeah. Wu Yu followed suit and went upstairs from the other side, leaving Shinkei staring blankly at the side. Wu Chong, do you have something to ask me? Wu Chong gave Wu Yu a bunch of gorgeous flowers. I just picked them from the planting area. I hope you like them. Wu Yu took the flowers. Thank you. I like them very much. After Wu Yu entered the house, Shinkei came to Wu Chong with a sinister look. Why did you suddenly give Wu Yu flowers? Wu Chong shrugged. I like you. Is there anything wrong with giving flowers to someone you like? Yu likes them too. And can you please stop interfering in everything? This is between you and me. Nothing wrong? Absolutely nothing wrong. Shinkei thought back and forth in his mind, trying to find a breakthrough from all angles. After finding that there was really no room for him to speak, he left sadly. The next morning, Wu Yu had just opened the door, and Shinkei on the opposite side found the right time to open the door at the same time, just about to greet Wu Yu. Fu Yanqi suddenly appeared. He was sleepy and his eyes were bleary. Good morning, Wu Yu. Wu Yu was surprised. Yanqi, you are so early? Fu Yanqi nodded and yawned. Shall we have breakfast together? I just happen to have some questions about the mysterious arts that I want to discuss with you. Wu Yu nodded. Okay. She went back to the room to get the tea on Shiju. It just so happens that I don't quite understand the formula for this part. I've been studying it for several days, but still feel that it's not right. Watching Wu Yu and Fu Yanqi leave straight in front of him, Shinkei gritted his teeth and broke off a small piece of the door handle. After waiting for Wu Yu and Fu Yanqi to finish discussing the mysterious arts, Shinkei was about to invite Wu Yu to the cafeteria for lunch. Jietchen suddenly appeared. Wu Yu, let's eat together. After dinner, we can go to the physical training class together. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, I'm practicing the 8th form of Frost Moon Ice recently. Can you help me correct the movements? Jietchen, no problem. It's a piece of cake. Watching the two leave, Shinkei silently withdrew his hand and stood there alone, feeling sad. When he calmed down and walked to the cafeteria, Wu Yu and Jietchen had already finished their meal and left. Shinkei looked like an eggplant hit by frost, and he ate his meal dejectedly. Shangbai and Mr. White Bear, who were eating with Chunya, turned their heads strangely and saw Chunya constantly cheering him up. Chunya, you can do it. You can do it. Even though there are rumors that the captain can eat people's hearts and livers, he doesn't look like that. A sneak peek revealed that Shinkei broke the chopsticks subconsciously while thinking. Chunya froze, her psychological defenses collapsed, and she buried her head in despair and trembled all over. Wow. The captain is really scary. I don't dare to get close to him at all. I feel like I'm going to faint if I just look at him. Shangbai and Mr. White Bear looked at each other in confusion. Chunya, what's wrong with you? Chunya suddenly raised her head and looked at the two people with a gleam in her eyes. After a while, she looked at Mr. White Bear, whose expression was always calm and motionless. Hee. She smiled. Chapter 251. Chunya. Bai Yi and Mr. Bai Xiong followed behind Shinkei from a distance, looking sneaky. Bai Yi nervously grabbed Chunya. Chunya, what do you want to do? My calves are shaking now. If the captain finds out, will he kill us? Chunya was already terribly scared. Her hands were shaking, and Bai Yi's words made her even more scared, and she almost fainted. Mr. Bai Xiong patted them both, and signaled Shinkei to go into the physical training room. The two looked at each other, and mustered up the courage to follow. In the physical training room, Wu Yu and Jiechen had already completed a round of training and were resting. Other team members were doing actual combat simulation exercises in groups of 3 or 4. As soon as Shinkei walked in, someone called him, "Captain, are you here for training too?" Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu, who was sitting in the corner. "Yeah, training." Jiechen was just moving around, and now he was excited, and he swept his Zen stick toward Shinkei. "Practice." Shinkei didn't even take a weapon. He went straight to meet me with his bare hands. "Jiechen, you are really good now. You dare to fight me without a weapon." Shinkei's strength has recovered and he is in peak condition. Even without a weapon, Jiechen has some difficulty fighting him. The movements of both of them were so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. People who were training nearby stopped and gathered around. "Oh my god, you are worthy of being the captain. You are really strong. Master Jiechen smashes my dog head every day. I thought there would be no one more violent than him. I didn't expect the captain to be so terrifying. My great Chien is so strong that it makes people feel at ease." All of a sudden, everyone in the physical training room formed a circle to watch Jiechen and Shinkei fight to the death. Bai Yi, who was peeking outside, swallowed his saliva in fear. "Until now, I dare not step into the physical training room. I heard that anyone who enters will be caught and beaten half to death." Chunya's eyes lingered on the 8-pack abs of the onlookers, and he was reluctant to look away for a long time. "Bai Yi, Chunya, what do you want?" Turning her head, she saw that Chunya's eyes were not on Jiechen and Shinkei at all, but on the naked men in the team, who were chatting and making noises on the side. Bai Yi's tone became serious. "Teacher Chunya, do you still remember the purpose of our trip?" Chunya looked away with difficulty. This place is really nice. If she didn't have to get beaten, she would come here every day." As soon as her eyes shifted to Shinkei, she saw that Shinkei and Jiechen had a staged victory or defeat. Shinkei kicked Jiechen against the wall, and the entire wall of the physical training room collapsed. Chunya was so frightened that she shuddered all over. She quickly looked away and lowered her head to count ants. She couldn't help but question, could the kitten Yaya mentioned really be the captain? But the captain is notorious. He kills people like crazy. He is brutal and violent. Can he be a kitten? If you say he is Taotai, Cheongchi, or Godzilla, it's more like that, right? Bai Yi was surprised. "What kitten did you say? The captain is a kitten." Chunya covered Bai Yi's mouth with her hand. "Bai Yi, keep your voice down." Bai Yi looked at Chunya's face and blushed. "Teacher Chunya, girls should be reserved." Chunya bent down, signaling Bai Yi and Bai Xiong to follow, and left the physical training room. Chunya quietly told Bai Yi what Wu Yu had said to her before, and also her guess. Yaya's daily schedule is very fixed. In the morning, she goes to the plantation to do planting work and meditate mentally. 1 physical class, 1 mysterious class, and 1 healing class every day. Sometimes she will practice extra classes at night, and rest very late. She said she has a friend, but she has no other friends of the same age except the people around her. Based on my experience of reading late-night literature, this friend is most likely herself. She said she has a kitten, but her props and summon beasts don't have a kitten. And she also said that the kitten is the boss of cats, and was seriously injured and almost died recently. Doesn't this match the captain? Bai Yi couldn't believe it. "Chunya, you have an amazing talent and comprehension ability in gossip." Chunya put on sunglasses. "I am so strong now. Mr. White Bear." Ah! There was a sound. It turned out that Wu Yu had finished training and left the physical training room. Shinkei followed behind her. Chunya and Bai Yi looked at each other and quickly hid their heads in the bushes. Shinkei's eyes were bright. "Wu Yu, can I accompany you in physical training?" Wu Yu shook her head. "No need, Captain. Besides, our levels are very different now, and it is impossible to achieve effective training results." Shinkei was disappointed, but we also trained together before. Although he accidentally shocked Wu Yu and caused internal bleeding that time. Wu Yu looked at him coldly. At that time, I had just got Shuangyu Bingling and had a wrong understanding of my own strength. Now I have realized the difference in strength between physical practitioners, and I will not do such reckless behavior again. Captain, I have my own training method. If you want to train, you can train with the team members. I think they need your guidance more than me. In the previous battle, Wu Yu could clearly see Shinkei's current strength, and she also understood how precious everything Shinkei had lost and regained was. Qi Yan was thriving, and everyone followed Shinkei's lead. It couldn't be better for Qi Yan's story to end at this time. Wu Yu felt that it was better to cut the Gordian knot and make Shinkei completely disappointed in her, rather than dragging it on like this. Just treat her as a cold and bad person, and drive her out of Qi Yan in a fit of anger. Wu Yu said in an annoyed tone, "Captain, please keep a normal distance between me and the team members." Shinkei lowered his head quietly. Wu Yu turned around and left without looking at him. Chunya quietly poked her head out, just in time to see Wu Yu turning around, and seeing Wu Yu's red eyes. Chunya whispered, "Wu Yu is crying." Sure enough, the captain is the kitten she mentioned. Obviously, the kitten likes her very much, and she likes the kitten very much too, but she seems to have made up her mind not to have the kitten. Chunya took a deep breath. She didn't know what happened between Yaya and the captain, but since Yaya had made a choice. As Yaya's friend, should she still go to the captain? Chunya was entangled. Bai, why don't we go? I think Yaya must have her own ideas. If she knew that I... As she was talking, Chunya felt something was wrong. She felt a chill all over her body, chilling her heart and bones. Even when she followed the Hua family to the S-level dungeon, and was about to be bombed in the north, she didn't have this terrible feeling. Moreover, Bai and Bai Xiong hadn't made a sound since the beginning, and hadn't given her any response. Chunya felt her sleeve being gently pulled, cautiously, with a strong desire to survive. She slowly raised her head, and saw Shinkei standing in the sun with his back to the sun. His face was so cold and gloomy in the shadow that it made people freeze and dare not look directly at him. Bai and Bai Xiong stood quietly beside him. The huge Bai Xiong lowered his head, like a well-behaved little chicken, not daring to move. Shinkei looked at Chunya. His eyes were full of undercurrents, and he was about to be unable to suppress his madness. "Chunya, did Wu Yu tell you something?" Shinkei's outward mental power made Chunya tremble all over, his face was pale, and he was about to fall. Shinkei raised his mouth in a perverse way. "Tell me, what did she say to you? Otherwise..." Bai caught Chunya, who fainted, and dared to risk his life to advise, "Captain, no matter you want to kill us or let the three of us be buried with you. Can you not rush to kill? The only person who knows about it was scared to death by you." Chapter 252. Captain Chian's office. Shinkei's bloodthirsty eyes fell on Bai, and Bai trembled all over. Shinkei raised his eyes coldly, said, "I am the fish on the chopping board." Bai slid straight down the track. "Bai, Captain, I don't really know the whole thing. I just heard from Chunya that Wu Yu was unhappy recently, and then Chunya suddenly wanted to find you, maybe to tell you Wu Yu's worries." Bai kept saying in his heart. Wu Yu is already risking his life to keep this secret. I hope the captain won't delve into it any further. Shinkei chuckled softly. His voice was very light, but Xiong Bai was frightened. He swallowed his saliva in fear. "Captain, I really don't know. Why don't we wait for Chunya to wake up? After she wakes up, I will bring her to tell you as soon as possible." This period of time should be enough for him to take Chunya into exile overseas under an assumed name. Shinkei's face slowly darkened. "Bai, you and Chunya follow me from the team cafeteria. You are outside the physical training room. You are talking about kittens. What kittens? And after you left the physical training room first, what did Chunya say to you?" If Wu Yu hadn't suddenly left and disturbed his thoughts, he could have clearly heard the conversation between Bai and Chunya with his five senses. Bai looked at Shinkei in disbelief. "Captain." Shinkei tilted his head. "Don't you want to say it? Must I do it? The healers are very fragile. They will die if touched. It's meaningless." Xiong Bai was really going crazy. Why did Wu Yu and Chunya say it? And now he, a support in the middle lane, had to fight against the crazy boss alone. Bai saw that Shinkei was really going to do it, so he got angry too. Bai questioned Shinkei, "Captain, have you never reflected on yourself? Instead of asking me like this, why don't you think about your own problems? You're still asking me. What does it have to do with me? It's you and Wu Yu who can't even figure out a relationship. It's you and Chunya who discussed this, but now I'm the one who lost my head. I thought you were all crazy. Shinkei was stunned for a second, and his murderous aura mostly dissipated. He blinked guiltily. What about? Dating I? And not dating Wu Yu. And he reflected on it. He kept reflecting on it, but he didn't know why. The more he reflected on it, the more Wu Yu ignored him, and her words became colder and colder, which hurt the little cat's heart. Xiong Bai looked at Shinkei's attempt to cover up his mistake, and suddenly sneered, "If I were Wu Yu, I would ignore you too." There is really no point wasting time with a fool like you. Shinkei's eyes widened in disbelief. No, now anyone can challenge his captain's authority, right? Xiang Bai simply threw the can and threw it. I know you're anxious to kill me, but don't be anxious yet. Wait until I finish talking before you kill me. I'm going to guide you from the perspective of a mature adult male. Just now, after Wu Yu said those words to you, she left crying sadly. Shouldn't your first reaction be to chase after her? What's the point of you rushing to catch me and Chunya? If you catch us, we will tell you everything. Will Wu Yu know? In her opinion, you are just stupid and don't understand anything. She will only be more determined in her own ideas. Shinkei frowned. You said Wu Yu cried? Bai Yi was puzzled. No, this is not the point, I mean. Shinkei stood up suddenly. Why didn't you tell me right away that Wu Yu cried? Bai Yi pointed at himself. Is it my problem again? You can find that Chunya and I have been following you since the cafeteria. Why didn't you find that Wu Yu cried? Shinkei was stunned. He looked at Bai Yi steadily. After a while, he nodded. You are right. Why didn't I notice Wu Yu crying? Why didn't I notice that Wu Yu was unhappy recently? I was wrong. I always wondered why Wu Yu ignored me, and ignored the essence of the matter. Bai Yi nodded repeatedly. Yes, reflect on yourself. Shinkei said quickly. I will go find Wu Yu. Bai Yi agreed. Yes, if you have any problems, please communicate properly. By the way, secretly prepare to carry Chunya away. Shinkei paused and turned to look at Bai Yi, who froze. What's wrong? Shinkei suddenly raised his lips. Bai Yi, you are good and useful. Bai Yi was terrified by Shinkei's smile. I dare not. If you are not the captain, why did you tie me up? Shinkei smiled. Before the conflict between Wu Yu and me is resolved, you, Chunya, and Bai Xiong are not allowed to go anywhere. Bai Yi blinked wildly. What? What? What should I do when I eat or go to the toilet? Shinkei was ruthless. Just bear with it. Bai Yi saw Shinkei was about to leave, and his brain was working fast. No, Shinkei still didn't understand. It would be useless to go. Wu Yu is so determined now, and it will only make things more complicated. Bai Yi raised his voice. Captain, Wu Yu said that she has a friend who has a kitten. She said that her friend may not be able to keep a kitten for some reason, and her friend hopes that the kitten will be a free and happy kitten, together with other cat friends. A free and happy kitten. Now, do you understand? Please, big brother, if you still don't understand this, there is really no way to teach you. Shinkei turned his head suddenly. What did you say? Chunya woke up and found that she was tied up and stared with fear. Just as she was about to faint, she heard someone asking, Why can't you raise a kitten? Chunya answered subconsciously. Because Wu Yu said she might get sick and might have to go to a very far place. As soon as the words fell, the whole air fell silent, and the silence was so frightening. Shinkei silently loosened the rope of the white coat and disappeared in the captain's office in an instant. Jian Suiyu finished his routine work and prepared to leave the office to find Wu Yu for dinner. His office door was kicked open, and he looked up speechlessly. Very good, the person who dared to kick his office door like this in Qian, don't think about him. Jian Suiyu, Captain Shin, you are bored every day, right? Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu. Have you guessed that Wu Yu plans to recognize Zhang's family? Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Did the provocation of the past 2 days work so quickly? It's incredible that Shinkei's mind turned around so quickly. Shinkei's tone was dangerous. Why didn't you tell me directly? Jian Suiyu spread his hands. Because I think if you really have ordinary feelings for Wu Yu, this is also the best time. Let the relationship between the two of you return to a safe position. I like Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu opened his eyes wide in surprise. What did you say? Shinkei, Wu Yu has never been an ordinary team member in my eyes, but the most important partner. Also, I will not be idle every day to find partners to eat and train together. I don't care whether you eat or train. I find her because I like her. During this period, I couldn't figure out Wu Yu's emotions because I never had the option of letting her face the future alone in my mind. Chapter 253. Jian Suiyu kept blinking and couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while he said, Wow, I thought you hadn't figured it out yet. Since you know your feelings, why do you avoid it every time someone brings it up, and don't tell Wu Yu directly? Shinkei looked away. Of course you have to be careful with the person you like, and this is a very cautious matter. It shouldn't be confirmed in the noisy atmosphere of others, but you should confirm each other's feelings through getting along, and then express it solemnly. If you start to make trouble, I will admit it. In such a noisy environment, won't Wu Yu be like a hunted prey? I am the captain of Qian, and she is a member of Qian. If I speak rashly, it will make her situation very embarrassing. I was chased by Wang Ting before, and I couldn't get along with her properly. I want to accompany her first, and the two of us will get along and confess naturally. She is now troubled by the problem of her life experience. If I attack at this time, what is the difference between taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. So you choose to leave the embarrassment to yourself and take it out on others. According to the feedback I received, you have scrapped at least 3 simulated fighters in the team in the past half-month, and the entire glass wall of the physical training room has been renovated twice. The team members are miserable, and they are beaten up every day. The physical training class was directly selected as the Blazing Ultimate Hell Nightmare course. Not to mention those large and small props and equipment, you even crushed the rice bowls and chopsticks in the cafeteria. I originally thought you were too excited because of your youth, but now it seems that you are completely depressed by Wu Yu's rejection and have nowhere to vent. Let's settle the points for compensation, Captain. Now you can't use the excuse of being strong to evade compensation. Shinkei transferred the points in frustration. I'm leaving. Jian Suiyu, are you going to hit the sandbags again? If you are really depressed, you can hit yourself. Don't waste the team's property. Shinkei shook his head. No, I'm going to see Wu Yu. Wu Yu just said something harsh to me, Shang Bai said. She was very sad and left crying. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei's mouth, which was harder to suppress than AK. Actually, you can just smile directly. It's very creepy when you don't know whether to smile or not. And I don't believe Wu Yu's emotions are as exaggerated as Shang Bai said. Shinkei said arrogantly, TSK, you look ugly when you are jealous. Jian Suiyu, Damn idiot. Jian Suiyu, honestly, Shinkei, you are talking so much because you are afraid that Wu Yu will be rejected in her current state. No wonder you feel guilty every time someone teases you. You kept it a secret from her for so long because you were afraid that Wu Yu would run away, and you would show your true colors and scare her. Why are you pretending, kid? You are just a coward. Shinkei, Jian Suiyu, you are almost unable to bear it anymore, and your true colors are exposed, making Wu Yu jealous. Shinkei's expression cracked instantly, and he gritted his teeth. Jian Suiyu, shut up. Seeing Shinkei was about to leave, Jian Suiyu suddenly said, wait. Shinkei turned around him. Shinkei took a deep breath nervously, and he gently knocked on Wu Yu's door. Wu Yu's voice came from inside the room. Who? Shinkei didn't say anything and knocked again. After a while, Wu Yu opened the door and saw Shinkei with a slight flash in her eyes. Captain, I think I have made my words very clear. Shinkei nodded. Yes, I came to you to discuss the social gathering at Zhang's house. What do you think? As he said that, he suddenly moved his shoulders. Wu Yu was thinking seriously, clenching her fists, and she expressed her thoughts. Captain, I decided to return to Zhang's house. Shinkei was a little sad. Didn't you say you would never leave Qian? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I did, but I regretted it. I saw that the Jiang family was so rich and powerful, my brothers and sisters were so powerful, and they obviously liked me very much, so I decided to return to my relatives. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, word by word. In fact, I was originally a very powerful and realistic person. I agreed to join Qian because Qian was the first team in the alliance and could give me better development. But even Qian's power is far less than Zhang's. Since they are so enthusiastic about finding me, I will naturally choose a better place. Before, I bound you to a destined person because I selfishly wanted to use your powerful fighting power to help me find my mother's ghost in the Order Realm. I'm sorry, Captain, I failed your expectations. I am such a despicable person. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, walked closer step by step, and forced Wu Yu to the door. Wu Yu, do you really have no feelings for me other than teammates? Wu Yu met his gaze, and said resolutely, no, not at all. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a hurt look, like a child who could only bear it, but could not fight back. Wu Yu could not look at him again. She turned away, and went into the house. The door slammed shut. Wu Yu's hands were shaking. She leaned against the door, and slowly slid down. Shinkei leaned against Wu Yu's door, quietly feeling the cold and lonely air. Suddenly, he moved his shoulders again. Shinkei took a deep look at the door, turned around and ran into his room, then rushed in and quietly closed the door. He hurriedly took Jinjin out of the hood of his combat uniform. Jinjin, your saliva is about to flow out. Jinjin looked crazy as if she was drunk, and the whole flower disc was full of open thorns. The flower was open, and couldn't help but go towards Wu Yu. It's delicious, Yaya smells so good, I really want to eat Yaya. Shinkei punched Jinjin in the head. You dare to try it. Jian Suiyu had been squatting in the room for a long time. Jinjin couldn't leave her master too far away, otherwise many of her abilities would be unusable. Shinkei threw Jinjin into Jian Suiyu's hand and asked directly, was the last sentence Wu Yu said just now true or false? Jinjin, it's a lie. Jinjin almost couldn't help but eat Yaya. Jian Suiyu, what was the last sentence? Shinkei said happily and shyly. I asked her if she really had no feelings for me at all. Jian Suiyu, so after you said so much, you just want to know the last sentence? Shinkei nodded yes. Jian Suiyu, don't you want to know whether what she said before is true or false? Shinkei said directly, I don't care. I don't care why will you join Qian, nor do I care about her power or her mercenary nature, and I don't care why she didn't release the destined person at that time. Jian Suiyu, Shinkei. Shinkei was puzzled, why? Jian Suiyu tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it, you are really a dog licker. Bang! Jinjin suddenly opened her mouth to eat Shinkei, but was pushed aside by Shinkei. Shinkei, I want to go to this social gathering. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Judging from the list of attendees of the social gathering that has been confirmed, several people from Wangting will go. Wangting is weak now, and they will not miss this opportunity to make friends with the Jiang family. You have just made a feud with the Jiang family, and you will be attacked from all sides. If Wu Yu stands by and watches, you must not go crazy in public. Shinkei sneered, those clowns in the Wang court, if they dare to jump around, just kill them directly. The Jiang family can do whatever they want, as long as they are truly kind to Wu Yu. I don't care what happens to me. If it weren't for the Jiang family's sincerity, how could Shinkei let them attack him in the Qian base without fighting back? Jian Suiyu was speechless, you really are. Shinkei glared at him, you dare to say another one. Jian Suiyu took Jinjin and left quickly, avoiding the water cup thrown by Shinkei. Walking out of Shinkei's room, Jian Suiyu saw Wu Yu's direction. Knock knock knock. He knocked on Wu Yu's door. No response, he continued. Knock knock knock. Wu Yu, Captain, don't come again. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, it's me. Wu Yu opened the door, Deputy Captain, why are you here? Jian Suiyu smiled, Wu Yu, can we chat? Wu Yu paused, okay. Chapter 254. Jian Suiyu, Shinkei's parents died when he was very young, and the honor of his parents' sacrifice in battle was stolen by Vlad Dracula. Even Shinkei's panda blood and dragon bones were coveted and almost taken away. Wu Yu, Deputy Captain, why are you suddenly telling me this? Jian Suiyu smiled, you should already know this, I tell you something you don't know. Shinkei has been very beautiful since he was a child. When he was very young, the nobles would deliberately dress him up as a girl in order to humiliate him. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon bone power, Shinkei might have become a plaything of the nobles, and a vessel for panda blood. But even with powerful power, Shinkei was not good at protecting himself in such a cold environment without any love and protection. No one taught him to defend himself properly, to leave himself a way out, and not to let himself be forced into a desperate situation. He could only express his emotions and thoughts in an instinctive and almost self-abuse way. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, even if you want to return to the Jiang family, do you have to draw a clear line with Qian? Is Qian really so weak that it doesn't even qualify as a way out for you? Or do you think that all of us in Qian are cowards, who are so scared that they are eager to cut off ties with you before the danger even comes? Jian Suiyu said frankly, to be honest, I'm a little angry. I thought we were teammates who could give our lives to each other, but you pushed all of us away without thinking. Since you came, Qian has developed rapidly. You brought us purified food, a great victory in the boss dungeon of the plot dungeon world, upgraded weapons and blood transfusions for all team members, personnel supplies, the establishment of planting areas, and the elimination of DX001's massive resources and ownership of the disaster map. Almost all the top leaders of Qian have your life-saving feelings, and you pulled Shinkei out of the abyss. The butterfly effect you instigated allowed Qian to complete the upgrade and transformation that would take at least 3 to 5 years in less than half a year. But when you were in trouble, your first reaction was to push us away. You said you were a very despicable person, and I know you didn't want the entire team to risk their lives with you. But in my eyes, if we accepted at this time, under the guise of respecting your decision, let you go to the unknown danger alone. We are the real, despicable people. Wu Yu slowly raised her head, tears welling up in her red eyes. Jian Suiyu asked her, did you really join Qian because it is the first team and will have a good development? No, I know you are definitely not such a person. Wu Yu nodded sincerely yes. It's the truth. Jian Suiyu was choked to death, he just wanted to talk about feelings and values. Okay, your sense of morality suddenly went offline at this time, right? Successfully made all his subsequent drafts abort. Forget it, let's get straight to the point. Jian Suiyu held his forehead with his hand. So, can you seriously consider what I said? Wu Yu, To be honest, I have always been a person who will do anything to achieve my goal, and I may not have as much patience as Shinkei. Jian Suiyu smiled. If I really can't persuade you, I have other ways to force you to participate. But then, Shinkei may have to suffer a little. It doesn't matter, anyway, if he can suffer, he will suffer more. This completely goes against your original intention of pushing us away, doesn't it? Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, who smiled provocatively at her. So what do you think? Wu Yu smiled. Jian Suiyu, you are very good. You'd better keep one eye on guard when you sleep at night. Jian Suiyu sneered. You can still threaten me, it seems that you are not so tragic. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I am about to go to my great wealth, and I have no time to be happy. Jian Suiyu gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, please stop your magic power. Didn't you see what Shinkei has been doing crazy at the base recently? Wu Yu blinked. I didn't see it. The truth. She really didn't see it, she just heard a little bit, all hearsay. Jian Suiyu smiled. You just pretend, keep pretending. Wu Yu raised her head 45 degrees to face the wind. Deputy Captain, I really want to leave. The truth? Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, I heard the canteen bell ringing. Leaving to the canteen is also leaving. With Wu Yu's 1,000-layer routine, Shinkei really didn't know how she played him to death. Wu Yu stood up. Why don't you go and eat? Aunt Shin said she would cook my favorite braised pork ribs today. Jian Suiyu began to feel something was wrong. Jie Chen said you've been eating one less bowl of rice every day recently. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, Aunt Shin would save the best meat for me every day. I cooked a special meal for myself, so naturally I had some concerns when eating with everyone. What's so strange? How could she have the energy to train if she didn't eat enough with such a heavy workload every day? Jian Suiyu's pupils trembled. No, cooking a special meal could make me eat one less bowl of rice than normal. Is this called a little bit of concern? This is completely unbridled, eating everything with relish. Jian Suiyu suddenly stopped and raised his voice. Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned around. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly yelling? Jian Suiyu looked up and down at Wu Yu in doubt. These words kept circling in his mind. High-end food often only requires the most. No, ugh, he is really hungry. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu. Not eating? Then I will go by myself? Jian Suiyu swallowed subconsciously and chose his words carefully. Teacher Wu Yu, we will leave Xiaokei to you during this social gathering. He has some PTSD about social gatherings. You must protect him well. Wu Yu smiled calmly. Don't worry, I am a member of Qian, and it is my job to protect the captain. Does it sound familiar? It sounds familiar. The last person who said this has completely lost his way, and he is panicking and saying whatever he wants. Jian Suiyu bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you Teacher Wu Yu for your hard work. Then I won't bother Teacher Wu Yu for now. I take my leave first. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. Then I go eat first. Before leaving, Wu Yu tilted her head to look at Jinjin, who was shivering behind Jian Suiyu. Bye-bye Jinjin. These people took advantage of her struggling and tangled to give her a lie detector and smuggled in their private goods. Let's see how she will deal with them. Jinjin shivered obediently. Bye-bye Yu Yu. Watching Wu Yu leave, Jian Suiyu asked sincerely. Jinjin, what are you afraid of? Jinjin, just now Jinjin wanted to eat Yaya, but was hurt by Yaya's little angel. Well, Jian Suiyu's originally hanging heart was completely dead. Wu Yu's little angel can sense hidden dangers and has the function of counterattack. A decisive blow, this is simply a devastating and completely insulting decisive blow to him. A genius. Jian Suiyu's sorrow is greater than the death of his heart. Jinjin, why didn't you say it just now in the room? Jinjin is afraid of Yaya. Just now, when the captain brought me back. Yaya opened the door, and Jinjin poked her head out from under her hood. I saw Yaya looking at me through the crack of the door with one eye. Jian Suiyu imagined the scene. Wu Yu opened the door with one eye, and smiled at Jinjin, a little child, in a gloomy and terrifying way. Suddenly, he hugged his arms tightly, and shivered all over. Chapter 255. On the day of the Jiang family reunion, Wu Yu walked to the shuttle and tilted his head to look at Shinkei standing on the side. Captain, are you going too? Shinkei nodded. Yes, I'm going. After saying that, he looked at Wu Yu nervously, and Wu Yu curled her lips calmly, and took the lead to walk on the shuttle. Jian Suiyu sighed and waved. Shinkei, come here. Shinkei walked over and his face changed instantly. What? Jian Suiyu said earnestly. Shinkei, I think you should have your own career as a man. It's not a big deal to be around Wu Yu all day. You are young, beautiful and strong now, and Wu Yu is willing to tease you. When Wu Yu takes over the power of the Jiang family and unifies the alliance, she will get tired of playing, and you will be old and faded and have passed the best appreciation period. There will be many young and beautiful women who will offer themselves for you, and they will be brought to your house one by one. If you dare to cry, they will say that you only know how to cry all day long, and you have cried away all your blessings. Wu Yu's attitude has been mild these 2 days, and Shinkei is happy. Aren't I going to the Jiang family to develop my career now? Don't worry about it, I have my own pace. Jian Suiyu was heartbroken. Okay. The shuttle took off, and there were 8 people going to the party: Wu Yu, Shinkei, Jian Suiyu, Wu Cheng, Fu Yanqi, and 3 other new female team members. Wu Yu looked at Fu Yanqi. Yanqi, are you going too? Fu Yanqi silently took out the communicator that was bombarded by Fu Yixue, protect Yaya. Don't let the Jiang family bully her. If anything happens to Yaya, you be beheaded. Wu Yu twitched her lips. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Yanqi, the Jiang family's gathering this time was arranged in an ancient castle manor on an isolated island, which has been closed for a long time due to terrorist invasions. Although the terrorist invasions after the peak battle appeared in the form of dungeons, before that, it had become a forbidden place in the world because of various horror legends. To be honest, I really want to go and see it. Jian Suiyu, I heard that there are still many such places on the world map now. Because of the shortage of personnel at that time, they had to establish a strong band to control the terrorist invasion within a relatively small range. Then, wait until there are enough people to drive away the terror. Moreover, places that are usually sealed off instead of being directly bombed and destroyed must have a lot of resources. Fu Yanqi nodded. Usually, only the sealer has the right to open the ban and enter the dangerous restricted area to obtain resources. This time, the Jiang family actually took out the castle for social gatherings, which will inevitably attract many people's covetousness. Not long after, Chaiyan's shuttle arrived at the landing coordinates specified by the Jiang family. When they arrived, there were already many shuttles parked nearby. As expected, in addition to the Chen family, Desert Rose, and Falcon, who had met several times, there were also shuttles from the Chabeli family and the royal court nobles, who had never seen them before. As the shuttle landed, the entire castle manor appeared in front of everyone. The entire island, where the castle was located, was not very big. The sea water was completely dyed black due to pollution. The fine sand beach was full of rotten marine life remains washed up, emitting a foul smell. The entire island was desolate and withered, but if you walk a few hundred meters forward, you can see the huge and towering castle built on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the castle is a vast green manor. Even though it has been sealed for a full 15 years, this manor seems to be carefully taken care of every day, and there has never been a single dead leaf. The extreme decadence and the extreme prosperity form a weird, thrilling, yet wonderful contrast, making people feel like they are in a dream. Passing through the manor, the only way to the castle on the mountain is a shaky, rusty suspension bridge, which squeaks when the wind blows over it, as if it is about to plunge people into the abyss of the Black Sea. A mutant seabird flew low over the calm Black Sea, and a corrupt shark with its bones exposed suddenly jumped out of the water and swallowed it whole. The primitive wildness and death made everyone present feel numb. Wu Cheng rubbed his hands excitedly. Wow, this place is so cool. I can't imagine what a happy little boy I would be if I could live here. TSK, where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Do you think you are worthy of living in this 1,000-year-old castle? That's right. I think the Jiang family is too polite. Why invite such a small team? They are not worthy of standing with us. Ah, my hand melted. Who is it? It's your father. Wu Xiuli's voice sounded coldly, looking at the members of the Chen family team. If anyone dares to say that about my brother again, I will kill him. Wu Cheng leaned over to cling to her. Sister Xiuli, I miss you so much. Wu Xiuli pushed Wu Cheng's head away and looked at Shinkei. Qian has been doing a lot recently. You took away all the resources in the second stage of DX001. You have to leave some soup for us this time, right? Wu Cheng left and ran behind Shinkei. No, if you want it, you have to rely on your ability, Lulu. Jian Suiyu said, we are just here for fun this time. Yeah. Jiang Yuhua's voice sounded, and she happily came over and ran to Wu Yue. Yeah, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. Wu Xiuli raised her eyebrows, her eyes wandering uncertainly between Jiang Yuhua and Wu Yue. But I haven't heard that the Jiang family and Qian have any intersection. Why is Jiang Yuhua suddenly so enthusiastic about Wu Yue? Wu Yue called her, Sister Yuhua. Jiang Yuhua smiled so hard that her face was flushed, and her head was full of happiness. Jiang Qian watched Jiang Yuhua holding Wu Yue's hand, and hit her hard from behind. Jiang Yuhua turned his face, and said gloomily, you want to die, don't you? Jiang Qian, it will be dark if you delay any longer. Hurry up and announce the rules. You must enter the castle to draw lots before dark. As the members of each team entered, Jiang Mubai began to announce the theme of this party. The castle we are going to have a party in has a history of thousands of years. The last time someone lived there was 200 years ago. With the massacre of hundreds of people in the castle, various rumors about the castle began to arise. It is said that after nightfall, this castle built on an isolated island will be shrouded in white fog, the sea water will recede, and endless corpses will emerge. They were reborn with flesh and blood, singing and laughing in this castle again, drinking and chatting. After a night of prosperity, only skin and bones were left scattered all over the castle, and there was no trace of flesh and blood. Isn't it a social gathering? This is so creepy, it looks more difficult than the S-level plot dungeon. Isn't the Jiang family using the guise of a social gathering to let us help them pass this undead castle on the sea-real dungeon? I heard that the Jiang family organized it once before, but there were heavy casualties. The Jiang family can't handle it, so let us die. What a joke, I don't want to be a sucker. That's right, let's go. Wait. Jiang Huaiji slowly walked in front of everyone and projected the holographic reward of this mission, so that everyone could see. Those who pass this level can not only get the castle of the dead on the sea, all the rewards hidden under the 1,000-year-old castle in the real dungeon, but also the ownership of the entire island and the castle manor. In addition, the Jiang family will take out an additional mineral vein in the southwestern tropical region. It has been confirmed that the mineral vein contains at least 300 billion tons of oil shale, which can be purified into 25 billion tons of oil. No matter when, no matter how energy develops, oil will always be sought after. Oil. The Jiang family is actually going to use oil mines as rewards. This is oil, a piece of cloth on my head, the richest oil in the world. Fuck, I'm so jealous that my eyes are bleeding. It's worthy of the Jiang family. So generous at the first move. Jiang Huaiji's eyes were cold. Do you have any questions? What else can there be? If there is a problem, it's because the money is not in place. All those who just clamored to leave sat down instantly, and Jiang Huaiji nodded. Very good, then let's continue. Chapter 256. Jiang Mubai opened the bird's-eye view of the entire castle. This castle has long been within the Jiang family's restricted area. Living people can enter it during the day, but it becomes very dangerous at night. Many people will appear inexplicably in the castle, and those who have seen these people will eventually die or go crazy. After discovering the strangeness of the castle, the Jiang family completely banned the castle, and did not allow anyone to enter for 15 years. The main purpose of this opening is to relieve everyone's pressure. Lies. Jian Suiyu twitched his lips fiercely. The Jiang family is really, they have to make such a grandiose recognition of relatives. With a 1,000-year-old castle, and a $1 trillion oil vein, and they are not afraid of letting outsiders get away with it. Everyone asked, is there a main story about the castle? Jiang Mubai shook his head. No, if there was, the Jiang family would have completed the castle exploration by themselves long ago. Is there a danger level assessment for this real dungeon? Jiang Mubai, no, but preliminary estimates show that it's SS level. SS level? Oh my god, the casualty rate of an S-level plot dungeon can reach 80%, and this is an SS level dungeon that knows nothing. Didn't you hear what the Jiang family said? Preliminary estimates show that even such a strong team as the Jiang family suffered heavy casualties, and was banned for so many years. Life is more important. Why don't we just leave? Is it because I don't want to leave? He gave too much. Jiang Huaiji, but you can rest assured that the Jiang family has made some progress in the years of the ban. Although the exploration of the main storyline is not enough, the Jiang family has established a complete dungeon escape system. Take the emergency escape equipment and online live broadcast equipment we sent to you. We will monitor your whereabouts at any time and establish a life-saving exclusive channel for you. When you are in danger, we will establish a 1-minute magnetic field disorder isolation to make the ghosts lose their target and give you a chance to escape. Wouldn't our lives be in your hands? TSK, wake up. The Jiang family's offer looks impressive, but it's all just empty promises. You can't get it at all. Jiang Huaiji, this gathering will be broadcast live to the entire alliance. If you still don't trust the Jiang family, you can leave at any time. The 4 top heirs of the first echelon of the Jiang family stood up. Jiang Qian, Sirius will also participate in the castle exploration. The castle is a completely isolated and independent world. Who will have the last laugh depends on their own ability. Jiang Yuhua sneered, everyone, opportunities always coexist with crisis. The Jiang family organized the game, and the Jiang family decided the rules. If you have objections to the rules, then I'm sorry, our Jiang family is so overbearing. Jian Suiyu, who was watching the scene, was stunned by Jiang Jiahu's words, and suddenly felt deeply touched. This is really a family of people, and there is no need to test the Jiang family. Just look at Wu Yu's style of doing things. She can blend in seamlessly, quickly become one with them, and quickly kill the 4 first-tier heirs of the Jiang family. At that time, Jian Suiyu glanced at Shinkei beside him silently. Shinkei would become a bird in a cage, and completely become a daughter raised by Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu was sad. After the Jiang family members on the stage finished speaking, they announced that the lottery would officially begin. Shinkei rubbed his hands, thinking about it, cheering himself up. Come on, I must be in the same group with Wu Yu. Forget it, Jian Suiyu sneered speechlessly. There was nothing to be sad about. If Shinkei knew, he would probably be very happy, and think it was a reward for him. The lottery session is divided into 2 groups. You cannot be alone after entering the castle. A fixed 2-person team can greatly increase the survival rate. For the purpose of friendship, everyone needs to draw lots to form a male and female team. It is also our verification that male and female teams are more likely to survive in the castle. When exploring the next plot, everyone can pay attention to this factor. The female party draws lots, and Wu Yu follows everyone in the team. Press the draw button, and the name of the person automatically appears on the holographic projection. The lottery process was advancing rapidly. When it was Wu Yu's turn, she pressed the lottery button. Then, she quietly waited for the lottery result. After waiting for a long time, the lottery system was still scrolling but no result was given. Wu Yu was puzzled. What's going on? Is it broken? While the lottery system was being drawn, the heir of the Jiang family was fighting hard. Jiang Huaiji, didn't we agree on it before? Jiang Yuhua, who told you to agree on it? Jiang Qian, sorry, all is fair in war. Jiang Mubai, brother, I also want to spend more time with Wu Yu. Shinkei stepped forward. What's wrong? Wu Yu, the lottery result has not come out yet. Shinkei took a pat. Maybe there is a problem. Really, the lottery system is not working properly. It's amazing, after Shinkei took a pat, the system actually slowed down and slowly came out with the result. Falcon Charles was happy. Oh, it's me, Miss Wu Yu. It's my honor, long time no see. Why don't you give me a warm hug? Kicking Charles away, Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand expressionlessly and pressed the draw button again. The system has a problem. Try again. Charles was dissatisfied. What's going on? The results are out. Jiang family, don't you want to intervene? Jiang Huaiji nodded. Indeed, there was a problem just now. For some reason, the system suddenly failed. Charles, The system started rolling again, and everyone held their breath. Shinkei glanced at the heir of the Jiang family, who was preparing to operate behind the scenes, and threw a small stone at the operation screen. Crackle. With a sound, the small stone smashed the entire operation screen, and sparks flew out. Black box operation tool, dead. The result of the Wu Yu system lottery. Shinkei directly snatched the 2 live broadcast devices in the hands of the Jiang family staff next to him. I'm in a group with Wu Yu. The Jiang family members' eyes flashed scarlet fierce light. Hunting time. Shinkei smiled silently provocatively. Haha, loser. Jiang Huaiji gritted his teeth. I told you not to grab it. Jiang Yuhua sneered. He's looking for death. Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi looked at each other. Jian Suiyu, I hope I won't be in the same group with these crazy men and women in the Jiang family. Fu Yanqi, it's not a big problem. There's only Jiang Yuhua. We can do it. Cheer each other up. Come on. Jiang Yuhua hurriedly chased after him and pressed the draw button hard. Falcon Charles, Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Amen, thank you. Charles smiled and stepped forward, showing his charming profile. Beautiful Miss Jiang, I didn't expect that I would have this honor. Help! Before he could finish, Jiang Yuhua dragged him up to catch up with Wu Yu and Shin Quebec. It was just that there was no rope between the 2 of them, otherwise Charles would be like a kite released by Jiang Yuhua, or a yo-yo that flew out. He walked onto the chain iron bridge in front of the castle first. The sky gradually darkened. It was sunset, and the sun was setting in the west. It was the devil's hour. The 2 huge angel sculptures standing in front of the castle gate were bright and dark under the sunlight, just like the dividing line between the world and hell. Chapter 257. Jiang Yuhua followed Wu Yu and explained to her the rules to be followed when entering the castle. 1. In order to ensure the stability of the ban, large-scale lethal weapons and high-damage thermal weapons must not be used after entering the castle. 2. Because of the indiscriminate restraint of the ban itself, personal systems cannot be opened in the castle. Props cannot be used, summon beasts, and other related abilities cannot be summoned, except for the portable storage space. All will be restricted to the greatest extent. 3. Once entering the castle at night, the castle is shrouded in white fog, and the only exit channel drawbridge disappears. Undead spirits are everywhere in the Black Sea and the manor, and the entire castle is isolated from the world and cannot be left. Jianyuhua, once night falls, no matter what kind of danger occurs in the castle, you can only rely on your own ability to escape. In addition to providing a 1-minute target lock and disappearance, magnetic field disorder function, the only rescue that the outside world can do is to remove the ban on the entire castle. At that time, ghosts will spread wantonly and terror will invade, which will be another disaster for mankind. Wu Yu, if the existence of the castle is so dangerous, why don't you choose to bomb it with a destructive bomb? Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yu. After the peak battle, 5 doors appeared in various parts of the world. Behind these doors was a dark place, and no one knew where the doors led to. Once you enter, it is like a black hole with no return. After years of research, we found that it may be these doors that send the invading ghosts back to a specific space, if we call the world where ghosts exist the Order Realm. The Order Realm, the Dungeon World, the Human World, is a one-way channel that only ghosts can use. It is the restriction and shackles that humans have imposed on ghost invasions after continuous fighting. But is it possible that humans also have such a one-way channel, the channel to the Order Realm, and the way to enter this channel may be through these doors scattered around the world? After the peak battle, a total of 5 forbidden areas were sealed around the world, and none of them have been unlocked so far. Now in front of us is the location of one of the doors. The Jiang family has a reason to go to the Order Realm. Wu Yu, so what you want is the door? Jiang Yuhua nodded, right. Wu Yu, then the person who wins in the end should also have the right to use the door, right? Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yu unexpectedly. Yes, if necessary. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Wu Yu took the lead in entering the castle. The moment he stepped onto the suspension bridge, the 2 angels standing in the light and darkness slowly side-glanced. They looked at the newcomer. The sculpture made of white marble actually emitted a strange light under the reflection of dusk. Being watched by the angel, the dark and silent castle suddenly lit up with candles. In an instant, the whole castle was as bright as day, and the sound of chattering and laughing came from inside. Wu Yu and others changed their clothes from the original team combat uniforms to the clothes of medieval court nobles. The gate of the castle slowly opened, and the high dome and gorgeous stained glass windows seemed to pull people back to the Middle Ages in an instant. Walking along the suspension bridge, passing through 2 towering arches in succession, a huge fountain appeared in front of everyone. The glass balls rolling on the fountain are clear and bright. Charles exclaimed, "Wow, the preservation here is amazing. It is simply a place forgotten by time." Jiang Yuhua, if you see the real appearance of this fountain, it is full of broken limbs and corpses, and the rolling glass balls constantly bring out bright red blood with turbid gray liquid. Maybe you will not be deceived by this gorgeous appearance. Charles imagined it for a while. To be honest, even if you say it is like that, I still feel it is amazing, in another sense. 2 guards stood at the gate of the palace, holding spears. Even if someone passed by them, they remained expressionless and did not look away. Shinkei, these guards are quite capable, all above S level. Jiang Yuhua nodded, that's right. Jiang Yuhua reminded Wu Yu in a low voice, you have to be careful. This dungeon has a strong mental pollution, and your mental power will be greatly burdened. Wu Yu, okay? As they spoke, everyone finally entered the castle. The sky had completely darkened, and it was completely different from the bustling scene seen from afar. All the participants who had entered the castle gathered in a corner of the hall with terrified expressions. They were very quiet, no one was talking at all, and even the sound of their breathing was much lower. However, the air was still filled with the atmosphere of toasting and people coming and going, as if it had always been like this. Compared to the adventurers who had cleared the dungeon, they were more like travelers who accidentally stumbled into a prosperous feast on a snowy night. Seeing Jiang Yuhua, the participants were indignant. You Jiang family is too much. You said it was an SS level plot dungeon, but even the guards at the door are at least S level. This can't be an SS level plot dungeon. It should at least have an SSS rating. I want to leave now. Jiang Yuhua sneered. We have already said that the estimated rating is SS level, so you should be mentally prepared. If you want to leave, you can leave now. No one will stop you. I just tried. The guards at the door won't let anyone leave. Huh? Who wants to leave? It must be that my castle didn't treat you well enough. A beautiful and charming voice sounded, and the person who just clamored to leave froze in an instant. Wu Yu looked at the huge floor clock in the hall of the castle. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the floor clock. Dong, dong, dong. Rang 7 times in a row. As everyone looked at the woman standing on the stairs, she was dressed in a gorgeous and charming black and red long dress, and the veil half covered her well-groomed blonde face, all of which showed her amazing charm. Jiang Yuhua approached Wu Yu and whispered, "She is the mistress of the castle, Madame Leah, the first boss of this castle." Charles retracted his gaze from Madame Leah and lowered his voice. "The first boss? The first boss's anthropomorphism and consciousness are so high. How difficult is it to kill?" Jiang Yuhua nodded, "SSS-level boss." Charles took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What Yu Jiang family is doing is not a social gathering. It's a death trap." Mrs. Leah walked downstairs slowly and invited warmly, "Please follow me to the restaurant and enjoy the feast prepared for everyone." Charles's heart sank. She must want me to eat rotten fish and shrimp. Yu Jiang family must have a secret to pass the first boss, right? Jiang Yuhua looked confused. No, the last time the Jiang family came, 5 people died in the eating stage. Charles was choked to death. What could he say? What else could he say? His heart was hanging, and he was dead. Wu Yu smiled. "Don't be nervous. It's just a meal, just eat." Charles jumped up. "You make it sound so easy." Wu Yu glanced at him. "Just watch my face later." Charles nodded, yes. Then he suddenly realized, no. He is the captain of the second team in the alliance. Why should he watch Qi Yan's face? Charles whispered to Shinkei, "Why don't you care? Where is your dignity as the captain?" Shinkei was surprised. "Didn't I tell you to watch my face? If you can't even watch my face, you are completely useless." Charles, SXXXX? Chapter 258. Everyone arrived at the restaurant and sat down. Jian Suiyu, Fu Yanqi, and the Jiang family who drew lots later also sat down. The large restaurant and the long and narrow dining table were full. Madame Leah happily held her chin up. It's been many years since so many people came to the castle. The housekeeper nodded, yes. It's been a long time since I saw Madame smile so happily. Liao laughed excitedly, humming a strange tune, and said enthusiastically, "Yes, I'm so happy." Everyone looked at each other. What is she happy about? "Happy, Madame Leah, your ele.me order has been delivered." A smiling but stiff servant, like a masked servant, brought the fragrant dinner. The cold smile could not reach the bottom of her eyes, and the corners of her eyes were bent coldly, and even the arc was exactly the same. "Please enjoy today's dinner." The servant opened the lid, and it was a good steak, vegetable salad and cream soup. Madame Leah held her chin and admired everyone's reactions. "I hope you like it." Her eyes slowly passed through everyone's faces. When she passed Shinkei, her eyes lit up and burst into amazing light. "Oh, this is such a beauty, I really want to." But when she saw Wu Yu in her peripheral vision, Lady Liao was stunned. She suddenly trembled uncontrollably, and the knife and fork in her hand collided slightly with the gorgeous porcelain plate that could be called a work of art. This was a very rude behavior for a noble lady. However, she couldn't control her excitement at all. "Smells so good, she smells so good, I want to keep her here. What's this smell on her? What's going on? She can't control herself at all. Eat her, and merge with her forever." Leah held her chin and admired Wu Yu's movements obsessively, and looked at Wu Yu with anticipation as she raised her fork, and picked up a piece of steak, and prepared to put it in her mouth. Eat it quickly, Noah, you are really embarrassing the nobles." Shinkei slowly raised his head, and looked at the person sitting opposite him. Lino smiled viciously. "Look at how miserable you are now. Without the status of a noble, you are just a pariah. Noah, why don't you bow to me, the Duke? Noah, why don't you say anything? Do you think of some bad memories whenever you sit here? At the beginning, were you asked to? Will you put down the fork in her hand?" She turned her head and looked at Madame Leah with a smile. "Madam, as a noble, I think you should pay attention to the etiquette at the table." Liao looked at the fork put down by Wu Yu and nodded subconsciously, "Yes, of course." "Eat. Why did you suddenly stop eating?" "Wu Yu, then didn't you hear the ignorant idiot across from me, who has been chattering non-stop since just now, making a lot of noise?" Leah subconsciously looked across from Wu Yu. She slowly raised her eyebrows. "So, was it this idiot who disturbed her praise meal?" Wu Yu was dissatisfied. "Madam, if the environment of the restaurant is so unpleasant, it is really difficult for me to eat calmly." Lino raised his eyebrows in disbelief. "Who are you talking about as an idiot, woman?" He looked at Jiang Yuhua. "This woman is making trouble. Don't you Jiang family care? I am a noble you specially invited." Jiang Yuhua smiled. "I'm sorry, Duke Lino, this participant is just going through the normal clearance process. In essence, you are still competitors. I can't interfere." Lino glared at Wu Yu angrily. It's being broadcast live to the entire alliance now. You actually openly despise the nobles. Shinkei had just bent the fork when Wu Yu suddenly held his hand. Looking at Wu Yu's smaller hand attached to his hand, he blinked and looked at Wu Yu's beautiful profile. Wu Yu, Mrs. Leah, I'm sorry. I really can't have dinner with such a vulgar person. I will take my husband and leave first. First. Husband. Shinkei was dragged away from the restaurant, and the whole person seemed to be dreaming. Jian Suiyu and Fu Yinchi looked at each other. I'm sorry, Mrs. Leah. Since my brother/sister left in anger, I will leave first. As soon as Wu Yu opened his mouth, without waiting for Mrs. Leah to react, a group of people left immediately. Mrs. Leah smashed the plate angrily and looked at Lino coldly. It's all your fault. You ruined the dinner I prepared carefully. I hate it the most. You think you are a noisy man. It's all your fault. You scared away the prey I had my eyes on. You deserve to die. A scream of fear suddenly came from the restaurant, followed by a sound that made people's teeth ache and bones break. The slow runners clearly saw that Lady Leah appeared in front of Lino in an instant, and cut off his head with a blunt knife in her hand. Everyone stood there in fear, not daring to move. Mrs. Leah threw Lino's head to the ground casually. Blood splashed on her body. Her eyes were full of disgust. It's disgusting, disgusting. This kind of dirty blood actually sprayed on the clothes I like. Mrs. Leah left the table angrily, and the housekeeper and servants appeared silently to clean up the mess. Still with the mask-like faces, they dragged Lino's body skillfully, and replaced the table and tablecloth that were splashed with blood. At the moment of removing the tablecloth, everyone clearly saw that the table was full of marks left by nails, and the scratches were full of blood and had turned black and smelly, and there were even maggots crawling. Everyone turned pale, and left the restaurant quickly. After returning to the hall, everyone looked unhappy. The butler gave each team a key, which was the room they would sleep in tonight. The butler warned everyone, 1. Please keep your keys safe. There is only one key, and only the key can enter the room. 2. The castle is dark at night. Make sure there are 2 people present, and do not act alone. 3. There are children in the castle, the children of Lady Leah. They are a little naughty and make trouble, but please be gentle to them, because they are still children. 4. The beds in the castle are very comfortable to sleep on. I wish you all a pleasant night. Wu Chong and Shisha are in the same group. Shisha is very powerful, and is a new member of Qian. She is good at fighting. Jian Suiyu and Ani are in the same group, and Fu Yinchi and Falcon female member Sophia are in the same group. Jiang Huaiji and Wu Xiuli are in the same group. Jiang Mubai and Jiang Qian did not enter the dungeon in the end, and they controlled the whole process from the back. Wu Yu took the key from the housekeeper and looked at Shinkei. Let's go. Our room number is 304. Shinkei, okay. Following the propaganda staircase in the center of the hall, Wu Yu and Shinkei went upstairs to the 3rd floor. The walls of the entire castle were covered with murals, with either a general in majestic clothes or a monarch wearing a crown. Walking along the corridor, facing the door of room 304, there was a family portrait of a family of 5, which was different from the previous one. Mrs. Leah sat in the middle in a luxurious and dignified manner. Her handsome and tall husband stood behind her, and 3 beautiful blonde and blue-eyed children stood around her. Wu Yu stared at the portrait for a while, and suddenly, she saw one of the children in the portrait blinking at her. Chapter 259. There was a sharp pain on Wu Yu's forehead. She was hit by the mental pollution. The whole painting seemed to come alive and moved. In the painting, Lady Leah was being strangled by her handsome husband behind her. Veins popped out of her fair neck. The child screamed silently. They tried to stop their father, but were easily thrown away. The child fell into the broken porcelain pieces. When they looked up again, the pretty little face seemed like rotten meat that had been left for many days. Smelly bubbles floated down from the face. The 3 children and Leah were all looking at Wu Yu. They kept reaching out to Wu Yu, trying to pull Wu Yu into the painting. Wu Yu suddenly pinched her hand, and she pinched it so hard that blood oozed out of her palm. Shinkei immediately realized that something was wrong. Wu Yu, Wu Yu. The call was very far away at first, and Wu Yu kept taking deep breaths until her restless emotions slowly calmed down. Shinkei, Wu Yu, you have been mentally shocked. This dungeon rating above SS will put a great mental burden on you. You may keep seeing terrifying and weird illusions. These illusions appear silently and unpredictably. She turned her head. I know. Shinkei, what did you see? Wu Yu, go inside first. Wu Yu glanced at the portrait facing their door, took out the key and opened the door, and the 2 of them went in and closed the door to completely isolate all prying eyes. Outside the house, The hand that had been stretched out in the painting was reluctantly retracted. The ancient castle with a 1,000-year heritage. Even the guest rooms are full of the ultimate luxury of the middle world. The room Wu Yu and her family lived in was about 50 to 60 square meters in size. There was a floor clock, a phonograph full of romance, and everything else in the room. It was even equipped with a separate toilet and bathroom. There was an oil painting of a pair of black swans hanging on the bedside of the room. Black swans are famous animals in nature that are loyal, and have only one partner in their lifetime. There were also precedents of one partner dying, and one partner being lonely for life, or even committing suicide for love. The black swan in the painting had a pair of blood-red eyes. When Wu Yu looked at them, the eyes turned strangely and looked in her direction. Wu Yu approached Shinkei and lowered her voice. There's something wrong with these paintings. I suspect that all the rooms here are under Leah's surveillance. Shinkei, do you want to destroy the paintings? Wu Yu, no hurry, let's wait and see. The props in the plot dungeon may be useful to the plot, and random destruction is more likely to trigger the death option. The phonograph in the room suddenly sounded automatically, playing a soothing tone, as if reminding that it's time to sleep. The luxurious big bed just exudes an invitation, making people feel, this is really a bed that looks very comfortable. If you lie on it, you will definitely have a wonderful and sweet dream. This bed is calling Wu Yu, come to my side. After entering the room, Wu Yu felt a stronger mental shock, which made her whole vision strange. Everything around her was extending, and the world was distorted. The notes flowing from the phonograph seemed to be pushing Wu Yu invisibly. She slowly walked to the bed, and lay down quietly. In Shinkei's eyes, Wu Yu just walked to the sofa next to the phonograph and sat down. Wu Yu fell into a dark sleep. This sleep might be the best sleep quality she had in the past half-month. But she always felt something was wrong. Her consciousness woke up before her body. In her half-awake state, the music from the phonograph kept playing in her ears. The vinyl records used in medieval phonographs would not automatically play after a song was played after the tone bar was reset. This meant that this so-called sleep had not actually played a lullaby. The strange and weird feeling of disharmony made Wu Yu struggle violently. However, she was like being possessed by a ghost. Even though her eyes could see clearly around her, her body could not move no matter what. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the side and embraced her waist. Wu Yu looked at it with her peripheral vision. This person had the same face as Shinkei. He smiled at her gently and meaningfully, as if they were a close couple who had loved each other for many years. Dear, did you have a nightmare? Everything that happened in front of her seemed to be a wife waking up late at night, and a gentle and affectionate husband. This couldn't be Shinkei would not look at her with such disgusting and greasy eyes, and it was even more impossible for him to hug her without her permission. Even if it is the same face, different cores will show different effects. The moment she was touched, Wu Yu realized that she had regained the initiative of her body. In the plot dungeon, there must be a way out. It depends on whether you can seize it. He threw his fist instantly, aimed at the pretty face, and hit it hard without hesitation. The whole face instantly sank into a ball, with only a bunch of flesh twisting constantly, and the voice imitating Shinkei's voice became rough and unpleasant, like an ugly monster. Why? Dear, don't you love me anymore? Wu Yu, are you okay, ugly bastard? Can you look for a mirror before you say that? You have to pee without a mirror, right? My husband is a beautiful man. How can you, a scabby guy with a lot of lumps on your head, do that? The angry and sad howl, the picture instantly moved away and shrank, and Wu Yu's consciousness returned to reality from the illusion. She blinked and found herself sitting next to the phonograph, and a piece of music just stopped. God. With a sound, the singing rod was reset. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, there is only one bed here. You sleep on the bed, and I sleep on the sofa. Seeing Wu Yu's eyes recover from confusion, he instantly realized, you have hallucinations again. What is it this time? Wu Yu's detectable mental power is only A level, and he is SSS level. It is conceivable that all mental pollution in this room will first find Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at the blood-red eyes of the black swan. Maybe I'm too tired recently. I just sat down and took a nap. I dreamed of you, dear. Dear. Shinkei blinked frantically, his white ears red. Wu Yu smiled. Since we are husband and wife, of course we have to sleep in the same bed. Shinkei raised his head in confusion and stared at Wu Yu for 3 seconds. He realized that Wu Yu might have done this deliberately for the paintings in the room. At the beginning, Jiang Huaiji said that the form of 2 people in a group can increase the survival rate. Shinkei nodded readily. Okay, yeah. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Shinkei blinked innocently. What's wrong? Still want to call me dear? Wu Yu looked away, and Shinkei silently curled his lips. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai looked at each other from the live broadcast perspective and sneered at the same time. You kid, you took the opportunity to smuggle in the goods, right? The night was getting darker, but the whole castle was still singing and dancing in the bright lights. All the participants entered the room at the first time, and the bustling ballroom was empty. However, the sound of tap-tap-tap dance steps never stopped. Until the 12 bells at midnight rang, the ballroom suddenly darkened and everything disappeared. At the same time, a pair of small black leather shoes appeared beside the bed in the room where Wu Yu and Shinkei were. The exquisite and sophisticated small leather shoes were neatly placed beside the bed, facing the head of the bed. Chapter 260. The feeling of suffocation woke Wu Yu from her sleep. She felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest. She suddenly opened her eyes, and was about to punch Shinkei, but she unexpectedly saw a pair of dark eye sockets. In the true sense, dark eye sockets without eyeballs. Wu Yu immediately remembered that this was the little boy standing on the left of Leah in the family photo, the youngest of the 3 children. The little boy suddenly opened his mouth to bite Wu Yu. Wu Yu found that he had no teeth and tongue. She didn't know if he had been abused before, or it was possible that his mother, Mrs. Leah, had pulled out his tongue and knocked out his teeth. Wu Yu was quick-witted and quickly took out a Ken's burger from the previous world boss dungeon from the space and stuffed it into the boy's mouth. The boy's mouth was cracked all the way to his ears, and the burger fit perfectly. Even without eyeballs, Wu Yu seemed to be able to see the boy's momentary confusion from the dark eye sockets. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei, who was sleeping very quietly with his back to him. Even such a big noise did not wake him up, like a husband who was always exhausted. For Shinkei, who had amazing 5 senses, this was absolutely impossible. So, Wu Yu realized that she was in a fantasy again. The little boy began to chew quickly. Wu Yu saw him wolfing down the food, and suddenly had a guess. Mrs. Leah was dressed like a decent person, so she wouldn't abuse the child behind his back, right? In Western fairy tales, stepmothers, and witches are usually the control group of the heroine's excellent qualities. Seeing that the little boy had finished the first burger, Wu Yu took out a few more for him. Anyway, it was all a fantasy, so he could eat as much as he wanted. Sure enough, no child could refuse Grandpa Ken. Appetite problems can usually be cured by visiting Grandpa Ken at McDonald's or Bister. If that doesn't work, go to Grandpa Ken's specialist clinic on Thursday. After eating, the little boy's mood was obviously much more stable. His dark pupils looked at Wu Yu, and his mouth opened and closed as if he wanted to say something, but no matter what he said, he couldn't make a sound. It seems that not only the tongue, but also the vocal cords are completely damaged. Wu Yu slowly sank his face. Did your mother hurt you? The little boy suddenly froze. He looked at Wu Yu in confusion. His small body was shaking silently. He had no eyes, and couldn't even cry. The little boy quickly climbed down from the bed and ran away. He stood at the door and looked at Wu Yu quietly. He was waiting for Wu Yu to catch up. Wu Yu looked at the little boy with scrutiny. She was thinking about the danger of this action. While she was thinking, the little boy had disappeared. The illusion disappeared. Wu Yu opened her eyes and returned to reality. The moment Wu Yu opened her eyes, Shinkei came over and said, "You didn't sleep well just now." Wu Yu leaned into Shinkei's arms, and Shinkei froze. Wu Yu lowered his voice. "I dreamed of the child. If our child was still alive, he might have called you Dad." Shinkei was already confused. Yes, it's such a pity. Although he was confused, it didn't stop him from subconsciously hugging Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, the child came to me, he seemed hungry, he must have suffered a lot of grievances in heaven." Shinkei's consciousness returned, and he began to grasp the clues from Wu Yu's mouth. Child, probably Leah's, child gone, probably killed, hungry, wronged, suspected of being abused. Wu Yu, maybe I missed him too much, he came to me, and wanted me to follow him. Shinkei frowned instantly, and tightened his arms. You may be too tired. The refusal was obvious. If the consciousness was too far away from the body after chasing, it is very likely that it would never return to the body. The impact on the mental level is completely beyond the intervention of outsiders. Jiang Qian, who had been patient behind the live camera for a whole night, jumped up when he saw Shinkei tightening his arms. "I have been patient with this kid for a long time. Don't push it too far. I'm going to change his live broadcast equipment to a loudspeaker right now, so that all the ghosts in the castle can go find him." Jiang Mubai held Jiang Qian. "Calm down. Wu Yu is still with him, and don't you see that they are exchanging information?" Jiang Qian cursed angrily, and continued to read. Wu Yu understood what Shinkei meant. "It's getting late, go to bed first." When she turned around, Wu Yu suddenly saw the small leather shoes appearing beside the bed. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, and turned to look at the door. Wu Yu was surprised to find that there was a small figure curled up in the low cabinet by the door. It was the little boy in the illusion, who was looking at her. Wu Yu reached out, and pulled Shinkei, the low cabinet by the door. Shinkei followed Wu Yu's line of sight, but he saw nothing. Shinkei shook his head. Yu, I can't see. Wu Yu rubbed her eyes. The leather shoes disappeared, and the little boy disappeared too. Shinkei, Yu, is it too much of a burden on your mental strength? Wu Yu, do you think I saw it? Shinkei nodded. I believe in your judgment. If I can't see it, I think it's because I haven't met the conditions or opportunity to see it yet. In such a highly mentally polluted environment, Shinkei must not put any mental pressure on Wu Yu. Wu Yu curled her lips. She was very satisfied with Shinkei's answer. Wu Yu whispered, he is very obedient. According to the rules given by the housekeeper, the little boy has no teeth, and even if he opens his mouth, he can't make an effective attack. Wu Yu guessed. The little boy was looking for someone to help him. He also had a brother and a sister. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. It's a nice night. Shall we go out for a walk? After dawn, the castle will be restored and all clues will disappear. It is meaningless to hide blindly if you want to pass the level. You must try to find more clues at night. Shinkei put his cloak on. Wu Yu, let's go. Stepping out of the door, facing the family portrait, Wu Yu's eyes swept across the youngest boy, and she found that the three children in the painting, and even the husband behind him, made a gesture. Crossing two fingers in the west means that lying will not be punished and can be blessed by God. The husband and children in the picture are smiling, but they are surrounded and guarded by Mrs. Leah. They even pray for God's forgiveness when taking a family photo. The story becomes intriguing. Is it the evil wife, the vicious family, or the evil people killing each other? In the second half of the night, there were only occasional sporadic sounds in the silent and dark corridor, and the eerie whistling sound of the draft blowing through the corridor. Looking far away, there are many red dots that flicker in the dark night. When you get closer, you will find that the red dots are all eyes on the portraits in the corridor. Oh, it's Mr. and Mrs. Shin. You are so loving. Young newlyweds are so romantic and interesting. You actually want to take a walk in a gloomy castle like mine late at night, accompanied by the cold moonlight. Wu Yu intimately took Shinkei's arm and turned to look at Madame Leah, who suddenly appeared. What a coincidence, Madame Leah is not resting either? Madame Leah stared at the two bodies approaching each other, with a gleam of resentment in her eyes. Yes, the night is long, and it is too lonely to be alone. Why not? She raised her head suddenly, with a scarlet light in her eyes, and looked straight at Wu Yu. Let Mr. Shin accompany me. A man who is in the way must wither immediately, even if he looks like a flower. Chapter 261. Feeling Shinkei's body tense, Wu Yu patted his face soothingly and walked to Madame Leah. I'm sorry, Madame Leah, my husband cannot be shared. And it's too rude to say such things to a guest. Madame Leah, if you covet my husband like this again, I will be angry and leave. Madame Leah's eyes flashed with obsession. Mrs. Shin, you are really charming. There is nothing wrong with her manners and her interactions with others, and she even has such a harmonious and intimate relationship with her husband. Why isn't she a simple, reckless and gullible little girl like in the storybook, who will easily believe lies and be easily killed by the illusion? It's true, it makes people want to have it even more. Shinkei's alarms were all ringing. He was really fed up with this kind of plot dungeon. Before finding the main plot line, the boss's strength will rise several levels. It's simply a perverted rule. If there is no such rule, just force it. He can fight this Leah to a 50-50. Wu Yu smiled and winked at Madame Leah. Thank you for your kindness to me. Madame Leah was eager to move, and couldn't help it. So do you want to sit in my room? Dungeon boss Madame Leah invites you to a private meeting. Please pay attention. This behavior is very dangerous, but there is a high probability that it can promote the main story. Do you accept it? Please choose. Yes or no. Wu Yu chose without hesitation. Yes. The main storyline dungeon is opened, and Shinkei's hands can't be faster than the automatically promoted system plot. At the moment of light and shadow, he was the only one left standing there. Shinkei's heart skipped a beat. Countless portraits in the corridor flashed red light in their eyes, spying on him in the dark with ill intentions, waiting for an opportunity to approach. Shinkei felt Wu Yu holding his arm in the last second, and the next second, the person had disappeared. Behind the surveillance camera, Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai looked at each other in surprise. What happened? Why did Wu Yu and boss disappear together? Bang! A loud noise came in the dark night. The huge commotion caused all the participants in the room to appear. Jian Suiyu saw Shinkei, who was alone. Where is Wu Yu? Shinkei She and Madame Leah disappeared at the same time. Jiang Huaiji was surprised. They disappeared at the same time. Did we start the main storyline mode? It was so fast. My father had led a team here once before, and 12 people died in one night, but no one started the main storyline mode. In the end, considering the huge casualties, the dungeon had to be temporarily sealed. Shinkei, what happened before Wu Yu and Lady Liao disappeared together? Jian Suiyu nodded, yes. Sorting out what happened between you can help more of us enter the main storyline and prevent Wu Yu from fighting alone. Shinkei glanced at everyone. Let's find a safe place first. As he said this, he looked at the red eyes of the portrait obscurely, and everyone understood. Jiang Huaiji immediately said, go to the open-air balcony on the second floor, where there is an open environment. Arriving at the open-air balcony on the second floor, Shinkei carefully recalled every detail. In the dining room, Wu Yu stood up for the person who humiliated me as a wife, and the person who humiliated me died. Before entering the room, Bruley withstood the temptation of the portrait. After entering the room, Bruley first proposed to be monitored by the portrait. Then, Bruley was affected by the phonograph. After waking up, she said that she dreamed of me. It is possible that there were ghosts in the illusion who wanted to seduce her with my appearance. At night, Bruley saw a child in her nightmare. It was initially determined that it was Mrs. Leah's child. The child was abused before his death. Later, Bruley observed the portraits in the corridor and found that both the child and the husband were lying. Finally, when we were in the hallway, Lady Leah suddenly appeared. Lady Leah asked for me, but was rejected by Wu Yu, and then they suddenly disappeared together. Jane Suiyu judged one by one, coming out of the dining room, breaking the influence of the phonograph, and rejecting Lady Leah, all imply the deep love and harmony between husband and wife. The portrait bewitched, monitored, and Leah suddenly appeared. It may be that the eyes of the portrait are Leah's eyes, and Leah can go wherever the eyes are. The child, the housekeeper once said that children should be treated well, but the child showed signs of being abused. The 2 points of lying children and husbands are both intriguing, and more clues are needed to support the inference. Jiang Huaiji, it seems that Lady Leah is indeed inclined to be a loving couple. And if you want to increase Lady Leah's favorability and advance the plot, it is not enough to show it once, at least 3 times are needed. Jian Suiyu nodded. It is likely that Lady Leah will take the initiative to show up and invite you the 3rd time. Jiang Yuhua. But the problem now is that Wu Yu and Lady Leah are alone in a room, and we have no chance to increase her favorability at all. Everyone looked at the cold waning moon with a solemn expression. There were still 3 hours before dawn. Shinkei, I go find Madame Leah. Jian Suiyu shook his head. The fact that the boss only took Wu Yu is very telling. This dungeon is for women, and men are not welcome. The boss also prefers women who are emotionally strong and protective of their partners. If you go to Bang Bang and punch him twice, the whole situation will immediately rise by 3 levels and directly enter the difficult mode of hell. Shinkei's eyes were red. Damn dungeon. What can I do? Jian Suiyu thought for a while. Why don't you just cry? Generally, men who are in a low position in relationships will cry and panic if their wives suddenly disappear. You can find a place with a lot of surveillance and cry in front of Madame Leah. Shinkei slowly glanced sideways. You kid, you're taking the opportunity to mess with me, right? Jian Suiyu smiled. You can also refuse. Wu Yu and Madame Leah looked at Shinkei's fair face and red eyes at the same time, and sat down beside the stone statue and cried silently. Mrs. Leah covered her mouth and smiled. I really envy Mrs. Shin. Your husband seems very nervous about you. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, after all, I am so outstanding, it is normal to be nervous. Mrs. Leah greeted politely. Mrs. Shin must be a very virtuous person, right? Wu Yu shook her head. No, my husband cooks at home, and he also takes care of all the housework, and he also makes money to take care of the children. Mrs. Leah insisted on not letting the words fall on the ground. Ah, then you must be very considerate and can provide emotional value to your husband, right? Wu Yu shook her head. No, my husband was so frightened a while ago that he thought I had an affair and wanted to divorce him. But even if I really cheated, he would cry and beg me to return to the family. You know men, you can't spoil them. The conversation started to get weird and developed in a weird direction. Mrs. Leah was stuck. Mrs. Shin is really good at controlling her husband. Wu Yu waved her hand casually. It's nothing, Mrs. Leah. There's no need to act so unworldly. Even the final conclusion, of course, Madame Leah, you don't have to be discouraged. It's normal that you can't beat me. Because I am the legendary talented player, commonly known as a genius. You know, a bad woman who is born to play with men at her fingertips? Madame Leah, Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai listened to Wu Yu's nonsense from beginning to end, and their hearts were in their throats. Seeing that Madame Lia's face was gradually distorted, the two couldn't help but hold their foreheads and cover their faces. Jiang, ancestor, little girl, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Just when the two were worried that Madame Lia would suddenly twist Wu Yu's head off in the next second, Madame Lia, who always looked beautiful and charming, actually spoke slowly in a sad and bitter tone. Mrs. Shen, if I had your charm and courage, maybe my family wouldn't have fallen into such a fragmented situation now. Jiang looked at each other and realized instantly. Wu Yu actually got Madame Lia's favorability again. Madame Lia was obviously going to start telling the main storyline. It's incredible. She was right. She is a genius. Chapter 262. Mrs. Lia looked at Wu Yu. Her intention was obvious. She wanted Wu Yu to continue asking questions. Ask her quickly. As long as you ask her, it means that she is just a vulgar woman. But Wu Yu looked uninterested. She looked at her beautiful hands coldly and perfunctorily, smiled. Sorry, Mrs. Lia, I am not interested in the emotional experience of losers. In my eyes, a woman who can't even control a man is not worthy of communicating with me on an equal footing. Madame Lia's hands trembled violently, her heartbeat accelerated with excitement, and her whole body was shouting, perfect, too perfect, it's her, it's her. Madame Lia's violent fluctuations in mental power put a great mental burden on Wu Yu. Although she looked calm and relaxed sitting there, the overloaded mental power made the trigeminal nerves on both sides of her temples twitch constantly. The SSS level ghost was almost fatal to her A-level mental power. Once she said a wrong word, she would be strangled by Madame Lia immediately. Wu Yu's face was full of the expression of a world-weary villain, and her casual look made Lady Lia look tense and restrained. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai were simply amazed. Jiang Qian said, it's amazing. With just the two of them sitting there, it's hard to tell who is the terrifying boss. Jiang Mubai felt the same way. Lady Lia was made into a beautiful but useless vase by her. As if she had finally appreciated enough, Wu Yu put down her hand and stood up. I thought it would be an interesting night, but I didn't expect it to be those trivial things again. The husband doesn't come home, the children are disobedient. Who wants to listen to you talk about these boring things? Madame Lia, I'm leaving. I still prefer my husband's tears. A man who can cry in the long night is a fairy. Seeing Wu Yu stand up and leave without hesitation, Madame Lia blurted out, it's not my husband and children. That's not what I want to say. There is a woman, a maid at home, who wants to replace me. Wu Yu rolled her eyes speechlessly. A mere maid can replace you? Is the upper-class education you have received all this time shit? Mrs. Lia shook her head repeatedly. No. Not just a maid. She is an evil witch. She is an evil witch who can do sorcery. At first, I didn't realize it until I found out that she would steal my clothes and sleep in my bed. She collected the hair left after I took a bath, and made a little man out of the hair in my underwear. The little man had my birthday on his body, and she put the little man under her pillow every day. Gradually, I found that she is more and more like me. Jiang Qianan and Jiang Mubai looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Qianan, wow, it's amazing, the boss actually said it himself. Jiang Mubai, I have goosebumps. Wu Yu quickly wrote down the information from Mrs. Lia. When Mrs. Lia spoke, these images came to Wu Yu as if they were real. Lia, who returned to her room by chance, saw the maid happily trying on her clothes, doing the same movements as her in front of the mirror, making the same expressions, and even sleeping on the bed to pretend that she was intimate with her husband. Just as she was about to enter the bathroom, she found the maid was busy picking up the long golden hair that was entangled in the sewer. The maid squatted there and carefully selected it, which made people shudder. The terrified hostess tried to tell her husband about this, but she was surprised to find that her husband showed a different expression to the maid. They had had an affair behind her back without her knowing. The hostess angrily found the maid and accidentally found the witchcraft doll under the maid's pillow. The maid was constantly sucking her vitality, so that she could completely replace her and become her. Wu Yu was surprised to find that as the main plot became clear, the Lia in front of her changed from her gorgeous appearance at the beginning to a dignified and gentle one, just like the one in her memories. Mrs. Lia covered her face sadly. I have no way to stop all this from happening. She is becoming more and more like me. She is always monitoring me, observing me, and imitating me, infiltrating my life and replacing me. You can't understand that kind of fear. As long as I open my eyes, she is smiling at me in front of me. I opened my eyes in the bathroom, and she suddenly appeared out of the water. The moment I walked towards her, I saw her strange smile, and in a trance, I actually saw my own face. Gradually, I seemed to become a transparent person in this castle. My husband and children could not see me. What even made me fall into the ice cellar and fall into the abyss of complete fear was that even when my mother came to visit me, she blurted out my name to that woman. I completely became a forgotten person. Lady Leah was very devoted in what she said. This memory was stirring up all her emotions. Affected by such extreme emotions, Wu Yu's mental strength was close to the limit, suppressing the rusty sweetness in her throat. Her mental state also became trance. In her eyes, there was the gentle Lady Leah for a while, and the cold and vicious maid played Lady Leah for a while. These two people kept talking to her, and it seemed like 100 crows were chirping in her head. This couldn't go on any longer. Wu Yu felt that her eyeballs were about to burst due to the high intraocular pressure. She had to do something, think of a way. If she let Leah continue to talk, she would explode and die. Wu Yu suddenly said, "Mrs. Leah, so you just let yourself sink into such an extremely depressed mood?" Mrs. Leah was suddenly interrupted, and her expression was a little unhappy. "Mrs. Shin, do you know that interrupting someone is very rude?" Wu Yu nodded, "Yes, but I really can't listen to it anymore." "Mrs. Leah, from your description, you emphasized your powerlessness and inability to resist. So what is your main way of resistance?" Mrs. Leah hardened up. "Of course, I tried to tell my husband, but he was so obsessed with the maid that he ignored me. I tried to tell the housekeeper, but the housekeeper said that the maid had been working hard and had done nothing. I also told my mother, but she said that I put too much pressure on myself and that such a thing never happened." Wu Yu sneered. "So you have been asking others for help? Have you never thought of stabbing the witch to death with a knife?" Mrs. Leah blinked in surprise. "What are you talking about? As a noble woman, how can I do such a vulgar thing?" Wu Yu looked at the table, where there was a fruit knife. She picked up the knife, and came behind Leah without hesitation. Put the knife in Leah's hand, held Leah's hand, and they both looked at the mirror at the same time. She said in a bewitching voice, "It's very simple, let me teach you. You just need to pick up the knife, and stab it into her body like this. She will never dream of occupying your body again." Looking at the mirror that was instantly pierced into pieces by the dagger, Mrs. Leah turned her head, and looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Wu Yu slightly side-glanced, with a cold and indifferent look in her eyes, as if she was looking at garbage. "Mrs. Leah, what do you think?" Chapter 263. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai looked at each other, and Jiang Qian said sincerely, "I think Madame Leah might fall in love with her." Jiang Qian, from the beginning, the mental pollution index of this live broadcast room has exceeded the warning line. The system has turned on the automatic shielding mode the moment Wu Yu entered to avoid the risk of mental pollution spillover. Jiang Mubai, that's right, and the mental pollution index is still rising. Even my SS level mental power can feel uncomfortable watching from a distance. It's hard to imagine what kind of mental pollution Wu Yu is enduring, and she looks so relaxed. Incredible, absolutely incredible. According to their information, Wu Yu only has A-level mental power. A-level can face SSS level dungeon boss directly, and can even suppress it in momentum. Jiang Mubai thinks there is no need to test it at all. What kind of DNA test is this? What kind of DNA test? This high IQ and divine logic in his bones, the brain circuit that can make people's CPU useless, the momentum of suppressing the opponent even though he is 4 levels lower in mental power. It's not that Mei Bao is performing handstand eating shit live. Being invincible is awesome, but defeating the strong with the weak is always the coolest. The coolest. Mrs. Leah couldn't take her eyes off Wu Yu's face, but her tightly held hand suddenly loosened, and her heart was full of disappointment. Wu Yu slowly took out a tissue to wipe her hands, with a cold smile on her face. "Sorry, I am a married man after all, and I still have to be clean outside." She casually threw the tissue into the trash can and turned to leave. "Mrs. Leah, I had a great time tonight. Go to bed early." Mrs. Leah reluctantly held out her hand. "Shin." "No, Miss Wu Yu. Will you come tomorrow night?" "Wu Yu, I don't know, I may come, I may not." Mrs. Leah's eyes were full of expectation. "I wait for you." Wu Yu did not answer, leaving an ambiguous smile, and turned away. The moment she opened Leah's door, she returned to the corridor she left. Seeing Wu Yu reappear, Shinli immediately went to meet her. "Yu Yu, are you okay?" Wu Yu tried to suppress the blood that kept coming up, and said softly, "Go back to the room first." Shinkei smelled a strong smell of blood, and his eyes darkened instantly. "Can you still walk?" Wu Yu's eyes went dark, and she could only barely control herself from fainting. You know, if she loses control of her body at this time, the only result waiting for her is brain death. Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu without hesitation and returned to the room. As soon as she entered the room, Wu Yu went directly to the bathroom and spit out a mouthful of blood. After suppressing it for a long time, the blood color was a little black. Shinkei gently patted her back and washed her cheek with cold water. His expression was dark and scary. Wu Yu put her hands on the sink and looked up at the mirror. The person in the mirror was smiling at her, just like what she had just seen in Leah's room. Another soul was smiling at her with her face. Mrs. Leah's room had already brought Wu Yu's mental pollution to the extreme, and everything she saw now was weird and distorted. The clean sewer was full of dirty long hair, and water was constantly seeping out of the cracks in the wet floor. The water overflowed the ground and covered all the tiles, causing the long hair in the sewer to spread and grow towards her and overflow over her feet. With a strong sense of suffocation, Wu Yu felt that she couldn't breathe, and she took a deep breath. Someone was approaching from behind, and she looked sideways. It was a broken doll, wearing a pale mask and constantly approaching, smiling strangely and shedding blood and tears. Too much confusing information, making it difficult for her to judge reality and illusion. She kept telling herself to calm down. Will you calm down? Illusions are always illusions. As long as you don't have fear in your heart, illusions will never trap you. Think carefully. The way to break the illusion is to get rid of the most fake one first. Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and punched the mirror, which shattered into pieces like the mirror in Leah's room. The person in the mirror showed an expression of unwillingness and resentment, and wanted to break through in anger, but eventually disappeared. The mirror shattered, and the water and long hair disappeared in an instant. Yeah. Wu Yu slowly side-glanced and saw Shinkei's red eyes. Shinkei, I'm fine. This is the only way to grow up. Wu Yu, how long will it take until dawn? Shinkei, less than an hour. The wall was crooked, and the paintings seemed to move on their own. The black swans were flying around the room, rubbing their necks together, and then suddenly they attacked each other in anger and strangled their lovers' necks. If she couldn't get psychiatric treatment, the world she saw next would be distorted. What the eyes see is not necessarily true. If the eyes are deceiving, then stop using them. Wu Yu took out paper and pen from the space, and even the paper and pen were twisted and growing fangs. She closed her eyes, blocked out those phenomena that did not conform to common sense, and began to writing down all her discoveries. Shinkei leaned forward and saw Wu Yu writing. I will write down all the clues I found in Madame Leah. After dawn, I need to enter the treatment cabin as soon as possible to repair my mental power. Before dark, no matter how well my mental power is repaired, I must be woken up and returned to the castle. Shinkei, yes. I suspect that the Leah we see is only the form of her soul. Even if the soul is attacked, it cannot be harmed. The soul can travel through countless paintings and reach where she wants to go at any time. However, only by finding the entity can we really hurt Leah. If I guess correctly, Leah's body was hidden in the room she invited me to. Because the degree of mental pollution in that room is much stronger than that of facing Leah outside. After entering Leah's room, I found that Leah's room type is different from the guest room. At the same time, according to my previous observations of the room types outside and in the corridors of each floor, the spatial structure of Leah's room does not belong to any of the rooms on the 1st to 4th floors. There is a mirror in Leah's room. Standing in front of the mirror, you can see the window behind. I found that it was a window facing the corridor. It was pitch black outside, but there was light in that window, which was the yellow light of the corridor lamp. This could never be the state of the master bedroom of the hostess of an ancient castle. If the room that Leah invited me to enter was where her real body was, it was most likely a room at the end of the corridor or in the basement. And it is likely that the appearance and existence of this room are very unexpected. Leah told me that the maid in the house was a witch, and she wanted to replace her as the hostess of the ancient castle by exchanging her life. In the surprised and shocked eyes of Shinkei and Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai behind the camera, Wu Yu wrote, but I don't think so. Chapter 264. The sky was getting light. Wu Yu stopped writing. Handing the paper to Shinkei, Wu Yu opened her eyes, bloodshot eyes, even eyeballs were bulging. As dawn broke, the whole castle fell silent again. The person who had stayed in the room all night opened the room, and suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in front of his eyes. Jiang Qian immediately led people in. Hurry up! The treatment cabin will be here immediately. With the support of the Jiang family, Wu Yu entered the treatment cabin for mental treatment as soon as possible. There were 2 deaths and 3 injuries that night, and 2 more people also needed to go into the treatment cabin for treatment. What a coincidence, look who I saw, isn't this Prince Noah's squire? Hey, don't say that, he can be ashamed of being a noble now. I don't know what his parents think in heaven. Why don't you say anything, Noah? Who are you guarding here? Isn't it the pariah who deliberately killed Lino? There's no need to treat him. He deliberately murdered a noble, and this pariah will be executed in the end. Jiang Qianan and Jiang Mubai looked at each other. Jiang Qianan said, Duke Lino was outspoken at the banquet, and he deserved to be killed by Madame Leah. How can you talk like that, Jiang family? Jiang Mubai said, it is normal for people to die in a dungeon, but you nobles are so delicate, you should leave quickly. You don't have to shamelessly want the Jiang family's reward, but you don't want to pay anything. Jiang Qianan recalled, I remember that you stayed in the house all night last night, and didn't dare to go out. When Duke Lino died, you didn't even dare to fart. People who didn't know would think you were all dumb. Now that the dungeon is over, you're suddenly healed? Congratulations, it's a medical miracle. Jian Suiyu arrived a step later, and found that it was indeed Wu Yu who was treating him. Shinkei was standing aside with his head down and a gloomy expression. Jian Suiyu knew Shinkei's look very well. He wanted to kill everyone present right now. Wu Yu looked like his mental strength was seriously damaged. Shinkei liked to vent his anger and blame others. It's better to let my friend die than to let me die. Jian Suiyu moved to the side a little, so that he wouldn't be hit when the fight started. Jiang Yuhua saw Wu Yu's situation, and saw someone making noise nearby. He frowned. What's going on? Why don't you keep the treatment area absolutely quiet? What kind of people can be here? Miss Jiang, you are talking about our nobles like this. Jiang Yuhua gave an order directly, throw out those who claim to be nobles, along with their treatment cabins. The Jiang family dares to ignore the nobles. Jiang Yuhua sneered. The Jiang family now has accurate information that Grand Duke Vlad, the highest authority in the royal court, has been deliberately encroaching on the property of the descendants of martyrs and persecuting the physical and mental safety of those descendants, who have made great contributions on the peak front battlefield. He did not fulfill his promise to treat the descendants of the martyrs well. The Jiang family has already issued a warning to the Alliance Parliament, requiring Grand Duke Vlad to make a public appearance and give a positive answer within 7 days. Otherwise, his status as the highest authority in the royal court will be revoked, and the royal court will be abolished from now on, and the entire aristocratic power will be reshuffled. The rights and treatment of the nobles should be given to the descendants of martyrs, to those who deserve it, not to the petty villains. The Jiang family is iron-fisted. As soon as the words came out, all the nobles who had just shouted closed their eyes with a side look. Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi looked at each other in surprise. To be honest, the direction of this matter is very similar to the turmoil when Zhou Qiafeng intervened in the Taoist sect. The forces that were originally unrelated and independent of each other gradually came together under the influence of Wu Yu. The noble was about to leave secretly when he suddenly received a communication. Hey, I heard that someone pulled into the dungeon progress bar last night and entered Lady Leah's room to start the main storyline, but your Jiang family actually blocked the live broadcast room after she entered the room. I think your Jiang family obviously didn't think about sharing information with us at all. That's right, they just treat us as cannon fodder, and never thought of rewarding us. The castle oil is a lie. The whole audience was shocked when these words came out. After a night of panic and fear, and the incitement of public opinion, people's distrust of the Jiang family has reached its peak. Disclose the main plot information, otherwise, we will leave immediately. Jiang Qian, the Jiang family did not intend to conceal the main plot information, but the mental pollution index of the live broadcast room was seriously exceeded at that time, and there was a risk of mental pollution overflow. The system detected and automatically turned off the live broadcast function. You're kidding. That's right, who would believe it? I heard that the one who entered the main storyline was just an A-level psychic warrior. Even she could bear it, how could I, an S-level warrior, not be able to bear it? That's right, if the main storyline is not made public, then I will go directly to ask this A-level warrior what he saw. I heard that the one lying in this treatment cabin is him. In the treatment cabin? I said before that how could an A-level psychic warrior face an SSS-level boss directly? Could he have been contaminated and sneaked out? No, I have to open the treatment cabin and check it out immediately. Seeing that someone was really ready to approach Wu Yu's treatment cabin, Qi Yin and the Jiang family all changed their faces instantly. Shinkei chuckled, and his domineering mental power instantly opened up, covering the sky and the sun, causing everyone present to be subjected to a huge mental power shock. Shinkei slowly stood up and stood in front of Wu Yu's treatment cabin. Captain Jiang, show them the footage after Wu Yu entered Leah's room. Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Mubai whispered a few words, and they already knew that what Jiang Qian said was true, and they also understood how dangerous this live broadcast footage was. Jiang Huaiji frowned. What if they saw it? Shinkei tilted his head and moved his neck. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I will not let any of them escape. I will definitely kill them all. Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei with scrutiny. Shinkei raised the corner of his mouth and showed a sinister smile. Don't worry, Captain Jiang, just blame me when the time comes. However, the information is paid. 100S level crystals are viewed once, only for personal viewing, directly put into the mental power, and automatically destroyed after viewing. The crystals will be directly deposited into the account of the person who received the information. No one can get it for free. 100S level crystals for one viewing is too expensive. Shinkei sneered. Qian doesn't save poor people. If you want to watch it carefully. Jiang Mubai was speechless. It was really hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. The Jiang family's kindness was taken for granted. Jiang Mubai, directly investing in mental power is not a joke. Since Captain Qian has agreed to make it public, why are the Jiang family still unwilling? That's right, the Jiang family is so greedy. Jiang Huaiji, give it to them. Jiang Mubai was surprised. Really? I just tested this video, and the mental pollution level is S level. Who would believe that there is S level mental pollution through the video? That's right, and if the mental pollution can be S level through the video, the mental pollution at the scene must be at least SS level, and this A level person would have been brain dead long ago. Can he survive until he can be treated? Seeing these people's disdainful look, Jiang Mubai was about to refute that it was Wu Yu. If it weren't for Wu Yu, the people who went in would have died long ago, but seeing how confident these people were, Jiang Mubai simply gave up and played the main storyline that was strictly banned by the system. Do you want to buy the video? Watching warning, disclaimer. The purchase and playback of the video is entirely at your own will, and the consequences are at your own risk, and have nothing to do with the Jiang family and the recipient of the information. Yes. Click to play. Chapter 265. When the video was turned on, everyone was talking about the room where Wu Yu and Lady Liao were. This room looks different from the guest room. Maybe the structure of the hostess room is different. My ancestors were all nobles, and I have never seen a noble hostess room so narrow. What is this woman talking about? She is so offensive to the boss. Why doesn't the boss kill her? Oh my god, it's amazing. After just a few words, the boss actually took the initiative to tell her the story. As the main plot came, the atmosphere became oppressive. She was under surveillance all the time. As soon as she opened her eyes, she would be watched by prying eyes and evil smiles. The misunderstanding, indifference, and even accusations of the people around her made her feel heavy and breathless. Shinkei looked coldly at those who were just shouting. After watching the plot, his face turned pale, and his condition became worse and worse. Ah, don't come over here, don't get close to me. Monster, you monster. Please don't get close to me. These fighters, who were at least S level or above, just watching the main storyline, actually showed such a frightened expression and let out such a fearful wail. It is conceivable that when Wu Yu faced Liao in person, what kind of extreme mental shock he felt. In fact, it is possible that what Wu Yu saw in his eyes was a more terrifying and thrilling picture. The Jiang family looked at each other in astonishment, and they dared not imagine what kind of amazing will and wisdom Wu Yu used to face and dominate everything. Finally, don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again. The nobles screamed for help, and the Jiang family closed the video playback permission. Jiang Huaiji, the Jiang family has disclosed the main plot as agreed. I want to quit. I won't go, it's too scary. Even through the video, I can feel the suffocation of the boss staring at me. After watching the video, these people ran away in a hurry, screaming for the Jiang family to prepare a shuttle for them. Charles whistled. SSS level plot dungeon, it is indeed not suitable for a mob. As expected of Miss Wu Yu, even my SS level mental power felt a stinging pain in my forehead. Unbelievable, how did she do it? Charles looked at Jiang Yuhua with great desire to explore, but was given a cold look by Jiang Yuhua. Heartbroken, Mei Bao must have felt particularly uncomfortable at that time. Why couldn't she be with Mei Bao at that time? Jiang Yuhua informed Charles, I want to brush up on Madame Lia's favorability tonight. You'd better cooperate well, otherwise I will kill you first. Charles, excuse me? Is anyone here still remembering that he is also super strong? If he doesn't get angry, does that mean he is easy to bully? Jiang Yuhua smiled. Is there a problem? Charles shook his head. No. The Jiang family is still coordinating the north, and the hometown is in their hands. We can't do anything about it. We use treatment progress is not ideal. The mental strength that can be fully restored in 12 hours under normal circumstances has only completed 70% of the treatment under high-load pollution. This means that tonight, she needs to face the mental pollution of Lady Liao again at the initial mental pollution value of 30%. Shinkei wakes up Wu Yu, and Wu Yu finds ANI. Wu Yu blinks, Sister ANI, I want to borrow something from you. ANI, Yu, baby, whatever you want. Sister will give it to you. Wu Yu raises her lips mysteriously. As night falls, Wu Yu arrives late with Shinkei. Lady Lia changes from her noble and cold attitude yesterday, and waits in the hall early today. Her eyes light up when she sees Wu Yu appear. Pian came to Wu Yu. She skipped Shinkei directly. Miss Wu Yu, good evening. Wu Yu looked at Lia. Now Lia seemed to her to be two people. The gentle and passionate Lia occupied her body, and the other head stuck to her back was a maid who looked exactly like Lia, and looked like a black witch. The black witch's face suddenly came close, and stretched out her sharp nails at Wu Yu, but Wu Yu didn't blink at all, and smiled very ambiguously. I didn't expect that 30% of mental pollution would be such a direct visual impact. It is conceivable that if Wu Yu had to face such a Lia all night, it would be a great mental burden for her. Hiss ha! The black witch bared her fangs at Wu Yu threateningly, as if to warn her to stay away from Lia, as she was her prey. A shy smile appeared on Lia's face. Miss Wu Yu, can I dance with you? Wu Yu shook her head apologetically. No, of course the first dance of the opening must be with my husband. As she said that, ignoring Lia's instantly dim expression, Wu Yu took Shinkei's arm and entered the dance floor. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, blinked, and felt much better after washing her eyes. Can you dance? Shinkei nodded yes. But he doesn't like dancing. Wu Yu raised her head and looked at Shinkei, and saw the rejection of dancing in his eyes. Wu Yu, you don't like dancing. Shinkei nodded yeah. Wu Yu understood. It seems that the memories about dancing are the parts that Shinkei doesn't want to mention. She tried to pull her hand out of Shinkei's arms. Then I go find Lia, just fish for her. Before she finished speaking, Shinkei suddenly took the initiative to reach out and hold Wu Yu's waist. With his other hand, he held Wu Yu's fingers tightly together, lowered his eyes, and looked at Wu Yu and said, You said it yourself, you want to dance with me for the first dance. Not giving Wu Yu any chance to regret, Shinkei increased his strength and brought Wu Yu to the dance floor. Wu Yu blinked and put her arm around Shinkei's shoulder. After the dance, Madame Lia came forward, suppressed her anger and smiled. Now, it should be my turn, right? Letting go of Shinkei's hand, she walked towards Madame Lia, performed a gentleman's salute, and invited her with a careless and cold smile on her face. I wonder if I have the honor to be your dance partner, beautiful Madame Lia. Main plot hint. Lady Lia accepts your invitation, and the moonlight ball officially begins. The moment the hint popped up, the dance floor, which had only heard voices, suddenly began to chatter. At the same time, as the air fluctuated, a truly medieval dance appeared in front of everyone. Aware of the changes in the venue, everyone looked at each other in doubt and dispersed, fearing that these people who suddenly appeared would launch indiscriminate attacks. In an instant, only Wu Yu was left in the entire dance floor. She smiled and looked at Lady Lia, and there were people dancing around her. These people were like puppets nailed to a music box. When the music started, they danced mechanically. Click, click. There was always a mask-like smile on her face. Chapter 266. Wu Yu was in charge of the male dance steps. She held Lady Lia in her arms, and spun around on the dance floor. The close contact caused the mental shock to rise rapidly. Under the reflection of the light and shadow of the huge crystal chandelier above her head, Lady Lia's face flickered, and the light and shadow kept changing. Sometimes her face was the original Lady Lia, and sometimes it was the evil Black Witch. They were all talking to Wu Yu non-stop. Miss Wu Yu, it's so happy to dance with you. Stay away from my prey. Miss Wu Yu, can you stay by my side forever? If you dare to come closer, I will kill you. At the beginning, there were two faces constantly changing, but later both souls appeared on the same face, occupying the left and right parts. On the left, there were eyes of admiration and a gentle smile, and on the right, there were eyes of hatred and resentment, and the corners of the mouth were tight and angry. In front of him were continuous mental shocks, and around him were people wearing masks, who kept coming over, and the symphony music was getting sharper and noisier. The crowd in the huge dance floor kept gathering and gathering until they all gathered around Wu Yu and Lia. They laughed and said, Mrs. Lia, you dance so well. Mrs. Lia, I haven't seen you laugh so happily in a long time. Mrs. Lia. Mrs. Lia looked at Wu Yu. Yes, I haven't laughed so happily in a long time. Miss Wu Yu, it's all because of you. I'm very happy. She looked at Wu Yu, waiting for Wu Yu's response. But Wu Yu's face slowly darkened, and Wu Yu's face was full of indifference and disappointment. I thought we had a pleasant exchange last night. Mrs. Lia nodded repeatedly. Yes, we had a pleasant exchange. Wu Yu raised the corner of his mouth with contempt. Really? But I have clearly taught you how to fight back, but you did nothing. Such a useless person is not worthy of dancing with me. Wu Yu suddenly let go of Mrs. Leah and distanced himself from her. Wu Yu's tone was firm. You are not Mrs. Leah at all. Lady Leah looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. She stood there in horror for a moment. The loss and fear of being replaced quickly surrounded her. The dancing puppets crossed Wu Yu and surrounded Lady Leah. The dance floor was filled with the following voices. She is not Lady Leah. Fake. She is a fake. Who is she? Black witch. She is a black witch. She is a black witch from the depths of darkness. Burn her. Burn her. The cheers got louder and louder, and the originally joyful and dancing ballroom suddenly became dark, and the atmosphere of judgment was gloomy and terrifying. Madame Leah huddled up in fear, hugging her head. No, I am not. I am not the Black Witch. I am Madame Leah. It is the Black Witch who wants to harm me. It is the Black Witch who wants to replace me. Madame Leah raised her head suddenly, and saw Wu Yu standing behind the crowd. Wu Yu's figure kept overlapping with the Black Witch who was standing outside the crowd at that time, and even the smiles on their faces were exactly the same. The two figures kept interweaving and finally merged into the same person. Madame Leah pounced on Wu Yu, and she angrily asked, Ms. Wu Yu, I like you so much. Why did you hurt me? Kill you. I will kill you. Madame Leah suddenly went crazy with bloodshot eyes, and she stretched out her sharp, narrow, black nails and pointed them at Wu Yu's heart. Vicious bad woman, I will eat your heart. Wu Yu looked at Madame Leah approaching, motionless. Just as the black nails were about to touch her, Wu Yu smiled and tilted her head at Leah, who was so close to her. Madame Leah, would a gentle noble lady want to eat a human heart? Leah's movements suddenly stopped. Wu Yu approached Leah and ran into Leah's black nails head-on. Leah subconsciously wanted to retreat. Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Leah's strangely white wrist, pulling her closer. Would a gentle noble lady have such sharp black and narrow nails? Leah hurriedly avoided the black nails that Wu Yu stretched out in front of her eyes. The song ended, and the puppets around her faded away like the tide. The hour rang, and Wu Yu dragged Leah to the glass of the floor clock, pinched her neck with one hand, and asked her to look at the glass mirror. Would a gentle noble lady wear such makeup and black witch robes? Leah seemed to wake up from a dream. Slowly looking in the mirror, she looked at herself in the mirror. The original gentle appearance has been completely replaced by the gloomy and sarcastic appearance of the Black Witch. She was wearing a witch robe like a crow in the mirror, with black eyes, and a blue and tired eye bags under her eyes. Scarlet eyes, like a vampire hanging in the depths of a cave. She looked down at her hands in horror. Her nails were long and black, like those of a wild beast. The grandfather clock. Dong, dong, dong. Every sound it struck was like a solemn judgment on her. She covered her face in horror, not wanting anyone to see her ugly appearance. But she heard countless voices in her ears. Ugly Black Witch, go back to your swamp. The Dark Witch with an ominous meaning, stay away from the human world. Execute her. Execute this heretic. You must have had a hard time living alone during this time. Leah suddenly raised her head and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked at Leah, and her figure kept overlapping with another person. Wu Yu, did he say this to you at that time? Come with me. You are different from all the girls I have met. You are very special. I want to give you a home and let you live a normal life. Wu Yu approached Leah. Can you tell me? What else did he say to you? What did he do? Leah slumped down on the ground. Her black nails faded, revealing her original appearance as a black witch. Except for the gloomy makeup, she looked like an ordinary girl. Leah, since I was born, I have been in the swamp abyss of the dark forest. The old witch always warned me. We are absolute heretics in the eyes of humans. Never contact humans. They are afraid of our abilities, but they also covet our abilities greedily. I saw Louis when I was picking poisonous mushrooms for witch soup at the edge of the swamp. He was the most handsome man I had ever seen. I saved him somehow. I wanted to leave before he woke up completely, but he grabbed my hand. He said, "Thank you for saving me." Leah looked up at Wu Yu. Before that, no one had ever said thank you to me. As Leah spoke, the mental pollution index of the entire ball scene soared rapidly, and everyone's external live broadcast channels were urgently closed. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai looked at each other with ugly faces. The mental pollution index currently displayed on their detectors, S+ level. Once the mental pollution index soars to SS level, all the people present, exception K and Jiang Huaiji, who are SSS level, will be engulfed by mental pollution. Chapter 267. Just as Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai were anxiously preparing to open the 1-minute emergency escape passage, Wu Yu suddenly took off her cloak. She covered Leah with her cloak, blocking all outsiders from spying on her. Wu Yu said softly, "Mrs. Leah, it's late, go back and rest." Leah looked at Wu Yu at a loss. Are you not going to ask me any more? Wu Yu shook her head. Girls' thoughts should not be spoken out in front of so many people. Let's go. Wu Yu looked at the shaky ceiling chandelier. Her mental pollution was getting worse and worse. If she didn't stop immediately, the ceiling and the illusion would really pierce her and turn her into a bloody person. Wu Yu watched Leah run away crying. This time she clearly saw that Leah left in the direction of the basement, which was opposite to the spiral staircase. As expected, Leah's real room was there. After Leah left, all the puppets that appeared before disappeared, but the laughter and joy that filled the air of the ballroom still did not stop. This clearly shows the real boss. She is just a pitiful and pathetic person who is being used. Shinkei walked quickly to Wu Yu's side and saw the blood and tears dripping from Wu Yu's eyes. The confrontation just now made Wu Yu's mental pollution index soar rapidly in a short period of time. She had to close her eyes again. Shinkei took off the black cloth on his body to cover Wu Yu's eyes. Shinkei, let yourself relax completely. Wu Yu nodded yes. Seeing that Lady Leah hurriedly left, the threat of the boss was lifted, and the participants left the ballroom and began to explore various places in the castle. Combined with the clues Wu Yu just found, he came to the open-air balcony on the second floor again. Jian Suiyu, sorting out the clues so far, Leah was originally a black witch in the depths of the swamp, and was brought into the human castle because of saving people. One possibility. She fell in love with humans and became jealous of the mistress, intending to use black witchcraft to replace her life. Later, because of her guilty conscience, she lived in panic and had illusions and split personality. Another possibility. She was bewitched and deceived by humans, and exchanged her fate with the mistress through black witchcraft. After becoming the mistress, she was persecuted and mentally ill and split personality. Jiang Yuhua, whether it is the first or the second, it can explain one thing. Everyone's expression became solemn, and it was obvious that they all thought of one thing. That is, there is another boss in this dungeon, a boss who is still safe and sound under the persecution of the Black Witch and always hides in the dark. It is even possible that he took the initiative to lead all this, and by exchanging lives, he has completely obtained all the Dark Witch's witchcraft power. A stronger boss. Wu Shioli laughed cruelly. She dared to plot against our witch clan like this. Even if witchcraft is different, as a fellow wizard, I will never let her go. Jiang Huaiji, if there is such a boss, what will the boss do when the plot is already halfway developed? Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly realized, he will intervene, and get rid of the person, who has been advancing the plot quickly. Wu Yu, everyone's eyes were wandering around, and Wu Chong suddenly said, wasn't Yaya standing here just now? Where is she? Jiang Yuhua looked over suddenly. What's going on? Isn't Shinkei always with Yaya? Jian Suiyu frowned. Shinkei also disappeared suddenly. Fu Yinchi quickly made a divination with his fingers, and he looked at everyone. The divination shows that they are underground and temporarily safe. It is likely that the main plot was triggered, and they were taken away directly by the plot. Everyone looked at each other, act separately, and find more useful information in the castle based on the current clues. Okay. Main plot hint. Madame Leah invites you to visit the castle. Butler Harold, you said that Madame Leah wants you to entertain us? Led by the butler, Wu Yu and Shinkei walked underground step by step. Harold nodded. Yes, Madame Leah felt that she was very rude to leave in a hurry. For Miss Wu Yu, a guest she cherishes very much. She hopes that I can express her apologies on her behalf. In addition, a special reception channel will be open for you and your husband as an exception, so that you and Mr. Shin can visit the most famous wine cellar in the castle. The collection inside is all fine wines with a history of hundreds of years, and at the other end of the wine cellar is another famous special facility of the castle, the Scarlet Mary swimming pool. The entire swimming pool is watered with fine wine, which is an absolute beauty product for women. I hope Miss Wu Yu and Mr. Shin can enjoy it to their heart's content. Walking into the wine cellar, there are century-old wines stored everywhere. Even if they are sealed, you can still smell the rich aroma. The aroma is mixed with a trace of blood that is not easy to detect. With Shinkei's excellent five senses, he can smell it at the first time. According to the time the castle was sealed, these red wines are most likely made from the blood of the deceased. After being sealed and fermented for 100 years, they have long become deadly poisonous wines. The entire swimming pool filled with red wine is a pool of venom that can corrode people instantly. The swimming pool looks very strange, unlike the usual square and spacious rectangle. Such a large space is actually built into a narrow swimming pool with only a single swimming lane. The swimming pool leads to the bottomless black depths. Rather than a swimming pool, it is more like a channel for pouring mercury when the ancient emperor's tomb was finally sealed. The concentration of mental pollution here is very high, and even the signal keeps making sizzling noises under the interference of the magnetic field. As a black bat flew out of nowhere and swooped towards the screen, the whole screen turned black and disappeared. In the end, all that remained in Jiang Qianan and Jiang Mubai's eyes were the blood-red eyes of the black bat. The two instantly realized, this is the final location of the dungeon. Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi walked into the master bedroom of the castle, and searched through the boxes for clues. Jian Suiyu, as soon as the Black Witch left, Wu Yu and Shinli immediately entered a new round of the main plot. It is likely that the real Lady Leah invited them to enter the next round of plot exploration. Fu Yanqi, since the ballroom, the mental pollution index of the entire castle has been very high. We have to act quickly, otherwise I'm afraid Wu Yu's mental strength can't bear it. Jian Suiyu pursed his lips and quickened his movements. Suddenly, he saw a painting placed in the cabinet. This was a painting that was completely different from the style of the entire castle. The childish brushstrokes exuded a naive atmosphere. This was a painting by a child. What role did the child play in the whole story? It was still a mystery in their eyes. Chapter 268. This painting depicts a woman. With a simple composition, you can see the grass behind her, the sun in the sky, and the woman's smile. With just a few strokes, it is difficult to tell who the painting is about. Jian Suiyu noticed that the woman in the painting had darker eye sockets. Children's cognition is different from that of adults. Their imagination is unconstrained and not constrained by human dogma. The paintings they present are the most primitive and unguided state they see, but they are precisely the most reflective of a person's characteristics. Now this painting is placed in the master bedroom of the hostess of the castle. If the woman in the painting had met the child who painted before entering the castle. After entering the castle, she saw this child, who should have been playing freely with the remote and impoverished nobles near the swamp, suddenly became one of the distinguished young masters of the castle. When she was in doubt, she entered the young master's room to clean up. Suddenly, in the young master's locker, she found a portrait of her original appearance. What would be her first reaction? Realizing that this was a scam, she prepared to run away. But the reality was that she failed to run away, and the child was severely abused. Then, the painting appeared in the most conspicuous position in the hostess's room. It was a warning, a show-off, and a medal that showed absolute power. Jian Suiyu looked up at Fu Yanqi, and Fu Yanqi also looked over at the same time. He was holding a doll with golden hair in his hand. This should be the doll that the Black Witch used to exchange life with Lady Leah. Jian Suiyu took the doll and observed it repeatedly. Yes. Where did you find it? Fu Yanqi pointed under the pillow, right here. As he said that, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Jian Suiyu walked over in confusion. Why? Before he finished speaking, he saw that there was another doll looming deeper under the pillow. A doll with black hair looming from the white bed sheet. Fu Yanqi quickly took out the second doll, and saw that the doll was wearing the same luxurious dress as Wu Yu, and the two of them changed their faces instantly. The real Lady Leah wants to exchange Wu Yu's life this time. Wu Chong jumped excitedly. Good news. We found the diary of the Black Witch, which contains the method to cancel the life exchange. Jiang Yuhua, who was one step behind, suddenly poked his head, and pushed Wu Chong away. What are you talking about? Who wants to exchange Wu Yu's life? The originally enthusiastic atmosphere of the crowd suddenly stagnated. They all looked at the black-haired life-exchanging doll in Fu Yanqi's hand, and their faces sank. Jian Suiyu's tone was very gloomy. It seems that Lady Leah has long been eyeing Wu Yu, and she wants to exchange Wu Yu's life. If the purpose of the last life exchange was the wizard's immortality, then the purpose of this life exchange is to leave here and enter the human world as Wu Yu. Wu Yu felt that the whole world fell into a strange silence, and she took off the black cloth in front of her. Looking at the person in front of her, who looked exactly like her, wearing the same black cloth and the same dress, she left side by side with Shinkei. Wu Yu tried to reach out and touch, but there was a silent sense of obstruction. The moment she touched, the air was like a wave dividing the water's surface. The waves continued to spread around until they disappeared completely. Wu Yu immediately understood that from the beginning to the end, the only person invited was her. Wu Yu's eyes fell on the butler, who was walking away. Beyond the invisible barrier, the butler's low but cold mechanical voice introducing the wine cellar was even clearly audible. Retracting her sight, she slowly turned her head and looked at the butler standing aside, whose smile was just right like a mask. Wu Yu smiled. It seems that this is just a special case against me personally. Is that so, Butler Harold? Or, I should call you, the real Lady Leah. The butler extended his hand elegantly. Unlike the slender hands of men, his nails were painted red like pigeon blood. The butler's entire face was slowly taken off like a mask, and under the mask was the original mistress of this castle, the real Lady Leah. Lady Leah had a smile completely different from that of the Black Witch, with an aggressive look in her eyes, a flamboyant aura, and an unruly and cold mouth. Even though she was wearing the same old butler suit, she exuded the aura of an absolute ruler. Mrs. Leah raised her lips wickedly, and she instantly appeared in front of Wu Yu, holding Wu Yu's chin with one hand. Now, Miss Wu Yu, I want to hear how you guessed everything. You'd better be careful, I'm not as simple and easy to fool as Ambika. As long as I find out that you lied to me with one word, my wine cellar will have another collection. Wu Yu, I wonder if Mrs. Leah can let me close my eyes and talk? Lady Leah sneered. What an impolite behavior. Are you afraid of looking at my beauty and feeling ashamed? Hume shook her head. No, in my eyes, you are just a giant, threatening, pig-faced bat with red nail polish. Lady Leah's face twisted for a moment, and Hume immediately said, now it's the upper part of the pig face, and the lower part of the bat with pink eyelashes and red and green sheets. Hume bet that Lady Leah's killing conditions in this plot do not include offending her, because the deduction itself is to expose her crimes. Madam Leah, that's enough. Close your eyes right now. Will you close your eyes? Okay, thank you Madam Leah, I'm grateful. Without looking directly at the boss, Wu Yu felt that her chaotic consciousness was finally clearer. She estimated that her mental pollution index was about 60% now. The time she spent with Madame Leah was rapidly increasing at a rate of 2% per minute. Once the pollution index reached 100%, she would be brain dead. The deduction must be completed within 20 minutes, and Leah must be convinced. Every second counts. Wu Yu, from now on, I will call you Madame Leah, and Miss Black Witch, or Madame Leah at the beginning, will be Ambika. 1. What initially made me suspicious was Ambika's table manners. Her tableware made an inappropriate sound, but she did not stop it immediately, and got angry at the noisemaker. This shows that Ambika is not familiar with hosting a dinner as a hostess, and there have been no guests in the castle for many years. In other words, Ambika only appeared in front of the crowd as the hostess for 2 dinners, and she did not have more opportunities to practice tolerance. 2. In the portrait in the corridor, the hostess sat in the absolute main seat. In Ambika's description, she was a very weak hostess. But the woman in the painting had strong and domineering eyebrows and eyes, full of the aura of a superior. The arrogance and superiority in the bones of Lady Leah in the painting were so great that she didn't even bother to cover it up. Chapter 269. Mrs. Leah raised her eyebrows in appreciation. Why don't you think it's just a split personality? Miss Moon, it's simple, because this whole story requires the existence of a powerful Black Witch to complete the life-changing step. Simply split personality shouldn't be enough to kill all the hundreds of people in the castle, right? Whether you're afraid that God will punish you for killing people, or you simply want to crown your new life with the blood of these hundreds of people. When all the hardware is in place, you need the support of software, that is, the existence of metaphysics to complete the entire life-changing ceremony. I don't think that in such a huge hunting operation in the middle world, a noble with high power would also be a witch. No matter who is good or evil between you and Ambika, and who is the wrong party, we can infer from Ambika's words last night. If, as Ambika said, she was Lady Leah who was persecuted by the witch, why didn't the witch succeed in replacing her? Where did the witch go? How did she get rid of the witch? Why did the person who could get rid of the witch and defend his own life tell the whole process from the perspective of a persecuted and vulnerable party? If it is true that she is Lady Leah as Ambika said, then she should become stronger and mentally tougher after defeating the witch. So to sum up, I speculate that the Black Witch did lose in the end, and she became a puppet of the real Lady Leah, and the fake Lady Leah who appeared in front of everyone was the Black Witch Ambika. Long-term persecution made her mentally confused and had a dual personality. She subconsciously put herself into the victim's perspective. Main plot hint. The main plot is correct. Get reward. Reduce the mental pollution value by 50%. Current mental pollution index 20%. Wu Mei breathed a sigh of relief. The decline in the mental pollution index made her feel much more comfortable. Once the mental pollution reaches more than 70%, her situation will become more difficult. Lady Leah's chuckle came from the air, and her voice rose from low to high, and it was obvious that she was very happy. Lady Leah suddenly approached Wu Yu. You are really perfect. No wonder Ambika chose you at the beginning. But you underestimated Ambika. She is not the kind of simple and kind woman you said. Witches are very smart and cunning. They are good at disguise. Wu Yu looked at Lady Leah. I think Lady Leah is the most powerful, after all. Even the smart witch was successfully tricked by you. Demeaning a powerful opponent will make people's vanity swell. Flattery is never out of date. Madame Leah raised her lips with satisfaction. Of course, as long as I am here, she will never be able to turn over. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. Madame Leah, you are right. Madame Leah, you are the most powerful. Madame Leah, ha ha ha. Even if she chose the person who could save her, now he is under my charm. Ambika will never be better than me, and will never dream of escaping. She can only lie in that cold coffin forever. Wu Yu followed, with her hands on her hips, and laughing up to the sky. Ha ha ha, yes. She will always dream of escaping. Then she immediately began to brainstorm quickly. Lady Leah mentioned that Ambika was not as harmless as she looked. She was smart and cunning, and good at disguise. So can she think that before the life-changing ceremony was finally completed, Ambika had discovered and even seen through Lady Leah's trick? Then why didn't she escape from the castle through the witchcraft of the Black Witch at the first time? Wu Yu asked tentatively. Mrs. Leah, did you just say that Ambika is cunning? Mrs. Leah was obviously in a good mood. She once again saw through and prevented Ambika's plan, which made her self-confidence swell. Yes, a cunning witch. Main plot hint. Open the main plot of the real Mrs. Leah. I have had a serious blood disease since I was born. All the doctors who treated me said that I would not live past 18. But I am obviously the most noble and pure bloodline in the entire royal family. Those dirty bastards can survive. Why can't I? My parents have been looking for ways to save me since I was born, and they found the existence of a black witch in the deep swamp. The powerful witch's magic can cure blood diseases, and even by exchanging lives, I can be immortal like the Black Witch. I found the most handsome young man in the country, and set up this inescapable trick for the Black Witch. However, because of a child snatched from other remote and impoverished nobles, she discovered the flaw. Wu Yu immediately thought of the child whose eyes were dug out last night. Leah's eyes were full of anger. Useless thing, ruined my plan. Wu Yu, since the child ruined your plan, why is there a rule in the housekeeper's rules to treat the child well? The gesture in the painting is because this is a fake family. The fake father, mother and fake child are put together for a cruel trick, so they want to seek God's forgiveness with a guilty conscience. But children, why would someone treat children well? Bruley suddenly opened her eyes wide. She knew. She figured it out. She had figured out the whole idea. Why should we treat children well? Because children are the kindness and heart of a witch. Bruley looked at Lady Leah calmly. This is a great story, Lady Leah. Can we go enjoy the wine cellar and swimming pool now? Lady Leah nodded, of course. She had specially prepared a good show for Bruley there. I believe that if she sees her husband, whom she thinks she can control, being intimate with another woman and rolling in a pool full of red wine, she will be angry and lose her mind. At that time, she will push her into the swimming pool and let her blood become fertile fuel to nourish the flowers. Madame Leah, let's go. She really can't wait to see what this seemingly wise woman will look like when she goes crazy. Madame Leah put on the housekeeper's mask again and followed her. She passed through the barrier that trapped her. It seemed that this was a barrier set up by Madame Leah with her witch power. The only footsteps in the entire underground were her and Lady Leah's. As they got closer to the swimming pool, Wu Yu heard some strange noises. Lady Leah, it's really a sound that makes people blush. Wu Yu listened carefully and asked uncertainly, do you really think that this is a sound that makes people blush? Rather than something else? Lady Leah nodded firmly, of course. No one can resist the witch's magic, the ultimate temptation, as long as they are men. While thinking, the two of them were already standing in front of the swimming pool, up and down, with the sound of water splashing. The butler on the left hand, and the fake Wu Yu on the right hand had been beaten by him to the point of skinning and bones revealing the tattered and rotten flesh inside. Shinkei held one in each hand with an expressionless face, and pushed them back and forth into the pool. His blood-red eyes pulled into a strange arc with a perverse and sinister smile. Who allowed you to pretend to be her? Who allowed you? His eyes changed in an instant, and the corpse was completely pressed into the pool full of blood. Except for the bubbles that came up, the corpse was completely rotten. You are worthy. The coldest and most vicious words came out of his thin lips. The moment he turned his head and looked over, Mrs. Leah subconsciously took a step back. Seeing Wu Yu appearing without any trouble, Shinkei's aura became gentle in a second. He walked closer quickly, ignoring the pain of his flesh being rotted, and casually wiped the blood off his hands with the housekeeper's clothes. Throwing the clothes to the ground with disgust, Shinkei nervously approached Wu Yu, thinking about his own character setting. Shinkei blinked, and his eyes turned red. Yu, the two of them want to bully me. I'm so scared. Wu Yu watched Shinkei's whole process of changing his face like a Sichuan opera. Chapter 270. Mrs. Leah looked at Wu Yu furiously. Liar. You are a liar. Wu Yu raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Mrs. Leah, to be honest, I don't understand what you are angry about. You originally wanted to use a man to defeat me, but I think this trick is too clumsy. You really have grown 200 years old, and you only have this one trick? Provoked by Wu Yu, Leah burst out with strong malice, and the malice instantly rushed towards Wu Yu, and Shinkei took out his sword and went straight to meet it. Leah waved Shinkei away fiercely. A man who is in the way. How dare you be so presumptuous in my territory? The moment he waved away, Shinkei disappeared. The next second, when he reappeared, he was already in the first floor hall of the castle. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei in surprise. Why are you here? Where is Wu Yu? Shinkei rushed underground with a sword in hand. Wu Yu has solved the mystery of the whole story. The real Lady Leah is the housekeeper standing next to the fake Leah. That ghost brought a rotten corpse to pretend to be Wu Yu to lure me, but I found him and beat him to death. She attacked Wu Yu in anger, and then teleported me from underground to here, and immediately went to support Wu Yu. Shinkei said, as he rushed underground, but to everyone's surprise, the walkway that originally led to the underground suddenly formed an invisible wall, and no matter what kind of attack method Shinkei used, he could not break through it. Jian Suiyu stopped Shinkei. Calm down, there is something more important to tell you now. We found a Wu Yu doll in Maria's room. She set up a barrier to exchange Wu Yu's life and escape from this castle. Shinkei stopped and turned his head, and then his whole aura became eerie and strange. Fu Yinchi, calm down Shinkei, I told you not to tell Jian Suiyu. He's like a psychopath who gets angry easily. Jiang Yuhua took out her crystal stone and tarot cards with a gloomy face, obviously trying to force the dungeon open. Jiang Huaiji stopped her. Yuhua, calm down, the situation inside is unclear now. If you rashly use astrology, it is very likely. After being punched in the face, Jiang Huaiji covered his face speechlessly. Jiang Yuhua, I am your elder brother after all. Seeing the chaos, Ani poked her head in. Chong, why are they all crazy all of a sudden? Wu Chong, Sister Ani, Ye is controlled by the real Lady Leah and has disappeared. Ani took out an incense burner, and the giant Gu King that was raised as a fat baby poked his head in and tilted his head strangely. But Ye has been in touch with me all the time. Before, Ye asked me for the Gu King's twin Gu, so that she can share her coordinates with me at any time. Everyone turned around and looked at Ani. The huge mental pressure from 2 SSS level, 3 SS level, and 3 S level made the Gu King shrink his head instantly. Ani was so scared that her legs were shaking. Wu Shili was the first to react. She pushed everyone away and protected Ani. Everyone, please put away your murderous aura and control your mental power. Ani is a bit timid. When the murderous aura subsided, Ani carefully handed over the Gu King. The Gu King poked his head out to the other side of the ground. Ani looked at everyone. This way is blocked, but there is another way. Hurry up. Everyone go in and rescue Wu Yu. Shinkei disappeared, and the strong malice released by Madame Leah penetrated Wu Yu's brain, and her face was full of black air. The mental pollution index was rapidly rising, 30%, 40%, 50%. She watched as Madame Leah's face grew to form tumors, and even eyes grew on the tumors. Countless eyes blinked at her at the same time, and she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. The mental pollution index continued to soar until it stopped at 99.9%, and Wu Yu lost consciousness. Wu Yu, wake up, Wu Yu. Waken up by Shinkei's voice, Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, and seeing Shinkei's happy smile, everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yu looked around the swimming pool in confusion. The blood around the swimming pool had faded, and Mrs. Leah had disappeared. Wu Yu, where's Leah? Shinkei, she's dead, we killed her. The battle has been won, we can leave now. Wu Yu, how long have I been unconscious? Shinkei, nearly 10 hours, it will be dawn soon. Wu Yu looked around and found that the originally dim underground had become much brighter, and she could even see the light of day through the stained glass window on the top. Shinkei took her hand and pulled her up. Let's go, Wu Yu. The boss has revealed a lot of resources. We are all waiting for you. Wu Yu stood up and followed behind everyone, looking at their dusty and torn clothes with traces of battle, their muddy leather shoes and messy hair. Even so, the joy of the battle still made everyone smile. Wu Yu gently caressed Shinkei's hands that had just touched him, and followed behind everyone with her face lowered, her expression invisible. Following the way they came, they left the underground and came to the castle hall. People were everywhere sharing the joy after the battle. They were laughing and talking, and even the air was filled with relaxation after the victory. Wu Yu glanced at the floor clock in the castle hall. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was rising. The floor clock in the hall didn't have time to shake and made a dong 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 sound before it completely shattered to the ground. The entire magnificent castle faded with the death of the boss, revealing its decayed and rotten original appearance. The decayed castle, and the countless treasures found in the boss's place. The dimness and brilliance formed a sharp contrast. Wu watched her teammates walk away one by one to greet the sunrise. They turned around and shouted to her excitedly, "Wu, come here, come quickly." At this moment, the faces of the people with their backs to the light looked so blurry under the reflection of the strong sunlight. It was a noisy environment, but the whole atmosphere was so quiet that it was eerie. Wu watched these people's mouths move, but Wu couldn't hear each of their voices clearly, because the sound came from the air. People who haven't seen the sun for 200 years can't simulate the real sun. Even if it looks warm, it is cold and gloomy. The dome of the underground swimming pool is obviously made of opaque lime, and the colorful glass windows are just a deceptive illusion no matter how beautiful they are. Even if Shinkei's appearance and personality are constantly improved, the slippery, soft and cold touch, like a corpse, when touching it can never be changed. Fake is fake, and fake can never become true. The broken floor clock will never ring, because she is now in a virtual illusion. As if they found that Wu's eyes were gradually becoming clear, the emotions of these dummies became more and more impatient, and they kept calling, "Wu! Come! Come! Join us! Bathe in the sun with us!" They approached Wu like crazy, reaching out to grab her and drag her to the light. These people are increasing, growing and emerging from countless shadow corners. At first, they only had an outline, and gradually became complete and looked like a person. They want to completely submerge Wu and drag Wu into an endless abyss. Chapter 271. Wu shook her head and said without hesitation, "No, I refuse." Malice grew rapidly, and endless shadows grew rapidly from the dark corners of the castle. The originally powerless sunlight was completely covered by the darkness that covered the sky. These shadows screamed and roared as if they were crazy, and wanted to get into Wu's body. Wu turned around and ran without hesitation. She took a look at the way she came, and chose another way without hesitation, as if she was guided by some unknown way. The shadows kept gathering and getting bigger, chasing Wu behind her. She glanced at them from the corner of her eye, and saw that the shadows were covered with surging green faces. All of them were her teammates, her friends and relatives. But Wu was very calm, and did not relax at all. She warned herself to stay calm, and she must stay calm. Wu ran at a fast speed, and several times she narrowly avoided the black claws stretched out by the shadows. At the moment of turning a corner, she saw a small black figure without pupils. The little figure waved to her. This time, Wu did not hesitate and turned around to follow him. The little boy who appeared last night led Wu to a dark road with no end in sight. Sometimes, light does not mean hope, and darkness does not necessarily mean destruction. Wu kept running along this dark road. She was betting that the little boy was the kindness of the witch. When the underground swimming pool reappeared in front of her, Wu knew that she had made the right bet, but it's not just that. Wu wants more than that. Wu grabbed the little boy who wanted to leave. "My purpose is not to leave. I want to find Ambika. She is a witch. I believe she is still alive. When I was in contact with her, her body was warm, and her heartbeat was still beating. Madame Leah can't kill her at all. 200 years of blood offerings are enough for Ambika to leave the dungeon and go to the world of order. Tell me, how can I find her?" The little boy was stunned. He opened his palm to Wu, and inside was a bloody bone nail. The child pointed his other hand at his heart, implying that as long as the nail was driven into Lady Leah's heart, she would be killed. Wu took the nail, hugged the little boy with one hand, and kissed him on the forehead. "Thank you, child." The little boy looked up in surprise, tears slowly fell from his empty eyes, and a white light flashed, and the little boy who had been trapped here and could not leave was finally freed. The moment Wu got the nail, all the shadows screamed and disappeared in a foul burning. "Impossible! How did you do it? How did you do it?" Wu looked down at the bloody swimming pool in front of her. She was only one step away from walking into it. Leah's arrogant and complacent face was full of shock. Wu rushed towards Lady Leah with all his strength and drove the bone nail into Lady Leah's heart without hesitation. Lady Leah struggled frantically. "Don't even think about it. You can't kill me just like this." Wu smiled. "Yes, this won't kill you. But what if there's Ambika?" Mrs. Leah opened her eyes wide in horror, and realized Wu's intention, but didn't have time to react. Under Wu's huge momentum, both of them fell into the bloody swimming pool. Mrs. Leah opened her mouth. "You're crazy. You die like this too." Wu kicked her hard, and her voice was finally swallowed by the blood, leaving only a string of bubbles echoing. At the moment of falling into the water, A huge suction from the depths caused the two to continue to fall into the depths of the swimming pool. The blood in the pool was filled with hatred and malice after 200 years of rituals. The moment Wu Yu dipped into it, her body was corroded quickly, her scalp fell off and shattered, and even her hands holding the bone nails and Lady Leah were softening and falling off. But Wu Yu did not hesitate at all, and the pain in her body could not shake her firm will. In order to control the struggling Lady Leah, Wu Yu was still pinching her fingers with one hand and silently chanting the spell to prevent Lady Leah from escaping. Even if her hands were corroded, Wu Yu used her mind to draw the hand gestures in her mind and constantly controlled Lady Leah's actions. Under the control of this mysterious oriental power, Leah couldn't move at all. Finally, extreme fear and pain made her mind suddenly flash a dusty memory, which was the curse that Ambika cast on her before she was sealed. Leah Norfolk, I curse you with the magic power passed down from generation to generation by black witches. 200 years later, you will die in the blood-red swimming pool that you are most proud of, and the people you despise will die as if they were ants. You will eventually pay the price for your arrogance, your cruelty, and your cold-bloodedness. The time has come, and the curse has taken effect. Madame Leah's beautiful appearance has been completely corroded, and she has become just one of the thousands of sacrifices, a dirty, ugly corpse with maggots already growing inside. Congratulations to Qian Weiyue for successfully killing dungeon boss Lady Leah and receiving a thank you from the Black Witch. Mental pollution cleared. Current mental pollution index 0%. Congratulations to Qian Weiyue for successfully killing dungeon boss Lady Leah and receiving a thank you from the Black Witch. Awakening ability. Blood fusion element manipulation LV.1. Detect the current degree of body damage. Automatically use awakening ability blood fusion element manipulation water element LV.1 body recovery degree 100%. Awakening ability blood fusion element manipulation water element LV.1 upgraded to LV.2. Trigger additional bonus. Blood regeneration speed 100%. Detect current mental power value changes. Mental power rating is being updated. Update completed. Current mental power rating. S level. The whole body is covered with blood and rot, and the dark night is full of blood-red light flashing wildly. Corrosion completely exposed the ruby in Wu Yu's brain. After being completely destroyed and reshaped, Wu Yu's sealed mental power broke through the limit again. The disappearance of Lady Leah made Wu Yu lose her target, and her falling speed became smaller and slower. Until, Wu Yu felt her feet step on the ground. The water grass that suddenly grew under the water wrapped around her, and countless sharp claws deep in the skulls tried to control Wu Yu's actions. Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes in the water, and seemed to be tired of such an environment. She opened her mouth silently. Don't use the same trick again. The waterweed and skeletons faded quickly, and even the bloody water surface was drained in an instant. A large open and dry land appeared in front of her. Wu Yu was surprised to find that this was the legendary swamp abyss. There were black bubbling swamp pits everywhere, and the woods were filled with black fog. The sound of crows came from the depths of the woods. All of this looked so ominous and weird. Wu Yu walked into the depths of the swamp until an ordinary cabin appeared in front of her. Ms. Wu Yu, please come in and sit down. The woman's voice sounded very old and rough, just like a crow on a branch. But Wu Yu pushed the door open naturally, as if she was just visiting an old friend. She looked at the old black witch with white hair and wrinkles on her face. Hello, Miss Ambika. Chapter 272. Under the guidance of the Gu King, the crowd broke a wall and came to the underground swimming pool through the hidden tunnel. The bloody swimming pool was empty, with only a large amount of blood that had not yet coagulated when Wu Yu pushed Liao down. Jiang Huaiji, according to the traces at the scene, Wu Yu is likely to have fallen into the water with Madame Liao. Shinkei took off his coat without thinking and jumped into the water. Charles couldn't believe it. Shinkei, are you crazy? Qian, are you guys? Turning around, the three main players of Qian all stepped aside, fearing that the water would splash on them. Charles, although you are not good people, your cold-bloodedness still makes me a little amazed and respectful. Fu Yanqi, if you stop them, you will only get hit one more time, and you will still jump down in the end. Wu Chong nodded. Yes, we have a wizard, a Taoist priest, and a military advisor. Even if we work together, the fragile trio can't beat the captain. Jian Suiyu opened the note that Shinkei stuffed to him, and it was the inference that Wu Yu wrote yesterday, but I don't think so. Quickly skip Wu Yu's guess about the identities of Leah and Ambika, and continue reading. In contact with the Black Witch, I felt her beating pulse and warm breath. Assuming the Black Witch is still alive, it means that the life-changing ceremony was not successful. Leah may have actually obtained some abilities of the Black Witch, but she cannot kill the witch and completely replace her. Think about it, What is the most terrible and irreplaceable ability of the witch? It is the inheritance of the black magic power of witches from generation to generation, and the witch's curse. If you want to kill Mrs. Leah, consider using the power of the witch. The witch has a grudge against Leah, and she may help at a critical moment. Circle this line with a pen. After Leah's death, how to get rid of the Black Witch. The window in the Black Witch's room is very interesting. If the Black Witch's room is the coffin that Leah prepared for her to be buried with her, then there shouldn't be a window. The halo of light scattered by the dim light is like a pair of eyes looking over in the dark. A pair of eyes born from evil thoughts. A pair of eyes that the Black Witch can never get rid of. Think about how to use these eyes. Before Jian Suiyu could continue to read, he was suddenly interrupted by Fu Yanqi. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fu Yanqi. To everyone's surprise, a terrible vortex appeared in Jian Suiyu's pupils. Wu Cheng was nervous. What happened to Suiyu? Jiang Yuhua, his mental pollution index has been rising rapidly since just now. What are you looking at that can cause such a big impact on your mind? Jian Suiyu lowered his head and gasped quickly. It was the main plot inference written by Wu Yu in the last hour before dawn after meeting with Lady Fake Leah yesterday. Jiang Yuhua took it in confusion. Main plot deduction? Is it so surprising to you? You are also Chians. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yuhua suddenly paused. Her eyes were uncontrollably attracted by the words on this thin white paper. It was more straightforward than any scary ghost, and it was almost a brutal mental shock. When no one had even figured out the clues of the dungeon, Wu Yu deduced the way to pass the entire dungeon through only one contact with the boss, and a speech full of misleading information. It was too cruel. For all those who claimed to be smart, it was almost an IQ-crushing blow. Genius killed genius. The stronger the mental power, the more likely it is that someone will fall apart in an instant if their heart is shaken. Jiang Huaiji saw Jiang Yuhua's trembling pupils, and knocked her out with a knife. A thin piece of paper, and a few black words made the two top brainpower masters present question their existence. For a moment, Jiang Huaiji didn't know whether Dungeon's mental pollution was stronger, or Wu Yu's mental pollution was more terrible. Ambika was skinny, totally different from what she had seen before. Her skin was dry, wrinkled and sagging, like an old person who was about to die, but her eyes were full of unusual energy. Ms. Wu Yu, to be honest, you are better than I thought. Wu Yu accepted the compliment. Yes, I have always been like this. Ambika, you know, I still can't forget that I was nailed to death in this coffin-shaped room. Leah was standing there, looking at me through such a small window, enjoying the supreme rights of her noble status. Wu Yu tilted her head and pointed in the direction of Ambika. Window? Where is the window? Ambika looked at Wu Yu in confusion. It's right there. Don't you see it? Ambika just stretched out her hand in the direction of the window, which was a small window, casting a dim light. Wu Yu looked at it seriously for a while, and shook her head. I'm sorry, Miss Ambika, I didn't see anything. Suddenly, a rotten corpse suddenly jumped out from behind the window. The face of the corpse gradually recovered from decay, and finally completely recovered to the face of Lady Leah. Ambika opened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible, the curse has taken effect. Leah Norfolk is obviously dead. Wu Yu was surprised. Miss Ambika, what happened to you suddenly? Lady Leah kept knocking on the window like a wild beast, and the window that seemed fragile was knocked bang bang, and Ambika subconsciously stepped back. The window was not broken, and the noise gradually became smaller. Ambika just breathed a sigh of relief. But a thin hand came directly from the wall beside the window. First it was a hand, then an arm, a shoulder, and then half of a face suddenly appeared. Leah's face was pulled by the wall like a rubber band, and it kept stretching longer and longer. A fishy liquid flowed from her slurred mouth. There was a sinister malice in her cracked pupils. She smiled evilly. Ambika, I want you to go to hell with me. When consciousness and reason are swallowed up, what is left is the utter malice. Ambika looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. What's going on? You can get here. You must have gotten rid of Leah. Wu Yu looked puzzled. Miss Ambika, I don't understand what you are talking about. Ambika pointed at the window and growled. Don't you see it? There, right in front of you. Wu Yu turned her head and showed a weird smile. What should I see, Miss Ambika? Ambika watched with her own eyes as Leah's body overlapped and intersected with Wu Yu's, but Wu Yu didn't seem to notice it at all. Even when she and Leah were eye to eye and nose to nose, her expression didn't change at all. Ambika opened her eyes wide in horror, watching Leah pounce on her, opening her stinking mouth and biting her shrunken face. No! Chapter 273. Order Realm. Dylan, please note that SS-level ghosts are about to return to the Order Realm. Please keep the passage of the Order Gate open, and be prepared to welcome them. SSS level Top Order Officer Dylan, Order Master, No ghosts have been detected in the Order passage. Do you need me to go and confirm? The Order realm does not need weaklings, who cannot return on their own. The Black Witch's power has been upgraded, and her current strength rating is SSS level. SSS level Top Order Officer Dylan, Order Master, do you need me to go and welcome her? Go. We watched Ambika being bitten and gnawed by Leah, and all the skin and flesh on her face were pulled off, revealing the texture and skeleton on her face. Her eyes wandered around the room, watching all the furnishings in the room twist, deform, fall and disappear. Until Ambika was completely torn into pieces by Leah, the two merged into one, and the whole room completely shrank into a cold coffin. Leah's entire body was constantly digesting and churning, and Ambika's unwilling face emerged in Leah's body, and Ambika growled, Why? Why help her? Originally, everyone was using each other, so there was no question of who was helping whom. You used me to help you get rid of Leah, and Leah used me to want to leave the castle. And I just obeyed your use, so that you ended up killing each other. Ambika was angry. It was obviously this despicable woman who set up the trap first. Wume's tone was very cold. Miss Ambika, I think you have always been wrong about one thing. I have never been a warrior who slays dragons, let alone a prince who breaks through the tower to save you. I have no intention of judging your good and evil, right and wrong, and I don't want to understand your character and heart. Your grievances have nothing to do with me. I am not a judge, I am not here to teach the law, and I am not here to save people. The only purpose of my coming here is to achieve my own goal. You and Leah are just stumbling blocks to my destination. No matter who is in my way, I will get rid of you all. She just did it boldly, and left the rest to retribution. Wu Yu's words seemed to have a huge impact on Ambika, and she suddenly stopped her anger and resentment. Ambika suddenly became quiet, and Leah's face showed confusion. Suddenly, a sharp pain came over Leah, and disbelief appeared on her face. In her astonished eyes, her whole body cracked inch by inch. Ambika was reborn in her body. Ambika was rejuvenated again. She looked so young and innocent, and her pupils were full of innocence. She was wearing a witch's black robe, and holding a witch's staff. There was a bright red gem hanging on the witch's staff, and there was a deadly and dangerous bright red liquid flowing in it. Ambika suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at Wu Yu, and at the same time, a pair of eyes opened on her neck. The dim yellow pupils revealed the same arrogance as Leah, and every blink was a strong spiritual pollution. Ambika bowed to Wu Yu. Congratulations, Miss Wu Yu, for clearing all the levels of this dungeon. I will present you with all the witchcraft treasures and black spells passed down from generation to generation by the Black Witches as a thank you. At the same time, you will also become the heir to all of Leah Norfolk's property, and inherit all the treasures buried under this lost island in the entire Norfolk Kingdom. In addition, as a reward for helping me upgrade, I can promise you any request. Wu Yu, I want to know how to go to the Order Realm. Ambika blinked and smiled slyly. Miss Wu Yu, you haven't met the conditions to go to the Order Realm. Wu Yu walked forward. What are the conditions? A flickering hexagram array appeared in the air not far away, and the hexagram array lit up with dazzling white light. This is a privileged passage from the human world to the Order Realm that was specially opened by the Order Realm to welcome Ambika. Only top-level ghosts can use it. Ambika, Ms. Wu Yu, humans can never reach the conditions to go to the Order Realm, because only ghosts can go there. Don't go any further, humans will be instantly shattered if they touch this passage. Wu Yu, then let me ask you another question. 15 years ago, a black hole-like door appeared here. Have you seen it? Ambika's face changed. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes. You have seen it. Do you know where this door is in the castle now? Ambika, Ms. Wu Yu. Before Ambika could speak, the light of the hexagram array was fading, and Ambika immediately realized that this was a warning from the Order. Once she said something she shouldn't have said, the teleportation array to the Order world would disappear immediately, and she would be killed in the human world. Ambika walked quickly towards the hexagram array. Seeing that Ambika wanted to leave, Wu Yu chased after her without hesitation. Ambika advised her, Miss Wu Yu, don't go any further, and don't explore things you shouldn't know, you will die. As soon as he entered the range of the white light, the strong white light seemed to tear Wu Yu's body apart. In the white light, her whole body was rapidly dissipating. Even though the light elements controlled by the elements were constantly repairing her body, the system was beating violently. Detect the current degree of damage to the body. Automatically use the Awakening Ability Blood Fusion Element Control Light Element LV.1 to restore the body by 50%. Awakening Ability Blood Fusion Element Control Light Element LV.1 to upgrade to LV.2. Detect the current degree of damage to the body. Automatically use the Awakening Ability Blood Fusion Element Control Light Element LV.2 to restore the body by 60%. Awakening ability blood fusion element control light element LV.2 to upgrade to LV.3. Detect the current degree of damage to the body. Automatically use the awakening ability blood fusion element control light element LV.3 to restore the body by 50%. Awakening ability blood fusion element control light element LV.3 to upgrade to LV.4. As the channel opened larger and larger, the heat of the light became more and more intense. Even though the ability was constantly upgraded, Wu Yu's body recovery was constantly decreasing. Whether it was mental power or awakening ability, it had already exceeded the limit of ability. However, Ambika's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. How is it possible? Why didn't it dissipate instantly after it came into contact? It could actually withstand the absolute rules of order and constantly repair and regenerate. What kind of powerful and mysterious power is this? Invisibly, Wu was pushed by someone and flew out of the range of the white light. She looked up in pain and saw another figure flashing in the white light. It was a tall and exotic adult male. It was this person who pushed her out of the white light. The last moment of consciousness was when Ambika stretched out her hand a step slower and looked at the surprised eyes of the people around her. Before Wu Yu entered the state of emergency body repair and fell asleep, Wu Yu heard Ambika tell her before the teleportation disappeared, "The door is right in front of you." With the end of the dungeon, the ban was invalidated, and all-round rescue supplies were in place. Miss Black Witch Ambika, your strength is somewhat different from the information provided by the Order Chief. Thanks to Miss Wu Yu, you have completely killed my innocence. Ms. Ambika, the Black Witch, knowingly committed a crime after being warned by the Order, and will be severely punished by the Order. Lord Dylan, why did you save Miss Mistletoe? The human being in the way blocked the channel's recycling. Ms. Mistletoe is not a human being in the way. She is a very powerful and excellent wise man. A foolish, ignorant, vulgar and shallow man. Z welcome SSS level Black Witch Miss Ambika to return to the Order world. Chapter 274. Shinkei fished Wu Yu out from the bottom of the pool, took off his dress, and put it on Wu Yu. Even though Wu Yu's body and face were corroded beyond recognition, he didn't even blink and ignored his own corrosion and burns to drain blood for Wu Yu's treatment. Jiang Huaiji stopped Shinkei. Wu Yu needs to enter the treatment cabin immediately in her current physical condition. The Jiang family's treatment cabin is the most advanced in the entire alliance. Shinkei waved Jiang Huaiji away, staring at Wu Yu without blinking, and silver-white blood instantly gushed out from the aorta in his wrist. Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei in confusion, not understanding his intention. Suddenly, he saw that Wu Yu's body was recovering at an astonishing speed. Even though the blood of the Holy Angel was already famous, it was definitely not just the effect of the blood. Obviously, Wu Yu's body itself had an extremely strong recovery ability that was far beyond that of ordinary people. Wu Yu's injuries were very serious, and Shinkei's complexion became visibly worse. Jiang Huaiji paused for a second. The Jiang family's treatment cabin has a separate terminal system, and will not share information with the Alliance Medical Department cloud. The physical condition of all the heirs of the Jiang family has been well preserved over the years, and has not been leaked to the outside world. Shinkei, you can trust me, believe that the Jiang family will not. Shinkei's tone was very cold. I don't believe it. No longer allowed, there is any possibility of any accident. Jiang Huaiji's pupils suddenly widened and took a step back. Zhou Qianfeng, believe me, believe that the Jiang family will definitely find the child back. I don't believe it. Jiang Huaiji suddenly understood that Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue were so concerned, but they never dared to recognize Wu Yu back. Even though the Jiang family was extremely powerful and protected by a strong wall, the child would still mysteriously disappear. So far, no one has been able to find out who did it. Jiang Yuhua was able to get information about the child from Wu Shili, which means that the person who knew about it back then may still be alive and working in the dark. And so far, they have found nothing. The mysterious laboratory headquarters behind the friendly orphanage has been sealed off due to a natural disaster and the spread of plague throughout the city. Their clues were broken again, which meant the person behind the scenes escaped from their hunting information network again. Jiang Huaiji lowered his head, his expression unclear. Shinkei, with your strength, why didn't you just kill the monster just now? Instead, let the boss send you out of the plot. Shinkei, I want Wu Yu to become stronger, very strong, preferably stronger than anyone in this world. Shinkei's mind flashed through the corpse pretending to be Wu Yu. The corpse used Wu Yu's face to make an expression he had never seen before, soft and delicate. She said, Shinkei, promise me, we will be together forever, okay? What bullshit are you talking about? Wu Yu would never say such a thing. Even if Wu Yu was alone, she could still thrive wherever she was. Wu Yu was clearly someone who made the decision to leave alone, yet could still schedule her schedule to the fullest, work day and night, and complete all training efficiently. Shin Kei looked up. Jiang Huaiji, I know what you want to do. She has already thought about it, you can take it. Shin Kei turned over Wu Yu's drooping arm, which still had unrepaired mottled marks on it. Jiang Huaiji tightened the needle in his hand to take DNA, and with a little force, the needle was crushed by him and fell to the ground. Shin Kei looked at Jiang Huaiji in confusion. What do you mean? Jiang Huaiji's voice was hoarse. It's not the right time yet. The same problem has been bothering him for 15 years, and there has been no progress, which has almost become a dead end. The child was lost 15 years ago, and the problem has not been solved 15 years later. If you rashly take the child back, the danger is still in the dark. Jiang Huaiji didn't understand it at first. He once asked his father, why doesn't everyone want to mention her name? His father Jiangling also said in such a difficult tone, it's not that I don't want to, but it's not the right time yet. Jiang Huaiji now finally understood the powerlessness of his father's generation. Shin Kei frowned. What does the Jiang family mean by this? Wu Yu was ready, but the Jiang family suddenly backed down? Shin Kei was angry. Did the Jiang family come with such a big fanfare to play tricks on him? No matter what Wu Yu's attitude was, whether Wu Yu wanted to recognize the Jiang family or not, the Jiang family's attitude of recognizing relatives must be firm. He can be single for life, but Wu Yu must not suffer any injustice. Shin Kei's eyes widened. Jiang Huaiji, your Jiang family. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Jiang Huaiji suddenly interrupted. The Jiang family is going to set up a Friendship Star Award for this party, considering Miss Wu Yu's outstanding performance in this party. The Jiang family has decided to give this Friendship Star Award to Miss Wu Yu. Shin Kei, who wants your Friendship Star Award to be ruined? It's not your Jiang family. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Jiang Huaiji interrupted him again. The reward for the Friendship Star is 40% of the shares of our Jiang family's entire consortium. Shin Kei, who cares about your Jiang family? Suddenly reacting, Shin Kei's eyes flashed with confusion. How much did you say? Jiang Huaiji, 40% of the shares of the Jiang family's entire consortium. The Chaebol Jiang family has always been known as the Little League. It has its own independent new Biological Research Institute, Medical Institute, Agricultural Science Institute, Mineral Research and Development Resources, and Military Weapons Production Chain. There are more than 100,000 survivors gathered within its autonomous area, and the proportion of combatants and scientific research and development personnel among these survivors is 20 percentage points higher than that of the Alliance, and they are committed to taking the elite route. According to incomplete statistics last year, the liquidity chain of the entire Jiang family consortium has reached half the level of the entire Alliance. Let's put it this way, the nobles of the royal court are among the richest, and they are shameless and lick the Jiang family. Now, the Jiang family said that they would give 40% of their shares to Wu Yu as a reward for the Friendship Star. If Wu Yu is considered the first-tier heir of the Jiang family, then she can normally get 20% of the shares when her father retires. But now, Jiang Huaiji wants to give her 40% of the shares, and it is obvious that Jiang Huaiji did not discuss this decision with the other three heirs, Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qian, and Jiang Mubai, which means that this is entirely his personal decision. Maybe Jiang Huaiji gave all his 20% shares to Wu Yu. Even more, if the other three heirs knew Jiang Huaiji's decision, they might just give the remaining 60% of the shares to Wu Yu. Shin Kei rarely used his brain and decided to stand on the side of reason and persuade Jiang Huaiji, Captain Jiang, should you at least go back and discuss this matter with your family? Jiang Huaiji shook his head. No. He was the only normal person in the family, and the situation would be even more exaggerated if he discussed it again. When Wu Yu finally completed the body repair and woke up from the coma, he heard his communicator beeping like a buzzer. When he clicked it, all of them were, "Congratulations on winning." Chapter 275. Congratulations on obtaining the permanent right to use the island castle. Congratulations on obtaining the oil vein in the southwestern tropical region. Congratulations on obtaining all the witchcraft treasures and black magic passed down from generation to generation by the Black Witch. Congratulations on obtaining all the treasures buried under this lost island by the Kingdom of Norfolk. Congratulations on winning the title of Friendship Star of this social event. Congratulations on obtaining 40% of the shares of the entire Jiang family consortium. Wu Yu had just regained consciousness, and her brain was still in a mess. The explosion of these drops made her brain feel even more painful. The sequelae of brain overload is that in a short period of time, her brain seems to be drained of its brain marrow. After a long while, she was ready to slowly look at the rewards of this social gathering. The first 4 system prompts were all rewards that she had expected before, the 5th was a little inexplicable, and the 6th was instantly outrageous. The first 4 rewards were enough for her to digest for a while, and the last 40% of the shares was kicked back by Wu Yu without hesitation. Declined, thank you. Jiang Huaiji was being bombarded with crazy ideas from Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qinan and Jiang Mubai. Jiang Yuhua, even if you have to give away shares, you should give me yours. Jiang Qinan, why do you have to give away yours? Isn't mine okay? Jiang Mubai, your shares are not as good as mine, you businessmen who are full of money. When we were young, my sister and I had the best relationship. Jiang Huaiji received a message from Wu Yu that he was rejected. Jiang Huaiji held his forehead and said, okay, stop arguing. Wu Yu didn't accept it. Jiang Yuhua was very proud. I told you. Mei Bao must have seen you transfer it, so she didn't want it. I transfer it to her, and she will definitely accept it. Sorry, your equity transfer agreement was rejected. Jiang Yuhua's face instantly froze. Jiang Qian gloated on the side. Ha ha ha. I let you brag again, but you still be slapped in the face instantly. Jiang Mubai tried secretly. Sorry, your equity transfer agreement was also rejected. Jiang Mubai was so angry that he broke his defense online. Why did you add a yes to me? What do you mean? Are you, an artificial intelligence, laughing at me? Before Jiang Qianan could try, Wu Yu, I will block you if you forward again. Jiang Qianan cried silently, while taking a screenshot of the message Wu Yu sent him, printing it out, framing it in a gold frame, and hanging it around his neck. Carefully stuffing the gold frame into his clothes, and covering his heart, Jiang Qianan looked happy. Ah, this is all Meiba's love for me. Jiang Yuhua was so angry that he kept shouting, Jiang Qianan, are you a pervert? Jiang Qianan smiled, don't be jealous of me. This was sent to me by Mei Bao. None of you have it, loser. However, the air of the Jiang family suddenly quieted down from the noise. Are you sure? I confirmed it when Wu Yu entered the treatment cabin for the first time. It's like a dream. I didn't expect that I could see Mei Bao again in this life. Jian Suiyu looked at Shen Kai. You look like a villain who has succeeded. You must be so happy that you are punching the air. Shen Kai was happy and glanced at him. What are you talking about? I heard that your mental pollution index soared because of the note written by Wu Yu. Suiyu, you still need more training. Jian Suiyu, yes, I am not as violent and stupid as you. I have no brains and no worries. Fu Yanqi, you two are really naive, but this is the best result now. The person who has been looking for it will eventually live up to the years of hard work and waiting. We will have more time to improve his strength without worrying about the threat from the dark. It's just that Wu Yu's hexagram always has a vague future ahead, and he doesn't know when the danger and change will come. Jian Suiyu and Shen Kai reached out their hands at the same time, and each punched Fu Yanqi. Don't say such a spoiling thing at this time. Fu Yanqi touched the 2 smoking lumps on his head speechlessly. Why did you quarrel? But I was the one who got beaten in the end. Wu Chong waved frantically in the distance. Come on. Yaya is going to open the bag. Everyone gathered around and excitedly watched Wu Yu open the bag, mainly the witchcraft treasures and noble treasures obtained from the dungeon. Congratulations on getting the SS level 1 of the Black Witch. Congratulations on getting the SS level Black Witch's hat. Congratulations on getting the top level 1 material Holly * 100. Congratulations on getting the top level 1 material Pine * 100. Congratulations on getting the top level magic potion material Laurel Leaf * 200. Congratulations on getting the element manipulation magic book. Congratulations on getting the magic potion making magic book. Congratulations on getting the SS level sword of power held by Louis I. Congratulations on getting the emerald crown worn by Queen Elizabeth. Congratulations on getting the SS level paladin dragon slayer sword held by the leader of the Royal Knights. The more they watched Wu Yu open the bag, the more shocked they were. Wow, this Black Witch's wand and hat can both speed up the chanting speed. At 50% of the chanting speed, directly shortening the casting time by half. It's simply a magic weapon for the mage profession. Oh my god, yeah, your hands are too red. You actually open 2 melee swords at the same time. They are both SS level. I can't imagine what kind of bloody storm this wave of weapon resources will cause if it flows into the free market. The weapons are certainly powerful, but look at the materials these Black Witches use to make magic potions. Many of them are completely extinct, and there is also this magic potion making book that has been passed down from generation to generation by Black Witches. Most of the members of Desert Rose are female, many of whom are in professions related to witches, wizards, and puppeteers. They can't even turn their eyes when they see these materials. But Desert Rose knows very well that they have no contribution to the advancement of the dungeon this time. Even if it is a material that is needed, at most they will look at it reluctantly for a few more times. Wu Xioli turned around cheerfully. I didn't expect that this time it would be your grand slam. Next time, we, Desert Rose, must take the spotlight back. Let's go! Ani and Shishio immediately followed, with cheerful eyes, discussing what kind of interesting adventure will happen next time. Wu Yu called out, Sister Annie. Ani turned around. What's wrong, Yaya Cub? Wu Yu took out a fat goo king from her sleeve. Your goo. Ani suddenly realized, oh, I forgot about my Xiaobai. Wu Yu returned the goo king's twin goo to Annie, and Annie found, hey, Xiaobai seems to have lost weight. Wu Yu apologized, because it followed me on 2 adventures, it was injured. Is it serious? Annie waved her hands, no. It's okay to go back and eat some silkworm pupae, mealworms, and poisonous scorpions. Wu Yu suddenly covered her mouth, and Annie blinked with a puzzled look. Wu Xioli looked back, what's wrong? Wu Yu said seriously, Sister Annie said that I killed her goo king, and it can't be cured. The 3 people of Desert Rose looked at the king of goo who was twisting and turning, and couldn't be better, and they were all confused. Wu Yu's expression was very heavy. I didn't expect Xiaobai to die young. I will definitely take responsibility for this matter. Ani, no. Xiaobai is already 200 years old, and it was passed down to her by her grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. She is the grandfather among insects, so even if she dies, it is considered a natural death. Xiaobai nodded. Miss Wu Yu is really a sentimental woman like Ani's grandmother's grandmother. Wu Yu bowed to Desert Rose, and the 3 people felt that their lifespans were reduced by 1, 1, and 1. Use the magic props resources. I just got to compensate for Xiaobai's life. As he said this, Wu Yu began to take out the resources he had just got and give them to the 3 people. Desert Rose and the other 2 were confused and were stuffed with things by Wu Yu until their entire faces were covered, until their figures were completely covered by various wood leaves, herbs and strange potions. Chapter 276. Wu Chong took the opportunity to pick and choose. Hey, this material is good. I want it. I will go back and give it to my mother. I am her favorite eldest son. This staff is not bad either. Although the chanting time is a little less than the Black Witch's, it is barely suitable for me. Wu Xioli kicked him away. You just got a new SS level witch staff, and you have the nerve to ask for weapons again. Go away. I want to take these back to my sisters. Wu Chong was unwilling to give up, and put his hands under his face to make a small flower holder. Oh, but I like to collect all kinds of beautiful staffs. Can't you give it to me, Sister Chiuchiu? Wu Xioli looked at Wu Chong's twinkling puppy eyes. I'm really impressed. Take it and get out. Wu Chong, yeah, Sister Xioli, I love you the most. She snatched it and ran away. Wu gave all the magic props that she didn't need to Desert Rose, and the other 2, and kept half of each material for emergency use, and gave the rest to Wu Xioli. If Wu Xioli still couldn't see Wu Yu's intention, she would be a fool. Wu Xioli, even if Ani's poisonous insect helped you at the critical moment, you wouldn't have to give us so many materials. Wu Yu, if I keep them here, they will just take up space and increase the weight. Giving them to you will make the best use of them. If you don't like them, you can throw them away. If I'm overloaded, these magic materials will probably be the first to be thrown away. The 3 people from Desert Rose looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. What an arrogant statement. Even if these materials are not used, they can be sold at a high price. It's too wasteful to throw them away directly. Wu Yu smiled triumphantly. It was really a different time now. Now it was finally her turn to be strong. Wu Xioli looked at the magic potion-making book in her hand, which had a strong magical aura flowing on it, and said, Are you sure you don't want this magic book? Do you know how much this magic book, which is made of genuine materials, and has the power passed down from generation to generation by black witches, can be sold on the black market? Wu Yu looked casual. I checked. Hundreds of billions of points, but I don't lack points now. I have a mind now. And even if I don't need the magic book, I am gifted and can still make the abyss witch soup with the power to destroy the world. Wu Chong testified. What Yaya said is true. She has an innate talent for dark cuisine. Wu Xioli was not shy either. She accepted the props. Wu Yue, Desert Rose really needs these props. I know how much they can be sold for on the black market. From now on, Desert Rose will share all the information on our bounty hunter line with you. I'm leaving. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Ani held Xiaobai/Shixia and said goodbye to Wu Yue. See you next time, Yaya. Oh, right. Thinking of something, Wu Xioli turned around, raised the cup to her lips. Let's have a drink together after we go back. Shinkei. Let's go! Let's drink. Then we fight again while drinking. Wu Yu smiled, no problem. Shishia, can we order a male model this time? I heard that Zui Yisei has a lot of handsome men who have just entered the industry, and they are very green. Wu Yu was surprised. Oh? Then I want to see it too. Wu Shioli made the decision, then it's settled. When the time comes, I treat you, and no one can compete with me. Under Shinkei's murderous gaze, Wu Shioli didn't care at all and waved away calmly. From a long distance away, I could still hear Ani, Captain Shin is so pitiful. Shishia, what's pitiful about him? Yet is so powerful that it's not too much to date 8 people at a time. Jian Suiyu glanced at Shinkei, who was hovering in a low pressure. Shinkei had just sorted out Wu Yu's mood to go and pick up some male models, but before he could step forward, he was knocked aside by Jiang Yuhua, who flew out. Yeah, the crown we promised you. Jiang Yuhua took out the crown she wanted to give Wu Yu again. Wu Yu took it. Sister Yuhua, do you want to give me this so much? Jiang Yuhua smiled shyly. Yes, I always thought it would look great if Yaya could wear it. Wu Yu looked at the crown on her head and stretched out her hand to Jiang Yuhua. Let's go see the door the Black Witch mentioned. Facing Wu Yu's outstretched hand, Jiang Yuhua was so excited that she was shaking all over. Jiang Qian stretched out his hand and pushed Jiang Yuhua away. Sister, I think you may have Parkinson's disease. Why don't you go away and don't infect Yaya again? Jiang Yuhua kicked him away fiercely, his face instantly turned cold. Get out of here, kid, the rich are ruthless, don't force me, I will shoot you now. Carefully holding Wu Yu's hand, Jiang Yuhua approached her hesitantly. Yu, I feel like I'm going to faint. Wu Yu, do you need me to hold you up? Just lean on me. Is it okay? Jiang Yuhua immediately came over. He. The 3 heirs of the Jiang family. Shinkei. Jian Suiyu, calm down. Shinkei said word by word. I am calm. Otherwise, there would be corpses everywhere. Fu Yinchi took out a handful of melon seeds and gave them to Jian Suiyu. It's really interesting. I thought the Jiang family would go crazy, but I didn't expect them to be so crazy. As expected of a wealthy family that has been prosperous for 100 years, the blood of a domineering and crazy boss flows in their bones. Everyone returned to the black coffin when Ambika left. The Jiang family had drained the bloody water from the entire swimming pool, and the black coffin was full of strange and evil totem spells. After opening the coffin lid, Wu Yu jumped into the coffin, which was full of a foul smell. After brushing away the coffin bottom covered with broken limbs and corpses, everyone's faces changed. The wooden board at the bottom of the coffin turned into a vortex, as if a black hole had appeared here, sucking people in continuously. But now, the wooden board has become completely brittle. Wu Yu knocked it lightly, and the whole board shattered to the ground. It seems that it was because of the appearance of this vortex that Leah's control over Ambika was relaxed, giving Ambika a chance to turn the tables. Under the impact of the vortex's power, and the Black Witch's strong curse, the door lost its effect. Everyone present was deeply aware that the door did exist, and it had extremely powerful power. Wu Yu took a deep look at the scattered vortexes and left the black coffin. Wu Yu asked, does the Jiang family have such a forbidden place under its control? Jiang Huaiji, there is another place under the jurisdiction of the Jiang family, originally in China, but it was recently attacked by natural disasters and is expected to be opened in 2 weeks. Wu Yu, does the Jiang family plan to open this forbidden place recently? Jiang Huaiji and the other 3 heirs looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Open. Chapter 277. Jiang Yuhua reluctantly said goodbye to Wu Yu. Yeah, see you in 2 weeks. Wu Yu nodded, and before leaving, she winked at Jiang Yuhua. Sister Yuhua, I need your help with something. Team Blazing Base. Shinkei tidied up his appearance, took a deep breath, and knocked on Wu Yu's door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Continue. Knock, knock, knock. Jian Suiyu happened to appear. No need to knock, Wu Yu is not in the base. Shinkei was surprised. Isn't it still several days before the next forbidden place? Jian Suiyu nodded yes, but she went to World City with Desert Rose to drink yesterday and left early this morning. Seeing Shinkei lowered his head as if he had wilted, Jian Suiyu unethically took advantage of the situation. Didn't Wu Yu tell you? You two look so good in the dungeon, and you even danced together. Those who wanted to dance with you before all had their legs broken by you. Shinkei muttered sadly. She didn't say anything. She even went to play with a male model yesterday. Why would you rather play with male models than him? Shinkei turned around and left silently. Jian Suiyu called him. Where are you going? Shinkei, I need a few minutes to comfort myself and then cheer up again. By the way, where did Wu Yu go? Did she go to the dungeon? Is it dangerous? Jian Suiyu shook his head. I don't know either. Shinkei frowned. Don't know? Why don't you know? As the vice captain, shouldn't you be responsible for the personal safety of every member of the team? Jian Suiyu's forehead was bulging with veins. First of all, Wu Yu now has the most advanced shuttle developed by the Jiang family specially sent to her. She drives her own shuttle, and does not need to go through the team rental process. Secondly, Wu Yu's highest team authority was authorized by you, Captain Shin. In terms of rank, she is my superior, and you are on an equal footing. Excuse me, how can I ask my leader? Where are you going today? What are you going for? Why don't you report to me? Shinkei lowered his head. Yes, I forgot I left. Anyway, he was just a helpless duckweed that no one cared about. Jian Suiyu was really speechless. His mother opened the door to speechlessness, speechless to the end. Putting the 2 jars in his hand into Shinkei's hands, Jian Suiyu raised his voice. You should finish your work first before you emo. Shinkei looked at the 2 jars in his hand in confusion. What is this? Jian Suiyu, your parents' ashes. Shinkei instantly became serious and gloomy. This is not a topic that can be joked about. Jian Suiyu was very serious. I'm not kidding you. It's your parents' ashes, not the original box because they were swapped. But these external objects are all false, as long as the ashes can be returned. Shinkei was incredulous. How did you do it? In order to prevent me, Vlad has always found many people to guard me, and there are many restrictions outside that he asked the church to impose. Jian Suiyu spread his hands. It's not me. I don't have such a great ability. Shinkei's heart jumped suddenly. So it is. Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu nodded, obviously. Although Wu Yu didn't let him say it, and even made up another perfect excuse, Shinkei guessed it himself. So even if Wu Yu went to play with male models yesterday, just turn a blind eye. As long as the red flag at home is not falling, who cares if the colorful flags are flying outside? Shinkei murmured in disbelief. How did she do it? This shackle that trapped me for the first 20 years of my life. How did she do it? Jian Suiyu, the top chaebol in the entire alliance, the top Taoist family, and the highest administrative agency in the world city. These top kings of the peak battle 15 years ago, who could overthrow the entire alliance and set off the 3 major forces of the global S4 season in a minute, are now working together again to help you steal ashes after 15 years. Just thinking about it makes people feel incredible and excited. The general planner of this operation, Wu Yu, important assistant, Su Imo, participating units, the Chaebol Jiang family, the Taoist family, and the World City Secretariat. Yesterday was the deadline given by the Alliance to the Royal Court, and Vlad Dracula finally showed up at the Alliance Parliament. Chairman Jiang Lingjiang brought Jiang Cheng, who ranked first in the Alliance's overall combat power, and the Alliance's Secretary General Zhou Qianfeng. They seemed to be competing for interests, but in fact they were controlling Vlad Dracula head-on for 3 hours. Before that, the Secretariat secretly spread rumors. Shin Qingxi was addicted to hallucinogens because he was incompetent and unworthy of Su Imo, and during the time he was missing, he was controlled by Vlad in the cemetery for forced withdrawal. Su Imo broke through many difficulties, and bravely pursued love, emitting the light of love, and forced Shin Qingxi to hate the guards of the royal court in the cemetery for 2 hours. During this period, the Alliance's 3rd strongest warrior, Taoist Fu Yixue, the 2 great immortals Hu Huang beside the Secretary General, and the 4 first-tier heirs of the Jiang family jointly completed this ice-breaking cooperation spanning 15 years. And we went to World City alone last night to bring back the final results, and now it is in your hands. For a long time, Shinkei stared at Jian Suiyu blankly, not coming back to his senses. Shinkei, why didn't you give it to me himself? Jian Suiyu, maybe he was afraid that you would be too moved and make some radical actions or remarks in an irrational situation? You know the suspension bridge effect, right? Jian Suiyu reached into his trouser pocket and said, Oh, there is this, although I don't know what you think of this identity now. But the Honorable Prince Squire, your parents' achievements have been recognized by the Alliance. As their only child, your princely status has been restored. This is the Medal of Honor awarded to you by the Alliance. At the same time, your ban on entering the World City and the Royal Court's hunting order are cancelled, and all the privileges you should enjoy as a prince in the World City are restored, and the banned prince account is unblocked. From now on, your privileges will be directly handed over to the Secretariat, and you will not need to have any contact with the Royal Court. From now on, you can be Noah's squire with dignity. Shinkei looked up at Jian Suiyu in confusion, and then at the prince's medal in his hand. It seemed that his CPU had burned out, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Jian Suiyu suddenly understood Wu Yu's thoughts. To be honest, based on the way Shinkei looked at him just now, Jian Suiyu was afraid that Shinkei would fall hopelessly in love with him. But Jian Suiyu thought about his expression when he saw and heard these things yesterday, and it didn't seem to be much smarter than Shinkei. Wu, why do you do this? After being a hero, he shouldn't be treated like this. Would you do the same if it was someone else? Other people? It's none of my business. Should I tell Shinkei? Jian Suiyu thought about it, and decided to forget it. Life would be meaningless if it lost its purpose. Let him continue to suffer the bitterness of love. Jian Suiyu, where do you want to bury your parents? The team's special grave, or Wuyu's plantation, where there is a fresh flower garden. Wuyu's newly planted frangipani are lush. The flower language of frangipani is hope and rebirth. Wuyu drove the shuttle to the polar region. Before officially embarking on the journey to the Forbidden Land, she still had some historical problems to solve. Looking at the two icy keys, Wuyu came to the southern polar region based on the polar map boss information she got from Wu Xioli. Chapter 278. The Night Color. Wu Xioli, you want to go to the polar regions? Wuyu nodded. Well, tell me about the current polar map. Wu Xioli, you are lucky. A new round of solar magnetic storms has just passed. You should know that during the magnetic storm period, the shuttle cannot get close to the polar region. However, due to the residual impact of the magnetic storm, the shuttle cannot fly deep, and many high-tech equipment and instruments cannot be used. If you want to go deep into the polar regions, you must prepare a camper and a snowmobile. There is no edible food in the polar region, and all the water there is covered by ancient viruses. You have to bring all the food and water yourself. Bounty hunters have their own routes. Our Desert Rose's main activity area is in the desert. There is a bounty hunter team called Aurora in the polar region, and their captain is Mach. Mach is a polar glacier hunter with SS-level mental power. He is very powerful. Bounty hunters have a strong sense of territory. If you go there, don't conflict with them unless necessary. Shisha's face turned red from drinking, and she laughed. Hee. Moke is a rebellious, wild, rough, dark-skinned, handsome guy, with a strong hormone smell all over his body. Once, when the two sides cooperated in a war, he jumped from the 18-story snow roof on a ski board and was safe and sound. He could even ski to the limit under an avalanche. The blood-pumping sense of power and broad shoulders are really blushing and heart-beating just thinking about it. Wu Xioli pushed Shisha away. Stay away from the male peacock, who is spreading his tail at this moment. By the way, what do you want to do in the polar region? Wu, I want to find the polar boss. I have a treasure dungeon that I got a long time ago, but I still haven't found all 4 keys. Wu Xioli took a gulp. I really envy your good luck. You can even get an exclusive treasure dungeon. Deep in the southern part of the polar region, there is a boss that no one has ever seen. It will only appear after a magnetic storm, and the appearance time is very short. You can try your luck at this time, but Mach will most likely go with a bounty hunter team. If you want to go, it's best to bring more people. Wu shook her head. I won't take anyone with me. Isn't Aurora a bounty hunter team? Since you have experience in joint operations, you can help me make some connections, and I pay them to do the work. Wu Xioli was surprised. You didn't take Cheyenne people with you. Those guys will definitely be angry if they know. Wu, Shinkei was injured in the castle just now. He needs to rest. Jumping directly into the bloody swimming pool, and bleeding so much, Shinkei's face didn't come back for several days. Wu, Jiechen left the base and practiced Buddhism in various places to kill ghosts. Richard preached in the surrounding refugee camps to help more children stimulate their spiritual power. Wu Chong and Yan Qi accompanied Aunt Chen to deliver food to refugee camps and survivor bases in various places. Sui Yu was working with the team's healer to develop a new healing array to maximize the ability of the healing team. Everyone is an independent individual, doing meaningful things. Everyone has their own things to do, the path they want to take and the direction they want to go. And we also agreed to meet again before the next mission time. Wu Xioli looked at Wu Yu in surprise, and couldn't recover for a long time. Wu Yu was puzzled. What happened? Wu Xioli suddenly laughed. Do you remember the staff that Wu Chong took away? Later, he suddenly took out several more powerful treasures, and gave them to me, saying that they were for exchange. That kid suddenly said that he hoped that the sisters would become stronger and stronger, so that everyone could stay together for a long time. I was surprised why the child suddenly grew up, and then I suddenly realized that there was a very good person who was leading him to progress. I was relieved and touched. Wu Yu's shuttle stopped steadily on the ground, and she opened the hatch and drove out of the base camper. After controlling the shuttle into stealth mode, Wu Yu took out the polar route map given to her by Wu Xioli, and looked for Aurora's camping spot in the polar region. According to the communication sent by Wu Xiaoli, she had already made arrangements with Mok, and Mok was willing to take Wu Yu to find the boss. But it was a rule among bounty hunters to keep the hiring fee confidential. Whether the two could finally reach an agreement on the hiring fee depended on themselves. Wu Yu drove the camper on the snow, and after about 10 kilometers deep into the polar region, she finally saw the Bounty Hunter Guild camping site with the Aurora logo on a flat snowy surface. Wu Xiaoli told Wu Yu that Imoku was very strong. Over the years, many teams and even wealthy families have invited him to come out, but he refused them all. Imoku was a child from a refugee camp and hated the mainstream power of the alliance. Wu Yu learned about the tasks that Imoku had taken recently, and most of them were tasks of hunting exotic animals and finding rare minerals and grasses from some small families. Influenced by the polar terrain and ancient glaciers, the crystal cores of the exotic beasts here are purer and more concentrated. They can evolve into hard armor and thick fur to resist the cold, and are also excellent raw materials for forging weapons and armor. The rare mineral grass found occasionally is needed by various professions, even in some dungeons, and can be sold at a good price on the free market. If Wu Yu had not joined Qi Yan at that time, she might have chosen to wander around the edge of the world and make her first pot of gold through low-level plot dungeons and collecting mineral grass. Mok can receive a hiring fee for taking a mission. As long as the family agrees in advance, Mok can also make a profit from the remaining exotic beast resources. Small families are unable to raise powerful fighters, and hiring Mok can greatly increase the survival rate, which is a win-win situation for both parties. So this time, Wu Yu chose to be the daughter of a small family. She needs to go deep into the polar regions to find ice dew to treat her family, and that ice dew happens to be near the mountains and rivers where the boss has appeared. Wu Yu armed herself from head to toe, put on goggles, and wrapped herself up like a mummy. Mok looked at Wu Yu. Wu family? This surname sounds really rare. I've never heard of it before. Of course I haven't heard of it. Jiang Yuhua just registered her family of handbags in the alliance 2 days ago. Wu Yu nodded, her voice muffled. We just got rich recently. Our family is a local nouveau riche. How could someone say that about me? Is this girl a little stupid? Mok, how did you get to know Wu Xiaoli? Wu Yu and Wu Xiaoli exchanged statements. Our family got rich from gold. It was Sister Xiaoli who took us into the desert last time. Sister Xiaoli is a very nice person. Mok and his assistant looked at each other. They could say that Wu Xiaoli, the ruthless woman, was a good person. She must have been ripped off many times. It seems that she is really a local tycoon. He is stupid and rich, so he is ripped off quickly. Mok, you said you need ice dew to heal your body? But since you are so rich, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get high-level healing items, right? Wu Yu shook her head. Because of Operation DX001, there are no healing items on the market now. Mok, why don't you find a healer from the Alliance for treatment? Wu Yu said calmly. They said it can't be cured, but Sister Xiaoli is really nice. She gave me the news about ice dew and recommended you, Captain Mok, to me. Mok and his deputy looked at each other. The Alliance healer couldn't cure it, but this polar ice dew could? I haven't heard that ice dew is so effective. Is Wu Xiaoli's rumor true? Wu Yu blinked, looking sad. I hope you can help me no matter what. No matter how many points you want. I just want to save my family. Mok looked at Wu Yu and tried to look her in the eye, but gave up after finding that he couldn't see through the goggles and the headscarf. Mok coughed lightly, and his deputy immediately understood. Miss Wu Yu, it's not impossible to help you. Chapter 279. Wu Yu is very sensible. Money is not a problem, as long as my family can be saved. Instead of letting Imoka make money, it is better to let Qi Yan's people go, and they know everything about them. Polar magnetic storms will affect people's judgment. At this time, professional polar hunters are needed to lead the team to maximize the survival rate. Besides, you also said that Imoka doesn't like the mainstream power of the Alliance. If Qi Yan's power intervenes, it will be a waste of time, and it will not be worth the loss if a conflict occurs. What you said makes sense. Of course, the most important point is that Mok is here to make money, right? I am so rich. Why should I let my teammates charge into battle? Okay, please stop emphasizing that you are rich. I also know very well that Qian's teammates are very important to you. Mok didn't say anything. Wu Yu knew that he was waiting for her to make an offer. In fact, the matter of finding Binglu could be big or small. If you don't encounter the polar boss, this trip will be very low in danger. To be honest, Wu Yu didn't know much about the market in this area. In her previous life, she was a poor girl and couldn't afford to hire a bounty hunter. In this life, she suddenly became rich, and she didn't know how to judge the scale. Wu Yu, is 10 billion points okay? The deputy looked at Emoku suddenly. Captain, 10 billion points. Emoku suddenly stretched out his hand to hold the deputy, and signaled him with his eyes. Calm down, don't look like an inexperienced person. Even if 10 billion points is a lot, they don't need so many points now. The most scarce thing is, Wu Yu looked at the interaction between the two. Is it not enough? Mach said in a deep voice, 10 billion points is the price we normally pay once, not much. The deputy looked at Mach in disbelief, his heart pounding. Oh my god, Captain, what are you bragging about? What 10 billion points is just the price we normally pay once? It's obvious that we have to work hard for a month to earn these points. Now, just take this rich girl to get some ice dew, and you can get 10 billion points. Why don't you just agree to it now? What are you so proud of? You poor bastard, who can't even afford socks. Wu Yu, what about the 20 billion points? The deputy shuddered, pressed his philtrum, and frantically signaled Mach with his eyes, saying yes to her, immediately. Don't even think about finding Bingla now. Even if Wu Yu wanted Mach to dress up as a dancer and dance on the glacier, the deputy would be there, playing the harmonica and dancing with her. Mach waved the deputy's hand away and glared at him fiercely, saying, don't be impatient. Watch me. Mach looked at Wu Yu and deliberately cleared his throat. Miss Wu Yu, it's not a matter of points. Wu Yu had already seen from the interaction between the two that the price she offered was definitely not low. So what was Mach still hesitating about? Mach stood up. Just like Shishia described, he was indeed very tall and his aura was extremely aggressive. He walked to Wu Yu and said, after the magnetic storm, the polar regions will soon usher in eternal night, which will last for a whole month. We can't hunt for food this month. The temperature in the polar regions will drop sharply. We need more practical resources, food and fuel. Miss Wu Yu, if you want Aurora to take this mission, you only need to provide us with food and fuel equivalent to 10 billion points. Food and fuel, that's it? Wu Yu can immediately mobilize several tons of different varieties of fruits and vegetables, fish, shrimp and meat, and fuel. An entire oil mine. Let alone let Aurora and his people spend a month in the eternal night. It's enough for a lifetime. Wu Yu, my backpack doesn't have much stuff to reduce the weight, so I can only give you 10 barrels of oil at the moment. 1 barrel is about 300 jin, 10 barrels is 3,000 jin. As for food, purified food, vegetables and meat, can I give you 1,000 jin each as a deposit? I came here alone this time, and I don't bring much, and the magnetic storm here is very serious, and the signal disorder also hinders the use of the communicator to a certain extent. Mach and his deputy listened to Wu Yu's words in shock. This time, without waiting for Mach's signal, the deputy walked up and shook hands affectionately with Wu Yu, who was taking oil out of the system backpack. Ms. Wu Yu, we Aurora will take this mission. We guarantee that you will feel at home. You can take as much ice dew as you want. Not only will we take you to get the ice dew, we will also give you a 3-day and 2-night polar fantasy ice and snow trip, and our Captain Mach, the most powerful and handsome man in the polar glacier, will be your guide throughout the trip. Following the gesture of the deputy, he looked at Mach. Mach paused for a second, suddenly stretched out his hand to lift his hair, and raised the corner of his mouth. Hi, beautiful Miss Wu Yu, it is my honor to serve you. Wu Yu, As Sister Shioli said, this is a man who knows how to show off. A man should be handsome without knowing it to look fresh and youthful. Being handsome, but knowing it or even showing off is a bit greasy. Imoka led Wu Yu to another open space. Miss Wu Yu, do you need me to help you set up the tent? Wu Yu shook her head. No, I stay in the camper tonight. Imoka, the polar climate is special. Normally, dew will appear from 2 to 4 in the morning. But the temperature in the polar regions is extremely low at this time, and the dew will solidify immediately once it appears. To obtain the ice dew, you must arrive at the designated location between 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning. It takes 2 hours to get to the location where the ice dew appears from our Aurora campsite by snowmobile. To be on the safe side, we will set off at midnight tonight. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, no problem. Mach, rest early. We will meet half an hour before departure. After entering the camper, Wu Yu quickly checked all the equipment and props needed to prepare for this trip to the boss point. This is not the first time Wu Yu has gone deep into the polar regions. In the previous life, plus the previous world boss, the polar regions seen this time are completely different from the last time in the world boss. The whole sky is gray from a distance, and the clouds are so low that people can't help but feel depressed. The sharp glaciers are endless, and the deep, quiet but dark water surface is always dangerous. There are sometimes frightening roars of wild beasts in the distance, as if they come from unknown ancient creatures. The extreme cold makes every inch of muscle contraction in the body emitting pain. It is completely different from the last quiet and peaceful glacier trip, that can even be called beautiful. This is the real ice age after the invasion of terror. Chapter 280. Wu Yu glanced at the communicator, and there was no new message. Wu Yu thought, since entering the polar range, the signal has been disordered, and it is normal that there is no new information. Ding, you have a new private communication. Open the private communication. Wu Xiuli. Moku sent me a message saying that he has received you, and he has accepted the commission. Wu Yu, well, we have agreed, and we will leave tonight. Wu Xiuli, be careful. The message ended, and Wu Yu's communication became quiet again. There were a few team members chatting in the teen group, and Wu Yu was just about to close it. Then someone posted a video of Shinkei shooting from the side, with a sharp and cold gaze, a high-nosed bridge, a clear jawline, and smooth and powerful arm muscle lines, hitting the moving bull's eye with one shot. With beautiful eyes turning to look at the camera, his eyebrows raised with a rogue look, Shinkei walked towards the camera, stretched out his hand to cover the camera, and sneered, "What are you shooting?" Before the video ended, you could hear the exclamations coming from outside the camera. Manually switching back to the black screen, Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's eyes in the camera, paused for a second, and closed the teen group. Shinkei's personal chat interface has been replaced by various chat messages, and the first page is invisible. Scrolling down the interface, the last conversation between the two was 3 days ago. Shinkei, are you coming to physical training today? Wu Yu, no, I have something else to do. At that time, she was planning a joint operation to swap the ashes. Now looking back, she and Shinkei have not been in touch for several days. The information between the two finally stopped at her countless +1 rejection. The polar world seemed to be a completely different world from the outside world. It was very quiet here, because there were no loud noises after nightfall due to the cold. Staying alone in such a space, people's perceptions were infinitely magnified, and loneliness was also infinitely magnified. Wu Yu suddenly thought, when did she recognize that Shinkei was Noah's squire? In the dungeon of the sea mining town, strictly speaking, she hadn't seen Shinkei for a long time at that time, but when Shinkei grabbed her neck and made a sound, the strange sense of familiarity made Wu Yu instantly realize Shinkei was Noah's squire. Shinkei was Noah's squire, who had spent several days with her in the Fox Ferry dungeon, shared water, gave up his tent, was invaded by malicious intent, killed more than a dozen people, and met her in the final order world with a magical tacit understanding. And just before the dungeon started, Jian Suiyu said that this person would not participate in the Fox Ferry dungeon because he already had a destined person. As a result, he turned around and appeared as a prince to participate in the blind date. If Shinkei is squire, then all the unreasonable tacit understandings in the dungeon have been explained. When leaving the dungeon, the reminder of the destined person that suddenly popped up completely confirmed Wu Yu's guess. He hurriedly bought props from strangers, and panically accepted the system reminder of the crystal stone brushing. TSK, she saw all the panicked look, like a fool. However, since Shinkei didn't want her to know, she pretended not to know. She pretended not to know the difficulty of his situation, pretended not to know his constant struggle, and pretended not to know and not care about all this. Pretending that they were just ordinary captain and team member from the beginning to the end, without any affection. If it wasn't that she couldn't find him, and Shinkei was going to die, she could have continued to pretend for 100 years without being discovered. Why did she always have to show a pitiful and bullied expression now? Going home for a blind date, not being able to participate in the Fox Ferry dungeon means that she has already signed a red line with a destined person, and then refusing to reply to the letter without saying a word and almost dying. Since Jian Suiyu and Richard knew Shinkei's identity, it means that Shinkei was deliberately hiding it from her. Why hide it? Any fool can understand the truth. Shinkei doesn't want her to have more feelings for him before the matter is resolved. Since he doesn't want her to have feelings, why not just do it decisively, like she is now, cold and indifferent? Is it not okay? Can't you do it? Why did she deliberately show such an expectant expression when she approached? Obviously, she was the one who was pushed away first. As a member of the team and an important partner, Wu Yu can unconditionally forgive Shinkei's decision. But as a person with a crush, Wu Yu wants to be chosen unwaveringly. When he is in trouble, he wants to be a hero and help everyone. When she is in trouble, he is willing to risk his life to help her. He is playing double standards with this, right? Why do you ask her if she has no feelings at all? Ask, ask, ask. You only know how to ask. 100,000 whys have been cultivated into a spirit. Do you have no mouth? No. A man without a mouth? No. Anyway, we haven't contacted for several days. Isn't it fun to shoot? Drive your head. Looking at the low roof of the camper, Wu Yu's mind was filled with many illogical and even confusing thoughts. She probably realized that something was wrong with her state, which was most likely related to the lonely and quiet polar environment and the magnetic storm that was still in effect. Having just been pulled out of the highly mentally polluted dungeon, Wu Yu's mental state was not stable. The revelation of her past has compressed her emotions to the extreme, and her current emotional fluctuations are almost beyond the control of reason. If Shinkei was here, she would most likely grab his collar and have a big fight with him. No, how could such a strong and determined woman like her be troubled by the relationship between men and women? Just kidding, it's impossible. She has her own pace of doing things and it won't be affected at all. Men will only affect the speed of her sword drawing. No desire is strong. Sleep. Closing her eyes, Wu Yu forced herself to stop thinking and immediately fell asleep. According to the agreed time, Wu Yu woke up early and first checked the combat props needed this time. In the magnetic storm state, high-tech combat equipment cannot be used, and only more primitive combat weapons can be used. Wu Yu does not intend to involve Aurora's people in the battle with the boss, and that is not within their employment scope. She only needs Aurora's people to bring her to the vicinity of the boss, and then she will judge whether the boss here is also a key based on the 2 keys she has already obtained. So strictly speaking, this employment ends when Aurora brings her to the area where the boss appears. Her mental power is now S level, and there are enough crystal cores in her backpack as a supply. When the time comes, let Haha go out and talk to its fellow villagers, and try to argue without fighting. All the combat props are ready. Wu Yu walks out of the camper to check the status of her snowmobile again. Emoku, hey, I didn't expect you to get up so early. Did you sleep well? Wu Yu nodded. Very well. Not really. Even in dreams, Shinkei is still haunting her, shooting again and again in her mind. Mach looked surprised. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Generally, people who come to the polar regions for the first time are easily affected by the environment here. It is normal for them to be depressed. Some people may even fall into severe depression due to the huge pressure. Wu Yu blinked frantically. Fortunately, Mach couldn't see it under the protective goggles. Even if she was dead, she was the toughest in her body. Depression? Not at all. I'm fine. Mach, I thought you would at least be worried about your family's health. If you are fine, that's great. Let's go. Wu Yu, What exactly was she trying to hide just now? Aurora was ready. Just as everyone was about to set off, the roar of the shuttle suddenly came from above. Chapter 281. Mach looked up in surprise. Someone actually drove the shuttle here during the magnetic storm. Are they looking for death? Deputy, if the shuttle gets out of control, it is very likely to affect our camping spot. Mach suddenly got on the snowmobile and drove the motorcycle to a higher place with one hand, and took out the gun with one hand. It seems that we need to warn these young people. Before he finished speaking, the shuttle hatch suddenly opened and someone jumped down. Mach stopped moving suddenly. He took out the telescope and looked at the sky for a long time, and suddenly turned his head. Hey, it's that kid Thor. I haven't seen him come to the polar region for a long time. The deputy took out the telescope in surprise, and looked for a while. Really? I haven't seen him for half a year, but this guy's previous appearance was not so exaggerated, right? Wu Yu followed Mach and the deputy's gaze, and saw a man in a black ski suit with yellow flashing strips jumping directly from the shuttle in the sky on a ski. He used his excellent body balance ability and top physical fitness to control his balance in the air on the skis, and suddenly opened the parachute at the highest altitude. Landing on the highest peak in the distance, the weight of the fall immediately caused a small avalanche. Sol quickly slid his skis, chasing the avalanche, and performed an extreme slide on the almost 90-degree vertical snow mountain, and suddenly flew into the air on the last steep slope. Through inertia and super balance, he controlled the skis to fly in the air without contacting any snow surface, and jumped down from a height of dozens of meters. Finally, he turned 3.5 times in the air near the ground, seamlessly fitting with the snow surface, drifting and rotating to shovel a ground of soft snowflakes, and under the inertial sliding, he stopped steadily in front of Wu Yu. An extreme show of skill, using all the difficult and complex skiing techniques that can be thought of. From Wu Yu's first-person perspective, this was simply a thoroughly enjoyable, unreserved and unrestrained skiing, with the skier in front and the skier chasing behind, like a peacock spreading its tail. Silently walked 2 steps to the side, leaving the area of focus fire in everyone's sight. Wu Yu thought that the guy in front of him might have jumped from too high a place, and was a little snowblind, and his brain was not yet shaken after the 3.5-week front flip and the 3.5-week back flip, so he recognized the wrong person for the one who was spreading his tail. Mach came over and gave him a warm hug. Hey Thor, why are you here at this time? Thor, the magnetic storm just passed, and I heard that a polar boss appeared, so I came to try my luck. Mach was surprised. That's a coincidence, you came at the right time. I just happened to receive a commission to escort Miss Wu Yu to the area where the boss appeared to find ice too. We can go the same way, and if we get anything, we can share it. How about it? Thor nodded. Okay. Mach was happy. With you, an SS-level glacier hunter, the probability of capturing the boss has been greatly increased. With sufficient supplies, we have no worries even if the eternal night comes. He looked at Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, you are so lucky. You have an SS-level glacier hunter to protect you. Don't worry, I won't charge you more for the increase in quantity. Wu Yu looked at Thor, who suddenly appeared. Everyone in the polar region was wrapped very tightly, and Wu Yu couldn't even see the skin color and hair color of this person. This person is just like her, wrapping himself up like a ghost. Although having an SS-level glacier hunter can indeed increase safety, this person is coming for the boss, and he must find the boss before they take action and turn into a key to take him away. Wu Yu emphasized, Captain Mach, no matter what your purpose is, I hope that finding the ice dew is the first goal. I will not interfere with your next actions. After finding the ice dew, our employment agreement will be completed. Mach, no problem, Miss Wu Yu is really very sensible. Mach likes Wu Yu's character, who is simple-minded, rich, generous and not hesitant, so he took the initiative to show his goodwill. Miss Wu Yu, you probably haven't been to the polar regions much, right? We need to take a snowmobile to the Glacier Crystal Cave 100 kilometers away. Along the way, there are smooth ice, strange beasts lurking in the water, and ice bears that have been hungry for a long time. There are dangers everywhere. Or you can ride a motorcycle with me, I will protect you. Wu Yu refused. No, I can do it myself. Two people riding on a motorcycle meant that she had completely handed her life over to Mach. She didn't trust Mach in this short employment relationship. Mach couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. The deputy watched the show silently on the side, appreciating Mach's first Waterloo in his life. Mach intended to exaggerate the danger. Those strange beasts will suddenly fly out from the bottom of the water and knock your snowmobile into the bottom of the water. Wu Yu nodded. It's okay. My snowmobile has been modified to enhance its grip on the ice and wear resistance. I modified it myself. I spent money to modify the engine of the motorcycle myself, so that it can transform into a jet to take off when necessary. She made sufficient preparations before entering the polar region. She also had 3 modified snowmobiles in her space. All of them were modified by her to test their performance and ensure that they could withstand the fierce impact of small monsters. A gentleman never stands under a wall. She has considered all aspects when coming alone. Mach was choked hard. A snowmobile that can transform into a jet to take off does sound very cool. Well, I mean, I am a very professional and excellent SS level, yes, you heard it right, an SS level glacier hunter. I am very familiar with the glacial polar environment. If you ride my motorcycle, we can progress faster. Wu Yu skillfully stepped on the motorcycle with one foot, turned the switch, and the motorcycle engine roared. Captain Mach, if we set off now, our progress will be faster. Mach let out a long breath. Yes, you are right, let's go. Mach got on his motorcycle and thought in disbelief, am I suppressed? I was suppressed by a little girl who had never been to the polar regions? The way she spoke just now was completely different from the way she wanted me to be hired before. Her attitude was so cool. Hey Thor, did you see that girl? She is really... Thor, Mach, I haven't seen you for a while. You have become very noisy now. After that, Thor started the snowmobile without hesitation and followed Wu Yu and the large group to leave. Mach, noisy. I, the dignified Mach macho. You actually said I was noisy. You kid, wait for me. Who is the captain of the polar region? As soon as the snowmobile in the front rushed into the snow surrounded by 2 ice lakes, 2 mutant swordfish suddenly jumped out from both sides. There are long sharp blades in front of the noses of these fish, and the 2 fish appear at a weird angle at the same horizontal line. The person riding the first one will undoubtedly be pierced through, and Mach instantly restrained his expression and lowered his eyebrows, which became sharp and sharp. He raised his mouth suddenly. It was time to show this young lady from the city his true strength. Even if she looked powerful, Wu Yu would be at a loss when facing such a sudden danger. He raised his gun suddenly and poked his cheek with the tip of his tongue. Hey, everyone, get out of my way. But before everyone could move, Wu Yu, who was 1 step behind the leader, kicked the leader in the front and kicked him forward from the snowmobile into the snow pile. The snowmobile lost control and tilted to the ground. The 2 swordfish attacked at the same level and directly stabbed their sharp noses into each other's bodies. The movement stopped abruptly, and the two fish stabbed each other through and fell to the ground. Wu Yu effortlessly completed a double kill. Chapter 282. The deputy turned to look at Mok, who was standing there with his gun, and closed his eyes in annoyance. Put down your gun quickly. It's embarrassing enough day by day. Mok pointed at himself in disbelief, then pointed at Wu Yu. His hoarse voice became sharp. She never said she was so good. Mok felt like he was cheated, but he couldn't say where he was cheated. Wu Yu gave him supplies far exceeding the normal hiring fee, and now he has saved his navigator. But Mok just felt something was wrong. Sol took back the gun in his hand. Hurry up and get on the road. Get on the road? What road? The road to the underworld. Sol's words are really unlucky. Mok took a deep breath. Let's go. The navigator looked at Wu Yu gratefully and restarted the snowmobile. Most of the scenery in the snow is monotonous and repetitive, and it is easy for people to make mistakes when driving repeatedly and monotonously in such a monotonous environment that seems to drop frames at such a dark and drowsy time in the early morning. This is why the existence of polar bounty hunters is so important. Without the guidance of bounty hunters, people who come here for the first time may have lost their way in the endless snow-capped mountains and glaciers that look very similar, the chaotic magnetic field, and the suspended navigation equipment. As the navigator of the Polar Guild, Tom has extremely rich navigation experience and is a very important part of the polar team. But the polar region tonight made him feel uneasy instinctively. The more he drove towards the destination, the more he felt something was wrong. It was dark, depressing, and a suffocating feeling that made people breathless enveloped him. Tom began to breathe heavily frequently, and Wu Yu looked at Tom in confusion. Wu Yu found that Tom's face looked a little strange. Although most people looked wrinkled and blue and red in the snow, Tom looked like he was entangled by something, and his eyes were bulging due to lack of oxygen. Realizing that something was wrong, Wu Yu immediately raised his voice, Tom. But Wu Yu's voice was very distant and unclear to Tom at this moment, as if it came from layers of distant mountains and could not be heard clearly. Finding that Tom didn't respond, Wu Yu immediately turned around. Mok, Tom is not right, come and have a look. Compared to her rash actions, Mok knew more about the dangers hidden in the polar regions than she did. Mok immediately accelerated, jumped on Tom's motorcycle, and punched Tom's helmet hard, finally waking Tom up successfully. Tom survived the disaster and looked at Mok with a face full of fear. Just now my consciousness seemed to have left my body. I didn't feel anything, and lost control of my body. Mok frowned. The polar region after the magnetic storm is even more hostile than before. Tom, you have already encountered 2 rounds of attacks. Go to the back and take a rest. I will lead the way. Mok turned his head and looked at Thor. Thor immediately slowed down and moved to the back to protect the rear of the entire convoy. Wu Yu, what happened just now? Mok, the polar environment is very special. If you look at these exposed whites for a long time, under the influence of the magnetic field, people will enter a distorted state. Once you enter this state, it is very terrible. Your perception is withdrawn, and your consciousness is blurred. Once danger approaches, you will die in minutes. But don't worry, Miss Wu Yu. Since we have accepted your commission, we will definitely risk our lives to protect you. Although we have not protected you once so far, all the problems were discovered and solved by Wu Yu. Wu Yu realized that this was the route that Aurora found after going through countless dangers. So Wu Xioli would say that bounty hunters are very averse to others invading their territory. It is indeed very annoying that the route that may have cost the lives of many comrades was occupied by others. Mok is indeed a very powerful glacier hunter, as he said, and his strong mental power makes him not easily affected by magnetic fields. With Mok leading the way, the entire team's speed increased again. As time passed, the 8-member team formed a 12-32 formation and gathered towards the destination. Mok, it will take about half an hour to reach our destination, and the estimated arrival time will be half an hour earlier than we expected. Mok thought that Wu Yu would not be able to keep up with the main group until halfway, but she did not expect that she would not only drive the motorcycle all the way by herself, but also keep up with the pace of the entire team. You know, for a professional polar hunter guild like them, not to mention ordinary polar newcomers, even merchants, who often wander around the edge of the polar region, find it difficult to keep up with the riding pace of their team. Mok looked at Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, do you need to rest for a while? Wu Yu shook her head. No. Avoid unnecessary troubles, and hurry to reach the destination. Entering the sprint stage of the last half hour of the journey, the originally tense hearts of the Polar Guild members gradually relaxed. This mission is simpler than they thought, not to mention the very generous reward. I really hope there will be more such commissions. Crisis often arises at the moment when people relax. As soon as Mok's snowmobile hit a patch of ice, he heard a strange cracking sound on the ice. He suddenly raised his voice and stopped the entire team. Don't move. There's something wrong with the ice. Wu Yu's motorcycle followed closely behind Mach, and she braked suddenly and stuck the motorcycle behind her. The huge inertia forced her to drift and spin in place to stop suddenly. The inertia and momentum under the rotation made the cracks on the ice suddenly larger, and the train behind her couldn't stop on the slippery ice and hit Wu Yu. With a crisp sound of crack, everyone watched Wu Yu fall into the turbulent ice flow. Just as Mach was about to throw himself into the water, he was stopped by Thor. Watch your people. Retreat to a safe area, I go. Thor took off his protective cap and plunged into the ice flow. Under the black protective cap, there were silvery white hair. Chapter 283. Less than 3 seconds after Thor jumped down, Wu Yu jumped up to the surface of the water like a cloud. Her ski suit quickly inflated and instantly lifted her off the bottom of the water, and she floated with the current like a floating corpse. Finding the right position, Wu Yu shot a fixed cone at the hard ice surface at the edge of the glacier. Without hesitation, she took off her ski suit and jumped onto the water with a light force. She landed lightly, took off her motorcycle helmet and snow goggles, and began to squeeze the water out of her hair. The whole set of smooth movements took less than half a minute, and Mach and Aurora, who had not even had time to retreat from the ice, were dumbfounded. Mach pointed at the water in disbelief, then at Wu Yu, and finally his eyes fell on Wu Yu's stunning face. Wow! After a long time, he just said this nonsense. Wu Yu looked at Mach. Are you all okay? Wait for me 5 minutes, I need to dry my body and change clothes, and I can leave soon. Only then did he bring back Mach's flying soul, and Mach raised his voice. Soul went down to save you. Wu Yu, I didn't run into him, maybe I missed him. Do you have any fixed contact information? Go find him. The calm tone was as if she went downstairs to throw away the garbage, and didn't run into a neighbor who was going out. Wu Yu said as she walked to the side. She quickly took out the compression tent, entered the tent, and zipped it up. The deputy who knocked the distinguished client into the water was cowardly and hesitant. Captain, will Miss Wu Yu be angry? Mach retracted his gaze. It shouldn't be. Call Thor up first. While talking, Thor had already emerged from the water by himself, and Mach immediately stretched out his hand to him. Are you okay? The ice flow at this time is no joke. The client rose up by herself. I don't know why. It seems that her ski suit has also been advanced. The extreme cold made Thor's face look a little worse. He shook his head. It's okay. I changed clothes. Mach immediately lit a fire nearby. Miss Wu Yu as a prop for drying the body. Let her use it for you later. Just as Sol was about to refuse, Wu Yu poked her head out. Thank you for jumping down to save me just now. I'm done changing. You can go to my tent to change clothes. Sol had a tough look, and looked neat, capable and very reliable. His pupils were the most ordinary dark brown. Wu Yu's eyes fell on Sol's wet silver-white hair and repeated, It's very cold now, so come in and keep warm. Wu Yu walked out of the tent, and Sol didn't move. The tent stood there alone, and the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Mach patted Sol. Hey Sol, don't always reject girls' kindness. You really need a warm place now. Sol glanced at Wu Yu and walked into the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he was surprised to find that the temperature in the tent was at least above zero. There were 3 small suns in the small tent. I don't know what this client did. The cold molecules in the air seemed to be dissolved and exuded warm heat. On one side of the tent were dryers and hair dryers, both of which were battery-powered and could be used without plugging in. Even on a cold night, changing clothes in such a small tent would not feel cold. The dryer and hair dryer are the most advanced models in the world, with high horsepower and high heat. Sol's hair was not long and dried quickly. Sol left the tent and looked at Wu Yu. I've used it, thank you. Wu Yu nodded and walked over to quickly recycle the tent. While recycling, she suddenly frowned. Mach poked his head. What's wrong? Wu Yu patted the communicator. I don't know if it's because of water ingress. There is something wrong with my communicator, and the props can't be put in. Strange, it was working fine when it was underwater just now. And the most troublesome thing is that the motorcycle she was using just now was knocked into the water, and she hadn't taken out the other motorcycle communicator when it broke down. All the people in Aurora looked at the deputy with condemning eyes, especially Tom, who was saved by Wu Yu today. You should reflect on this. The deputy Klaus walked over silently to help Wu Yu pack up the tent, and then packed up the heating equipment inside, and put it on his motorcycle. Klaus has short, flaxen curly hair that looks a bit messy, blue eyes, and a gentle appearance. He is not aggressive, and easy to get along with. Klaus bowed to Brumaire at 90 degrees. I'm very sorry, Miss Brumaire. Please let me pay for my recklessness, and I will take your tent with me next. Brumaire, okay, that's really troublesome for you, Klaus, but my motorcycle also fell into the water. Klaus directly knocked Brumaire on the spot from the 90-degree bow to the frustrated forward bend. Klaus raised his head and said, Dear client, your motorcycle looks very expensive. I may not be able to pay for it. How about you take care of me? If you think it's acceptable, take me away. You can order me around and play with me as you like. Brummy, don't worry about it, Klaus, and I don't have that kind of weird hobby. You just need to lend me your motorcycle. Klaus was grateful. Woo. Miss Brummy, you are such a good person. Woo you, eh? No, she is not a good person. She relies on the routes that these bounty hunters have worked hard to explore to achieve her own goals. Wu Yu got on Klaus's motorcycle, and Klaus rode with another bounty hunter. As for Wu Yu's tent, Tom was in charge. In order to prevent the distinguished client from being hit into the cold water again by the rookie, Wu Yu's car was pulled to the back seat, and the experienced Thor followed behind. Mock, the ice on the road we had been walking on was broken. It's strange. The ice was always solid, and we had walked on it many times without any problems. The ice surface is broken, the ice flow is turbulent, there are many unknown dangers under the ice surface, and the low temperature will quickly cause people to lose body temperature. Going into the water in the middle of the night is to seek death. The plan has changed. We need to take a detour and quickly climb the mountains on the other side to ski to the final destination. Originally, it was said that we could arrive half an hour earlier, but now it seems that it would be a blessing to arrive before the sun rises. Under the leadership of Mock, everyone came to the foot of the mountain. Wu Yu looked up at the snow-capped mountain that was towering into the clouds, and almost at a right angle of 90 degrees. Climbing such a high-risk snow-capped mountain in the dark night is definitely not a good plan, but it is also the only way for them to reach their destination now. Mock looked at everyone. Everyone get off the car, put away the motorcycles. We are going to climb the mountain. Just after he finished speaking, strange, my communicator is also not working. Mine too. Everyone's face changed instantly. It seems that there is a more troublesome crisis in front of them than climbing the mountain in the middle of the night. Wu Yu looked at the other side of the mountain. Since she already knew the location of the boss, there was no need to let these people follow her to take risks. If it was just her, she had a simpler and faster way to directly cross the ice and reach the other side. Wu Yu parked the motorcycle and walked in front of the Aurora people. Wu Yu, let's stop here, the rest. Thor, the rest of the way, I will take Miss Wu Yu there. Chapter 284. Wu Yu and everyone else turned their heads to look at Thor in surprise. Mock, you took her? You never. Mock leaned forward and lowered his voice. You never contacted the female client, did you? Thor, the client just wanted Binglu, didn't she? There's no need for so many people to cross the mountains together. The snowy mountains at night are not much safer than the glaciers. I will take her directly across the ice. Now all the communicators are out of order. If something happens, we can't even call for help. You retreat to the normal use position of the communicator. If you still don't see us at dawn, start the rescue immediately. Moak knew that what Thor said was right, but this was his commission after all, and it was not fair to let Thor take the risk. Moak, why don't you give me your motorcycle, and I take her? Sol shook his head, no. Moak nodded repeatedly, okay, I get it. The motorcycle is my wife, and I don't want to lend my car to others. Then go ahead, if you can find the boss this time, I give you a bigger share. Thor nodded, yeah. After the two discussed, Mock went forward to communicate with Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, it's like this, Thor's motorcycle has been modified to be able to speed on the water like a speedboat. Only Thor's car can do that, so after careful analysis and discussion, we decided to let Thor take you to get the ice to, which can minimize the loss of personnel and your time. The motorcycle has been modified to be able to speed on the water like a speedboat. Wu Yu's eyes instantly scraped towards Thor as sharp as a knife, looking up and down at Thor, who wrapped himself up again, and the memory point stayed on his silver-white hair wet by the ice flow before entering the tent. Still remembering that in the previous world boss dungeon, she and Shinkei went into the glacier polar map alone to survive. Shinkei clearly said that he was not good at glacier survival, and he could not twist hemp rope or tie knots. When they just set out, we watched Sol put supplies and equipment on his motorcycle, and tied a very professional and beautiful binding knot on the spot very easily. And seeing that Imoku trusted Sol so much, the two must have a life-or-death friendship, and have carried out several glacier exploration missions together. It would be best if these two people were two people, and it would be best if these two people just happened to have damn beautiful silver-white hair. Otherwise, if this Thor is another unknown vest of Shinkei. Then Shinkei had been lying to her in the world boss glacier polar map before. He also said he would teach him. a top glacier hunter asked her to teach him how to tie the simplest connecting knot. What kind of teaching? What kind of teaching? As long as she thought of this possibility, we wanted to take out the frost moon ice slice and carve a hole in the ice on the ice. Wait. Wait. Jietchen said that the frost moon ice was cleared by the Chien team members under the leadership of Shin Quebec. The original words were Jietchen, this is a twin sword from the S-level snow disaster dungeon. At that time, the entire Chien team put all their efforts, even the captain was there, to get the first kill with great difficulty. Shinkei couldn't be unable to tie a knot. He led the S-level snow disaster dungeon. Wu Yu's heart made a sharp explosion. She was tricked by Shinkei. She was tricked by this dead green tea. At that time, she was completely immersed in Shinkei's beauty. Bushy, she is not that kind of person. At that time, she was seriously thinking about how to survive, how to find the monument quickly, and how to leave the dungeon efficiently. So she did not doubt Shinkei's words. At that time, she even thought that Shinkei had a natural talent for survival, and was born to kill black bears and fish. The next morning, he knew to find milk and wild fruits before he woke up. Don't doubt why she was not so sharp at that time. Her mental power was still sealed tightly at that time, and she did not have the strong perception and logical thinking ability now. No, did Shin really think that she was mentally retarded at the time, so he could trick her like this? Wu Yu's face became more and more stiff, and her expression became more and more ugly. If it weren't for the protective goggles and motorcycle helmet, everyone would be surprised whether Wu Yu was parasitized by the ghost thing under the water. Seeing that Wu Yu was reluctant to speak, Emoku was puzzled. Miss Wu Yu? Miss Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned her head suddenly. She glanced at Thor calmly, nodded and agreed. Okay, then trouble Thor. Mach waved to Soul happily. Soul, get ready. Miss Wu Yu agreed. Wu Yu took a deep breath, and kept telling herself to stay calm. Although the magnetic field here was very strong and magnified her emotions infinitely, she must stay calm. If Mr. Soul was innocent, she must not let her emotions that had nowhere to go affect innocent people. Calm down, Wu Yu, do the business first. If Soul is Shinkei, this kid will definitely not let you leave by yourself after getting Binglu. I definitely won't. I settle with him later. Wu Yu walked to Thor's motorcycle. Thor sat forward a little. He was wearing a helmet, and his emotions could not be seen. His tone when talking to Wu Yu was also very distant. Miss Wu Yu, don't look at the water when I cross the ice. No matter what happens, don't let me go. Wu Yu nodded. Okay. Remind yourself again, calm down, Wu Yu, we are all adults. Wu Yu straddled the motorcycle and sat behind Thor. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Thor's clothes. Thor looked at her in confusion. Do you want to fall into the water? Miss Moon and Thor looked at each other, and she stretched out her hand to hold Thor's waist tightly. Her voice was muffled through the helmet. Can we set off? Thor curled his lips silently. Yeah. Twisting the switch, the motorcycle engine roared loudly, and the motorcycle transformed and switched to water driving mode. Watching the motorcycle whizzing away on the water, Mach looked at Klaus in disbelief. Do you think Thor seems to be particularly attentive to Miss Mist Moon this time? Klaus didn't see it. Captain, maybe you have some misunderstanding about the words extraordinary attentiveness. If Thor's attitude is considered extraordinarily attentive, then what's the difference between you and a bootlicker? Mach was angry. You are the bootlicker. No, you think my attitude is good because Miss Wu Yu gave us supplies. Then Thor has no benefit. Why did he take the initiative twice? Also, have you forgotten? We had 2 female clients before, and Thor was almost 8 feet away. Klaus nodded. Yes, now that you mention it. Klaus' eyes widened in shock. Did Thor hear that Miss Wu Yu was particularly generous and wanted to steal our clients? Mach, you'd better go away. The journey was surprisingly smooth, and there was no unexpected situation that Wu Yu expected. Even until she took the ice dew, she didn't give her any chance to test Thor and expose his flaws. Wu Yu looked at the full bottle of ice dew and decided to release the final killer. She said to Thor, I have taken the ice dew. Please go back to Mach. The commission is completed. Next, I want to enjoy the snow scenery alone. Don't worry about me, you can leave directly. Thor glanced at her and nodded. Okay. 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 With that, without waiting for Wu Yu to say more, Thor's long legs straddled the motorcycle, turned around and left, turned around and left. Chapter 285. Wu Yu stood there for a minute, watching Thor's motorcycle disappear from sight, and the whole world fell into extreme silence. She suddenly laughed at herself. She was really crazy. How could she forget that Shinkei was shooting in the training room of the base a few hours ago? How could he appear in the polar region 6,800 kilometers away in just 3 hours? She was really crazy. Seeing someone with the same hair color would doubt whether it was Shinkei. Wu Yu took off her helmet suddenly, feeling the biting cold in the air. This damn polar magnetic field made her thinking ability decline. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu put away the ice dew she had just collected. Taking out the 2 keys she had obtained before, Wu Yu prepared to release the snow frog to help her explore the way. But the key that was sensed at the campsite before did not respond at all after entering this area. Wu Yu tried to summon the snow frog, and she found that not only the snow frog, but also the little angel, the golden crow, and the prop weapon summoned beasts all lost their senses as the communicator failed. Things were getting worse. Wu Yu looked at the turbulent and boundless water surface. It looked even more treacherous than the turbulent ice flow just now, as if the evil beast lurking under the ice was ready to move. With such a strong magnetic field and the sudden failure of the communicator, could it be the work of the unknown creatures under the water? Could the unknown creature be one of the keys she was looking for? Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bottom of the water, and Wu Yu turned back suddenly. Going into the water at this time was definitely not a good choice. It was very dangerous, but she was not here for sightseeing. Opportunities are often accompanied by dangers, and vice versa. If she doesn't even have the ability and courage to face danger alone, how can she talk about going to the unknown world of order? Wu Yu quickly calculated in her mind that it was not the coldest time in the polar region. The temperature at night was about -40 degrees Celsius. After entering the water, the skin would come into contact with the ice water, and the body temperature would drop sharply, and people would lose temperature quickly. She now has the ability to control elements. She can control a protective layer around her body that is completely separated from the water surface, but isolating the water can only prevent her body from getting wet, but cannot change the sudden drop in body temperature. At the current stage, her awakened ability can only act on the elemental parts that her body can touch, and cannot materialize the elements into attack capabilities. Such a protective layer can only support her exploration under the water for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough for her to go deep into the water to explore the truth. According to the common points of the 2 keys before, they are all white creatures, huge in size, but without signs of mutation and zombies, with docile personalities, and will not actively and brutally attack humans. Before coming, Wu Yu conducted an investigation and set her main targets on animal-shaped bosses such as white whales, white bears, snow ferrets, and even snow wolves. Quickly organizing her thoughts, Wu Yu first built a fire on the shore and burned it vigorously, warming her whole body. Wu Yu controlled the fire element to keep her body temperature at a higher temperature so that she could better cope with hypothermia. Then, without hesitation, she plunged directly into the turbulent and cold ice flow in the winter night without looking back. It was pitch black under the water. Turning on the searchlight above her head at this time would undoubtedly be like screaming in the dark jungle and exposing her whereabouts. She would instantly become the prey of countless powerful aquatic creatures. She kept her composure and remained patient. If the monster that made the sound had already set its sights on her, it would surely attack her as long as she jumped into the water. After adapting to the darkness in the water, Wu Yu was surprised to find that her night vision had become much stronger. In the darkness, she could clearly see the bubbles floating in the water, and the weeds floating on the bottom of the water. Without the refraction of daylight, it was difficult to judge the depth of this part with the naked eye. However, Wu Yu took out the most primitive underwater depth infrared detector, pointed the detector at the bottom of the water, and a red light flashed by. The detector showed that the current water depth was 17 meters. This is just at the shore. The water in the distance is unfathomable. The fear and darkness of the deep sea make people's hearts seem to be tightly grasped by an invisible force. It seems that if you swim a few meters forward, you may go directly from the bottom of the water at a depth of 17 meters to the deep sea area with a depth of tens or even hundreds of meters. Time passed by minute, and no monster appeared. Wu Yu prepared to return to the ice. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the strange sound waves she had just heard on the ice again. Wu Yu continued to swim according to her original intention without making a sound. She observed the surroundings vigilantly, but did not find any signs of any creature approaching. A standing figure suddenly appeared on the shore not far away. When looking at people from underwater, the refraction of light will make people infinitely longer. From Wu Yu's underwater perspective, standing by the water was a huge figure 2 meters tall with a dark face and blurry face. Wu Yu instantly drew out the knife behind his waist and shot towards the shore without hesitation. He led her into the water, waited for a long time until she was exhausted, ambushed her by the water, and then caught her the moment she came out of the water without any defense. Unexpectedly, the polar regions have evolved such a highly intelligent alien species. The moment the knife flew out, Wu Yu quickly mobilized the ice elements around her body to freeze the water surface in a small area so that she would have a point to exert force. She jumped out of the water and pulled out the latest pistol developed by the Jiang family with extremely strong explosive power. She clamped the neck of the alien with her foot, loaded the pistol directly, and fired directly at the head of the alien. Fire. Wu Yu looked at Thor, who had returned, and her eyebrows showed doubt. Thor? Thor was pressed to the ground by Wu Yu, and Wu Yu's calves were clamped tightly on his chest. Even if she didn't shoot, she could instantly break his neck with a knee. Thor raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes, but did not completely dispel her suspicion. I saw you leave on your motorcycle. Why did you come back? Where did you land on the ice? You deliberately avoided my sight. What is your intention? While speaking, Wu Yu observed Thor's reaction. Thor is an SS-level glacier hunter. With her equipment and props sealed, she does not have an advantage in melee. The communicator is ineffective. If Thor has a backup plan, she will be in a difficult battle. Forget it, no matter what his intention is. Wu Yu's eyes instantly became fierce, and he exerted force on his knees, raised the gun again, and aimed it at Thor's forehead without hesitation, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The moment Wu Yu fired, Thor moved quickly, and dodged the bullet fired by Wu Yu at a weird angle. Wu Yu lost control of Thor, and the two of them pulled away. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Thor was about to speak, but he saw Wu Yu suddenly lower her head and put down the gun, and he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Thor instantly realized that it was over. Wu Yu had seen him training countless times, and she knew his fighting style very well. Wu Yu would never lower her head and put down the gun when facing the enemy. She must have seen it. Chapter 286. Wu Yu took a deep breath, put the gun back on her waist, and sat back by the fire. She was so nervous just now that she realized that many parts of her body were frostbitten. The last time she came out of the water, because of the change of elements, the protective layer around her body was torn and her clothes were all wet. Sitting by the fire, she took off her protective goggles and dried them. It was too cold. Instead of wearing wet clothes, it was better to take them off first to quickly restore the body to a dry and warm state. Wu Yu started to take off her clothes expressionlessly, as if there was no one around, and there were only ghosts. She was seen taking off her clothes? What's wrong with being seen? If someone saw her, then call the police. If she doesn't like it, call the police and arrest her. Shoot her. Shoot her. Don't mind the affairs of fairies. Shinkei stood by and dared not move. When he saw Wu Yu taking off her clothes, revealing that her neck and collarbone were all frostbitten, he immediately began to take off his own clothes. He took off his thick jacket, and was about to put it on Wu Yu. After being glared at by Wu Yu, Shinkei lowered his head and said, "Put on your clothes first, it's too cold." Carefully putting the clothes on Wu Yu. "If you hadn't suddenly appeared on the shore, I wouldn't have been wet." "Shinkei, it's my fault, I'm sorry." "Why apologize? Is she a terrible person? If she is so terrible, why do you still come if you think she is so difficult to communicate with? When you were Thor, couldn't you communicate like a normal person? Why do you look so pitiful and humiliated now? Take a deep breath." Wu Yu sighed. "Captain." "Shinkei, yeah." "Wu Yu, how did you change your appearance?" Shinkei returned to his original appearance. "It's also a prop I got in a dungeon." The atmosphere became quiet again, which was awkward. They had never dated before, but the atmosphere was like a chance encounter between exes. It was not a very decent breakup. Wu Yu said softly, "Forget it, go away. Forget it, don't waste your energy. Don't let them become partners instead of lovers." Perhaps, after so many years of growing up alone, she has long lost the ability to love. Shinkei's alarms were all ringing, and he realized with almost a beast's instinct that he couldn't leave. He couldn't leave now. Say something, he must say something. Damn it, what should he say? Shinkei has never spoken so fast in his life. "I didn't mean to lie to you. I was afraid that you didn't want to carry out the mission with me, so I thought that if I changed my identity, you would not be so opposed. I just want to protect you. You just came out of the dungeon in the castle. You were seriously injured, and you were seriously mentally polluted. I have been to the polar region before. It will amplify people's negative emotions. I am afraid that you will be affected and hurt again." Wu Yu nodded. "Well, I understand. Thank you, Captain. I know that this is all your protection for the team members as the captain of the team." "Really, thank you very much." Shinkei was stunned for a moment, and he was about to open his mouth. Suddenly, he shook his head. "No, it's not like that. Wu Yu, it's not what you said." Wu Yu stood up and walked to Shinquebec. She looked up at him. "What is it like?" Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked small in his jacket. She was only wearing a white singlet, revealing her blue neck and collarbone. Shinkei felt his throat was a little dry. It's not the captain's protection of the team members. I have never specifically protected any member of Qi Yin. Will you why me? Are you grateful to me? Grateful that I saved you, grateful that I helped Qi Yin. Did Jian Sui you tell you about your parents' ashes? So you came here to protect me out of gratitude? Shinkei clenched his fist slowly. No, not gratitude. What is that? What is that? Can't you say it if you have a mouth? Why must she ask? Now that things have come to this point, she doesn't want to ask anymore, so forget it. No matter who you are talking to, it's just a decoration. Wu Yu took off Shinkei's clothes and gave them back to him. I have clothes, put them on. Seeing that Shinkei didn't move, Wu Yu stuffed the clothes into Shinkei's hands. When they passed by, Wu Yu's tone was very cold. Captain, since the gate to the Order Realm exists, there is no need to play the Fox Fairy Dungeon anymore. After the communication is restored, you can directly cancel the destined person. After saying that, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a huge force came from behind. Wu Yu's arm was grabbed by Shinkei in an instant. She turned her head in surprise, but before she could react, Shinkei pulled her to him. The distance between the two was shortened in an instant. Wu Yu raised her head and looked into each other's eyes. Even the white mist exhaled in the icy night was intertwined and difficult to distinguish. Holding Wu Yu with one hand, Shinkei put the clothes back on Wu Yu with the other hand in an attitude that did not allow any objection. Shinkei's face was tense, and he was panting lightly, as if he was suppressing something. He looked deeply at Wu Yu with a heavy gaze. Wu Yu, please speak properly. Wu Yu's eyes widened. This guy actually asked her to speak nicely. Didn't she speak nicely? She was just too nice all the time. Wu Yu became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She should speak nicely, right? She should speak nicely, right? Okay. Shinkei, I've tolerated you for a long time. I ask you, did you lie to me in the World Boss Polar Dungeon? Haha, she didn't. Take her as a bodhisattva, Brother Vest. Shinkei was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Wu Yu suddenly mentioned the Polar Dungeon. Following Wu Yu's words, Shinkei's expression drifted for a second. Yes. He remembered that he told Wu Yu that he didn't know how to twist hemp rope and tie knots, so he deliberately made the cave full of smoke when he made a fire. When he left the dungeon, he deliberately pulled the wrong knot. Knowing his identity as Thor, Wu Yu knew that he had been lying to her before without saying anything. Shinkei's mind suddenly made a kwaicha sound, which was like the broken window effect. Once the piece that had been trying so hard to maintain was broken, it could not be corrected or remedied. People will gradually release their restrictions on themselves, and then follow their most primitive thoughts. Shinkei whispered him, I lied to you. Wu Yu, why? After asking, Wu Yu wanted to slap herself in the face, asking. Now she is like 100,000 whys who have cultivated into a spirit. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, his eyes getting darker and darker, because of that time point. I thought you died in the initial battle to seize the teleportation point. Before this, I didn't realize that I had any other thoughts about you. But the sudden death made me change my mindset towards you. I realized that I might have feelings for you beyond teammates. So, I decided to do something to verify my thoughts. As he spoke, Shinkei took a step forward, completely shortening the remaining distance between the two to 0. Chapter 287. Wu Yu stretched out her hand, trying to distance the two of them. Shinkei did it without hesitation, and his free hand encircled her whole body, not allowing Wu Yu to retreat or avoid the slightest. He lowered his head again, his eyes fell on the place where Wu Yu was frostbitten, and his voice was very light. Wu Yu, you are frostbitten, let me help you heal. Shinkei's clear voice was right beside Wu Yu's ears, and she reacted a beat slower. Heal? What heal? How? By the time Wu Yu reacted to the heal in Shinkei's mouth, she had already felt the warm touch of the place where the frostbite stung. Wu Yu couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She suddenly covered her neck, and pushed Shinkei hard. She looked fierce, but was weak inside. Let me go right now. Shinkei lowered his head, and didn't move. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Shinkei. Shinkei raised his head, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth from his own bite. What's wrong? Wu Yu glared at him fiercely. Shinkei looked innocent. I'm just healing you. Shinkei blinked. Wu Yu, don't get me wrong. As he said that, he suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Wu Yu blinked wildly in disbelief. You dead green tea. Wu Xiuli's evaluation of Shinkei flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Wu Yu, the three words good temper have nothing to do with Shinkei from beginning to end. At that time, she was young and ignorant, and was still a fan of Shinkei, and she firmly disagreed with this statement. Now thinking carefully, Shinkei seemed to have never killed anyone in front of her. Because she had never seen the brutal and ferocious appearance of a beast when it was really hunting, she really mistook him for a docile little cat. The alarm in Wu Yu's mind was going off like crazy. She had crossed Shinkei's bottom line. Because she asked Shinkei to end the relationship with a destined person, he was angry. Moreover, Wu Yu realized that Shinkei might have stopped pretending because his past was exposed. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu deeply. His eyes were full of unbridled wildness and aggression that was not concealed at all. Wu Yu had never seen Shinkei look at her with such eyes. In the past, Shinkei always looked gentle and even indulgent. Sensing Wu Yu's tense spirit, Shinkei straightened Wu Yu's single coat that was tilted to one side and tightened his jacket. His voice was a little hoarse. I told you that the polar magnetic field will infinitely amplify people's emotions. I haven't been to the polar region for a long time, and I need to adapt to the magnetic field here again. So you feel that your emotions are out of control, and I will have the same problem. You said you have tolerated me for a long time, and I have also been very tired of it. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, and his eyes fell on Wu Yu's white neck again. The blue veins became more obvious because of the cold, and the red marks just stained were shining. Wu Yu covered her neck with both hands and warned with her eyes, "Stay away from me." Shinkei raised his lips silently, and the depression of being rejected so many times was swept away. He even approached with expectation. Wu Yu, don't you want to continue talking to me? Wu Yu dressed herself up tightly. Shinkei watched Wu Yu wrap up her neck without showing an inch, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Wu Yu glared at him fiercely. Don't laugh. Shinkei mentioned again, we haven't finished talking yet. Wu Yu said sternly, we're done talking? This is not a good place to continue talking. Under such strong emotions, if we continue talking, things will quickly get out of control. Shinkei didn't want to. If he wanted to talk, he should make it clear. He walked to Wu Yu without saying anything. Are you angry with me? Because you saw me shooting in the training room? Wu Yu blinked in surprise. What happened? Why did Shinkei suddenly become so sharp? This kid suddenly got it. Shinkei repeated confidently, you are angry. So you suddenly said these words to me. Wu Yu retorted, I am not. How could someone as cool as her get angry about such a thing? Shinkei, because I haven't sent you a message or contacted you for several days. But I went out to play happily, and there were many people cheering on me. And you went to the polar region 6,800 kilometers away alone to complete the difficult task alone, with unknown and unpredictable dangers coming at any time, and you were carrying a heavy mission. Wu Yu, is it really that hard to admit that you are angry, that you are depressed, and that you are not as strong as you seem? Wu Yu looked straight at Shinkei and said stubbornly, I said I didn't. Shinkei, but I did. Shinkei's sudden turn made Wu Yu confused. What? Shinkei, every time I have to set off alone, I wonder if I am not alone, I will not feel so lonely and painful. Every time I have to make a choice, I wonder if I have a way out, I will not have to face such a desperate situation. Wu Yu, when I realized that I was attracted to you, I kept telling myself that this was not something I could have, and I should not let myself sink into it. Staying away from you may temporarily fade the passionate love, but as soon as you see it, all the construction in your heart will collapse in an instant. When I am in the dark, I yearn for light all the time. I understand this kind of torment and struggle. I understand how desperate and regretful it is to love someone who cannot be expressed in words, and I understand how painful it is to have to push away someone who you want to hold on to. So I want to give you more time to think, but this doesn't mean that I give up. Do you understand? I won't give up, never. Wu Yu lowered her head and avoided Shinkei's sight. Shinkei, this is not fair. This is not fair. Shinkei lowered his head and looked at Wu Yu, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and slowly opened his eyes. Shinkei, Wu Yu, are you angry because I didn't tell you my identity before? Because you think I didn't choose you, right? So, as Chayan's partner, Wu Yu unconditionally supported him, found him, saved him and forgave him as soon as she knew about the matter. However, as Wu Yu herself, she clearly realized that she was pushed away by him. No matter what his original intention, or his ultimate goal was. Pushed away, it was pushed away. Wu Yu raised her head and looked straight at him. Yes. Shinkei, it was you who showed me that expression first in the polar dungeon. It was obviously you who gave the signal first, and it was obviously you who wanted a response first. But in the end, you never thought of letting me fight alongside you. Shinkei's whole person was gloomy. He lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth raised a miserable and difficult arc. So have you sentenced me to death? So does he really have no chance at all? Then he might as well have died directly in the North District. At least if he died, he could barely be considered dead by Yue Guang. At this moment, the atmosphere was suffocatingly quiet. Let me think about it again. Shinkei raised his head, his eyes slowly widened, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. What did you say? You looked away, I said. Let me think about it again. It was Wang Ting who hurt Shin Quebec. Why should she torture each other and punish herself for the sins of others? Why should Shin Kei, who is young, good-looking and physically strong, and now has a magical power, be exiled to the market without any discussion to benefit the society? Why must she be a person with a high sense of morality, afraid of dying young and not going to kill the beautiful boy in front of her eyes? Why can't she feel at ease, and put aside her morality against her conscience, play with Shin Kei's feelings and enjoy his efforts? Let go of personal qualities and enjoy an immoral life. When did she say she planned to let Shin Kei go? Never. Chapter 288. Shin Kei came over. You have frostbite. Can I treat you? You glanced at him. Don't push your luck. Shin Kei nodded. Yes, I know I'm still in the probation period, which is considered suspended sentence in law. You looked away and couldn't help laughing. Seeing Yu laughing, Shin Kei felt itchy. Yu, explain the shooting. How could he flash to the polar region so quickly? Shin Kei's eyes drifted again, and Yu raised an eyebrow. Shin Kei said honestly, I found Xiangbai, he gave me the idea. He said that it's not good for me to always do this, and asked me to control the rhythm appropriately. Sometimes girls still like the man to dominate the rhythm of the entire relationship. He took the video for me, and I was halfway there when he posted it. Yu smiled. You are very good. You still ask for help outside the field. Shin Kei hesitated. Yeah, are we together now? Yu shook her head. No. Without a formal and solemn confession, I won't agree to you so easily. Shin Kei was depressed. Yu, but we are reconciled. Shin Kei raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Really? Yu nodded. Yeah. She tried to feel what Shin Kei felt at the time, and also resolutely implemented it for a period of time. The process was very difficult and painful. With the change of situation, Yu could clearly feel Shin Kei's pain and despair. Even, Yu was facing the unknown, while Shin Kei was sober and lonely walking towards the boundless abyss. Under such extreme tug, Shin Kei has done the limit of his ability. She doesn't want to waste time on meaningless entanglement. In the silent icy night, the red fire crackled. Yu looked at the fire and said softly, Shin Kei. Shin Kei glanced sideways. Feeling the sudden gentle touch on his cheek, Shin Kei opened his eyes in surprise, and he turned his head to look at Yu. Seeing that Yu had already pulled away and was about to get up, Yu said, It's almost time, Shin Kei took direct action, holding Yu's waist, lowered his head, and whispered, I'm going to kiss you. Yu looked up at him. Yes. He lowered his head, tightened his arms, and Shin Kei held Yu tightly in his arms. Yu pulled Shin Kei's clothes and said in a muffled voice, I can't breathe. Shin Kei, yes. Yu pushed him. Let me go. Shin Kei shook his head. No. Yu, then I'm angry. Shin Kei, you didn't. You're the best. Yu, I still need to find the key, and there was a monster in the glacier just now. Shin Kei said angrily, I go kill them. Yu, I don't even know who it is. Why kill him? Shin Kei reluctantly let go of Yu, still mumbling, 26 days, 12 hours, 23 minutes, you haven't said a word to me properly in 26 days, 12 hours, 23 minutes. Only 26 days have passed. Why does she feel like a long time has passed? Yu, don't include the time spent in the dungeon. Aren't they all fine in the castle? Shin Kei, that's 24 days, 10 hours, and 23 minutes. Yu, what do you mean? Are you trying to bring up old scores? Shin Kei shook his head. No, I just feel I lost out. For that long, I could have taken you to many, many places. I want to take you to the polar regions to see the aurora, the sun rising from the sea level, and the golden mountain in the sun. I can hold you and rappel down the snowy mountain with a double board. I can also take you to the top of the plateau to see the sunrise, to the lava volcano to see the volcanic eruption, to the Dragon Valley to see the giant forest. I want to go to many, many places with you, to those places I once wanted to go with you, but regretted not being able to go. Yu, wait until we come back from. Shin Kei shook his head. I don't want to wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. Yu suddenly responded, You mean the downhill skiing from the top of the snow mountain? Is that what you did yesterday? Shin Kei nodded, looking forward to praise. Well, did you see the whole process? I specifically asked Zhang Zhe to park me in the best position, so that I could land in front of you. Yu, if you mean the peacock spreading its tail with you in front, and the soul chasing behind, I did see it. But if you want to hold me, while skiing on such a steep slope, no, I'm afraid you fall and kill me. At that time, it won't just be one soul chasing behind, but two souls will be vying for the lead, chasing each other. Shinkei, I won't fall on you. I'm very strong. What's the strange reaction of Wu Yu? He had seen Imoka perform for other girls several times before, and they obviously liked it very much. Shinkei tried to persuade Wu Yu from another angle. He had insomnia every day because Wu Yu ignored him during this period. You must not have slept well either, right? Shinkei, have you not slept well recently? After extreme sports, you will feel better if you relax your body and mind and stimulate your limits. Let him take her skiing together. He really wants to leave many memories with her. Wu Yu was puzzled. Insomnia? Why is it insomnia? Recently, the planting area has started spring plowing and it is very busy. I fall asleep every day after planting peanuts. Shinkei, if you are really free, help the team do more work, otherwise you will be disliked wherever you go if you are idle. Shinkei, Shinkei, Wu Yu. Wu Yu what? Shinkei kissed her angrily. Shut up. Shinkei kissed her very attentively. Wu Yu put her arm around his neck, and started to think since she had nothing to do. What was that creature that deliberately emitted the sound waves just now? Is it a beast that was just hunting? Why didn't the beast show up when she was in the water for so long? Is it true that the beasts in the polar regions have evolved to a higher level than those in the outside world? Does the new round of evolution indicate that humans will face a new crisis again? No, she has to go and see again to find out what the sound waves were. Wu Yu suddenly felt pain in her mouth, and her vision became clear again, and she looked at Shinkei. What's wrong? Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. You were distracted. Wu Yu was about to say that she was thinking about the sound waves just now, and her eyes fell on Shinkei's indignant face. She suddenly curled her lips and smiled. Oh, maybe it's because your kissing skills are too bad. Shinkei widened his eyes in disbelief. No, how could it be bad? Where was it bad? Who said that male virtue and chastity are the best dowry for men? Now you think his level is bad again, right? No, he must prove himself today. Chapter 289. Under the ice floe, strange sound waves sounded again. Wu Yu turned back suddenly, and pushed Shinkei away. It's here again. Finally, I found a quiet place to be alone for a while. Shinkei was upset. It's annoying. Wait for me to kill it. Wu Yu asked Shinkei, did you let Mach and the Aurora people go first? Shinkei nodded. I go back to the shore and let them go first, and then come to find you immediately. Wu Yu, how is your relationship with Mach? Shinkei, the Mach people are very loyal. We have cooperated to complete several polar expeditions and hunting missions. They are trustworthy partners. Wu Yu, let's go back. This monster is a little strange. I feel that its intelligence level is higher than the strange beasts outside. I don't know if Mach knows the situation here. It would be best if he can provide some new clues. Shinkei nodded. Okay. Wu Yu was about to sit in the back of the jet ski when Shinkei directly held her in front of him with one hand. Wu Yu, can you restrain yourself a little? Shinkei put a helmet on Wu Yu. Restrain yourself? Why? I don't want it. If he wasn't afraid that the scum in the royal court would target Wu Yu, he would let the whole world know. Wu Yu, I will block your view if I sit in the front. Shinkei, it doesn't matter. My 5 senses are very good. You can't block it. Wu Yu, Can someone take care of this man with a screen? Shinkei passed Wu Yu with both hands and pressed on the handlebars of the motorcycle, pressing the switch. He tightened his arms, hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and leaned his head on Wu Yu's shoulder. There was something he didn't say, and Wu Yu was small, so she couldn't block his vision at all. The roar of the motorcycle sounded, and it quickly crossed the water and chased after the departing Aurora. People from the Aurora Guild could be seen from afar. Wu Yu patted Shinkei's arm, and Shinkei slowed down. What's wrong? Wu Yu, put me down. Don't let Imoka find out about our relationship. She deceived Imoka, and didn't want to make the relationship between Shinkei and Imoka worse. Shinkei parked the car. When Wu Yu left, he pulled Wu Yu over and gently touched her helmet with his motorcycle helmet. After leaving the area, the communicator was restored. Wu Yu took out his motorcycle, and the two drove into Imoka's sight one after another. Seeing the two people appear, Imoka, who was sitting by the fire, stood up quickly. How is it? Did you get the ice dew? Shinkei, I got it, but there's something wrong in the water. Imoka, have you been to that area recently? Mach shook his head. I haven't been there for a while since the magnetic storm broke out. The polar regions are about to enter eternal night, and we have been preparing to store materials for the eternal night. Shinkei, there may be highly intelligent life forms in the ice floe near the crystal cave. It is best to get rid of it before entering the eternal night. Mach frowned. Highly intelligent life forms, now that you mention it, I also remember. Just after the magnetic storm, when I was exploring the polar regions, I was hit by an unknown mental force. And it was near the crystal cave where I was collecting ice dew. Shinkei, let's go and have a look. Moke looked at Wu Yu, who was standing alone in the distance. I'm sorry, Miss Wu Yu. The 3-day and 2-night polar free travel I promised you may not be able to be fulfilled. I let Klaus escort you away. As an apology, we will return 30% of the material rewards. Wu Yu took off her helmet and walked in front of Imoku. She stretched out her hand to Imoku. Hello, Captain Imoku. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Wu Yu, the commander-in-chief of the Blazing Team. Moke was stunned for a moment, and then frowned. You lied to me? What is your purpose? Aurora does not contact the Alliance team. Wu Yu took out the 2 keys she had obtained before. These 2 keys. One is the white snake trapped in the frozen canyon, and the other is the Tianshan snow clam in the rainforest map. They were originally world map bosses, and now they have become part of the dungeon key. Collecting all 4 keys can open the treasure dungeon in the frozen canyon. After clearing the treasure dungeon, these world bosses can return to their original place of existence. My purpose is very simple, to find all the keys to open the dungeon. Mock was angry. You are using us, Aurora. Klaus reminded quietly, Captain, it's not really using, the client lady gave a lot of money. Mock, but she stole the line we developed. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I did use you. I'm very sorry. Mock's face turned cold. Miss Commander of Chien, please leave the line range of our Aurora immediately. Wu Yu, Captain Mock. In fact, she wanted to cooperate, and if she could, she should try not to fight. Mock's tone was grim. Don't force me to fight. Wu Yu, Okay. As soon as Mock finished speaking, before Wu Yu could speak, the 2 keys in Wu Yu's hand suddenly trembled wildly. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the phantom of a huge white snake and a huge Tianshan snow frog appeared in front of everyone. They both came to Mock's eyes at the same time, and the huge deterrence emitted by each world boss, which required the firepower of an entire team to destroy, made Mock's expression stiffen instantly. Wu Yu, don't be nervous. They are all sealed in the key and can't launch any substantial attacks. Mock's face was very ugly. Are you threatening me? He raised his voice angrily. The polar regions have never been under the control of the Alliance. Miss Commander, you have crossed the line. Looking at Mock, who was like a thorn, Wu Yu was speechless. Can you listen to what I have to say first? Mock, I won't listen. Seeing that Mock was completely unable to communicate, Wu Yu laughed. Haha, crazy, right? Do you think she can't? Wu Yu, Captain Mock, although the polar region is not under the control of the Alliance, is it yours? Is it Aurora's? It is true that you have been here with the Union for a long time, but the polar region itself is shared by humans and animals. I came here just to find the boss that can be turned into a key, and open the dungeon door to send these bosses back to their original habitats. Mock sneered. Stop it. People will not do anything without benefits. Can you not have any ulterior motives? Wu Yu also felt speechless. What could she say? Should she say that if she waved her hand now, half of the Alliance would be named Wu? She didn't live a life of debauchery every day, but trained hard and ran around everywhere, relying on her last bit of conscience to hang on. Other people who suddenly became rich and poor were looking for ducks in bars, but she could only find a home for a toad here. Wu Yu gave up on herself. Yes, I also have a purpose. I definitely have a purpose. Don't worry about what I want. Anyway, I definitely have a purpose. What can I want? Yes, I want the treasure in the treasure dungeon, although I don't know what exactly is in it. Although I am very rich, very rich. I have an island, and on the island there is a castle, and the castle is full of antiques from the medieval royal family. The underground of the castle is also full of antiques. Antiques from royal families that are older than the medieval royal family. I also have a mine, and the mine is full of oil, which can never be exhausted. The oil can never be exhausted, even if you dig for 100 years. Recently, there are always some strange things in my name. Today it is a street of shops, tomorrow it is a sky garden, and before leaving, there is also a diamond mine. I don't know what the Alliance's system is for. What kind of system loopholes are these? Doesn't the property transfer need my consent? In the increasingly confused and distorted eyes of the entire Aurora, Wu Yu made the final summary statement. I am indeed here for something. For specific purposes, please circle the key points in the above text and do reading analysis to draw conclusions. Chapter 290. The people of Aurora feel sad and desolate as if they were forced to show off their wealth. Claude's eyes were full of broken light. Why are there always tears in his eyes? It's all because of his yearning for wealth. Claude advised Mock, don't be so stubborn. Speak nicely. They are so rich. Maybe they are really different from us and have noble sentiments. Don't use our poor thinking to speculate about them. Although I have never had money, I have watched TV in the past. Those rich people are like this. They are stupid, rich and full of ideals. Mok didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Looking at Wu Yu, he was thinking about the truth of Wu Yu's words. In fact, Wu Yu had no need to lie to him. The polar region is a place with bad weather and scarce supplies. Bounty hunters, like them, can roam freely in the polar region. To put it bluntly, they are just trying to make a living by licking blood on the edge of a knife. The scenery in the polar region is unchanging, life is monotonous and boring, and every day is walking on the edge of danger and struggling for survival. If it is not necessary, who would come here to survive for a long time? The world city has been built for so many years, and the Alliance has never thought of reaching out. It knows how bad the environment here is. Wu Yu gave her many supplies when she came up. She could have gone in by herself after getting the eyes due, and found the boss and left, but when she found the intelligent life forms, she warned them immediately. In fact, these should have nothing to do with her, if she just wanted the polar boss, and the treasure in the treasure dungeon. She could have achieved her goal without revealing her identity, and left. The polar region is so far away from the human gathering area that even if there are intelligent life forms, they will be blocked outside the high technological walls of the world city. There is no need to expose your identity, wealth, and put yourself in danger. Mok looked at Wu Yu silently without saying anything. Although he had figured it out, he still didn't want to contact these people. He hated the Alliance and everyone from the Alliance. Thor took off his helmet and looked at Claude. Claude advised Mok, "Do you want to?" Mok nodded immediately. "Okay, but this doesn't mean I believe you, Commander of Chien. This cooperation is led by us Aurora, and I can stop it at any time. The next action is for you to cooperate with me, and I will no longer accommodate you as your client." Claude was interrupted. Damn, this kid Mok is just waiting for him to give him a way out. Shinkei, I join too. Mok looked at him with emotion. "Thor, you don't have to force yourself. I know you don't like the Alliance either. This is just our Aurora's business. You don't need to take risks for us." Seeing Mok like this, he felt a little guilty. Shinkei shook his head. "Mok, don't play the emotional card with me. Give me a share, I'm short of money. It's a sin to have a guilty conscience, but brothers should settle accounts clearly. He still needs to make money to marry a wife." Mok put away his face and said in pain, "Thor, how can you be so mercenary with such a handsome face? We split it 40% and 60%, don't bargain with me. I still have so many mouths to feed in Aurora." "Shinkei, deal?" Mok moved his hands and feet. "If you want to fight the boss, you can't be so careless. Go back and gather people and prepare weapons. We come again tonight." Everyone returned to the camp, and Mok asked everyone to rest early, and set off at the usual time tonight. Mok called Shinkei. "Hey, Thor, you haven't been here for so long. I gave the tent to other survivors. How about you stay with me for one night?" Shinkei watched Wu Yu drive her camper to the edge of the camp, and shook his head. "No, I brought it." Everyone went back to the tent to rest. Shinkei secretly glanced at the tents that were all pulled up, and appeared outside Wu Yu's camper quietly. Knock knock. Wu Yu turned to look at the door of the camper. Knock knock. "Wu Yu who?" Shinkei whispered. "It's me." Wu Yu lowered her eyes. "What?" "Shinkei Yu, I didn't bring a tent." "Wu Yu, doesn't Imoka have extra tents?" Shinkei didn't even blink, and said firmly, "He doesn't." He didn't lie, Imoka only told him to stay in one, but didn't say there were extra tents. This liar, he started again. "Wu Yu, I heard him ask you if you want to stay in the same tent with him." Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. Imoka is such a talkative man. On second thought, no, the distance is too far for Wu Yu to hear. She is lying to him. Shinkei pretended to be pitiful. Yeah, I came in a hurry and really didn't bring a tent. I'm so cold." With a click, the door of the camper was opened by Wu Yu from the inside. Shinkei was about to slip in, but Wu Yu blocked the door firmly. Shinkei looked up at her. Yeah. Wu Yu blocked the door and took out a brand new spare tent, sleeping bag, mattress, bedding, xiaoyang, and even food and water from the space, and stuffed them all into Shinkei's hands. Looking at Shinkei staring, completely overwhelmed by these things, Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Now everything is complete. Shinkei threw his things aside and began to take off his coat. Wu Yu blinked quickly. "What are you doing?" "Shinkei, you fell into the water before, and I got frostbitten when I saved you." Shinkei unzipped his 2 layers of zipper, revealing his neck and collarbone, which indeed had traces of frostbite, and now had turned blue and purple. Shinkei pointed to his pale face. "Look at my complexion, I look very bad, I feel very weak. I didn't recover from the injury I suffered before, and it relapsed. I urgently need a warm place to recuperate my weak body." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's face, and looked at him carefully. If you are not feeling well, take a good rest in the base. I didn't tell you because I knew you would come running here. Wu Yu stood on the door of the camper. The step of the door just made her one step higher than usual, half a head taller than Shinkei. Usually she looked up at Shinkei, but now she looked down. Seeing Shinkei looking up at her with bright eyes, Wu Yu stretched out her hands to wrap around Shinkei's neck. Shin Chung immediately held her tightly in his arms with both hands, picked her up, and wanted to walk up the steps to the camper. Wu Yu, no. Shinkei, I can do it. Wu Yu, I said, no, you can't stay in my camper, it will be exposed. She was pushed out, and watched the door of the camper close in front of her. Shinkei was so angry that his hair exploded. Ah, he hated his vest. Chapter 291. At the gathering time, everyone gathered at the camp. This time, the number of participants was much larger than yesterday. The entire convoy, including Wu Yu and Shinkei, had a total of 16 people. Mock, considering that thing might control the magnetic field and make the communicator ineffective, everyone should carry the necessary items with them this time. Wu Yu took out a few guns from the space. They were not popular models in the world, did not need crystal core drive, and could be fully applicable to combat on the entire map. Wu Yu gave 6 guns to Mock and kept 2 for himself. These are bullets. These guns have all been blessed with mystical arts, and can deal additional mystical damage when the communicator is stopped. Also, these Qingxin talismans, if carried with you, can effectively fight against mental pollution, resist a mental pollution shock, and quickly pull people out of hallucinations. Emoka held these talismans in disbelief, and his eyes became respectful when he looked at Wu Yu. Excuse me, are you a witch like Wu Xioli? I'm so disrespectful. Miss Witch, I must emphasize that although we had a little disagreement before, I hope you won't curse me because of this. Wu Yu's expression cracked in a second. Witch, you are a witch. You are a witch. A straight man who screams like a chicken with a hoarse voice. Sister Xioli didn't blow up this Mock's head immediately. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Mystic Master. A powerful one. A genius Mystic Master. Not a witch. Puff. Wu Yu glared at Shinkei on the side. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing? Shinkei hid his face behind the helmet and grinned, shaking his head seriously. I didn't. Wu Yu was angry. You laughed. I heard it. Shinkei turned his head away and said nothing, continuing to laugh secretly. Wu Yu became even angrier. Emoka quickly stepped forward to mediate. He patted Shinkei. Hey soul, how can you laugh at this witch? She's not a genius mystic. He came over in a low voice. Their witchcraft is incredible. You haven't seen it. I feel it deeply. Be careful if you suddenly sneeze 40 years later, that means they are still holding a grudge against you. Mock turned to look at Wu Yu, and his attitude became much better. Miss Wu Yu, please give me some face, and don't be angry. Soul doesn't understand your rules. Wu Yu looked at Mock. What are our rules? Mock said cautiously. Wu Xioli said that you use dead bones to perform rituals, and live people for sacrifice every day, and you also put people's hearts and livers in witch soup and eat them with bread every day. She also performed a witch's heart-pulling performance for me on the spot. Very good, although I didn't hit her head directly, I succeeded in leaving a deep enough psychological shadow. Wu Yu had a serious face and spoke nonsense seriously. She is right, we are like this. And we mystics are more terrifying than their witches. We will refine 99 and 81 male yang bodies in the alchemy furnace for 99 and 81 days. The shrill screams lingered for a long time until their bones, blood and flesh were all burned soft and melted, and combined into a tonic pill, taking yang to replenish yin. Everyone in Aurora looked at Wu Yu in horror, as if they were looking at the most terrifying female devil in the world. Shinkei lowered his head silently, his whole body trembling. Wu Yu took the lead to walk towards her motorcycle, and kicked Shinkei angrily when passing by. Shinkei looked down at her, and Wu Yu glared at Shinkei. What are you looking at? Emoka hurried over to smooth things over. Forget it, give me some face. We men can't fight with women. Shinkei, How could he hit Wu Yu? He just thought Wu Yu was cute when she was angry like this. Want to kiss? Emoka tried the gun Wu Yu gave him. It was very easy to use, and it was obviously at least 3 versions ahead of what they usually used. Mock, let's go, be careful. We caught that guy's attention yesterday, so he might be more careful in ambush today. The engine of the snowmobile started. Today, Mock led the team again, Shinkei followed, and Wu Yu was in the middle of the team. According to yesterday's route, they quickly crossed the front road and parked the motorcycle in the snow far away from the ice. Mock, this is the limit of the communicator. I tried it yesterday, and the communicator will fail if you get closer. Wu Yu, If the failure of the communicator is indeed caused by the unknown monster under the water, then his danger rating is likely to have reached the level of the world map boss. Shinkei, to defeat the world map boss, you need at least 10 S-level fighters, and the tanks, output, remote control and treatment must be in place. Mach looked at Shinkei. We have 2 SS, Aurora has 2 S-level, plus Miss Wuyu. Can we give it a try? Although Shinkei is now SSS level, he shook his head. Not very good, unless you are mentally prepared for combat casualties. If the boss explodes, the front row can't resist enough damage with a big move, and the squishy skins at the back will die. Mach gritted his teeth. No Aurora can be lost. Wuyu, then don't force it. Change your mindset, and lure the monster out. Maybe the situation is not as bad as we thought. Mach, how to do it? Wuyu, get in the water. Shinkei took off his clothes quickly. I go. Wuyu, turn around, you can't go. Shinkei paused and blinked behind his helmet. Mach, Miss Wuyu, don't worry. When I worked with Thor before, he was very reliable. He could overcome every danger. Wuyu looked at Mach. You said that when you worked together before, it was Thor who took the risks every time? Mach nodded, looking touched. Yes, Thor is a very trustworthy partner. Wuyu snatched the gun back from Mach and said, give it to me. You're bullying me, right? I won't give it to you. Mach was puzzled. What's wrong? Wuyu pulled Shinkei's open collar to show Mach. Didn't you see that he's injured? He got frostbite. He's still not well from the frostbite he got yesterday. After saying that, she pulled Shinkei's collar up suddenly, all the way to the top. Mach didn't care. What's the big deal? It's impossible not to get cold in the snow, and he's been injured more seriously before. For men, scars are our medals of honor. Wuyu turned his head to look at Shinkei. Shinkei looked at Mach, then at Wuyu, and suddenly nodded. Yes, he's right. I've been injured more seriously before. It was very miserable. No. Mach didn't feel anything at first, but when he heard Shinkei's words, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Mach looked puzzled. Ms. Wuyu, in what occasion and under what circumstances did you know that Thor's neck was frostbitten? Shinkei turned to look at Wuyu. Wuyu blinked quickly at him. She cleared her throat. Mach, go down and take a look. Mach looked at Shinkei in surprise. Shinkei agreed. Mach, go down and take a look. Mach, damn, there must be something wrong with these two people. Chapter 292. Claude spoke at the right time. Mach, I also think you are more suitable to go into the water. Thor has not been to the polar region for a long time, and his body does need time to adapt to the polar environment. Mach nodded readily. No problem. As he said that, Mach quickly took off his jacket that would swell in the water and began to change into a diving suit. Wuyu took out the latest diving suit oxygen cylinder and inflatable equipment from the system. Wuyu, wear what I brought. If you feel something is wrong, press this button. There is a small inflatable jet that can let you leave the bottom of the water quickly. This is a survival signal. If you cannot escape by yourself, send the signal and the people on the shore will immediately rescue you. Mach, okay. After putting on the clothes, everyone watched Mach go into the water. Wuyu took out the magnetic field detector and tested the magnetic field of the entire water area. She called Claude. You observe at any time? If the magnetic field fluctuates rapidly, immediately give an alarm. Claude, no problem. Wuyu, Tom, take this electric fishing net. Once Mach calls for help, you immediately cast the fishing net to him and catch him up. Tom, okay. Claude looked at Wuyu and took out a lot of high-tech equipment that almost filled the entire flat ground in just a few minutes. It was incredible and amazing. Too powerful. Is this the power of money? I didn't expect that the Alliance's technology is developing so fast now. Even if they want to purchase it, they can't get such top-notch snow equipment. If you want to buy it on the black market, the price of any one of them is so high that it's ridiculous. If they, Aurora, could also have these high-tech detection equipment, wouldn't their survival rate in the polar regions be greatly improved? Wuyu turned to look at Claude. Claude, don't be distracted. You have to watch carefully. Mach's life is in your hands. Claude immediately retracted his gaze. Yes. Wuyu looked at Shinkei. You also put on a life jacket and be ready for underwater combat when necessary. Shinkei, okay. Mach jumped into the water and was first wrapped in extreme coldness, and suddenly he felt the warmth coming from his diving suit. This diving suit can actually keep a person at a relatively warm body temperature. With the oxygen tank, this can greatly increase his diving time. Mach swam towards the depths and waited until he reached a deeper water. Suddenly Mach heard a strange voice behind him, which was very similar to what Wuyu described. It seems that there are creatures under the water that Aurora has never seen before. Mach was very careful. He took out the detector Wu Yu gave him and carefully searched for the creatures under the water. Another strange sound. This time, it was much closer than the last time. Mok's whole body tensed up. He realized that the unknown sound had sensed his presence and was swimming towards him quickly. According to the speed of sound, Mok relied on his body's fighting instinct to turn around and kick at the empty space behind him. The sudden stagnation made him open his eyes wide. There was something. He really kicked it. There really is an invisible unknown creature under the water. This creature is very cunning. After being kicked by Mok, it did not attack immediately, but directly hit its whereabouts. Mok immediately used the detector to find the existence of the creature, but it swam very fast, and the detector only scanned a little edge. Mok tried to judge what kind of creature it was by the figure of the creature that appeared in the detector. But suddenly Mok heard an unusually strange sound in his ears. Crack, crack. It was like the liquid was quickly frozen into ice under huge pressure compression. Mok suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, and found that the originally flowing water bottom was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This invisible unknown creature can not only control the magnetic field and emit sound waves, but also freeze the water surface quickly in such a large area. It would be troublesome if it was frozen. Without thinking about what kind of creature this is, Mok immediately used the inflatable equipment to quickly rise from the bottom of the water. Before leaving the bottom of the water, a flash of light passed by, and Mok was shocked to find that in the rapidly condensing ice, there was a huge bright spot like a light bulb, and in the bright spot was a scarlet shining dot. The dot seemed to be conscious, watching from afar, or even examining him. Thinking of this, Mok felt a chill on his back. On the shore, Claude looked up suddenly. Ms. Wu Yu, the magnetic field has changed. Tom, Mok has come out of the water. Wu Yu, pick him up immediately. The fishing net was launched, accurately positioned and captured, and Mok was pulled back to the shore before he could come to his senses. When he reacted and looked at where he was just now, he found that the entire ice surface was frozen. If he was late in any step, he would be completely frozen under the water. Mok looked at Wu Yu with lingering fear. Ms. Wu Yu, thank you for these equipments, you saved my life. Wu Yu waved her hand nonchalantly. Now is not the time to talk about this. Tell me what you found underwater. Mok suppressed his inner surprise. Wu Yu looked very calm and coordinated the overall situation. She was really, as she said, a commander-in-chief who made people feel reliable. Mok handed the detector in his hand to Wu Yu. I'm lucky, I took a picture of it, but it's hard to tell what kind of creature it is just from a corner. Everyone came over to look at the infrared image in the Mok detector. Claude was puzzled. What is this? It looks like it has no body. Are there any creatures like this in the polar regions? Tom, looking at it this way, it looks like the outline of a UFO. Claude's eyes widened in surprise. UFO? You said UFO? Oh my god, the polar regions are difficult enough, and there are horror dungeons, and now there are UFOs and aliens. Wu Yu carefully observed the edge outlines that appeared in the detector. Before coming here, she had done a detailed background check on the creatures in the polar regions, from small polar weeds to large killer whales, beluga whales, and humpback whales. She seemed to have seen this creature in a certain illustration book. Wu Yu took a deep breath, calmed down, and thought carefully. A certain picture flashed by. She must have seen this thing. Wu Yu, Mok, tell me what you found after you went into the water. Tell me everything. Mok described the encounter with this unknown creature under the water. It was invisible but could be touched, it could make strange sounds, and there was a huge light that emitted red light, and could control the magnetic field to make the water flow freeze quickly. Wu Yu's brain seemed to be struck by lightning, and she smiled. I know what this is. It's a jellyfish. The animals that others encountered are all furry and cute, but she encountered this. After cold-blooded animals, invertebrates, and amphibians, this is actually another invertebrate. Chapter 293. Wu Yu quickly retrieved the possible jellyfish species in the polar regions and showed them to everyone, then compared the pictures of the jellyfish one by one with the corner of the detector obtained by Mok. Jellyfish are invertebrate cylinderates, and their bodies are very few, so a large part of the detector display will be missing. But when compared with the actual photos, it can be found that they are exactly the same. The people in the Aurora now look at Wu Yu as if they are looking at a god. Claude blindly worships her. Miss Wu Yu, you are really amazing. Shinkei, could this mutated jellyfish be the key you are looking for? Wu Yu was not sure, mainly because this thing had nothing to do with her previous predictions, and could even be said to be the opposite. It might be a newly evolved mutated jellyfish in the polar regions. Mok looked serious. Miss Wu Yu, if this is not the key you are looking for, then Aurora must take action to get rid of it immediately. The mutated jellyfish hides under the water and controls the ice surface for hunting. This road is our only way when the polar magnetic field disappears. Leaving such a terrifying and mysterious alien jellyfish at the bottom of the water is like burying a mine that could explode at any time. Wuyu looked at the frozen ice surface. I have to go there by myself. Everyone frowned. It's too dangerous, Miss Wuyu. Wuyu was very calm. She was very calm. My elemental awakening ability can freely control the part of the body that touches the ice surface. It can't freeze me. And in the game of mental power, she is always on the road. That being said, it is indeed the most appropriate for her to go there. Wuyu turned back and glanced at Shinkei obscurely, and Shinkei nodded. Go ahead, he will always watch her. Wuyu had put on her diving suit before she came, took off her coat, and walked directly onto the frozen ice. The moment she stepped on the ice, a crack appeared on the ice, just enough for a person to fall. This was the alienated jellyfish trying to show her power. Wuyu's expression did not change. She calmly controlled her awakening ability, and in the blink of an eye, she instantly repaired the ice surface that her feet touched. Only when her body was injured and she called on the elements, the elemental ability would be upgraded. In this case, Wuyu stepped on the ice, and the ice disappeared instantly. She fell into the water without blinking and disappeared on the spot. The moment she fell into the water, the impact of mental power came directly to her face, leaving Wuyu almost no time to prepare. The alienated jellyfish realized that it had been discovered, and no longer hibernated, and chose to launch a general attack at the first time. In the dark water, Wuyu could not see the existence of the jellyfish, and the impact of mental power made her mind confused, and she had many unreal fantasies that did not exist. She saw countless frozen jellyfish surrounding her under the ice, and the bright red light in their rising umbrellas was all facing her, as if a pair of wise eyes were looking at her. They were thinking and examining, and every pair of eyes was wise. Wuyu felt a huge sting on her forehead. The mental power level of this alienated jellyfish was higher than hers, and it was now trying to kill her directly from the mental level. As the sting became more and more intense, Wuyu felt that her mental power was approaching the limit. On the shore, Shinkei watched the magnetic field detector continue to surge at one peak after another. He clenched his fists tightly, controlling himself not to jump into the water. Believe in Wuyu, believe in her, she can do it. Imoka frowned. Miss Wuyu only has S-level mental power. If the mental power of the alienated jellyfish continues to surge, Miss Wuyu's mental power core will be directly crushed by it. Shinkei took a short breath. He took a deep breath. Give her a little more time. Imoka, there is no room for buffering in the battle of mental power. This alienated jellyfish has been completely enraged because of the continuous temptation and provocation. Since Wuyu entered the water, the peak of her spiritual power has been breaking through. She has no time to prepare, and will soon be defeated without any room to fight back. No. No, Wuyu won't. She can do it. Imoka was anxious. I go. Shinkei suddenly stopped Imoka. No, Wuyu hasn't sent out a distress signal yet. Don't disturb her, give her some time. Imoka looked at Shinkei in confusion. Did you know Wuyu before? Shinkei nodded, yes. Imoka, you suddenly showed up this time, aren't you here for her? Shinkei nodded again, yes. Imoka understood everything after hearing this. Imoka, are you two pretending not to know each other in front of me? I just said I think you are weird. Shinkei, this is not the time to talk about this. I will explain it to you later. Imoka punched Shinkei. Hey, am I the kind of man who cares about every little thing? Following an astonishing, exaggerated and terrifying peak of mental power, everyone looked at the water surface nervously. Mock swallowed nervously. So, you'd better make sure that she can really withstand it. Shinkei nodded, yes. She can, she must be able to. Wuyu felt a wave of strong mental power shocks. She had never experienced such brutal, straightforward and undisguised mental power attacks before. Whether it was the mental power breaking through the seal of the world boss map, or the waves of mental power games in the dungeon, there was a long enough buffer and preparation time. However, in actual combat, the enemy would not give her any chance to prepare. The law of the jungle, hunting is often just a matter of seconds. This is something that cannot be visualized in any simulated combat, and it is impossible to experience the sense of oppression, near death, and suffocation in simulation. At the moment, when Wuyu's mental power was pierced directly into her mental core like a sharp knife, and her entire brain was about to be defeated, she suddenly opened her eyes. There is a price to pay for relentless pursuit and reckless charging. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Wuyu's mouth. She found it, finally found the real body hiding in the layers of phantoms. Wuyu rushed towards the alienated jellyfish with the strongest mental impact without hesitation. This spineless cylindrate was too presumptuous to the guest who came from afar. Could it be that it thought that only its head would glow red? The intense mental impact made Wu Yu's eyes shed blood and tears, and her eyes burst into an intense red light. Facing the seemingly empty water, Wu Yu pulled out a dagger and fiercely stabbed the dagger into the void. Feeling the stagnation and the touch of cracked flesh, Wu Yu's eyes burst into an even stronger red light. Under the extreme mental power collision, all illusions on the ice surface disappeared, and the ice surface cracked. The red light in Wu Yu's eyes directly pierced into the mental power core evolved in the alienated jellyfish umbrella. The mental power core, which was far more powerful than Wu Yu, gradually produced broken points under the piercing of the red light. The broken points became larger and larger until the entire mental power core was completely shattered. With a bang, everyone on the shore looked at it in astonishment. The magnetic field detector short-circuited and exploded under the extreme magnetic field impact because it exceeded the detection limit. Chapter 294. Shinkei felt that his brain had exploded along with the detector, and he was about to jump into the water. Suddenly he found that the water surface that had just thawed was completely frozen. He looked up in surprise and saw Wu Yu, covered in frost, slowly walking out of the water. Wu Yu was holding the frost moon ice in her hand, and the part of the huge alienated jellyfish umbrella that wrapped the spiritual power core was pierced by her and dragged behind her. It took only 5 minutes from the beginning to the end when Wu Yu entered the water, and the two sides had already finished fighting. In the end, the battle ended with Wu Yu's complete victory. Shincheng immediately realized that Wu Yu had become stronger again. The seal on her ability was getting weaker and weaker. Wu Yu looked up at Shin Quebec. The blood red in her pupils had not yet faded. Even Shinkei could feel the pressure of power when looking into such a pair of eyes. Aurora had never seen such a terrible mental power. The powerful mental power had almost reached the level of concreteness. They looked at Wu Yu in shock, and as Wu Yu approached, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Mok looked cautious. Ms. Wu Yu, are you okay? Wu Yu nodded slowly, yes. Mok, I need to take this jellyfish away and hand it over to the Alliance Research Institute for research. Mok, no problem, this was originally a kill you completed alone. Wu Yu shook her head slowly. No, it was Aurora who led this hunting activity, and you also completed the first round of exploration. This is an SS-level alienated jellyfish, but its mental attack strength can reach SSS level. If its entity is stronger, and its mental power cooperates with it to strangle it, it will completely occupy this glacier basin. It won't appear suddenly. There must be something that prompted its evolution. We have to find the source of evolution. The sharp pain in Wu Yu's forehead made it difficult for her to continue thinking. The scarlet in her eyes faded, and Wu Yu felt that the unknown power that was surging wildly in her body and almost uncontrollable finally slowly extinguished. She let out a light breath. Huh? Shincheng immediately walked up to her. How do you feel now? Wu Yu, not bad. Shinkei, let's go back to the treatment cabin and rest for a while. Wu Yu, I have it in the camper. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and put her on the motorcycle. Let's go. Aurora and the others watched Wu Yu and Shinkei leave like this. Claude was stunned. Soul actually. He left with Miss Wu Yu. Compared to this, Mok was more surprised. Claude, Wu Yu said this is an SS-level alienated jellyfish, which can send out SSS-level mental shocks. But the detector Wu Yu gave us can withstand the mental shocks added by SSS. But this detector has exploded now. So who sent out a mental force shock stronger than SSS Plus and blew up the detector? Everyone looked at each other in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. They thought at the same time that it was Wu Yu. It was Wu Yu who burst out a mental force stronger than SSS Plus. Even Mok was horrified. When Wu Yu just walked out, her eyes were red, and she looked weird. Was the powerful force she burst out really mental force? No. Mok thought he shouldn't make such speculations at this time. Mok looked at everyone seriously. Miss Wu Yu may have weapons that we don't know about. From the equipment she took out before, we can see that the Alliance's technology has long been developed beyond our cognition. The detector is essentially made of high-level meteorites, and there are many other magnetic wave forces that can destroy it. Let's pack up and return to the camp first, and then make the next battle plan after Miss Wu Yu recovers. Yes. Shinkei, does your head still hurt? Wu Yu, I feel much better, but I feel very tired. The strength threshold in the body suddenly increased to a terrifying level, and the first thing to sound the alarm was the body itself. Wu Yu gave the key to her camper to Shinkei. The treatment cabin was specially prepared for me by Sister Yuhua. You can use it. Shinkei, well, you have a good rest. Wu Yu entered the treatment cabin, and when she opened her eyes again, 6 hours had passed. The door of the treatment cabin opened, and Shinkei was next to the treatment cabin. Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Shinkei came over. What are you laughing at? Wu Yu, it feels like this scene has been repeated for a long time. Shinkei sighed. Yes, because you always make yourself seriously injured. It's really scary. Shinkei remembered clearly that the first time Wu Yu was sent to the treatment cabin, her mental strength was exhausted and her face turned blue, just like she was dead. The second time Wu Yu was sent to the treatment cabin, she bled profusely and her heart, liver, spleen and lungs were about to vomit. Wu Yu Shinkei. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I'm hungry. Shinkei stood up and walked to the stove in the camper. What do you want to eat? Wu Yu stood up from the treatment cabin and walked to the stove. I eat whatever you cook. Shinkei turned his head to look at her. How about some noodles? It was freezing outside, and eating some noodles would warm my heart from the stomach. Wu Yu nodded. Shinkei checked the refrigerator in Wu Yu's camper, and the tomato and egg noodles were the same as when they were trapped in the natural disaster map before, with a handful of green vegetables. Shinkei put on an apron and focused on turning on the fire. He heated the pan and poured oil into the pan to fry the eggs. After they were cooked, he poured in the tomatoes and stir-fried them. Add a little salt and stir-fry until the tomatoes began to release juice, then pour in water and wait for the water to boil. Shinkei turned around and said, "We be eating soon." Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei wearing an apron, and suddenly raised her head and opened her arms to him. Shinkei took off his apron naturally, and held Wu Yu tightly in his arms. Shinkei, Wu Yu. Wu Yu, yeah? Shinkei, I like you. Wu Yu, yeah? Shinkei, it's not because of gratitude, nor because of taking care of teammates. I just like you, I like you, Wu Yu. In this life, I only like you. Wu Yu suddenly smiled. This life is still long, and you will still meet many excellent people in the future. You can still open your heart and fall for them. Shinkei shook his head. No. Wu Yu didn't believe it, liar. Men's mouths are deceiving ghosts. Shinkei was angry. I didn't lie to you. Wu Yu, you've obviously lied to me many times. You've been lying since the dungeon in the lower world, and you're still lying in the Fox Fairy dungeon, and even. Shinkei interrupted Wu Yu and wanted to kiss her frustratedly. Stop talking. Why do you keep talking? Wu Yu pushed him away. Do you think I'm too long-winded now? Shinkei, no. Wu Yu, that's more like it. Shinkei, not now, in fact, I always think you talk too much. Ever since you started raising chickens outside my dormitory, I thought you're a particularly outrageous person. How could someone do such a thing as raising chickens at someone else's door? Wu Yu. I didn't raise chickens at your door. It just happened suddenly. Shinkei, then why don't you raise chickens in your own room? Aren't you disgusted by the smell? Wu Yu, Shinkei, it happened so long ago, how come you still remember it? Are you bringing up the past with me now? Wu Yu's eyes gradually became dangerous. Shinkei, it was obviously you who started it. Wu Yu punched him directly. You can shut up now. Get off your face. The water is boiling. Chapter 295. After eating noodles, Wu Yu and Shinkei walked out of the camper, and Imoku was waiting by the campfire not far from the camper. Shinkei saw Imoku and stepped forward to apologize. Imoku. Imoku interrupted him. Hey Thor, to be honest, I just sat here and thought for a long time. I think no matter what your purpose of hiding your identity this time, or before is, we are good brothers, who have been through life and death together. Shinkei smiled. Yeah, good brother. Imoku came over suddenly. Since you are good brothers, can you tell me what your relationship with Wu Yu is? Are you lovers? Are you married? Shinkei shook his head. I am pursuing her, but she hasn't agreed yet. Imoku's eyebrows flew up. You carried her away, but she still hasn't agreed. So you city people call this, yes, I know, it's called crush. Shinkei, Imoku, you better shut up. And she was very weak at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have hugged her in front of so many people. Intimacy itself is a very private behavior, and he doesn't want to attract other people's attention in public. Mock, love really makes people blind. You actually call someone who can burst out SSS and mental power weak. When she came ashore, I thought she could crush all of us. And it was totally effortless, the kind that could be crushed directly. Shinkei looked at Mock. His expression was more serious than he had ever seen. Mock, don't tell anyone about this. Mock understood. He knocked his fist on his chest. Don't worry. Pull the distance. Mock looked at Wu Yu. Mock, by the way, after you leave, we will use the props left by Wu Yu to go underwater for investigation. A group of ice crystals were found under the water. After detection by the detector, they were all SS-level high-level crystal cores. I suspect that the alien jellyfish may have undergone high-level mutations under the catalysis of these crystal cores. Wu Yu thought, when I was looking for the first key before, the alien beasts in the frozen canyon also suddenly mutated and upgraded, and then many high-level crystal cores were dug out of their brains. Shinkei, is it possible that the alien jellyfish did not occupy the ice flow waters because of their weak entities? Because there are stronger beasts than him in the ice flow area, so it was defeated and had to give up the territory. Wu Yu, if that's the case, then the beast that can drive away the alien jellyfish is very likely the world map boss I'm looking for. Shinkei nodded. Well, let's go find it now. Emoka hurriedly said, Hey! What about the crystal core under the ice flow? Wu Yu was surprised. You can find someone to dig it up. Emoka was surprised. Don't you want it? Wu Yu shook her head. No, I still have hundreds of thousands of SS level ones in my backpack. Emoka interrupted impatiently. Yes, you don't want it. You have money. You don't have to tell me again and again, thank you. Shinkei blinked. I want it. Remember to give me 30% if you dig it up. Wu Yu was puzzled. Do you need the crystal core? Shinkei's crystal core consumption is probably less than hers. Shinkei nodded and looked at Wu Yu. Well, I want to sell it and save money to get married. Wu Yu stared at Shinkei. Shinkei looked at her and smiled. Wu Yu looked away. TSK, what a joke. Mach was speechless. Thor, I am a human being after all, not a dog. Mach, let me go with you. I also want to see the legendary polar map world boss. And I also want to know, after the dungeon mentioned by Wu Yu opens the door, can it really send all the bosses away? By then, will the harsh environment in the polar regions also be alleviated? If it is true, as my home for many years, I want to see it with my own eyes and watch it get better. Wu Yu nodded readily. No problem. I take you to the dungeon then. No need to wait for dark. Set off immediately. Wu Yu provided small underwater excavation equipment, and most people in Aurora worked overtime to dig SS-level crystal or at the crystal mine before the eternal night came. What surprised and delighted them was that these crystal ores could not only replenish mental power, but also be high-concentration combustible ores, like combustible ice. Even at such low temperatures in the polar regions, they can continue to burn for a long time and provide enough heat. It was like a shot of adrenaline into the hearts of the Aurora team members. They instantly became enthusiastic. Even the cold night that was about to come could not crush their passion for life. Without the chaos of the alien jellyfish, Wu Yu, Shinkei, Emoku and others successfully crossed the ice flow and came to the crystal cave area. Passing through the crystal cave, there was a huge and calm ice flow. Without the interference of the magnetic field, Wu Yu successfully summoned the Tianshan snow clam through the key. Quack. 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 Wu Yu pressed the snow frog and said in a gloomy tone, That's enough. Why are you talking endlessly? Snow frog, quack. Okay, Taijun. As soon as the voice fell, a huge school of fish jumped out of the water. Although it was slightly different from Wu Yu's previous speculation, seeing the huge school of killer whales in front of her, Wu Yu realized that she had finally found the third key. Killer whales, also known as ocean digliders. With extremely high IQ, their intelligence level is the highest among marine creatures. They will appear in groups in the seas around the world, and their best hunting method is to suddenly raise their huge tails and give passing prey a big mouth. Because of the plate movement in the end of the world, these evolved killer whales are trapped in the polar regions and cannot leave for patrol. However, even if they are entangled by barnacles, even if they are affected by the polar magnetic field and lose their way home, the eagerness of freedom when jumping out of the water is still fascinating. Claude looked at these killer whales in disbelief. Miss Fujitsu is right. The polar regions are not the Aurora. It is the Aurora that has come to the polar regions. For so many years, these killer whales have never attacked us. We have coexisted peacefully with such powerful beasts on the same land for so many years. Mach recalled, even several times when we were short of food, we received gifts from them. I actually thought that there would be fish and beasts killed by themselves in the sea. It seems that they were all killed and thrown to the shore. Wu Yu, maybe it's not bad for them to stay here. Many waters outside have been destroyed. Death and plague have completely polluted those waters. Speaking of this, Wu Yu suddenly thought of the will of the river god, the Golden River. She looked at Shinkei. It seems that I still have a lot of things to do. Shinkei nodded. Yeah. I will always be with you, even to the end of the world. Chapter 296. Wu Yu looked at the third key in his hand, which was transformed from a group of killer whales. The ice-clear key was engraved with killer whales swimming freely. There was only one key left to open the door of the dungeon. Wu Yu, it is difficult for a map to produce two world bosses at the same time. It seems that the last key is still lost in a corner of the world. Emoku, thank you very much for your help this time. I will come to the polar region again when I find all the keys. Emoku, Ms. Wu Yu, Aurora is looking forward to your coming again. Claude, Ms. Wu Yu, you haven't taken the equipment you left behind. Wu Yu, what equipment? Claude, the weapons and equipment you used to hunt in the water, as well as the collection and detection equipment. Wu Yu thought for a moment. Those equipment are the final payment for this mission. Claude was shocked, but the value of these equipment has even exceeded the total amount of the commission, and you have already paid. Wu Yu, didn't you go out again later? Claude, but even if they went out again, it was just to see a killer whale coming out of the water. They didn't do anything. Wu Yu interrupted him. Claude, are you arguing with me now that I gave you too little? Claude's eyes almost popped out. No, of course not, Miss Wu Yu, I think you gave too much. These equipment that they usually couldn't buy were just given to them like this. Is Miss Wu Yu such a spendthrift? Even if Thor worked hard to earn money, he might not be able to save enough money to marry Miss Wu Yu in this lifetime. Wu Yu nodded. Oh. Claude nodded again and again. Miss Wu Yu, so you want to take the equipment with you? Wu Yu shook her head. I don't want it. Claude looked at Shinkei with a look of help. Thor, say something. Shinkei, How dare he speak? He didn't dare to say a word. He was still hiding his evil thoughts, afraid that Wu Yu would find out. Claude looked at Mok with broken eyes. Mok, say something. Mok, since Wu Yu said to stay, just keep it. Anyway, she also said that she will come again, right? Claude was stunned for a moment, and nodded seriously. Well, then Miss Wu Yu, Aurora is looking forward to your return. After saying goodbye to Aurora and taking the return motorcycle, Wu Yu was going to drive the camper back to where she'd parked the shuttle, and leave the polar region. Wu Yu reached out to Shinkei, and Shinkei blinked. What? Wu Yu, give me the key to the camper. Shinkei said seriously. I didn't take it. Veins popped out on Wu Yu's forehead. I gave it to you when I was injured. Shinkei looked innocent. Really? I don't remember. Wu Yu smiled. Shinkei, I count to 3, 1, 2. Shinkei put away the motorcycle he was riding, jumped directly onto Wu Yu's motorcycle, hugged Wu Yu from behind, stabilized the handlebars, made an extreme drift and turned, and drove Wu Yu in another direction. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Where are you taking me? Shinkei turned to look at her. We agreed to take you skydiving and skiing. Wu Yu, when did we agree to that? Shinkei, the night before last. Wu Yu, I don't remember. Shinkei, the night before last, at 4:12 in the morning, when you kissed me. Wu Yu, I didn't kiss you. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't make fun of me. Can a kiss on the face be considered a kiss? Shinkei, it's useless for you to deny it. You've already done it. You can't deny it. That was my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me. Wu Yu blinked quickly. She looked at Shinkei with an unbelievable look, as if she saw a new species. You were not like this before. Where did the Shinkei who was always forbearing, restrained, and obedient go? Did you eat him? Shinkei nodded. Yes, I always wanted to take care of your emotions first, and let you think about it yourself. But I found that you would have wild thoughts, so now I have to take the initiative. Shinkei stopped the car, took off his helmet, and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you don't really think that forbearance, restraint, and obedience can allow me to survive and grow up in the man-eating royal court? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's aggressive gaze, and finally confirmed her previous guess. Shinkei had been pretending to be with her. When she first saw Shinkei, he looked very reliable, and had a strong sense of security. But after the polar dungeon, he began to pretend to be a rash and impetuous team captain, a cool and clumsy prince of the royal court, and after his identity was exposed, he pretended to be a well-behaved and obedient little pitiful. Through these disguises, he made himself and her stand on equal ends of the scale. But now, as her mental power gradually breaks through the seal, it becomes stronger and stronger. Sensing her intention to leave and give up, Shinkei finally completely let go of all his self-restrictions, removed all disguises to her, and bared the fangs of a beast. Wu Yu began to be uncertain. Shinkei is too good? Wu Yu, Shinkei, have you really never been in love before? Or, to put it bluntly, have you really never had close contact with anyone? She was confirming very seriously. If someone else had used it, she would not want it no matter how beautiful it was. Shinkei chuckled, and took off Wu Yu's helmet, and leaned forward. Their breathing was very close. Are you jealous? Are you doubting that I have treated others in the same way? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's light-colored pupils in front of her. You'd better answer seriously. If the problem she had been entangled with before could be turned around, but this problem? There is no room for negotiation. There is no room for negotiation on principled issues. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, slowly buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, and said softly, Wu Yu, I didn't. Except you, only you. I never meant to lie to you, okay? Except for the polar dungeon, when I was completely alone, without anyone to be with, and I thought you were dead. I admit that I did get carried away at that time. But after that, things were always beyond my control, and I really didn't want to drag you into the terrible vortex. I have never treated anyone like this, except you, and all kinds of disguises were just my mean and greedy desire to spend more time with you. So, please stop pushing me away. I really know I was wrong. Wu Yu suddenly raised her lips. Okay. Shinkei looked up suddenly, his eyes bright, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Junjun peeking out of Wu Yu's ski cap. Junjun smiled like an innocent little son, flattering Wu Yu's ear. Yu, the captain didn't lie. Wu Yu patted Junjun's little head and fed it an SS-level crystal. Well, go back to your master. Seeing Junjun disappear, Shinkei's expression cracked. He gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, you are very good. Wu Yu smiled. Shinkei, when you promised Jin Suiyu to use Junjun to test me last time, you should have thought that there would be such a day. When she was so entangled at that time, you took the opportunity to smuggle private goods, right? Now they are even. Wu Yu, now we can go skiing. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu and suddenly pulled the corner of his mouth. Wu Yu subconsciously felt something was wrong. Just when she was about to jump out of the car, Shinkei grabbed her waist and leaned close to press on the handlebars. Chapter 297. Faced with Wu Yu's struggle, Shinkei grabbed her neck with one hand without thinking and kissed her directly. Wu Yu reached out to push, but the difference in strength between her and Shinkei was so great that Shinkei grabbed her with one hand and fixed her hands in front of her chest. Wu Yu gritted her teeth in anger and opened her mouth to bite him. Feeling the blood in his mouth, Shinkei suddenly laughed. The laughter was very light, but full of dangerous meaning. Shinkei slowly let go of Wu Yu, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed the blood in his mouth. Wu Yu, I take you skiing first. We settle this account slowly when we get back to the team base. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's red eyes. Alert, I won't go. Who knows if Ma Jiagu will get mad and suddenly throw her off the mountain. Shinkei sneered and raised the corner of his mouth. So you want to continue? Wu Yu didn't react. Continue what? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Shinkei's pupils darken instantly, and Wu Yu suddenly reacted and wanted to give herself a slap in the face. She knew what Shinkei meant by continue. No, even if you stop pretending, you can't turn from a human into a beast, right? People should have some moral bottom line. Wu Yu took a deep breath. She had just used her ultimate skill, and her skill was still on CD. She couldn't fight Shinkei head-on. Calm down, Wu Yu. We are all civilized people. Believe in Ma Jiagu. No, believe that the captain can still communicate. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei cautiously. Captain, if you have something to say, please talk nicely. Shinkei laughed softly. Well, I will talk nicely. Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, you can talk nicely, but it doesn't stop you from pinching my neck. Seeing Shinkei approaching him again, with an attitude that would not tolerate any arguments, Wu Yu suddenly raised his hands and raised his voice. Ski. Ski. Ski now. Whoever doesn't ski today is a grandson. Wu Yu finally stopped when he saw Shinkei approaching him, and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. He suddenly shortened the distance to 0, and without waiting for Wu Yu to get angry, he retreated in a flash. Having achieved his goal, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu happily, and his aggressive look just now faded away. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's happy look, and glared at him fiercely. Just pretending. Shinkei brought Wu Yu to the edge of the base, where the signal was relatively stable. The shuttle roared overhead, and they boarded the shuttle. Wu Yu and Zhang Zhe looked at each other and said, Wu Yu, Zhang Zhe, you are really great. Have you forgotten who your immediate superior is? They teamed up to set a trap for her, right? Zhang Zhe, I was forced to do it, and the ideas were all from Bai Yi and Chunya. They are the old wizards. Wu Yu sneered. Great. It turns out that there are no ordinary people who can get out of the pyramid scheme intact. Let's see how she will deal with them when she gets back. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei, who pretended not to hear. Until Wu Yu's gaze could no longer be ignored, Shinkei looked at her and smiled innocently and kindly. What's wrong? Wu Yu glared at him, but Shinkei dodged nimbly. Zhang Zhe was upset. Jump quickly. Shinkei had just finished putting on his parachuting equipment, and pulled Wu Yu to him, fastened the two of them together firmly, and hooked them with a buckle. Shinkei whispered, I won't let you go, never again. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in a daze, and as the shuttle hatch opened, a strong wind blew. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly, and jumped down from the sky without hesitation. The entire polar region was in full view, and the strong sense of weightlessness made Wu Yu feel dizzy. Opening the parachute and landing on the top of the snow, Shinkei's voice was right beside Wu Yu's ears. Hold me tight. Wu Yu. Said, and felt Shinkei move quickly. The feeling of falling at a very fast speed, so fast that even the wind can't catch up. The huge glacier and the flourishing snow scene passed by quickly in front of her eyes. Wu Yu looked at the falling snow chasing behind her, and then turned her head to see Shinkei's determined gaze moving forward. In the direction they were facing, the sky was depicting colorful aurora. The green in it was very similar to Shinkei's always clear pupils. Wu Yu turned her head, tightened her arms, and gently touched Shinkei with her helmet. The two reached the end of the world. Shinkei took off his helmet and looked at Wu Yu solemnly. Wu Yu, I like you very much. I only like you in this life. Will you be with me? Wu Yu looked at him with a twinkling gaze. Just as she was about to lower her head, Shinkei had already embraced her in his arms, pinching the back of her neck and kissing her deeply. Wu Yu blushed from his kiss and pushed him away. You can't do this. I haven't promised you yet. Shinkei's eyes were deep. Wu Yu, everything can be done slowly when we return to the base, but don't refuse me now. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's dark and deep eyes, and slowly reached out her hand to hook his neck. Feeling Wu Yu approaching, Shinkei immediately held her tightly in his arms. At the end of the world, the two embraced and kissed passionately, and their passionate love was about to melt the ice and snow. Before dark, Wu Yu started the shuttle and embarked on the return journey. Please confirm the destination. Confirmed current destination, Qian Team Base. Autopilot mode is turned on. Wu Yu, don't be so nervous. Wu Yu turned her head tensely and looked at Shinkei. I'm not nervous. Shinkei smiled. Oh, that's good. Wu Yu, why don't you take Zhang Zai's shuttle to leave? Shinkei spread his hands innocently. You also saw that he had already flown away when we returned. Wu Yu, if you hadn't ordered him to fly away? Shinkei blinked. I don't know. From the polar region to the base, a difference of 1 letter, but it takes a full 6 hours to fly. This means that she will be alone with Shinkei for these 6 hours. Shinkei folded his hands across his chest, leaned against the wall next to the main operating table, stared at Wu Yu, and repeated, Wu Yu, don't be nervous. Wu Yu suddenly raised her head. I said, I'm not nervous. Shinkei sneered. That's good. Wu Yu, So this person is actually such an irritating and nasty person. Wu Yu suddenly stood up. I want to go back to the lounge to rest. Shinkei followed her leisurely. Well, I'm tired too. The two stood in front of the only lounge of the small shuttle, one in front and one behind. Shinkei suddenly let out a bad low laugh. Is there only one lounge? What should we do then? Wu Yu's forehead was throbbing wildly. She couldn't stand this man anymore. She turned her head suddenly, took out a gun from her waist, and pointed it accurately at Shinkei's forehead. Shinkei raised his eyebrows, raised his hands, and said in a contemptuous tone, We are one, don't shoot. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Go to the main driver's cabin and rest. Shinkei wanted to move forward, but Wu Yu pulled the safety and loaded the bullet directly. Try if you dare to move again. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu deeply, turned around and left. Wu Yu quickly used her fingerprint to open the door of the lounge. Just as she was about to walk in, Shinkei suddenly turned his head, and she raised her gun abruptly. Shinkei suddenly smiled. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you to rest early. Watching the lounge door close in front of her, completely blocking the two people's sight, Wu Yu put down the gun and breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkei should not have been allowed to get on the shuttle. He should have been frozen to death in the polar regions. Suddenly I remembered that when Jinjin was talking to me before, I hadn't read the personal communication sent by Jian Suiyu yet, so I clicked to open it. Jian Suiyu. Jinjin said you used her to test Shinkei's lie? Or when Shinkei was expressing his true feelings? Jian Suiyu. Wu Yu, you are so awesome. I can't imagine how this crazy Shinkei will get back at him. Wu Yu could feel how happy Jian Suiyu was gloating over his misfortune even though they were 6,800 kilometers apart. If this was said before, Wu Yu would definitely be the first to refute that Shinkei was not that kind of person. But now, Wu Yu, change your dormitory right now. The farther away from Shinkei, the better. She was scared. She felt that Shinkei was serious about this. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, are you scared? Don't be scared, go up and fight him. I bought the stock for you to win. Do you know that I lent you Jinjin? The first thing Shinkei did when he arrived at the base was to beat me to death. Wu Yu, I can't beat him. He blocked me so much that I didn't dare to leave the lounge. Thank you. Remember to hold on for a while to buy me time to run away. Jian Suiyu. You can't beat him, but can I? He doesn't want to beat you, but he might beat me to death. Are you happy chatting with Suiyu? Shinkei's voice suddenly rang out from behind the door. Wu Yu was so frightened that she covered the communicator in a panic. She turned her head to look at the door in horror. No way. You know this? Chapter 298. Wu Yu pretended to be silent, and another sneer came from outside the door. Wu Yu, your communicator and the main cockpit share the terminal. I saw it all. You want to change dormitories? You can communicate with me directly. But why? Aren't we getting along very happily? Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes wide. How could she forget this? Who would have thought that her own shuttle would be blocked like this? Wu Yu quickly turned on the sharing function on the communication and cancelled the terminal sharing of the main cockpit. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Shinkei casually say, I wonder if the door panels developed by the Jiang family are strong enough to withstand me. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. I won't change dormitories. Shinkei laughed. So? Wu Yu gritted her teeth and said word by word, You're right, we get along very well. Shinkei, I thought you were scared, Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled. What a joke, who's afraid of who? Shinkei, or you could open the door and say something harsh to me in person. What a joke, do you think she doesn't dare? After waiting for a long time without any response from Wu Yu, Shinkei heard the sound of the bed board being pulled and the floor being scraped. Ping pong pong. Shinkei, Wu Yu, you don't think that I can't get in if you block the door with the bed and the cabinet? Wu Yu was angry. You're almost there. Shinkei laughed softly, staring at the door, as if he could see Wu Yu's fury inside. Indeed, it was almost there, but you couldn't force her into a corner all of a sudden. Wu Yu just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the footsteps of Shinkei leaving the door. Suddenly, another voice rang out, Wu Yu. Wu Yu's pupils trembled. No! What does this living father want? Shinkei said in a very light tone, Tell Jian Sui you not to appear in front of me during this period of time. The farther away the better. Otherwise, Chen will have to visit his grave at this time next year. After saying that, Shinkei really left this time. Very good, Wu Yu's heart was hanging. Finally, he is completely dead. Jian Sui, are you still alive? Wu Yu, I just forgot to turn off the communication sharing of the communicator and the shuttle, and Shinkei saw all our chat records. Jian Sui looked at Wu Yu's message, and was out of breath for several times. Just now, he was happily eating and watching the fun, but now he almost passed out because of the rice. Richard slapped him twice, and he finally recovered. Jietchen, what happened to you? It's like the sky is falling. Jian Sui, it's worse than the sky falling. Shinkei confessed to Wu Yu. Richard was surprised. Isn't that good? Jian Sui, but when Shinkei confessed, Wu Yu asked Jinjin to do a lie detector test to confirm whether he was a virgin and had a history of love. Richard's pupils were dilated. How dare you get involved in this? They are fighting like gods. Are you going to die? Don't you know that Shinkei has PTSD since he was a child, and is very serious about love? If he knew, he would be so angry. When this lunatic goes crazy, 10 of you would not be enough for him to kill. Jian Sui looked sad. When Wu Yu asked me to borrow Jinjin, she said she just wanted to ask Shinkei if he liked her. She said she was very troubled and didn't want to be entangled anymore, and she said it very sincerely. Richard looked incredulous. Wow, Wu Yu is really awesome. She is so daring. She is simply dancing on Shinkei's head. Has Shinkei never killed anyone in front of her? Yes, it is true. She has never seen what Shinkei looks like when he is crazy. If she saw with her own eyes how Shinkei stabbed Charles, how he crushed Shinshi's heart, and how he tortured Hull, she might not be so fierce. But Jietchen also came over curiously. So Shinkei is a virgin? Jian Sui hugged her head. Yes, of course, otherwise how could Wu Yu want him? What good thing can Wu Yu not find? She really can bear grudges. She must be taking revenge on the last time Shinkei and I gave her a lie detector test. Double kill. Completely disintegrate Shinkei and me from the inside, who can play better than her. Wu Yu, Sui Yu, we still have 4 hours to reach the base. Remember to wait for me at the airport as soon as possible. I have an important discovery about the polar regions to tell you. Looking at this communication, Jian Sui's hands were shaking. Jietchen and Richard came over to take a look. Even Jietchen could see it. Don't believe it. She's lying to you. She must have pissed off Shinkei and wants you to help her resist the hatred. Jian Sui grabbed Jietchen and Richard at the same time. She's scarier than a ghost. She's not going to let me go. It's only a 4-hour shuttle flight away, but I can already feel Shinkei's strong murderous intent. Richard, don't show up in front of him recently. Have you forgotten how badly he beat you when you lied about him having a destined person? Jian Sui gritted his teeth. This is about the dignity of a genius. I can't let Wu Yu trick me like this. Jietchen squinted at him. I support Wu Yu. Who can Shinkei blame for his hesitation? He deserves it. Richard smiled. I am neutral. Jietchen can withstand Shinkei's fist, but I can't. Jian Sui, you couldn't believe it. You won't help me, right? Jietchen and Richard stood up mercilessly and broke free from Jian Sui's hands. You are kidding. Who wants to fight Wu Yu and Shinkei at the same time? Are you going to die? Every minute of sailing was torture for Wu Yu, and it felt like a year. He had never felt that 6 hours was so long in his life. Finally, most of the voyage was over, with less than half an hour left. Wu Yu finally let go of the breath she had been holding. Wu Yu? Shinkei's voice came from outside the door. Wu Yu is alert. Shinkei, come out. Wu Yu pressed against the wall. What? Shinkei, if you don't come out, I kick the door. Wu Yu shock. Shinkei, I count to 3, 1, 2. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Who is afraid of who if she sticks out her head? Is Shinkei going too far? She pressed the door of the lounge hard, and Shinkei was standing outside. As soon as Wu Yu raised her head to say something harsh, she was hugged by Shinkei. Shinkei buried his head in her neck. I miss you. Wu Yu felt a little guilty, so she reached out and hugged Shinkei back. Shinkei hugged her tighter when he noticed Wu Yu's movements. Wu Yu felt that even if Shinkei was angry, he was easy to coax before. Why not just give in and let it go? But before she could say anything, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck, and Shinkei bit her. Chapter 299. Wu Yu's expression changed instantly. She attacked Shinkei without hesitation and kicked him. Shinkei blocked him, stepped back slightly, lowered his head and looked at her, smiling wickedly. Wu Yu, this matter is not over. Wu Yu turned around and was about to go back into the lounge without thinking. Shinkei grabbed her arm and pulled her to him to stop her from leaving. Shinkei came close to her and said, Wu Yu, say something soft to coax me, and I won't be angry anymore. She originally wanted to coax him, but after being bitten, she also got angry. Originally, Shinkei and Jian Suiyu did it on the first day of the month, so what if she did it on the 15th? Wu Yu looked up at him with a provocative look on her face. Don't dream. Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly, and he chuckled. Okay, you said it yourself. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu and turned away. Watching his back as he left, Wu Yu collapsed expressionlessly. What a mouth she has. How can she be so hard? Back off when given a way out. Amid Wu Yu's faint death intention and Shinkei's strong murderous intent, they finally ended this torturous 6-hour shuttle voyage. God knows that Wu Yu has never used such a fast speed to manually shuttle into the warehouse in her life. She took a deep breath, and her heart was in her throat when she saw that Jian Suiyu did not appear at the airport to help her block the hatred. Just as she was about to be alert to Shinkei's approach, she turned her head and found that Shinkei turned around and left without saying a word. At that time, Wu Yu's brain was confused for a while, until she got off the shuttle to confirm that Shinkei really left without waiting for her. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the place that was just bitten by Shinkei, and sighed with a confused face. Wow, this is really a matter of time. Therapeutic class. Wu Yu stood on the podium, with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes full of murderous intent. Below the stage, Shang Bai, Chuanya, Bai Xiong, and Zhang Zhe stood in a row. Zhang Zhe pointed at himself in confusion. Why do I have to stand here too? I don't have to attend the therapy class. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow at him, and Zhang Zhe immediately stood at attention. Yes, I am guilty. Wu Yu was heartbroken. You guys betrayed me like this. Video, Bai. Did you shoot it? If you have the ability, you can move the camera forward and backward, right? Cheer, Chuanya, you have the loudest voice. You are not scared now, right? You are not afraid of Shinkei eating you, right? Chanya argued softly. It is not scary to make trouble, but you will be killed if you don't make trouble. Bai Yi and Zhang Zhe nodded at the same time. Yes, that's right. Chanya, you don't know how scary the captain is. He treats us and you differently. He seems to have split personality. Wu Yu, He is not split personality, he is just good at pretending. And he is not pretending to her now. Zhang Zhe looked at Wu Yu with a strange expression, and was puzzled. Didn't you go skydiving together, and come back together? Why didn't the captain stay with you these 2 days? Wu Yu, Because they entered a new round of Cold War. When it comes to relationships, Shinkei is more serious than she thought. Chanya, you should be leaving for the new dungeon tomorrow, right? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Chanya, is the captain going? Wu Yu, I don't know. They haven't spoken since they came back from the polar region. How would she know if Shinkei was going or not? Chanya, why don't you go ask? Wu Yu fell silent. Chanya and Bai Yi looked at each other. Are you two having a conflict again? Could the rumors in the team be true? Wu Yu looked up. What rumors? Chanya whispered. It is said that the captain actually has a white moonlight in his heart, and he has liked her for many years, but couldn't get her, so he had to settle for you and pursue you. Wu Yu's expression changed instantly. Haha, interesting. She didn't believe it at all. She smiled. Who said that? Tell me in detail. Chunya shook her head. I don't know, but it has been secretly spread for several days. She has never been in love, and has no intimate contact, but it does not prevent her from having Bai Yueguang in her heart. This statement can pass the lie detector test. Wu Yu glanced at the people in the audience, wanted to say something, let out a sigh, turned around and left. Watching Wu Yu leave, Chunya whispered, I think Yu Yu is going to be angry to death. Zhang Zhe was horrified. You are so bold, you dare to spread such words. As expected of someone who came from a pyramid scheme, he has seen the world and is really brave. By Chunya, nothing will happen, right? If they have a falling out, we will both die. Chunya is desperate. Don't be nervous. From what I know about Yu Yu, she will definitely go straight up and attack. On a matter of principle, she will definitely not hesitate to cut the Gordian knot. And they are obviously in a cold war because of something. How can I take the initiative to find someone without an excuse? Zhang Zhe, then may I ask Miss Chunya, the old wizard, have you ever considered whether they will come back to deal with us after they have finished their big move? Chunya looked at Zhang Zhe, with a look of incorrigibility. You said it, the captain can hold Yaya and parachute directly, and can also rappel in the mountains. Zhang Zhe was puzzled. Yeah, what's wrong? Chunya, the captain's waist must be very good to have such strong motor nerves. Then why do they come to deal with us, if they don't need to use their waist after their big move? Zhang Zhe looked at Chunya in disbelief, blinked wildly, and his face suddenly turned red. Chunya was surprised. What's wrong? Zhang Zhe was shy. Teacher Chunya, you made me look yellow all over. Shinkei was fighting with a simulated fighter. After the battle, sweat flowed down his forehead and jawline into his neck. Shinkei opened his collar, and panted to calm down. Shinkei lowered his head and took deep breaths. It's been 2 days, and he hasn't come to see him. It's obvious that he won't be angry if he gives in, but he just doesn't come. His heart is as hard as his mouth. Shinkei hammered the simulated fighter with his bare hands, and his hands were immediately covered with bloodstains. Sizzle. With a sound of snowflakes, another fighter was scrapped. Shinkei stood up, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw Wu Yu appear at the door of the simulated operations room. Wu Yu looked around and finally found Shinkei in the simulated operations room. She walked directly to Shinkei, who glanced at her, stood up and turned away to leave. Wu Yu took action directly, grabbed Shinkei's collar, and pulled him hard to make him lower his head. Shinkei raised his eyebrows and looked down at her. Is there something? Wu Yu smiled. Something? Shinkei bent over, looked down at Wu Yu's hand grabbing his collar, and sneered. You come to apologize, and this is your attitude? Wu Yu, when did I say I came to apologize? Shinkei laughed angrily. Okay, you are awesome. Shinkei stood up, let out a long breath, and turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he would be so angry that he really didn't know what uncontrollable things he would do to Wu Yu. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei was going to turn around and leave like this again, and whispered, Liar. Shinkei turned around and walked to Wu Yu. I didn't. Seeing Wu Yu raise her head with red eyes, Shinkei was stunned for a moment. Why are you crying? He stretched out his hand to Wu Yu, but Wu Yu slapped it away. Wu Yu's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. You have been lying to me. Shinkei lowered his head and tried to coax her, but was pushed away by Wu Yu. Stay away from me. Shinkei had no more tricks. He surrendered. Shinkei, I waited for you in the main cockpit of the shuttle for so long. You would rather let Jian Suiyu help you move to the dormitory. You are unwilling to give in to me. That's why I'm so angry. It's been 2 days. I feel bad too. Shinkei reached out to hug Wu Yu. Can't you just comfort me? Wu Yu turned to look at him. Some people say you have a white moonlight in your heart. Shinkei was confused. Ah. What's going on? Wu Yu rolled her eyes. Chunya told me. It's been secretly spread in the team. You have always had a white moonlight in your heart, and I look very similar to her. I am her substitute. You can't get the love you want, so you have to settle for me as a second choice. Shinkei was confused. How can there be such an outrageous rumor? Wu Yu stared at Shinkei for a while, slowly took 2 steps back. Oh, maybe I heard it wrong. As she said that, she quietly backed away and turned to run. Chapter 300. Shinkei's face changed instantly, and his tone was extremely dangerous. Wu Yu, are you taking Jinjin with you again? Shinkei was so angry that he grabbed Wu Yu back. Pulling Wu Yu into his arms, he lowered his voice. Wu Yu, don't force me. I don't want to hurt you. He has never been a good person. If Wu Yu does this again, he really can't control himself. Wu Yu buried her face in Shinkei's chest, and said in a muffled voice, I didn't. Shinkei didn't believe it, so he started to turn over Wu Yu's combat uniform's hat. Shinkei's eyes flashed with surprise when he found that there was really nothing in the hat. While she was stunned, Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and opened her hands to Shin Quebec. She even took a step forward and looked up at Shinkei. Don't you want to check? Don't just check the hat. Check if there's anything hidden on me. While saying this, Wu Yu unzipped her combat uniform. Check if there's anything hidden inside my clothes. Seeing Wu Yu's zipper being pulled lower and lower, Shinkei blinked frantically and his face flushed. He suddenly pulled Wu Yu's zipper to the top and even put her hat on her head. Shinkei quickly looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. He lowered his voice. What are you doing? What if someone sees you? Wu Yu blinked. What's wrong? Don't you believe it? She was about to pull the zipper again. Shinkei was simply fascinated by her. He grabbed Wu Yu's hand and said repeatedly, I believe it, don't mess around, let others see it. Wu Yu showed a cunning smile. Shinkei had lost his temper. He had used everything Xiangbai had taught him before, and said everything he should have said, but he really couldn't play Wu Yu's tricks. He let out a long breath, looked down at Wu Yu, and said in a difficult tone, Wu Yu, I confess to you seriously after skiing in the polar regions, but you didn't respond to me. You didn't respond to me, you didn't like me, why did you kiss me? I went to find you several times after returning to the team, but you were not there. You come to me, so confidently, and find a weird rumor to blame. I don't like this, don't play with me. He originally thought that as long as he could survive, and stay by my side, it would be fine. But human nature is still greedy. He doesn't like being tricked like this. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. After returning to the base, I immediately sent the alienated jellyfish to Uncle Zhou. When I wanted to return, my brothers and sisters at home blocked me in World City, and wouldn't let me leave. They knew that you and I went to the polar region together, so they showed me something. Shinkei's heart suddenly hung in the air. He looked at Wu Yu nervously. What did they show you? Wu Yu blinked. Your past life, or your brutal killing history? All the inhumane killing videos they could collect since your debut? Don't tell me, in order to highlight your brutality, they also specially found someone to edit it for you. In particular, they focused on your peak performance in the Alliance individual battle in recent years. Damn. These people in the Jiang family are so shameless. You just checked him out, didn't you? Shinkei changed his words. If you like to play with me like this, you can do whatever you want. It's just a bait, no big deal. He's okay. At most he just has to cooperate with the play with a cold face. Wu Yu. Poochie. Laughed. They say you are a perverted, violent maniac, and you kill people like flies. Let me stay away from you. If you really like white hair and green eyes, Sirius has them. You can have as many as you want, just choose. Shinkei lowered his head and approached Wu Yu, his eyes bright and pitiful. They are not as good looking as me, don't choose them. They are ugly, you are so pretty that you will suffer if you choose them. Unlike me, I have been beautiful since I was a child. Wu Yu curved her eyes. After watching the video, I happened to meet Sister Shioli, so we went to the night to sit for a while. Shinkei took a deep breath, with an innocent angel smile. Are you going to drink? Are you having fun? Wu Yu shrugged. How can I just drink? Of course, I have to have something dirty to have fun. Ha! You are going to play with male models again. He is not angry. He is not angry at all. Just have fun, as long as you know when to go home. Are you kidding? He is almost pissed off. Shinkei let out a long sigh. He couldn't bear it anymore. Shinkei gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, people should have some morals. Wu Yu was surprised. Why am I immoral? Shinkei was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. If you have morals, you are with me, but you are still playing around. Wu Yu was puzzled. When did I get together with you? Shinkei, I confess to you. Wu Yu, I didn't agree. Shinkei, why did you kiss me if you didn't agree? Wu Yu, you kissed me, and you hugged me. Shinkei, what do you mean? Wu Yu, I just want to be a hooligan because you look pretty. Wow. How can there be such a woman? Okay. Shinkei suddenly showed a perverse smile, picked up Wu Yu, and turned to walk towards the dormitory. You are a hooligan, right? Okay, go ahead. You are the same as anyone. Wu Yu struggled wildly. Let me go. Shinkei said in a dangerous tone. Wu Yu, you are a hooligan, right? You said it yourself. Don't be scared when the time comes. When walking from the physical training room to the dormitory, Jian Suiyu, Richard and Jietchen happened to meet them. Seeing Shinkei's murderous look, the three turned around and left without hesitation. Jian Suiyu, I suddenly want to go to the plantation. Richard, yes, I miss the fragrance of the grass there. Wu Yu raised her voice. Save me. Shinkei lowered his voice to threaten her. You don't want me to do something to you right here, right? Wu Yu, Wow, brother, you are a pervert. She looked at Shinkei in disbelief, and the figures of the three people in her peripheral vision became farther and farther away until they completely disappeared. From a distance, Jian Suiyu Jiachen, didn't you say you were on Wu Yue's side? Jiachen, yes, but she can make Shinkei so angry. Can she be a good person? Shinkei took Wu Yue back to the dormitory and went straight to his room. Wu Yue looked at the dormitory separated by a wall, took a deep breath, found the right time to concentrate his energy and attack instantly, waved his fist, and wanted to run. However, he was grabbed by Shinkei, dragged directly into the room, and the door was closed with a bang.